Welcome, one and all, to the stream. We are back at it again.
With those white vans.
With another banger of a video. I've shit my pants. As wine that you can hear there. So we have two Onision books to read, basically. There is this one and the autobiography. So we'll do this one and we'll see how we get on, basically. Okay, so Reaper's Creek. So we're actually looking at this on Internet Archive, which is an interesting website. Great for video piracy. This is how I've seen a lot of movies this way. Films that are not released on DVD or streaming. So I ended up seeing Ghost Watch on Internet Archive.
Yeah.
Niagara Knobs. Just great name. Thank you for the $2. Simply says, Evil Patricks will eat your soul. Evil Patricks is a name I have not heard in a very long time. Thank you very much. The Orange Wizard, thank you for the $4.99. He says, skip what you must. You will fucking need to. Yeah, I mean, you know me. If it gets like too repulsive, I'm going to skip over things. Vatch Striker. Thank you very much for the €5. Oh, cool. Something probably cringe to glue some 40k minis to. Oh well, rock and stone. Well, keep up the good work. Who doesn't love 40k miniatures? Alright, well, this is Reaper's Creek. There is more! This is how we're going to start. Before you read this book, I want you to understand something. All of my books, Stones to Abigail, This Is Why I Hate You, and now Reaper's Creek, they are not creations of pure fiction. What? No. These
Really?
are semi-autobiographical, like self-insert masturbatory piles of garbage. I thought they were just product of your brilliant imagination and had nothing to do with the fact you peaked in high school. These are stories from my own life mixed in with my imagination.
I don't know how he does it.
Many of the things told in these stories reflect on who I really was, what really happened, and what was going on in my mind. Stones to Abigail represented the better version of myself. I remember we knew that back when we read that book, and that part of the comedy of that was what a scumbag he was in that book.
Yeah.
And how that was kind of the good, like morally sound version of... I want to say Greg. Is it still Greg? Is it something else now?
Who cares?
Yeah. Onision, basically.
I think he goes by Jackson.
What's his surname? Jackson.
Yeah.
But the only name I can think of is Jackson. I'm sure it's James, maybe.
Oh, yeah, it's James.
James Jackson. One of the lesser Jackson children. Which, let's be honest, was all of them who weren't Michael. Many of the events in that book happened in real life as well. This Is Why I Hate You represented the darker version of myself, also the cuckolded version, if I remember correctly. Various aspects of that book were derived from my actual life too, but this one is simply myself, who I was both good and bad during the time this story takes place. Yeah, I mean, what's great about writing a novel is you really don't need anyone to like proofread it or anything. You can just submit the first draft. That's part of what's so cool about being a novelist. As you read, I'll leave it up to you to decide what events really happened and what is a product of creativity. Great. Why is this here? Why is this fucking section of book here?
Yeah, I just think because he loves himself.
Also, one thing that's really frustrating, because I've never read a book on Internet Archive before, is because it's like a picture basically. Oh no, I kind of can highlight things. Good. It's a bit of a faff, but you can sort of highlight things. Okay. Yeah. Because if you've been on these reading streams before, you know I like to highlight bizarre things for everyone to look at.
Yeah, but from what I can remember, I can barely remember much about This Is Why I Hate You, but I can remember a shit ton about Stones to Abigail.
The only thing I really remember about Stones to Abigail, and this isn't really anything to do with Stones to Abigail. In fact, I was just thinking about the pizza order, which I then remembered was from Sonic EXE, the like novel version, rather than Stones to Abigail. It was the Flintstone gay sex
Yeah.
Which isn't even from the story. That's just some stupid shit we said.
Rocket Fist Rick.
Yeah.
Absathoth.
So, I think, without further apoo, let's get into it. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Creek. And just think of the guy from Zoombinis who's like, welcome to the boat. Did you guys know that Zoombinis, there is now a mobile phone version and it's like £2. So, just pushing that out there. Logical Journey of the Zoombinis is available in the App Store.
He's not sponsored, by the way.
No. I will never accept a sponsorship. Well, I said it to Marcus. I was like, I'll never accept a sponsorship. And he just looked at me like, fucking why? And I was like, because that makes me a sellout. And he was just like, no, Jacob, it doesn't make you a sellout. I was like, it kind of does. It's like the literal definition. Being beholden to a sponsor is the literal definition of being a sellout. Anyway.
Well, so I think they should change the chapter to Welcome to the Creep.
Yeah.
I'm funny.
Yeah. Like, comment, subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
I was home. ... Finally. My father had taken me so many places when I was in Ohio.
Oh, here we go. It's another story about how much he hates his fucking
that's
dad.
not what I'm laughing at, Gemma.
Oh, I know what you're laughing at.
Just for everyone.
I'm just not giving you the satisfaction.
Sorry that you had to go to Ohio. Sorry that your sister had to move to Ohio. Gemma, what if this book was good? And instead of Reaper's Creek, it was called Rizzler's Creek. And the whole thing took place in Ohio. In fact, not just this little reference to it here. And instead of Onision, it was Big Chungus. I mean, don't you think that would be a better story? And I can't look at you. I can't continue. I was going to continue down this bizarre brain rot path, but I couldn't. It's that look on your face. I was like, where can I squeeze Skibbity into this? He's looking at me. I've just left Ohio highlighted on the screen. He bought me so many things, but maybe that was just to make up for the missing child support payments.
For fuck's sake.
Skibbity support payments, it should be. Everyone seems so worried about what their ex would do with their money, as if they're a completely different person than who they originally fell in love with. What made you trust them from the start? I mean, probably love, I would think.
Yeah.
Things tend to change when people break up.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of show you this, the worst parts of themselves, and yeah, it's quite normal to lose trust in them. Like, what a point. This is what I really don't like in these, and they always start like this, these Onision books. These, like, total bullshit musings that are so kind of witless and uninspired. What made you trust them from the start? Also, why did your trust suddenly go away just because my mum left you?
It's like,
maybe
they
because
did something.
Also, why did your entire trust? He's implying in this sentence. Also, why did your trust suddenly go away just because my mum left you? Like, probably because your mum left him. That's why his trust went away. Because the woman he loved broke his heart. Maybe that's why he lost his trust.
Yeah, but remember, Onision's bleep bleep. I'm not really human. I observe people. Like...
I couldn't hear much of anything. Over the furnace blasting in my ears. The tiny window at the base of my bed my stepdad built me allowed a subtle glow of light to peer in. I crawled over to the window to see my sister Joanna playing outside with our geese. Gang. She was happy to be home as well. You okay, Gemma?
Yep.
Oh, honestly. Well, so long as... You need to be careful playing with the geese. That's how you encounter Georgie Boat. Summer this year was strange. There was a girl there. There was a girl. Just a girl existed in summer, which was particularly unusual. They normally only come out in the winter. They sort of hibernate all summer. They're like... Women are like inverse bears, is what I'm getting at.
I mean, that's the thing. You get your summer girls, you get your winter girls. Obviously seen a summer girl.
There was a girl there. When I looked at her, it felt like she was staring right through me. It's just fear of making eye contact with you. She had curly brown hair. Her parents were both from Latin America. Where specifically, not important. I'm just letting you know she was a slightly brownish woman.
Well, that's the thing. I was like...
But not all the way brown, so she was still hot. Like that. Like that's the energy this gives off.
It also gives off an energy of like, I don't want to say what colour she is, so I'm just going to say where her parents are from.
Yeah. She was so cute. She was my favourite part of church every Sunday.
Every Saturday.
You're right. My brain also corrected it to, when church is, and the entire state of Ohio itself. At this point, she is my main reason to return next summer, as I have no idea what to do with my father. Joanna just says ditto whenever she talks to my dad she's a Pokemon. My dad on the phone after he says he loves her. I wonder if he has caught on to the fact that she says that because of the things my mum told her about her biological father. Things I think might be true.
Or she's seen the movie Ghost.
Yeah. Which I hope it's not that, because it's Ghost is really romantic, and it's...
Yeah, no, I know.
I hope it's not because of Ghost.
Well, you never know with Greg, so...
I climbed down my bed, hanging by chains over my water heater, washer and dryer. That's right, I live in an 8x6 box. It sits by the kitchen in my 900 square foot home. However, all things considered, to me it's paradise here. When I'm at my dad's house, I feel like I'm in some kind of cookie-cutter Christian bubble cult. Everyone is a smiles. Everyone is doing something, going somewhere. Jesus, he writes like Ed Wood. People all going somewhere.
Sorry.
Their own lives, their own personalities. Yet I wonder how they can ignore how corrupt they are. I see past them showing off their pearly ivory teeth every time they see me, smiling. They are hiding from themselves. They are still breaking many of the fragile people they come across and smiling just the same. Walking outside, my stepdad is working on making another bed with his bare hands, just like the bed he made me. The bed that somehow allowed me to exist within my own space in such an unlikely place. God, this is a chore. Where would I be going to bed without the contraption he made me in the bathroom? Where would I be going to bed without the contraption he made me in the bathroom? Maybe we just hang a blanket from the ceiling. Or like a sign, you'd write a sign saying hang a blanket. You wouldn't even go as far as to hang the blanket from the ceiling. In our little wooden front room. You could just proofread your novel, Greg. This is your third novel. You have no excuse.
But why would he?
Hey, Papa, I said, as my stepdad chipped away. He looked with his goofy mustache, bending to his smile. Gemma, would you like to be the dad?
Yeah. Hey there, Greg. I'm making this bed for your cousin Rod.
Cousin Rod? I smiled and replied, oh, cool, and thought about what he was getting out of it. I did think of doing the dad myself and just making him Mr. Wooker. So it's just like he looked up at his goofy mustache. Hey, what you doing there, kiddo?
Hey there, Greg.
Maybe he was putting food on the table, or maybe he was just trying to be everyone's friend. The problem with friends is they aren't bound to you by blood. So there's no promise they will never go away. Do you know what's so great about this book in particular? If you're just joining us, at the very beginning in the foreword, Greg said that this book is really him. It's not sort of a fictionalized character, which means it gives me total free license that whenever the main characters in a monologue says something really unhinged, it gives me free license to criticize the author for it, which I don't get that very often. So it's really, really nice to have that. The problem is there's no promise they will never go away. You're so fucking unhinged, Greg. Sometimes I feel like my real friends are the woods that surround my house, the creek that runs by it. They don't leave me. They don't lie to me. They tell me who they are. And they never change. We'll take a short break here to read some super chats, because we had quite a few come in while we were reading that. So, first of all, I'd like to shout out Vat Striker again. It sounds like Vag Striker. So it'd be Vetch or Vutch or something. It might not even be a V. It could be one of those weird languages where a V sounds like a W. Who knows? The point is he's donated €5 and he says, good on you. With stuff like the most recent honey discovery, talking about earlier on when I was saying taking the sponsorship is basically selling out. Changes cookies to snatch some money. Mostly either shady or damn annoying anyway. Yeah, it's ridiculous, honestly. Like, and you'll see these guys who they have a sponsor because they'll say things like, "Oh, this guy unalived himself. Grow up." Thank you, Greninja Zach, for the $4.99. Oh dear lord, I just saw this stream in my recommended. Are you guys insane for doing a third round of Onion Cringe? Yes, simply put, we are. We are utterly insane.
Yeah, it's us.
Thank you, your mother, and then in parentheses, your mum, for the $5. I disagree, Jacob. I think women are a lot like bears. When you imply a woman is actually a bear pretending to be a person, they become very upset. Yeah, they do have that in common with those bears who walk on their hind legs and live in houses and stuff. Peter, thank you for the $4.99. Since you're reading this, did you catch everyone up with the spoilers for "This Is Why I Hate You" on Instagram? Why did you come back to this? Honestly, just need the money. Thank you for the donation. Mr. Blueface, thank you for the $5. Parentage doesn't always equal ethnicity. Her parents are from Argentina. Her grandparents, however. Just thinking of Gandalf the White, just like, Nazi scientist. That's what they used to call me. I am a NASA scientist.
Just to answer Big Finger Jim for a second, we're using a archive to read this. We in no way gave Onision any money, nor will we ever.
It's one of those rare occasions where I'll just be like, "Yeah, we stole this."
Yeah, this is actually
This is just piracy.
This is piracy, yeah.
Thank you, Agent Charles, for the $5. This book is so bad it makes creepypastas look like masterpieces. Well, let's not say something we can't take back. We're still only a couple of pages in. All right. Well, with all of those done, let's get back to it. Gemma, would you like to be the sister?
Well, let's see. I'm thinking.
The problem is, if she only went "Hi," then she could be like the little sister from Wind Waker, and that would make me think about Wind Waker, and I wouldn't feel like breaking into Marcus's home and painting one of his walls like brilliant glossy white with a roller just to annoy him because he's painted his walls blue, and then to annoy him further, blowing my fucking brains out onto it.
Hey, dork!
Belted my sister, who is no longer playing with the geese. Oh, hi Joanna, what are you doing? I said with a smirk. She replied,
"None of your business, loser."
This was typical, Joanna being irrational. It's just a sister. Like, what are you? Like, she's not being fuck you. Why did she say hi to me if she did not want to talk? Oh, right, to call me a dork. Yeah, she's your sister. I wanted to go up to the trail to the swing alone, but I felt a familiar wet dew on my feet. Of course, I wasn't wearing any socks or shoes yet. There's the stepdad, right? So that was the real dad you did earlier.
Yeah.
So the stepdad. Hey, Daniel. Want to help? No, I don't like that. Can I change that? I don't like that. Hey, Daniel. Want to help me out over here? My stepdad was trying to insert a section of the bed into a supporting pole, but the teeth of the headboard kept wobbling around, making it a two-man job. My stepdad was a tall man, maybe 6'1". He had a haircut like he was in the Beatles band. The Beatles band! But the caterpillar above his lip threw the look off. I always admired how healthy he looked. Almost everyone else his age looked like they were well on the way to getting diabetes. Again, these weird fixations in the storytelling. Because just like in This Is Why I Hate You, his fixation on hating the fact that his stepmom was overweight. This whole thing about fat people.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got a voice for the stepdad. I'm going to change the stepdad's voice.
Yeah, because that was a little bit weird.
Yeah, no, I've got it. What are you waiting for, kid? My stepdad asked. I replied, Sorry, Papa. I gotta go grab shoes. 1 second. He replied with a dad-like, frustrated but friendly voice. Alrighty then. That's the range of the acting I can do with that voice. It has one note. It's like an Ed Sheeran song. Slipping on some shoes inside, I ran back out and pushed the teeth of the headboard in the associated slots, so we could firmly put the side of the headboard into the supporting beam. My stepdad said, "Thanks, buddy. I'll let you know if I need more help. The baseboard should be no problem as a chore, though." I laughed and hugged him. "I'm going up the hill, Papa," I said. He replied, "Okay, kid." Running up the hill, I got hit by countless stickers. Those are plants that basically get stuck to your clothes by hooking them with their sharp prongs or by otherwise having a natural adhesive on them. I didn't really worry, about the stickers at this point, however. It was the nettles I was afraid of. Those push little needles in your skin and cause significant pain. Oddly enough, if you boil them, apparently they make a decent soup. Who the fuck is reading this that doesn't know what a nettle is? Make your own joke about Greg's desired audience of children, there. But make no mistake, they are basically the jellyfish of plants. Insightful. I was finally to it. The tree. The massive, beautiful tree with a rope hanging down, just at the right length so you could swing on it, without smacking your body into nearby trees. Climbing up to the black and yellow twisted rope, I grabbed on and began to swing around. Woohoo! I screamed almost every time. I was so happy to finally be at the place I belonged. It didn't matter I was wearing my pyjamas still. It didn't matter that I was wearing a t-shirt supporting a non-Christian TV show. I wasn't at my biological dad's anymore. I was alone, in the woods. I was free. Suddenly I saw the face of my bully show up in front of my eyes. It was Philip, and immediately... I've already got the voice for Philip. Immediately after, everything went black. I felt a small amount of blood dripping down my stomach. My eyes were closed. Without opening my eyes, I rolled backwards onto my back. I opened my eyes and saw only trees above me. I was still outside, in the woods alone. The birds were chirping. The sun rays were peeking through the leaves and pine. The air was so beautiful smelling, and I could hear little insects crawling around me, minding their own business. Everything was right where it should be, except for me. What happened? Looking down, I could see the white t-shirt I was wearing now had a hole in it and a blood spot. I had fallen off the rope swing after I fainted. Why did I see Philip's face? Walking down the hill and into the yard, Joanna said with her basic brown teenager haircut and her clothes that were too tight for her plump body type. What the fuck? It's again with the fat people.
Well, I mean, that's like that's like a Greg special. He does not like fat people. Oh, where's me? Where am I? Oh my God, Dork, are you gonna die or something?
I replied, "Yes, Joanna, I'm going to die. Don't come to my funeral. You would make it suck even more." Joanna yelled back a fake laugh as I walked into the house. She had nothing else to say. You really got her with that zinger there. Stepping across the wood floor, my mum painted white as a result of our pets peeing on our former carpet till it was unbearable to have around. I walked into the bathroom, now compressing my wound. I took off my shirt and threw it in the tiny trash bin. Looking into the mirror, I gazed at my own face. Same Daniel as always. Sharp jawline, acne on my face, bushy eyebrows, and abnormally tall for an 11-year-old. My brown hair was so boring. I thought about dyeing it all the time, but my mum said I was too young. Looking down, I could see my wound. It was surprisingly incredibly superficial. Maybe the sharp stick I'd fallen on, where I blacked out, had hit a rib. I imagine if I was hit somewhere else, it would have at least dug deeper. Time for my favourite part, pouring hydrogen peroxide on my wound and watching the science project explode in front of me.
Oh yes, the Greg is a robot thing, yeah.
I felt like I had enough outdoors for that day. It was time to retire to my bedroom and play video games for the rest of the day. My game of choice, Metal Gear Solid, a game that had been unwittingly programming my worldview, causing me to prematurely judge and reflect on aspects of our world. Have you ever heard of Big Chungus? I would not have considered till I was at least an adult without it. Mum gets home at 5 o'clock, end of chapter. Alright, so let's browse the chat for a moment. Thank you, Agent Charles, for the $5. Wow, we are already staggeringly close to our donation goal with only 30 minutes left If we make it, that means we have to read at least another hour. So don't rush, guys. There's absolutely no rush.
Yeah.
Should one of these characters be Rocky Fist Rick? Yes, I'm making the stepdad Rocky Fist Rick. Absolutely. Guys, I would just want to tell you all about... Does Raid Shadow Legends still exist? Like, is that still a thing?
Yeah, it's still a thing.
Embarrassing. I know that Doug Walker for a while was sponsored by like a stamp website.
Oh, I remember that. That was funny.
What the fuck? I'm actually dual-wielding beverages and a little bit of Pepsi as well. Yeah, you know what? This video is sponsored by Zoom Beanies. I'm just going to say it. It's £2.41 on the App Store. Thank you very much, Phantom Gline. Or Phantom G. I can remember. I think it's Phantom Gline because it's a capital G.
Yeah.
For the 10 Aussie bucks. Just give you a little love heart for that one. Ah, yes. That's pretty tall for my age comment. I remember bringing this up in the previous book read. Just going to spoil it here for future lols. Whenever it comes up, he's a 6 foot tall 11-year-old. Yeah, I'm going to try and keep that in mind. Thank you very much for the donation. Sinis, thank you for the $10. Very, very generous. Here is a tenner for 10 plus years of entertainment. And there is a little love heart for you. I know it's not as good as a tenner, but thank you very much.
We're 12 out of 15.
I know. Right, let's... how much time have we got left before the goal runs out? Okay, half an hour. We might be able to make it to the end of the hour and not do any more. It just depends on the cruelty of our audience. Okay, shall we do the next chapter?
I mean, we've already got another one.
I've never been more annoyed to get money. Like, oh, this is fun. Duration goals are a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, and look who it is. Riker! Thank you for the $5. I believe that for a while, Doug actually had 2 sponsors per video, making the shilling sections go on for an agonizing amount of time. I can absolutely picture that completely. Okay, thank you, PsychoDog33. I love the scary little emoji, very old school. The sort of sinister face. I'm number 50. Well, there it is. We have to go till 11 o'clock now. The Orange Wizard, thank you for the 199. Not so fast. You ain't done yet. Yeah, absolutely right. And thank you, Spike the Lizard, for the €10. Hugely generous. Really, really.
Thank you.
Huge. Thank you. Been watching you guys since primary school, and I'm well into university now. Cheers from Ireland, lads. Never super chatted before. I thought I may as well stop the decade of freeloading, lol. I'm sure there are some people on YouTube that would consider, not people like Darkside Phil would consider you a freeloader. Of course, we don't give a shit about those things, but we're very grateful for your long-term support, because support isn't always just financial. It's watching the show and having a good laugh at it and showing it to your friends. Also, so thanks for being a fan for so long, and I love your username.
Also, yeah, is your lizard called Spike?
Or
is it a reference to our lizard called Spike? I just wanted to ask, because obviously we've got a lizard called Spike.
We are not in the same room as him. We are in the same room as a lizard called Gus.
Yes, Gustav is here.
Yeah, but yes, thanks for all your support over the years, and cheers to you from East Ireland. Thank you, Vatch, again for the €5. 6'3" dude here. If he was that tall that early on, the amount of times he would have bonked his head on the door frames would explain quite a bit, indeed. Well, I don't know, it's difficult because I always round down to 6'0" because I'm not quite 6'1", and I feel like a liar when I say I'm 6'1" because I'm like 6'0.7" of an inch. But when I was a kid, I hit my head quite a lot on things. In fact, the bathroom at my old house, so our house was Victorian, and people were a little shorter in those days. And the door to the toilet was, I remember I must have had kind of a growth spurt in the night, and I smacked my forehead walking in one night. I must have been about 13 or 14, and I just forehead straight into the door, and it hurt like hell, and I fell down the stairs. Chapter 2, The Cold Glass Smack. My mum was a little late getting home. Traffic. She threw her keys on the table and hugged her husband, my stepdad, Donnie. Think of a voice for the mum. In fact, let's open it up to the audience.
Like,
how should the mum sound?
How are my kids?
My mum ass. There we go. Glad we had all that debate over the voice.
Yeah.
Papa replied, "These are the rascals! They're alive!" My mum glared at Papa, clearly not satisfied with the bare minimum requirements that we did not die on his watch. My mum told us to fend for ourselves for dinner, with her matted down, dyed red hair and basic makeup smeared after a long day's work. She was off to take a shower and spend the rest of her days watching VHS movies on her 13-inch TV in her bedroom, laying on the custom log bed Papa had made her. Joanna walked into the front room and yelled through the door to my mum, asking,
Hey Mom, can I go to Uncle Matt's house for the bonfire?
That's the little... Is that the voice you're doing for the little girl?
Yeah.
Okay, it sounded different. I know.
Yeah, I kind of worked on it a little bit.
Okay. My mum screamed back,
I don't care.
So Joanna immediately smiled and ran off to get her jacket. I hate that, like, I can't do a Matt voice because Matt has a really generic, like, just faintly Kentish sounding voice. He doesn't sound interesting. So I can't really do a Matt impression. Unless I just need a bunch of lion bars first.
I just like his, I want to go.
Yeah. Immediately smiled to ran off to get her jacket. I want to go, I screamed after Joanna. Joanna replied,
I don't care, just stay away from me.
I smiled and ran to get my own coat as well. Our neighbourhood was a quiet place. We lived in the middle of nowhere. Our neighbours' houses were a good 1,000 feet from one another at the very least, leaving us to easily mind our own business. A creek ran through our small village. Mostly family members were in the area, which is why Mum clearly had no problem with us running over to a bonfire after the sun had already gone down. To get to my uncle's, we had to cross a bridge that was falling apart. It had boards with giant nails punched through them. He's got a board with a nail in it! Enslave humanity, will you? The boards weren't quite parallel. Matt and I were saying yesterday how basically every time we hang out, like, at some point Simpsons lines will be said.
Oh, yeah.
There'll always be a Simpsons line for any situation. It's how good that show was. We will never see its like again. The bridge handrails and support system were made up of metal cables, tiny wires wrapped around one another, slowly rusting over time. To say the bridge was not appropriate for a child as young as myself would be an understatement. After crossing the slippery bridge in the dark, we could see the bonfire, people laughing, and clearly already mostly intoxicated. My mum trusted my family, but considering how much alcohol ran through our bloodline, I'm not sure why she would at this hour. The night was mostly uneventful, till one of my uncles offered me some whiskey. I was mostly opposed to drinking alcohol and drugs. Drinking drugs, yeah. Well, it's best not to drink them unless they come in a liquid form, regardless of who used them. However, I was even more worried about drinking off the same bottle as my uncle. Strangely enough, I am more anti-germs than anti-drugs. And I am really anti-drugs.
I'm sure you say that to all the girls.
It amazes me how... Do you think that Greg would be... I need to be careful how I word this, because I know that I have underage persons in my audience, who shouldn't be there, by the way. But do you think Greg would be more tolerable if he took some drugs? Like, if he just... Maybe if he just drank some alcohol. Maybe. He just mellow out a bit. If he just had a glass of wine now and then.
No, I think he'd probably be insufferable then, even more so.
Thank you, your mum, for the $5. The amount of alcohol that runs in my blood explains a lot, Greg. Go on, Daniel! Take a sip! My uncle screamed. He was the oldest of all the kids in my mum's immediate family, lived across the creek from my Uncle Matt. My other family members around the fire got quiet as I replied to him. Daniel? Is that deliberately saying his name wrong, I guess? Because he's drunk.
No, apparently his name's Daniel, but he's also
Greg.
said his name. Yeah, but
he was Greg earlier.
Yeah, I've seen it I've seen it change. It's just like I've seen it change from Daniel to Greg. I think he wants to be called Daniel, but he's subliminally blah, blah, blah.
Is he just fucking
calling himself Greg?
Is he Christ, I fucked this joke up because I forgot the stupid word. I forgot the stupid made-up TikTok word. When the other personality comes through. The DID people.
Oh.
What do they call it? Fuck. Switching, is that the word?
Switching, yeah, switching.
He's switching mid-book.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me do another take. So yeah, maybe Gemma, he's just switching mid-book.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can edit that and make me not sound like a jackass, right? Other family members around the fire got quiet as I invited him. No. However, my uncle did not like this answer. He said,
Shifting.
"What are you? Some kind of wussy? Some kind of southern puff? Take some whiskey." I again said, "No, I don't want to." My aunt just, to my right, looked at me and said,
Come on, Daniel, it's just whiskey.
I don't know how I can hear the Parkinsons in that, but that's a powerful piece of voice acting.
Thank you.
I sat there silently, angry that an otherwise good night was turning into an awkward situation where my own blood was trying to infect me with a lifelong addiction.
So,
Shut the fuck up.
So fronting and shifting, and jacket. No, DID is not real.
Well, in these contexts, it's not. We're talking about weirdos on TikTok who can sort of transform. They go off, put a different shirt on and change their makeup and say, and now I've got a fake English accent and I'm a totally different character.
And I'm also with someone else. It's rare as fuck. Is basically what it is.
It's very hard to get a real DID.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and say that a mental condition of which I know very little is fake. What I am going to say is people who say, I caught myself shifting from one personality to another on camera, here it is on TikTok, are all full of shit. All of them.
Yes.
I saw what it did to them, and I didn't want that to be me. My uncle hollered, sitting opposite of me around the bonfire. Here! As he threw the bottle to me. I didn't even try to catch the bottle, and it smacked against my knee. I immediately jumped up and yelled, Okay, I said no. Why did you have to ruin my night? And before he could respond, I stormed off towards the bridge to go home. That's telling him, Greg. My sister Joanna was in my Uncle Matt's house, so she didn't see what happened. She didn't hear what they screamed after me as I walked away, and I was so upset I didn't process what they said either. Full of rage, my whole walk home seemed instantaneous. Riveting, despite the walk being about a quarter-mile in distance. The timely shower I took daily was spent in silence on that night. I just stood there, brewing, mewing, staring at the knee that had been smacked by the whiskey bottle. This would only further my frustration with people who drank alcohol. I didn't really say that word. I just shifted into Uncle Ruckus. I understood it if I was at least drinking age, but they didn't care, and my mum trusted them. Why?
Because they're your family.
Yeah, who gives a shit? It's not a big deal, is it? I'm not. By the way, please don't give whiskey to an 11-year-old. Obviously, that's not a good thing to do. But the scene is still stupid. My head slammed against my pillow, right next to the blaring furnace that heated my entire tiny house. The burning gas-filled sound was a welcome relief from the disappointment I felt for my family that night. I knew if I was an adult and saw another adult trying to get a kid to drink alcohol, I'd throw them in the creek head first. But no one did anything. No one defended me.
I thought I said no one defeated me, and I just was thinking he was like going into proper anime character mode there.
My eyes closed. How could this night get any worse? I thought to myself, not realizing the night was not over yet. My dreams owned my sleep and my soul. Wanker. They were about to take me to a place I had never been before.
Jail.
Ohio, because he's already there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something was very different. I felt a chill to my bones. I woke up in darkness, no longer in my bed. I was in the middle of a massive nothing. No, see, your brain. You were inside your own head. God, there's no insight or creativity here. No sign of walls, no sign of a room of any kind, just silence. I could hear a crackling noise, that's not what silence is. But it wasn't with my ears. It was like a noise you remember, only this was playing in the back of my skull. I went to touch the back of my head when I was interrupted by another non-audible noise.
This makes sense.
It was a voice. Okay, I will say this. This is not good and isn't interesting, but at the very least, the sense of trying to communicate an abstraction and not being able to do it is very realistic.
Yeah.
Which makes me think this is probably just him describing a real dream he had.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's a good enough writer to actually pull that off.
No.
It was speaking a language I had never heard before. I looked up and saw a warped face. It was at this point I knew I was not in my world anymore. I was in a dream. Despite the warped face now being closer to my eyes than before, it remained hard to make out, like my eyes were sleepy, causing an intense blur. Only I could see their body clearly, their long skinny legs, their stick-like arms. I could even somehow see their spine protruding outward and hunched forward, despite me having no clear sight of their back. In dreams I can hear things most can't hear. I can see things most can't see. I have no explanation cognitive abilities in a sleeping state. Oof.
Is that just a statement?
That's nice. I have no explanation cognitive abilities. So, yeah, just do with that as you will. That's just a very funny sentence.
Yeah.
The alien figure spoke what I can only remember as sharp, aggressive whispers. I was paralyzed, unable to escape, a perfect victim for whatever the creature wanted to do to me. This is what a fly would feel like, trapped in a spider web. Only I couldn't even struggle. I was paralyzed physically and mentally. The alien graced the back of my... I think he'd probably mean grazed or well, anything other than graced, really. The back of my neck with his twig-like fingers. He brushed both hands down the sides of my face and shortly after lined one finger up the front of my throat. I began to feel a piercing sensation, but it was accompanied by the sensation I was being choked as the alien pushed their finger into my neck. I could see from another perspective within the dream. It's not a good time to get sore eyes, ow. They had submerged half their finger under my flesh. As if my soul was outside my body, I could see myself being impaled by this cold grey creature. My eyes turned black as I began to choke up a mud and ash-like paste out of my mouth. Gemma, are you the mum?
Yes.
You gotta sing this.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. We're happy, so happy. Good morning to you.
My mum sang in the most irritating way to get me up every morning. I looked over my bed rail, and there she was, with my lunch packed, my backpack in her hand, clearly indicating I was going to be late for the bus. Time to go to school. God, these chapters are mercifully short, I will say.
Yeah, the book's only about 200 pages.
Yeah, he's learned a thing or two about pacing from the last ones, or maybe he'd just run out of ideas. So apparently it's a consistent issue with the Greg and Daniel thing, like... It seems that though it's widely accepted that he wrote the story with Greg as the name and then Control F, find and replace Greg with Daniel.
Yeah.
And, like, it just missed a couple, I suppose. That's fucking funny.
That is really funny. Like, Solus TM, I am far too sober for this. I am not.
Hey, you know, it's I'll drink to that. Give me the wine. Thank you very much, Peter, for the $9.99. For anyone who has read All Tomorrows by C.M. Kozman, I wish the aliens' Greg encounters were the coup, or the Q, I don't know, so they could mutate him into a colonial. If you know, you know. I don't, I'm afraid, but I'm sure that's a very good, clever reference, judging by the reactions or a bunch of thumbs up already. But no, I have not read it. Okay, anyway, let's get back to it. Chapter 3. Christ's sake, Jacob. The walk to the school bus was cold. The gravel covering the road up the hill to our stop creaked and crunched under my feet. I didn't understand why it was already so cold. But I just came from Ohio. A place I only knew for its 90 to 100 degree summers and blazing humidity. Fahrenheit users, just go away. Stop doing that. So I don't get it at all. They'll be like the average Fahrenheit user just stepping into an Arctic tundra. 70 degrees. Like, I don't... 100 degrees is supposed to be the boiling temperature of water. That's why it's 100. 0 is the freezing temperature. I don't understand Fahrenheit, and I'm too indignant to learn.
32 degrees is 0.
No, I just told you I'm too indignant to learn.
32 degrees.
Maybe I just
Fahrenheit
lost
is 0
touch with the
degrees
place
Celsius.
I was born. The cold breeze, the grey skies, the place I knew to be everything became a faint memory after being in Ohio.
Cope just just put a finger up at me.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing at Ohio. My sense of humour is broken. It was like when we did the Howling 2 commentary and Christopher Lee was just like secretly living among us. And I just fucking corpsed. I'm just like, I'm sorry.
Honestly, any time that like someone says "Among Us,"
It was just hearing
unironically,
Christopher Lee say "Among Us."
Any times. But yes, Christopher Lee saying it is funny.
Yet it still felt like home. My cousin Michelle was at the top of the hill waiting for the bus as well. Joanna remained silent as we walked up. "Hey, Michelle," I said as our quarter-mile walk ended.
Hey, Greg and Joanna.
Still like Philomena Kunk for it.
Yeah. Hi, Greg and Joanna.
Michelle replied. Michelle had her bangs cut in a straight line. She had dirty blonde hair and freckles. She was always kind of a geeky-looking kid, but because we were only a year apart in age, we hung out a lot.
How long have you been waiting?
No, this is Joanna now.
Oh, how long have you been waiting?
Joanna asked Michelle.
About 9 years, it feels like.
Michelle replied. The bus came around the corner. Moments later, I looked at Michelle and said, "Guess we got lucky with our timing." She immediately replied,
Shut you.
So, she was supposed to be up, but it's cut off. Suddenly the bus exploded into a...
What?
Okay. Suddenly the bus exploded into... forget what I said about Greg having learned about pacing. Into thousands of pieces. Michelle was littered from head to toe with shrapnel and went flying over the side of the hill. Joanna was screaming in horror from her own wounds as Michelle jolted around, spitting up blood and screaming.
Vacation! Vacation now!
I know I should apologise. That didn't really happen. What? I imagine stuff like that all the time. The bus pulled up and took us to school. Just like I remembered, the smell was the same, the stops were pretty much the same, and the school itself looked the same. Ocean View Elementary. I'm not sure why it was called that, considering there was no ocean nearby. So I don't see how there could be a view of such a massive but distant mass of water. Some of the teachers were waiting for us as we climbed off the bus. Maybe they just wanted to see what we all looked like. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the bus explosion that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm floored.
Despite having no idea which of us were going to be appointed to each class. The first day of school so far was what I expected. Orientation. We met with a curly brown-haired woman. She was to be my teacher for every subject the entire year. I had the unfortunate realization I was to be in the same class as Heather Simpson, a girl who had hit on me the entire year prior. She would follow me around the halls, on the playground, everywhere there wasn't a boys-only sign. Heather was built like an Amazonian child would be, only bulkier. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and despite how that sounds, was a pain to look at. Why would blonde hair, blue eyes automatically mean she wasn't a pain to look at, Greg? What are you,
What
do you know what I'm saying? Maybe it was her crooked teeth. Maybe it was her bad breath. One could easily smell from many feet away. After plenty of time killing, my teacher finally released us for lunch, then recess. My favourite activity to take part in on the playground was the swings.
Yeah, you find all the kids there.
I liked to swing as high as I could. Well, he was a kid at the time. And then jump off. There was a ton of sawdust, so I didn't really worry about falling on the ground. Today I wanted to get further than any of the other kids. I swung back and forth as hard as I could, but I landed short of the boy next to me, so I tried again. But again I landed short. Climbing back on, I thought about what happened last night, how angry I was at my uncle, how none of my family was there for me, and I felt like I lost a sense of any limitations in my body. I swung forward, then back, repeated in a way I barely remember, and quickly after, I was on the ground, touching the very edge of the border of the swing set area. Wow, that's really, boring. In other words, I had swung so far, I nearly bashed my head on the pavement just outside the safe, sawdust, rectangle floor. "Oh my God, Daniel, that was insane! You were like a bird!" A voice came from the side of the playground. It was my friend David. Fuck, okay, this character's going to be in it a lot if it's his friend. I may have to reevaluate the voice choice.
No, please do that for the entire time.
This was the first time I had seen him since last year, and I was immediately filled with joy. "David!" I screamed and ran over to him, immediately going for a high five. David returned my excitement and lifted his hand for a mutual high five. I felt a wet splat on my skin and realised I missed a key moment before we slapped hands. We slapped hands! He had licked his hand as I lifted mine, because Dave is, and always will be, disgusting. He's my friend, but he is disgusting. I'm going to get called disgusting by Greg. "Gross, David!" I yelled, and David replied not with words, thank goodness, but a laugh followed by a snort. David was wearing a yellow and maroon horizontal striped shirt as usual. I just picture like a Charlie Brown kind of character. He was about 2 inches taller than me, had darker skin than me, had his dark... I mean, aren't you both kids? You're already 6 foot. Like, what? And his dark haircut like me. Didn't have a care in the world.
I'm picturing David Sarah Butts.
I saw your sister today, Daniel. She's hot. David belched. I replied, "Can you never say anything like that to me ever again, please?" David again snorted, laughing. It was like the guy lived to trigger me.
Ha!
As we tried to catch up, the bell rang for us to come back in. David went for another high five, but I just ran away screaming, "No, David!" As I walked into the classroom, the teacher announced to us she had already gone through all the material for the day. She concluded we should move on to start one subject of our schooling early. So we had more time for a butterfly project in the coming days. The subject we were to cover today was science, more specifically, dinosaurs.
Okay.
This is a day I would remember for probably the rest of my life, as I was about to see something I had already seen, something I never wanted to see, but something I had been forced to experience the sight of it repeatedly. What? My teacher pushed in the VHS, and at first everything seemed normal. It was a generic film about the reptiles that lived on Earth long before humans. Oh, Christ. No big deal. However, the narrator began talking about an idea that had no real scientific value that I could think of. What if a human... He asked. What if a human was combined with a dinosaur? Hearing this, I immediately scoffed.
My condescending reaction was muffled quickly by the image they showed after. It was the alien. They called it a dinosaur-human DNA splice. But it was almost identical to what I dreamt of before.
What?
The face that haunted my imagination...
He says it was a true story.
Yeah, was realised in the physical world. This was the first time I had seen anything like it with my own eyes.
Well, to be fair, he said, like, some of it's true and some of it isn't, so I'm guessing, like, the stuff that isn't is this. The stuff that is, like, I did well on the swings.
Yeah. Immediately, I stood up and left the classroom. The teacher didn't remember my name yet, so she yelled after me, student.
I ignored her and walked towards the principal's office.
I was lost in horror and thoughts of how the rest of the class reacted. It was like none of them had seen him before. The alien. Why was I the only one who seemed upset? Why would they show that to such young kids? Why did they show that to me? As I walked into the principal's office, the plump, short secretary wearing
Again, just fucking fat shaming.
Wearing a tacky flower dress immediately asked me why I was there. Rarely do kids wind up in the principal's office area on the first day. I replied,
I need to call my mum.
And I did. To my disappointment, but not my surprise, my mum was away at one of her many jobs. I asked the secretary with tears beginning to fall down my cheeks.
Can I just stay here till it's time to go home?
The secretary saw I was struggling and incredibly uncomfortable, so she called the principal out of her office. "What's your name?"
said the principal.
As she slowed in her approach towards me.
I'm Daniel. I just want to wait here till the bus comes, and then I want to go home.
The principal tried to get me to explain what was wrong, but I didn't want to talk about it. They called it over to the class and had a student bring me my belongings from the room I abandoned. There I waited till the buses were ready to take me home. I didn't talk to my sister or my cousin the entire walk down the hill. When I got through my bedroom door, I closed it and planted my face in my cheap foam pillow. I was going to wait till my mum got home to say anything. My mum was my safety, the only person I thought could protect me. I relied on her for everything, and I knew if I had anyone I could talk to her about it, she was it. That night for dinner, we were having lentils and toast. My mum had put food on the crock pot to cook all day while she was at work. This was common for us as we didn't have very much money, and food like this was inexpensive. How was school today, kids? My mum asked all three of us. Christina, my eldest sister, remained So Christina's just arrived. Christina, my eldest sister, remained silent while Joanna began her usual rant about anything and everything involving her outfits, her hair, her friends' appearances by comparison to her own, or anything else involving her reflection.
So, do you think like Greg sees himself as like a Daria?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Quinn.
that this is Quinn, the president.
Yeah. Because the thing, the problem is Greg talks like the president of the fashion club.
Mm-hmm.
As president of the fashion club.
After Joanna was done talking about the most superficial of topics, my mum turned to me and asked how I was. I replied,
"The teacher showed me a picture of an alien on video and I cried."
And my mum's face went and laughed at him and went, "Oh, you fucking loser." No, went from curious to angry in seconds. She replied, "They showed you a scary alien? At your age?" I replied,
"It had dark black eyes, scales. It had no nose, but it had tiny holes where the nose would be. And they said it was a dinosaur human, but it looked like an alien."
My sister Joanna laughed and said, "Wow, that sounds awesome." I frowned and looked at my food hopelessly. My sister regularly seemed like a sociopath to me.
Glass houses, Greg.
I never understood. I'd never understand why she thought my sadness was a laughing matter. My mum spoke again. "Well, I'll have a talk with your teacher." Not even having the emotional strength to nod, I just sat silently looking at my food till it was clear that everyone was done with dinner. After I put my head on my pillow for a final time that day, my fear became realised. The creature I dreamt of before had more strength than ever. He was here now, waiting in the black.
I mean, this would be intriguing if this guy could write.
Yeah.
Thank you, your mother, for the $2. Metrocells be seething at Imperial chads. Truth be told, I use Imperial measurements for a lot of things. Mostly like distance, so like length, height, weight, this sort of thing. Like I use like pints, gallons, stones and pounds, feet and inches, yards, miles. When it comes to temperature, I've never understood Fahrenheit though, because we were never taught it in schools. I was taught the other stuff in schools, because we never used Fahrenheit in this country as far as I'm aware, at least not in my lifetime. Whereas we did when I was a kid, particularly here in the South where we're a bit backward. We did use Imperial for a lot of things. So the one of the major failings of the UK as a society is that we refuse to adopt either metric or imperial. Well, I say adopt imperial, we invented imperial, but you know what I mean? Either stick with imperial or adopt metric. We're right in the middle where we're massively half-arsing it and can't... Basically, we're real fence sitters on this. The proper centrists when it comes to measurements. Phantom Glenn, thank you for the $5 and the $10. So 2 back-to-back super chats here from you.
Thank you.
And he says, Krusty, okay, memorize these funny place names. Walla Walla, Keokuk, Cucamonga, Ohio. Yeah, Joe's like Seattle. Yeah, genuinely Ohio is just a funny thing to hear. So we had one more butterfly project in the coming days. Would this happen to be the epic butterfly fighting technique he used to dominate bullies in high school, mayhaps? Oh god, you may be right, and that's the scary part. Get around this by being shit at both imperial and metric. Yeah, that's pretty much us over here.
Yeah, we're not going to use your kilograms. We're going to use
just like,
stones.
But we might for certain products, but generally not too much.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, the height. So, like, are you driving? Well, the height limit here is 7 feet. So don't. Oh, but do keep 3 meters away from this wall. Like, fuck you. That's confused. Don't make me do that. I'm gonna get shit like, oh, you're buying liquids. Well, what are they? Are they milk? Is like, no. Are they alcohol? No. Well, you better use milliliters then.
Yeah.
Like, what? So that's milk though, and I was like, yeah, it's 6 pints. And this beer, that's 1 pint, sir.
Yeah.
And this beer, oh, that's a quarter gallon. And what about this small beer? That's 330 milliliters. That one's still beer. Why is that one in milliliters? Yeah, I've never heard of stones. Yeah, stones literally is only really used here. It is an imperial measurement. It's an old measurement. It just, for whatever reason, it just didn't. When we moved over to America and basically started stealing all of it and conquering it, we just didn't take stones over there. We're like, pounds. We don't need to round it up. We'll just use the whole number. It'll make us sound big and scary. We'll sound really muscular and imposing, like great warriors, if we just say 200 pounds rather than like 14 stone and 8 pounds or whatever. Which is about what I weigh, by the way. 14. I think I weigh 14 stone and 2 pounds. I've lost a few, but.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you're interested in using stones, it's 14 pounds to a stone. And then, the Europeans went, well, what if we just do everything in tens? And now we've got a whole generations of stupid people. Well, yeah, they can't do complicated maths because everything's just in multiples of 10.
Yeah, when I had Logan, because I had Logan in Brazil, they were like, oh, he's 3.25 kilograms. And I'm like...
I'm sorry, what?
You got to give that to me in pounds.
Yeah, is that
stones and pounds.
Is that a lot?
He was 7 stone. No, it was 7 stone.
7 stone.
He was 7 pounds 1 ounce.
Yeah. But yeah, this is like, is that a lot?
Yeah, because I was like 3.25 kilos doesn't sound like a lot, and then it was like 7 pounds 1 ounce. Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
And he was considered to be large when I had him in Brazil. Even though when I was born I was 8 pounds 11 ounces.
Well, that's because Brazil's a fucking developing country, Gemma. Most mothers don't probably eat as much as you were able to.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they were like, oh, he's a big baby, and I'm like, he's not.
Yeah, it's because when I was pregnant I drank water and not caipirinhas. God, it's fun judging other cultures. Chapter 4. A hole in the wall where the men can see it all. It had been 4 months since I saw the distorted alien's face screaming out to me through the VHS in my class. Jesus Christ. Just one of those awful Mandela catalogue kind of shows.
Wait, Logan is Brazil? Yeah, he's Brazilian by birth.
Logan is Brazil?
Yeah, I was saying Logan is Brazilian by birth.
And sound Brazilian.
He doesn't sound.
He just sounds like he's from Kent.
Yeah, no, but because he was born in Brazil, he's considered Brazilian. But he's Brazilian, but has Scottish parents, but is English.
Yeah. He's a Scottish parents, a Brazilian passport, and an English accent. It's all very confusing.
Yeah.
So we had already completed the butterfly project, and we were consuming our time with basic maths. Spelling, and for some reason playing the Oregon Trail on our Macintosh computers. That sounds like a good time. It doesn't sound like particularly valuable schooling, but it does sound like a good time. David and I had been hanging out almost every recess since the beginning of school. Out on the playground, David asked me one day, "Hey!
Yes.
Can I take the bus home with you?" I replied, "Yeah," with a little shake in my voice, as I was not sure if my mum would approve. As we arrived home, my mum was not there. She was at work, as usual. David would giggle at everything my sister said walking down the long gravel road to my house. It was obvious he was into pretty much every other girl he met. Michelle would just look at her shoes and kick rocks. She didn't really have much to say to us normally. She was always somewhat of an introvert. You'd say somewhat introverted or something of an introvert, Greg. It's called proofreading. You should do it before you release a book. Once we got home, David looked at my bed above the washer and dryer and laughed. Oh my God, that's awesome! I am forced to share my bunk bed with my brother! You just got to share yours with the whole family's dirty clothes! I looked at him sarcastically, not sure if he was seriously complimenting my situation or not. Again, this is like it should be get to, surely, not got to. Just then, we heard a car pull up outside. Shortly after, we heard a girl laughing and hollering.
Bye, Mom!
David and I looked at each other. David had a huge grin on his face. It was as if "Girls, I love girls, give me girls" was written ear to ear on the kid. Joanna went to open the door and said,
"Hi, Mara."
David and I started waiting for this Mara to show her face, as the door frame was blocking our view of her. David giggled again as she walked through the door. It was just some random girl with... Fucking hell, Greg, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? It was just some random girl with the biggest breasts I had ever seen. I didn't find her attractive, but David could be heard loudly gulping, so I can only imagine that was his type of thing.
What, gulping on breasts?
The Mara girl was wearing a neon shirt, blue jeans, had curly brown hair, and he's really into curly brown hair, isn't he? Every single girl has curly brown hair, pretty much, except the ones he thinks are ugly.
Yeah.
She probably isn't what you are imagining. She came off as more of a band geek than anything else. David stared in awe at the girl's breasts till I punched him in the shoulder. He giggled and said, "What? Sorry, ha-ha!" And I pulled him back in my tiny room to play video games with me.
I think you should change David's voice to be Laszlo from What We Do in the Shadows.
I mean, it's not too far off already, is it? It's kind of in that ballpark.
It is kind of in the ballpark, but yeah, I just want you to put emphasis on weird things like Matt Berry does.
Yeah. New York City.
I am Jackie Daytona, regular human bartender. Arizona.
You are the biggest bastard in all of New York City. Oh man, this is just fucking shit. When my mum got home, she was surprised to see Joanna and I both had friends over. Joanna shared her bedroom with Christina, and I shared my bedroom with a washer and dryer. So there was no room for anyone to really sleep in a community fashion in either of our rooms. Despite this reality, over dinner we still suggested that my mum let both spend the night. My mum agreed, and we most all wound up on the front room floor in sleeping bags together. Mara was the only one who slept on the couch. I'll be honest, this is such a weird world, because I thought he'd gone back to school, right, with his friends. So I thought he'd left Ohio with his mum and stepdad and had gone back to his biological father. Mm-hmm. But now he's still in the place with I'm really fucking... Am I just a moron? Could someone in the chat explain what I've missed? So I think I might just be stupid.
No, I don't think you're stupid.
Amara was the only one who slept on the couch. Despite this reality, over dinner we still suggested to my mum that they both spend the night. Mum agreed, and we most all wound up on the floor of the front room, sleeping in sleeping bags together. Mara was the only one who slept on the couch. David couldn't stop obsessing over Mara and her giant breasts. Fortunately, he was also a moron. After everyone turned out... That's not me, that's in the story. After everyone turned out the lights, David began loudly building a plot to somehow get Mara and his lips to connect. David said, "Hey, dare me to kiss Mara?" To me, and I replied, "David, no." He said again more loudly, "I'm going to go over there and kiss Mara on the lips." I replied, "David, you need to stop being a pervert." Yet he did not listen. Giggling, he said, "I want to kiss her on the lips. I'm going to do it." Mara then loudly said,
Excuse me?
I immediately replied, "David, you idiot." The room remained silent for the rest of the night. The next morning we all ate cereal and went right on back to school. David wore the same clothes as the day before, but he was used to it. Mara had brought clothes from home, hence why her mum had dropped her off. At recess that day, Philip, the school bully, was waiting for me on the playground. He had given me grief throughout the year, but none so great that it was a huge problem. He had curly blonde hair. So he hates the blondes, likes the brown hairs. Completely random teeth, as if God had thrown his teeth into his mouth like dice, shrugged, then walked away, leaving them where they fell. And as far as Philip's height, he was about an inch shorter than me. "Hey, ugly!" screamed Philip in my direction. I ignored him. "Hey, you know I'm going to beat you down one day?" he asked, obviously struggling with however his dad or mum treated him at home. I continued to ignore him. I had no interest in making my childhood more screwed up than it needed to be. Off in the distance, just past Philip, I saw a girl, one I had encountered a few times before, but she stood out today more than normal. My mum always taught me to be straight. She's right. All these girls are underage, and he's just writing about them in such a creepy way.
Mm-hmm.
Like the giant heaving breasts on the child.
I just wanted to read out something that Bean Daddy said. And it was like, I didn't find her attractive. Of course not, Greg. Her breasts made you think of adult women, and those repulse you because they've been through puberty.
Christ. That's fucking brutal.
Yeah. We've had some more super chats.
I need to finish the page.
Yeah.
Walking past Philip as if he did not exist, I approached the girl and said, "Hey, I'm Daniel." The girl turned to me and replied, "I'm Aubrey." She was very short, had perfectly straight hair and bangs cut somewhat like the, go figure, Beatles again. Why do you write like this? What's wrong with you? The dark brown-haired, pale-faced Aubrey was spending time on the playground with her friend Amber. Amber was blonde-haired and super skinny. They both looked so friendly and nice that I wanted to hang out with them more. But the bell had rung, and it was time to go in. Alright, I'll read the super chats and then... Alright, thank you, Peter, for the $9.99. Very generous. Yeah, I'm going to have to ask you to just take over again in a minute. Recently, Wendigoon claimed that IPOS reached out to him privately and apologized. I actually have heard about that. I think he talked about it a little bit recently. I guarantee that Greg hates that since Zane defends pedos and hates Christians just like he does. Ouch. Yeah, I gotta say that the In Praise of Shadows thing, I think his apology was better than people said it was, but it wasn't that good. Thank you for the $5 from your mum. Just David's voice. "Daddy, I like it firm and fruity." Thank you, Peter, for the $4.99. I'm sorry, but if your name is Philip, you're not the bully. You're the one getting bullied, and that's coming from a guy named Peter. Yeah, you're not wrong, are you? Peter.
Peter, the horse is here.
Peter, let me see that penis. Peter, I've been dead for years. It's not your fault, Peter. Peter, you have to let go.
You need to look after Brian and Chris and Meg and Stewie.
On my way in, I hadn't noticed that Philip was red-faced and enraged. What? On my way in.
This was a mistake. I should have stayed in the chair.
I hadn't noticed that Philip was red-faced and enraged. I had ignored him in this entire time.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't just me.
Okay.
Alright, but he was a bully. I had no concern with being a social hero for a bully. Philip had the same class as me now, as he had repeat problems with students in his former class. Philip was clearly upset that day, more than usual. As the day progressed, he kept interrupting the teacher, and when the teacher finally confronted him about his rudeness, he told her to go F herself. Only he didn't just say F.
He continued to scream at the teacher.
I love it. It's like, I'm not going to write fuck because it's inappropriate in this book I'm writing. Anyway, let me tell you about this child's breasts.
Yeah. So he continued to scream at the teacher, throwing a childish tantrum till the teacher decided to call the main office for help. It was incredibly awkward seeing the principal herself with an assistant come to the class and drag Philip out of the room, kicking and screaming. The rest of the class just felt tense and numb after he'd left. I could see a small boy in the corner of the room. He was clearly shaking, and the entire time Philip was screaming and cussing at the teacher. I wondered why. I wondered what was going on in that little dirty blonde kid's head. Wait, what was going on in this little dirty blonde kid's his head?
Yeah. Moron.
Also, it just does sound like he's saying this little dirty blonde kid.
Yeah, I know what he means, but yeah, you could word that differently.
Yeah.
So that you don't sound like a moron.
After I got home, the entire night felt different than usual. Seeing someone's life come apart like that kind of reminded me how good my own life was. I wasn't happy to see Philip dragged out of class, nor the dirty blonde kid shaking in horror as Philip yelled.
What the Sigma?
But during that whole time I felt confident. My emotions were hardy. I wasn't afraid of Philip. I just felt sorry for him. Sitting alone in my room, I was lost in thought. My imagination consumed my senses. I could see Philip crying, alone in a room, screaming at his father on the other side of a door Philip was locked behind. My imagination seemed more like a ghost haunting Philip's house. From the top corner of the room I saw it all. His mother high on drugs, sitting in the front room with only static playing on the television. The dad flexing his fist, yelling back at Philip through the door. And Philip kicking the door, punching the wall, doing whatever he could to make the room he was locked in look how he felt on the inside. This is all just my imagination, though. I just hope his life is much better than these fleeting thoughts. Jesus fucking Christ. Off to my dreams again!
Off to the rectum! That's what that reminds me of. Fucking Irreversible. Off to the rectum! Alright, give me my wine glass.
It's like, okay, I'm imagining DSP now. Face down, children. Yeah, that's how you like them.
Christ.
His son or daughter fell out of the window.
Yeah, that's true. Because of negligence,
Face
parental neglect.
So that's what I was referring to, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you were accusing him of raping kids.
Allegedly.
This is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. You're a sellout if you have a sponsor. You're a fucking sellout.
This stream has been sponsored by HelloFresh.
Oh, and just like scams, like this stream has been sponsored by BetterHelp. Save the money and just kill yourself, because BetterHelp is just going to give you such bad advice. You end up, if you have poor mental health, you'll just jump off a cliff anyway.
There's some guy in the chat that's like obsessed with finding out what your cock's like.
Do you know what? I was actually very upset because I deleted some of my best dick pics. I popped them in the recycling bin for later to like find a good folder for them. I forgot about them for about 30 days, and I was like, oh man, they're all gone now. I don't just take pictures of my dick, alright? I make art. Wiener art, it's called.
Wiener art.
They call me Jackson Bollock.
That was stupid and funny. Sitting at the breakfast table in shock. Why am I doing this now? What could have possibly happened? Another nightmare. I wasn't visited by the stick-fingered creature. I wasn't dropped into a world that threatened me. I looked outside my window, the river running by. I stared. completely losing myself to the effortless flow of water that would take countless men to move so quickly and smoothly without machinery. Maybe this observation is pointless, or maybe we all regularly fail to embrace the true nature of nature, the reality of our reality. We're all impossibly fragile, ready to be taken at any moment, just like they were taken in the morning, Brett, my sister belted, interrupting my thoughts.
Oh shit, are we back to the story?
Yeah. Did you think I was just saying that out?
No, I was just going through pictures of my wang. Hey Joanna, how are you?
I said back sarcastically. I'm fine, thanks, dweeb, she replied with skepticism.
I hope you have a lovely day.
I yelped, using an even more sarcastic tone. She replied, why are you being nice? Did you... The door slammed. I was already on my way to school, and I didn't have the energy to teach my sister about how to pick up on obvious social cues. Philip was right back in class that day. He wasn't suspended. He didn't even get detention. I was surprised because, simply put, I'd never in my life seen someone cause so much trouble without getting punished. I think they were leaving him alone because they had already suspended him and made no progress with his behaviour. Moving classes clearly did not help either. Maybe at some point people just accept that there is no fixing someone, so they tolerate them till they have a real excuse to be done with them for good. I didn't want to go out to recess that day. Being around Philip on the playground, especially considering his parents had to pick him up directly from the office the day prior, I only imagined how they responded when they were at home, away from teachers who were readier to call CPS on the parents than call their own families just to check up on them and say hi. That was all one sentence. We want to be heroes, and we want to see others fail to make ourselves feel better. But I had nothing but pity for Philip. He's a kid like me. His parents, even his DNA, the results of something less reliable than a coin toss or a roll of a dice. I heard a whimpering in the back of the room. It seemed while I was lost in thought a boy had slipped through the door. I asked,
What's my line?
"What's the matter?"
What's the matter?
The boy responded,
Show me. Oh, there we are. The kids outside, they want to beat me up. They're looking for me.
I replied.
Why are they wanting to beat you up?
Immediately, my hero complex was gaining momentum. The boy sniffed for a few seconds and said,
They think I'm weak, I'm smaller than them, and they just want to be mad at someone?
I looked at him silently. I felt lucky I wasn't below average in height.
Fuck me.
In fact, I was above. 6'4" by the way. My mom also taught me how to fight, so I wouldn't be in this guy's position. But it is as I said, roll of the dice. You couldn't control him winding up the situation, but I can.
I think we should probably stop it there.
Yeah?
How long have we got? Well, how long have we got before our hour runs out?
10 minutes. We can finish the chapter.
Alright. Your line is come on.
Come on.
I said to the boy. He looked up confused. I lifted the basketball I got from the recess bin that I now had in my hand and asked,
Do you think those guys can play catch?
He looked back at me, almost excited by the idea of having the upper hand.
What's your name?
I asked. The boy had glasses, slicked back hair, and was a little heavy set. He clearly could stick up for himself if he wanted to. But even the smallest people can take on the biggest if they have the right fight in them. And this kid had near none.
My name's Aaron.
He said. I grabbed his shirt saying,
Let's go.
And dragged him out the door. I headed to the massive field just outside class to confront the now growing crowd of children taunting the air with degrading references to my new friend, Aaron.
We're just running with this stupid joke now.
I approached the group, thinking Aaron was by my side.
Do you have a problem with Aaron?
I screamed. The group turned toward me. Philip stepped out in
It's
front.
Aaron. It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Philip stepped out in front and said,
Yeah, did you see that punk?
I realised the hard way Aaron had hid behind the fenced electrical boxes just as we left the class. Shaking my disappointment off, I replied,
Yes, and I'm here to let you know that I'm going to kick your teeth in if you mess with him anymore.
Just then I heard I scream of, yeah! Behind the electrical box. Don't know what that was. Philip perking up and screamed,
Oh, this has been Philip, has it? Yeah. Hey, he's over there!
pointing in Aaron's direction. I screamed even louder while lifting up my hand cocked and ready to throw the baseball.
Make a move. Go ahead. Take one step towards Aaron.
None of these people knew what a terrible throw I was. There was about a 1 in 3 chance I would actually be able to hit one of them if I tried. But our human sense of survival regularly demands most of us live in a fashion consumed by fear, regardless of the odds. Not even 3 seconds of silence passed before the bell rang. Immediately everyone began walking in the classroom, while Philip remained. Philip didn't care he would get in trouble for ignoring the bell. His eyes were locked on me and I could see he wanted to hurt me. I didn't hear no bell. I dropped the baseball to my side and began walking in. I expected Philip to yell something threatening or offensive after me, but he was silent. I didn't want to look back as I walked into the class. I felt a heat on the back of my head, as if his eyes were burning into my hair.
Great, love that.
In class, Philip was completely quiet for the whole second half of the day. I had never seen him like this before. Maybe I made a difference. Maybe the bullying would end. Or maybe I was being completely gullible and worse things were in store. David was on the bus waiting for me before we headed home, which was strange because his stop wasn't on my bus route. I sat down next to him and asked, Your line is so?
So,
And he replied, I invited myself over. I hope that's okay.
Was that AA Ron?
No, that's David.
David.
I invited myself over. I hope that's okay.
I replied.
Are you spending the night again?
He replied saying he was just coming to my house because no one was home at his house. Someone would pick him up later in the day. At home we did the typical boy things. He would hit on my sister, I would dry heave, and we would play video games. After we got bored with games, I saw my bow and arrow set sitting in the corner of my room. Cope,
Hey, David, you want to go shoot stuff?
I asked. His face lit up, and so we began scanning the outdoors for things to shoot.
How about that bird in that tree?
He asked with a grin. I replied.
I don't want to shoot living stuff. That's psycho.
David giggled and said,
Whatever.
I walked off, down a little hill to the creek by our house. There were random dead fish that had swam up streams to lay their eggs, then die. To lay their eggs, then die. Look at it.
Shatner.
Yeah, to lay their eggs, then die. I'm not sure why some fish work this way, but they do. By the time their babies are born, their parents are already long dead. Almost like their bodies were symbols, like gravestones, only marking a birth to soon happen, not just a death. Immediately I began plunging arrows into random dead fish in the creek.
Okay.
David screamed with laughter as he came down the hill to see what I was doing.
Oh my god! Shoot more!
He hollered as he snorted. I'd gotten about 7 arrows in the fish before I saw David's mum's SUV driving over our tiny creek bridge. I could see she was rightfully startled at the sight of arrows sticking straight up out of the large dead fish. David ran up the hill screaming.
Mom, did you see that? Ha!
As his mum came to a stop in our driveway. I was now alone by the water with a smile on my face. David ran back to me to say goodbye.
Hey, Daniel. See?
I turned to David to see nothing but horror in his eyes. The fish were not alone.
the whole page. It's not. I mean, it's not quite. This is not for you, is it? It's a little. Doesn't quite have that same power. It's the same kind of thing. A single page with one sentence on. Thank you, Peter, for the $9.99. Here's something that will make Greg regret writing these. James, the protagonist of Stones to Abigail, and Daniel, this protagonist, both have biblical names. James was an early martyr and Daniel was a prophet. You're absolutely right, and that's very funny because he has a hate boner for religion.
Yeah.
Just got here, what did I miss? Bro, we're literally at the end. Like, in fact, the only reason we're still on is we hit our donation goal to do 1 extra hour. So, yeah, you've missed the whole thing, sorry. Fish was an ambassador of Kick-Ass. See ya! Oh no, the fish.
Peter, the fish is here. So we got 6 chapters in, which is good for us.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, thank you guys for joining us. It's been a fun one.
Yeah.
It's just I require slop. Anyway, yeah, we're back to continue with this fucking book.
I'm here now.
Matt did not actually
Catch the last
stream.
So I don't know what's going on.
And
I don't know what's cooking.
He has asked that we not update him. So
I'm just going to supersede what happened in the last Onision book. What happened was like a year ago. So Ninja Soldier Boy has just voluntarily decided to cuck himself, and it's a continuation.
yeah.
To be honest, I just pictured just a ninja soldier boy as in soldier boy.
Oh, Soldier Boy.
Yeah, soldier.
He's just come back from buying Atari quotation marks.
Oh,
Remember that? Remember that shit
what
when
an embarrassing loser.
Yeah.
I bought all these shares? You haven't bought shares, you tart. Those aren't shares.
No.
He bought Bitcoin, you idiot.
I mean, we don't use the word simpleton enough, I think. Yeah, my app's being weird. It's like just like jumping, basically. I'm like, don't do that.
It's like playing Altered Beast.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
Look forward to that, fans. True believers.
Yeah, the true friends. The
True friends.
Yeah. The
True
friends
fans.
that we made along the way. The real treasure is the friends we made along the way.
It's the one fan who everyone else is quietly grieving. They're cutting a rug on the dance floor like wooka wooka sprang. No one's going to get that.
That's for us to look back on and go, oh yeah, remember when that happened?
Yeah.
Remember Ben's funeral, right? So, the fish were not alone was the end of the previous chapter. Just so you're aware, this is the dramatic kind of level that we're on right now.
So it's a bit like a discount David Lynch.
Also, it's fucking hard to,
right, so he's
to
decided,
highlight on this program.
So he's decided to write, but he's Troy McClure. The fish were not alone. Those young guppies. Because he's a gay fish.
Okay, so anyway, thank you, Vatch Striker, for the thank you, Vag Pirate, for the €10. Hey, I've been watching you for around 5 years now. And thank you for the amazing content. Next to Cat Icarus, you're probably my go-to channel when I don't know what to watch. Keep up the great work. Well, that's nice of you to say. I'm going to leave that little heart there. Thank you very much for the donation. The body was old. I'm just gonna
Too old for him. Like a rotten, decrepit, 17-year-old.
Body was old, disgusting, bloated, legal. Just all these things that are just repulsive. There was a mould growing on the side of her face. David hadn't spoken to me in weeks. The police came. She was dragged out of our creek and placed in a body bag. Through all this, the alien nightmares continued. Regardless of the psychological stress, I love that Matt doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I endured stumbling upon the dead body in my own backyard.
So it's just Stand By Me.
They didn't know
Goonies too.
why there was a dead woman in a skimpy pink dress. I hate you, Onision.
Yeah.
Laying in our creek. They couldn't explain how she had gone so long undiscovered. 2 children finding her body. She was one of 3 victims. David and I will live with this haunting our childhood forever. Yeah, I mean, that's just as bad as being murdered, I think.
Absolutely.
You're the one who really comes off bad here. I was thinking about, like, remember his first book and that fucking, like, you talked about, like, the funeral. The fucking funeral where it's like, oh, I know our kids died, but, you know, the one who's the real victim here is his friend.
Yeah, it was so weird. So our son was hit by a car because he was basically a Jack Russell.
But we should all really grieve for the loss of innocence of whatever the guy's Onision's character in this book.
Oh, it goes between Greg and some. And
Oh yeah,
something
I
else.
forget what it was. but
Daniel.
He initially
Greg,
called
Daniel, child fucker.
He initially called himself Greg, and then changed his mind and Control F'd it, but a couple of the Gregs are left in.
Yeah.
And then, he presumably hit like submit to Wattpad or wherever it was he tried to publish this. Anyway, they were still looking for her left arm. It seemed it was chewed off by some animal in the woods upstream. I was required to go back to school after about 10 days. Half the school knew about what I had gone through, but that didn't change how the key people in my life treated me outside David. That's the name of the town, presumably. I saw Aubrey was on the playground at recess today. Aubrey isn't that Drake's real name?
Yes.
Get out of here, Joe, we told you! This playground isn't big enough for the two of us.
Yeah, they mark out their territory. They're like fucking vampires.
So Issa just pisses on one of the children.
Yeah.
And they're just like, this one's mine. This one's mine, I peed on it. That's why R. Kelly was pissing on that kid. So it wasn't a sex thing, it was, but specifically for later. Yeah. The pissing itself was not the sex act. Oh, man. This was a really nice channel that had ads once. I saw Aubrey was on the playground at recess today, so I approached her. I thought maybe she could get my mind off the creek.
It's always bad when he approaches someone on the playground.
Help me escape the memories of the alien sticking his fingers in my neck and torturing me every other night. Hey, Aubrey, I said, trying to smile. Aubrey replied,
Hi, Daniel.
with a slight smile as well. She had learned a bit about me through her friend Amber. Amber was an observer who liked to learn things about people.
Okay.
Yeah, Amber was not a sociopath. Most everyone she was...
How old are these characters supposed to be
I
again?
hate this.
They said recess, so I hope, young and it's not just Anishin's character.
I hate the way he does this this weird little writing thing he does in all of his books. It's irritating.
He did say most everyone a lot in the...
Yes,
Yeah.
he really fucking did. She was around. I suppose it made her feel more secure. Oh, God. Which I'm sure has its own reasons and story. I was wondering if you wanted to go with me sometime, I said.
I like your Anishin voice is just turning into your Donald Trump impression.
Aubrey replied.
Go with you.
Just then, Amber walked up to Aubrey and said, Hi, Daniel.
It's me, Amber!
You sound like that one Transformer in the Transformers movie that sounds like a New Yorker.
I can't remember.
Cup.
Cup. There's a Transformer named Cup.
Yeah, there's a Transformer in Cup.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm old because I'm called Cup.
Yeah, he's like...
Because I like to cup
he sounds
my
like
balls.
he sounds like an old Cap from Queens or something. I don't know.
So he doesn't transform into like a coffee cup, like a Stanley. He's like, oh, Stanley Cup. I think I know what my name will be to blend in the human world. Cup.
But you know, how in the original one, Megatron will shrink down. No, he's still a giant transformer, but he's also just a massive cup on wheels.
To be fair, I mean, Megatron used to transform into a fucking gun.
That's what I'm saying. He transformed into a gun,
Yeah.
but he would shrink down,
Yeah.
as opposed to being a giant,
Yeah.
transformer-sized cannon.
Yeah.
He's just a giant cup that's impractical to all. Why is there a giant cup in the road?
Yeah.
So, oh shit, better hide. Just a huge cup.
Yeah,
Big
we need to
Stanley
blend
cup.
in.
This other car's just blended in. It's this enormous cup. It just fucking has the Autobot symbol on it as well. Just like, what the
Is this some sort of special offer
this-
for coffees?
Is this corporate art? What is
Yeah.
this?
They decided to be vehicles and not just scan random shit. So it's Transformers, and it's all this giant cutlery in the road. It's just, quick, we need to hide. And it's just an enormous mechanical fork.
Oh god, I'm sorry everyone. I feel like these are the kind of jokes only we think are funny. The entire audience is like, Jesus Christ, you're all retarded.
I mean, we still haven't matched, was it the irate gamer being double teamed by Fred and Barney Rubble?
See, that's what the pure comedy of that is, how organic it was,
Yeah.
and how it grew out of just my inability to do a consistent voice for a character. It just started sounding like Barney Rubble.
Yeah.
Look, gee, Fred, you want to swap ends?
I was trying to do Irate Gamer, but it was like slipping into Barney Rubble. And I was just like, you said it, Bon! Anyway, back to the story.
Yeah.
Fuck me, he's not even reading the story.
I just like,
Shame.
on the, like,
Shame. Michael Awar used to be a popular channel. Look at it now. It's falling apart. I'm here to see if I can help. Fuck me, they're already not talking about the story. They're talking about Transformers. It's dated, it's embarrassing. It's not the fucking 1980s.
why is this man in a house, and why is he turning the kitchen into like a restaurant?
Right. I think I'll order the CREEPYPASTA video, please. Fuck me. Look at that.
They haven't even started cooking.
Where's the comedic edits?
This joke is so fucking stupid.
Oh, Christ. Anyway, hi, Daniel.
That-
I looked up and said hello back, only to connect eyes with Aubrey again. I mean go out on a date, like to the mall, I said. Aubrey looked at her feet and said, I don't know, these things, they're enormous, so I can't... I'm worried I'll kill you with them if we try to walk together.
So,
What do
Aubrey now looks like Sideshow Bob.
Yeah. So Aubrey looked down and said, soon I will kill you.
Like, I hope there's a scene later where she's writing something down. She's using blood. Use a pen, Sideshow Aubrey.
I don't know.
Aubrey looked at her feet and said,
I don't know.
It's Dono. I swear. I know it's not a real word, but I swear that like the accepted way to write it is with a U, right?
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you, I think.
Amber jumped in, saying, she'll have to ask her parents.
No, it's she have to ask her.
She have to ask her parents. Oh, it's like she's a pirate if she's not very literate. Like a Somalian pirate, perhaps. I'm not doing that. I was like, oh, should I try to do a Somalian? No, probably not.
Somalian pirates, we.
Just doing an impression of Johnny Somali. Help! I've been arrested for my obvious crimes.
In the corner of my eye, I could see a figure standing there. Staring at me, it was Philip.
Okay. I'm trying to remember who Philip is.
Say, David, would you check my ass for abnormalities?
I was going to go with a guy who's shaped like heads like a screwdriver, but that one's better.
Clearly he didn't care about what I had gone through recently. He hated me just as much as before and after my brief time away from school. Obviously just wanted to continue where we left off. The field. The ball in my hand. Cradling the ball. The threat I made for the sake of defending someone else. The rest of recess I decided to spend in the basketball court, trying to jump off the wall. Unfortunately, he is a white man, so he was unable to do it.
So, like this playground they're in for the recess, are there a group of ghosts from like the early 50s haunting it, Jacob?
Oh, God. Cartoon creepypasta theories are dog shit. Right, where were we?
Angelica was a crack baby.
Try to jump off the wall. Don't say baby in a creepypasta voice right now. You know, because of what he did.
I mean, what we're going to summon like the Justice League of pedos. Like the guy from Lost Prophets is going to show up. The most powerful pedos in the world. Drake, Onision, the guy from Lost Prophets. Their power combined.
It's the super best fiends.
Fuck me, they're all about nonsense.
I've been hired to sort these nonsense out, and I don't understand why.
So why is it that Cole?
No, nonsense restaurant nightmare. These nonsense have decided to open up a restaurant.
Restaurant nonsense.
A family restaurant.
I'm here at Mr. Pedo's family restaurant.
Business has not been booming for them.
I think the problem, guys, get your fucking head out your arse. You've written pedo on the side of your restaurant. Well, that's just the name of the family, isn't it? It's the pedo family. It's like, that guy is Drake. You've got behind the counter.
And then comes the grandfather of P. Diddy.
I fucking love Kitchen Nightmares.
It's great.
You know what's weird? The American Kitchen Nightmares is re-edited and broadcast here, and it's not the American version. It's the American restaurants, but it has a different narrator and everything.
Yeah,
It's-
better narrator.
Yeah, it's Gordon Kennedy, who has a very soothing Scottish voice,
Yes.
which I like listening to. Because I'm gay. I don't give a shit about this. Here we go. A few other people and I were having fun doing it, and only I was able to actually grab on every other attempt, as I was the tallest as well as the best jumper.
Was that you burping or just trying to throw up in your mouth?
I'd love to say I was just me chundering, but no, it was just
The best jumper? Just
yeah.
don't. Yeah, okay.
He's the best woolly jumper.
It's the best
The bell
cardigan.
rang, and we were off to class. Before class started up again, my teacher approached me and whispered, approached me and whispered an apology about the half dinosaur, half human she had shown me on the first day of school. God, to be Matt Dixon right now.
Yeah.
Apparently, I was not the only one who complained, and that gave me a sense of relief. All right, let's have a look at the chat for a moment. It's got another super chat from the same guy as last time. Thank you very much for the €5. Cup, always accompanied by Mountain Dew bot. Love your sense of humour, Matt. There you go.
Oh fuck! Do you remember in the fucking the most obvious ad basically? It's like, oh, the Mountain Dew is transformed into an Autobot or something.
Yes.
Fuck, that movie was dog shit. I mean, they're all dog shit.
Oh, I know.
I feel like the Hoover Dam built a giant prison for one prisoner, Megatron. Baffling to the point where isn't that where we got the idea for car tipper being under the White House?
Yeah, something like that. Like,
From it's just like the White House is secretly a prison for one guy, car tipper.
I sure hope that the giant, super powerful robot doesn't break free, because him getting free could lead to any sort of disaster, like the Hoover Dam being destroyed.
So like, well, all these millions of tons of water are really good for powering the generator we need for this enormous fucking prison.
Well, to be fair, America is not known for having wide, empty spaces where you could put a military base.
And then isn't he like in the second film? He's like under the water, or is that where the Fallen is?
Oh, I know. Because at the end of the first one, I'm pretty up on my
Yeah.
Transformers live-action lore, right? The end of the first one, they drop him in the Marianas Trench.
And then they just bring him back.
And they just, which is like, oh, the immense pressure will just like destroy it. And then like in the next one, a bunch of Decepticons go down there like it's nothing and bring him back. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm glad we wasted time with this.
Why? Like, okay, so why didn't you just study the dead robot or throw him into a furnace? Like, it couldn't have been more stupid unless we decided to build a rocket and send him into the sun.
You know I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he was a living robot. You know, that was the most the most humane way to deal with him.
Like the Autobots, like, the most disrespectful thing you can do is drop him to Marianas Trench because he's a bitch. Because this is definitely how the Autobots talk.
Yes.
This looks like a good place to kick it.
One of them said, I just remembered, like, one of them said, like, punk ass Decepticon.
Yeah.
Like, really feeling the Autobots in that.
I'm thinking
I
that
think
like that
I
sounds like
swear
something.
there was a moment where Optimus Prime said "my bad,"
Yes.
and you know.
He stepped on like
That
a
was in
dog
the
or
first
something.
At
one.
least one person in the cinema just burst into flames. Just one guy at the front. Ugh.
Still, like, of all the Transformers movies, I think the stupidest one is one where the last one with Shia LaBeouf in it, where they reveal that Transformers were in literally every single battle in history.
Oh, is that the one where Optimus Prime commits war crimes? Yeah,
Probably.
That's the one.
I just remember, like, here's a picture of, like, here's like the picture. Of,
Oh, Optimus! You know what? On the Twitch, because you know we've got like clips on the Twitch, people
Yeah.
can put. Let's get that one.
Yeah.
Let's get Optimus Crime. Yeah,
Optimus Crime.
Optimus Crime just executing someone.
No, it's got these pictures, like, here's a picture of the Battle of Waterloo, and here's the giant Transformer that's fighting with the English, who no one else noticed. No one else noticed.
That's the thing. Like, there's no continuity in those movies because, like, the other Transformers supposed to be like a big secret in the first movie.
Yeah.
It's just like you get to that one. It's just like, oh, here's every famous battle.
I still
Here's
think
fucking Agincourt fought by giant alien robots.
No one felt you know, like, I know there's a fictitious version of that story that Shakespeare wrote. He left out a really interesting part.
Yeah.
I still think one of the worst things is seeing John Turturro like
His balls?
before below Devastator, and then just having him say, "I'm behind an enemy scrotum." Like, that's one of the worst lines I've ever heard ever in a film.
Oh, what happened to those two fan favourites, the racist bots?
Oh yeah, the racist bots. One of them voiced by Tom fucking Kenny.
Yeah. That famous black voice actor, Tom Kenny.
Yeah.
The ride home from school was lonely. Joanna was off at some extended extracurricular activity, and of course David was still coping and seething. Michelle didn't talk as much as usual,
Seethe.
so it was mostly just me alone with my thoughts.
Cobe and Civ.
Not exactly where I wanted to be. Oh, I was going to start juggling sieves. Stole my thunder a bit there, mate, with your enormous Tyrannosaurus. When I got home, I looked for my papa, but he was nowhere to be found. As I looked for him, I
So,
heard...
did you just say, looking for his papa?
Yeah, that's what it says, Papa. It's looking for Papa Roach.
Yeah, I was gonna go Papa Meat.
I was nowhere to be found. I was looking for my dad. He was off somewhere being accused of sexism.
Yes.
As I looked for him, I heard booming laughter in the distance outside.
It was Santa Claus. Is really confusing for me.
By the way, somebody asked me the other day about the YouTube channel. They said, "Oh, what kind of stuff are you on there?" I started describing it. He goes, "Oh, like Creepcast." And I was like, "No, not like Creepcast. Not anything like fucking Creepcast."
Those people wouldn't be anywhere near as famous as they were for us.
Yeah. Yeah. Wendigoon and Papa Meat would be nothing.
Yeah, what did they ever do before they did that? Nothing.
Well, when Dagoon did start a racist hate movement.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
That killed a bunch of black people or something.
It was like, yes, the Boogaloo Boys started by Wendigoon
So Wendigoon and Mudahar.
and Mudahar.
Mate, I just thought, so, I don't know if you heard this film that came out recently, Jacob, called Hot Frosty, which is basically
Yes.
about a story about a woman who makes a snowman, and it's basically Frosty Snowman, but it feels attractive. So, what happened if someone got a bunch of soy together and
Wait,
made it
hang on,
unattractive?
hang on.
That would be in Praise of Shadows.
Hang on. That's a real movie.
Yes.
Yes, it is a real movie. It's on Netflix.
Yeah, but yeah, it's literally about a woman whose husband died, so she makes a snowman.
What the fuck?
It's got original Meg in it as well.
Oh, well, I mean, good for her that she stopped doing Family Guy for this, because this looks way better.
Yeah, so imagine Frosty the Snowman, but if it was a hot guy with the intelligence of like a 4-year-old who a woman's trying to fuck.
Oh, that's gross. Don't like that.
Yeah. I'd change just one thing.
I'm just looking at the reviews. Obviously, people are making fun of it a bit. Toddler Frosty. This was painful to watch. Hot Frosty acts like a toddler. I'm supposed to think that's hot. Yeah. Well, that's hot. That's Hollywood, baby.
Yeah,
That's Hollywood,
people like hot,
baby.
just read the comments like, excuse me, Hot Frosty, Jack Frost. Like, no, literally, woman makes finds sexy snowman sculpture, wishes it to come to life, then fucks the snowman who's a year old but has the intelligence of like a 4-year-old. Or something. It's weird.
Oh, I mean, people were going on and on about how they thought Big was a bad movie because of the fact that like Tom Hanks in a 30-year-old body with like a bit of 13-year-old mind fucks a grown woman.
But I mean, it's okay because he's made of snow, so
Yeah.
it doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't molest snow.
Well,
Truly
okay.
the most sketch thing Tom Hanks would ever be involved in.
Well, that's ruined the plot of the Snowman for me.
Yeah. I'm flying
I'm
in
pretty
the
sure
air.
that the snowman doesn't diddle the child in
Not until the
that movie.
sequel.
Anyway, thank you, Grey Warden Invasion, for the super chat there. €10. I'll be listening to this video in the background, poor you, while playing a video game. While playing a video game and doing some level grinding. Thanks for the background entertainment.
Hope you enjoyed our talk about Hot Frosty and Optimus Prime and war crimes.
No, Hot Frosty!
Hot Frosty was executing the Decepticons, but he didn't know any better.
Yeah, he was a toddler.
Yeah. Okay, so for guessing for majority of people who aren't as old as us or live in England, there was a cartoon that's very dear to most people's hearts around Christmas called The Snowman, which is basically Frosty the Snowman but better because he could fucking fly.
Yeah.
Eat a dick,
And they
Frosty.
hang out with Father Christmas.
Yeah. And then he got his own spin-off movie.
Yes.
Which was
But-
also good.
Yeah.
But
And-
not as good as the Snowman, but still pretty good.
Yes, because you see him on holiday.
Yeah, that's good. Father Christmas, he's got funny little red rosy cheeks when he drinks alcohol, and I like that.
Yes.
Because he drinks sherry in his country, not that milk and cookies bullshit.
I hate how much the milk and cookies thing is taking off in this country. I was having a moan at work the other day. So my friend didn't get what I was trying to say about how because automatic cars are becoming more normal here. And my friend was saying, like, well, you have to specifically ask for an automatic test here. Standard driving test is with a manual.
Yeah, I'm automatic.
But automatic is sort of... There's a bit of a stigma with it, and sort of if someone drives an automatic in the UK, you assume that it's because they're disabled or they've had a stroke or something, they can't use a gear shift. And people were saying, it's basically a good thing that automatics are becoming more normal because they're easier to drive. And I was saying, yes, but it's a part of a wider problem, which is how American our culture has become. And I was just having a rant about it. And one of those things is kids leaving fucking milk and cookies out for Father Christmas.
Absolutely
He does
ridiculous.
not drink milk. The milk's going to go bad, for one thing. They're all fucking night. And two, he didn't eat cookies. All right, he eats a mince pie because it's fucking Christmas.
Mince
What
pie.
the fuck do cookies have to do with Christmas? Fucking nothing.
It's a mince pie and whiskey and or brandy.
Yeah,
Or sherry.
Or sherry.
Or sherry.
Sherry, but...
He wants to get fucking warm for it. Like, what's
Yeah.
milk going to get? If we're going to make lactose intolerant, make him shit himself
Yeah.
over. Like,
Oh, God. that
instead of
pisses
putting
me
coal
off.
down, that he's going to shit down the chimney. That went straight through him.
All these English kids now, we leave milk and cookies out for Santa. Shut the fuck up.
The thing
It's not even milk and biscuits.
Yeah, cookies. What
Chocolate
the
chip
fuck
cookie.
country do you think you live in, little Timmy? Go get the fucking mince pies ready. I'm gonna go before you get the slipper. Fucking
Those
hell,
are the days.
mate.
To beat children with slippers.
Yeah.
It's why I
Now
completely.
get up the fucking chimney where you belong.
It's why I completely and 100% refused to do Elf on a Shelf with Logan growing up, because I was like, no, he's fucking not doing Elf on a Shelf. That's
Logan,
stupid.
please tell the folks at home your Father Christmas story that you told
You
me
said Logan, but
earlier. Sorry, Matt. You
Yes.
said Logan. That's why.
Yeah.
Right.
I called Logan Toby the other day. He damn near sparked me in the jaw. I was just like, Toby, Logan. Sorry. It's just like I'm so shit.
You're getting old.
I'm so genuine. I think I've got fucking I think I've got dementia.
Right. So, story time with Matt and his.
Yeah, 'cause honestly, who gives a shit about this garbage?
So, the house I grew up in, it was well, it wasn't old, but it was poorly built. So the chimney, we had an old brick chimney, and the wind would come down it. So what my mum did, this was many years ago. This was back when me and my brother lived there, and we were 8 and 6 respectively. So mum shoved this old tarp up there just to keep the wind out. And one day, me and my brother sit in the living room, and we hear a noise. It's like something scraping, because the wind's very strong, and it's this red thing just poking out the bottom of the chimney. And like, what's that? And my mum, not missing a beat, goes, it's Father Christmas, he's stuck in the chimney! So me and my brother just fucking lose it, go, get him out, get him out, get him out! And my mum was like laughing at us.
I absolutely love your mum.
She used that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
This came on because we were at the supermarket earlier, and Jacob bought a couple of boiled eggs. Was it like a? Was it
Those are hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah, some hard-boiled eggs. And I go,
Fucking
testicles.
hard-boiled eggs.
I look like they're testicles. There's a joke, and that reminded me of the story. Another time, my mum was our dog when we were younger, about the same, about 8 to 6-ish or something like that. We first got it. It was quite rowdy. It would jump over the wall, and so it needed a bit of a snip.
Yeah.
So he went off, and me and my brother at school, and he comes back, and my mum's, So she goes, gets a couple of pickled onions, puts them in an empty jar, puts them on the shelf. Me and my brother come back, and goes, look, we kept these testicles. And what's going to be my brother lose it? He's like, gross, oh.
Your mam is a fucking psychopath.
Love her.
Have you ever seen, what's it called, that long strip of pork?
Yes.
You know what my mum used to call that? She showed it to us once. Horse's dinkle.
I
I like there's no age in horses. That's just like old
Horses
lady,
dingle.
like horses dinkle days.
My mum grew up in London.
Horses dinkle.
No, she doesn't say. She just makes sure to say it's horses dinkle. Not,
Horses dinkle.
Well, the thing is, I was just saying, like,
Oh, Matt Dixon's mum.
the way I found out Santa wasn't real was because I looked at my presents and then I just said out loud in front of my younger sister, was just like, oh wow, Dad, Santa's got the same handwriting as you. And
Gemma, why do you hate Christmas?
just this explains so much about Matt.
People are not getting in the chat. They're like, oh, what the fuck? Like, how hard is it to get a mince pie in America? No, I'm not talking to the American kids. The problem is English kids acting like American kids. That's the problem.
You can have your crappy milk.
Yeah, do your American thing over there. That's fine.
You can have American
Stop.
Santa over
You
there.
know?
We want Father Christmas over here.
Which happened to be my grandpa and grandma's house. So I walked down the gravel road to see who was so happy. As I got closer, I could see my papa. Oh God! I could see my papa talking to my Uncle Ben.
Rip Uncle Ben.
Oh, rip Uncle Ben.
So
you would have loved Creepcast.
So Papa Meat is talking to Uncle Ben, the guy who sells rice.
Yeah.
We've got Sideshow Bob.
He always got along with my mum's side of the family, maybe even more so than my mum. They would ride motorcycles together, go fishing together, and shooting as well. Hey, Papa, I said. My stepdad replied in a voice I don't remember from the previous episode.
Oh, I'm the Papa. What's his name?
Hey, no, I hey,
Matt
Daniel.
Damon.
Hey, Daniel, come here. And ran up to hug me. That's the stepdad voice. Cause
I was gonna say,
the
like,
same
this-
stepdad voice we used in the first one.
I was going to say, it's like Rocket Fist Rick.
Yeah.
I laughed, and after a brief glance, my Uncle Ben just looked back to what he was working on in the shop they were in. After my papa hugged me, I moped around outside the shop until I saw a flower. I bent over and picked the flower, only to hear, "Well, that won't grow back for 7 years." It was my uncle. He was pointing out that I had just ruined something rare. Okay, now it's time for Cope story time, right?
Yeah.
I had this teacher called Mrs. Burr when I was in year 2, by the way. So I was like, how old are you in year 2? Like,
About 5.
yeah, about 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Year 6, because I would have been just turned 6, and so I'm just a little kid, and our teacher, Mrs. Burr, who's foreign with a very funny accent, and which helps the story be funny. She used to. People would do things that annoyed her. The one kid, for example, he was playing around with plasticine and he put some hair in it. And she's, "What are you doing? A hair in a plasticine makes me feel sick!" Like this. And I was like, that's hilarious. Love that. Big fan. That stayed in my brain now as a grown-up, right? But I thought she was leaving, so I picked some of the lavender from the garden to give her as a going-away present. And it's the first time a teacher ever made me cry. She took the lavender off me and she goes, "There is a lavender plant in the garden." She said lavender. Love that. But I couldn't be tickled by it because I was so hard. She went, "There is a lavender plant in the garden and you have just killed it. And now it is losing its smell." And I didn't know because I was fucking 6. Picking lavender is harmless for it, right? It's the same as picking fucking anything. She was like, "You've just killed this plant and it's going to lose its lovely smell now." And I was like, I thought it was the Jubilee Garden it was called. And I was like, I just thought you'd like a little memory of it because you were leaving.
Fuck her.
Yeah, what a bitch.
What an absolute... Oh, that is horrible.
Fuck you, Mrs. Burr, you fucking bitch.
The only way it could have been worse, he goes like you're 6, goes, "That is connected to the fairy's life. There's a fairy who's now dead, and there's less wonder in the world."
Genuinely, like, it was so fucking harsh. There was no need. Fuck me.
That is actually really funny.
You just gave this lavender cancer.
Yeah. He's like, "You thought," slaps you to the ground, goes, "Don't you know, every time you pick a lavender out of the ground, a country full of orphans dies in fire." Just try to, like, I never liked that one. So I'm just going to try and make him, I'm just trying to scar him. Lavender is connected to the unicorns!
The unicorns are all gone.
The Jubilee Garden is the heart of the unicorns. You'll never see a unicorn in your life. I don't know what accent she's supposed to have.
But it was just weird. It was just as a child,
Foreign.
it was just foreign. I mean, that's what I. Ah, Christ! What a bitch. All right, thank you.
Lavanda was linked to your dreams, your potential. You could have done anything, but now.
Now you're doomed to read terrible stories on the internet because you picked the lavender.
Imagine you picked imagine you picked a fucking rose or
Native
something.
American big merchant behind the lavender plant with a single tear in their eye. Thank you, your mum, for the $5. Disney films are made to appeal to catalytic converters. And they're not. I mean, they're not made for people. I'm like, who the fuck is watching this crap? Actually, it's somebody just looking at the recommended view. Like, Onisa, who the fuck is watching this crap? Thank you, Vat Striker, for the €2. Jacob, henceforth known as the Slayer of Lavender. Oh, forgive me. Jacob, henceforth known as the Slayer of Lavender.
It's like your fucking D&D character. I am the Slayer of Lavanda. See, like my stories, which is like things my mum making fun, like, did little jokes and then telling us, oh no, that wasn't really Father Christmas after about 5 minutes of us going crazy. Yours has scarred you. I've never seen Jacob pick up lavender at all.
No, absolutely not. Every time he smells it, I see him tear up.
He starts weeping on your shoulder. Like a hit of
Nobody was laughing out loud that day in infant school.
Fortunate Son just keeps playing in the background.
It's that meme of the warfare, like just looking into the distance.
Yeah.
He's like, he's got a sprig of lantern in the helmet.
Oh, right, I just want to see how much of this chapter is left. Okay, we might make it. Okay.
Well, I'll say, we get to the end of the chapter because I don't know what's happening. Okay, so what I can remember is Optimus Prime just picked some lavender up or something.
He picked up pickled onions. and Optimus Prime's teacher said, "Those are the dog's testicles." And now Father Christmas will die in the chimney.
It's like you're standing next to the enemy scrotum.
Just fucking... That's Father Christmas. He's stuck in the and these children just...
Get him out! Get him out! My mum did say the best part about having children is messing with them.
Oh, God. My favourite thing about children is the laughter. It's the laughter.
So making them think that the person giving them presents is gonna die.
I've met your mum and she's perfectly nice. The image that you've created in my mind is basically a lich.
Just Rita Repulsa coming out.
He's gonna pick up Matt today and like his mum's got a huge fucking hair.
That's like, you think I'd take the train home, but my mum on the moon throws down the thing, I go big and I just walk home. It takes 5 minutes. Saves on the train fare.
Very good stuff down.
Like,
just like 100 feet tall. Just like so it's just more convenient.
That's my day job. I don't tell you about. I fight giant robots in a quarry somewhere.
they're like, "Ha, Matt, you come home, my son."
Make my match grow.
Oh, Christ. Make my mat grow. Oh, Oh, I really want to
Don't tell me about my older brother Goldo.
I definitely can't be bothered. I'm not going to do it. But I really want to make an edit of that. I just know I haven't got the fucking patience to do it. Oh,
My throat's getting dry.
fuck me.
Where were we?
I didn't know how to react, so I just said sorry. My uncle just shrugged and went back to work. Now feeling stupid, I decided I would just walk home again and play video games in my room. My mum didn't make dinner that night. Joanna went straight to her room once she got home, and I was happier left alone, silently tapping away at my game controller. Lost in the world.
Playing Altered Beast on
of Sega Master System. Lost in the world of Final Fantasy VII. So we did a little idea for a video earlier. We're capturing footage and doing commentary for Mega Drive games ported to the Master System, and some of them were so fucking horrible. Like Altered Beast in particular was just.
Yeah, we did a top 10 list, and Altered Beast was at the bottom, which is.
We played like 6 games.
Yes.
So to give you an idea, Altered Beast was still number 10.
Yeah.
The next day at recess, I went to check on Aubrey to see if she had asked her parents about going on a date. When I approached Aubrey, she seemed happy to see me, but as I began to ask her, Philip approached me from behind.
Hey, buddy!
Where?
That's my girl, buddy!
I would keep trying to
Terrence,
ask
what are your farts in my face?
Aubrey if she talked. I would keep trying to ask Aubrey if she talked to her parents, but Philip kept interrupting with statements like,
You're quite the uncle fucker, I must say!
"You have a problem with me? What are you, a wuss?
What are you, an anus?
You have a problem?" I could see Aubrey was getting upset with Philip, barging in our otherwise peaceful interactions by expelling gas from his anus. So I asked Aubrey calmly, "Would you like me to get rid of this guy?"
Is he John Travolta now?
Yeah, I just getting bored of this voice and I'd play with it a bit. She hesitated to respond, but I could see our lives both be better without Philip.
What?
Yeah! You keep your back turned to me, buddy. He's just turning into the stepdad voice. Pathetic loser. Philip screamed at the back of my head as I faced Aubrey. I then sighed and said to Aubrey, "This will take just a moment." He's going to like kick his ass.
He's going to spin around, punch him with his
like spin
powerful 6-year-old or whatever the fuck these people are. 14.
Spark him out with my huge vegetarian fists.
Vegetarian body.
Using everything my mum taught me about fighting and the anger I felt for Philip, messing with the connection I felt with Aubrey, I began slinging
Yes, the deep
my
connection you
fists
have with another 14-year-old.
as fast as I could at Philip's face. I did so in a way that me even turning to him in the first place to begin punching him would be just a blurry memory to him. Go fuck yourself. The only thing Philip knew to do was try and grab my shirt as I was still punching his face and pull me to the ground. As I fell to the ground, he made the mistake of not pushing me away from him, so I continued from the sitting position to rapidly punch him in the face as he was forced to bend forward, having not yet let go of my shirt. After a few punches from me on the ground, he fell over, releasing my shirt, and began screaming as he cried.
Like, once again, you haven't actually asked how old are these kids supposed to be?
High school, I don't know what age.
Yeah.
Middle school, I think.
Look
I
how
don't know all that shit, just secondary school. I
Yeah.
don't fucking know.
his preferred age of young people.
Yeah, but 14.
I like, you know, like we had like a rip roaring good time, like talking about my mum being Rita Repulsa and like you killing the lavender and stuff like that, and now we're in this boring. I'm an awesome 14-year-old who knows how to fight. Look how cool I am. A child was yelling at me, so I beat him up. Such a big man.
He's also like the tallest in his class. He's like over 6 foot, despite being like a kid, which means that he's just beating on someone half his size here.
Yeah.
One of the staff members assigned to watching kids on the playground was also screaming in horror as she had caught the tail end of our fist fight. We were both taken to the principal's office, but at the time I didn't understand why I was even in trouble. What you mean? You fucking battered someone for yelling at you.
Yeah.
The entire way to the office I was asking questions like, why am I in trouble? He was bullying me. Yes, words are the same as punching someone. While Philip just
Sticks and stones can, irritate you enough, but my fist will smash your nose in.
He was punching me like a machine. Philip and I were placed in chairs next to each other in the office. I was in the same chair the day I walked in after seeing the dinosaur-human hybrid months prior. Philip was sniffing and wiping, now drying tears from his face at this point next to me. He had a tissue the staff had given him to help him deal with everything coming out of his nose and eyes. After waiting for our parents to show up, for about 30 minutes, under his breath, Philip said, "You know I could beat you up if you didn't jump me like, that." I smiled and replied, "Okay, Philip." He continued, "You're still a wuss, you know." I smiled. "Sure, Philip." Philip awkwardly laughed and sniffed quite a few times more. That was the last interaction I'd ever have with him before he died weeks later.
Oh, right. You're just going to
Oh,
end
spoil
it.
it!
I like to think that he died of his wounds. It's like, I don't even know why I was in trouble. I hit him so hard he fucking died.
That would actually be, I don't know, more, if... yeah, so this was an excuse just to, I don't know, shoot the shit mainly, but, God, that was a shit chapter.
Yeah.
Not quite as bad as, the other ones where he's, beating up his... Yeah, it's the same sort of, weird sort of, self-centered narcissistic thing, when he was kicking his, the military... I can't remember what was the other one.
Or the I'm So Death Machine.
Whatever it was, yeah, where he's kicking his, dad's girlfriend in the head or something like that because they're a vegan.
Yeah, it's just so bizarre.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Boys, there is a lavender plant in the garden. I'm going to be real with you. I have.
And you protect it.
I have killed it, and now it is losing its smell.
There is a lavender in all of us.
I'm just imagining it's like the Rose and Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, she'll never turn into a human now. That's why she was so upset.
It's like, Cobb, you opened Pandora's box when you did that.
Yeah.
The world's full of horrible things.
Jacob, if you didn't pick the lavender, Hitler would have gotten into art college.
Yeah. Its evil was so great, it's echoed back, forward and backwards in time.
It's like a ring is sort of pushing out
Yeah.
across the universe.
So,
The dinosaurs would have lived.
Yeah.
It comes back to, Cain and Abel. It's like, wait a minute, the urge to kill my brother. He was gonna hand him, oh, can you pass me that rock? I want to do a bit of chiseling. Here you go.
Like Romulus and
I
Remus.
don't even know what lavender is. It just
Fuck Jacob was the first word said by the first murderer.
I do laugh at my own jokes because someone's got to. That's the problem when it's a live audience but you can't hear them.
Yeah.
You have to kind of just hope that they're laughing.
You make a joke and you just wait for the applause and you start crying because you can't hear the
Can't hear the studio audience.
the world's funniest man who has low self-esteem.
Woo!
It's called the joke of the sequel. He gets bummed.
Fuck Doug Phillips, man. All right. Whew. Okay. Well, we're heading on to chapter 7. Anyhow.
Any day now.
Anyway, any day now. Any minute.
Once, twice, 3 times a lady.
Thank you, Vat Striker, for the €2. Tuning in from library work. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to you too, my friend. All right. Enjoy your library work, and don't let us distract you too much. This chapter is called The Eyes. What were you going to say about it?
I was going to say, luckily enough, because the worst thing is that when I used to go to work and you listen to something funny and you're trying not to laugh, but luckily we're not funny.
Yeah. So, also, as I looked over at you, obviously we don't stream with webcam, but Matt's got this t-shirt on that's two-tone, right? So it's a
If
gradient.
you're thinking the exact same thing as I was at the corner of my eye.
Did you think he just had like a crop top?
Yes!
On, like Johnny Depp in
Right,
fucking Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh my god, I was thinking
I was like, Matt, did you roll your shirt up into a crop top?
So my shirt is it's like a sunset where it's pink at the bottom.
Yeah.
I call it my bisexual shirt.
Yeah,
And I just wrote it up.
I'm so glad
Does this make it look gay? What about now?
I'm so glad your brain went there too, because I was literally, because obviously I could see him at the corner of my eye and I was like, has he rolled his top all the way up?
No, of course not. Like any self-respecting fat person, I'm ashamed of my body. It's all those weirdos, body positivity people. Oh, delaying the stream even more. Did you hear about the woman who was so fat when she called a taxi? The guy was like, no, you're not getting it. Then she tried to sue them. And she went into a podcast to talk about it. And when she showed up, the chair they gave her was too small. You see, it was a chair for a normal person. They had to drag a couch in.
I can't help but wonder if the podcasters were on the cab company side a little bit there. But yeah, this person was just in the chat, let's go. I'm like, well.
Unless they're just being like,
the more you tell me to get
I was thinking the same thing. Some of you in the chat have been very patient, and for that I'm grateful. Some of you, on the other hand, have been so impatient, I'm taking time out of this live stream to address it. Reaper's Creek has no set schedule. The streams are done when they're done, and they're uploaded when they're done.
Okay, night, everybody. We peaked.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, so we do have to hurry.
Okay, yeah, I know. A part of me was sympathetic about the Power Rangers rant, though, because, like, you don't make that video. I understand how he feels. You just don't make that video.
Yeah.
So, anyway, the eyes of death. The creek was becoming the monster of my backyard. I learned one day in school, weeks after Philip and I fist fought, that he was on his sledge.
Fisted.
Yeah, Philip and I fist fought that he was on his sledge by the creek.
Who describes having a fight as we fist fought? Like,
Yeah.
no,
We fought.
Yeah.
Or we had
a fight.
Yeah, for the purpose of like writing, you might say fought because it rolls a little better maybe. But yeah, you wouldn't say fist.
We built a fort together.
Because the thing is, the audience has already read it, so you know it was with fists.
Yeah.
We're not going to go, oh, was it with swords?
Yeah.
Mind you, to be fair, this is so fucking forgettable, this book. I actually had to double say, it was with fists, wasn't it? So maybe
We had our nunchuck fight.
Maybe Onion is self-aware enough that he knows that we're all going to forget.
Yeah,
between
no one's going to read this
streams.
in one go. It's going to be months between chapters.
I learned one day at school, Onion, always lying. Yeah, he learned it at school. He didn't mention he was 25 at the time.
Yeah, he's like,
He just called- he just-
except it's not endearing.
Yeah, he just referred to it as his school, which just translates to hunting ground.
Allegedly. Okay,
Now, I don't want to use the term rapey Batman, but
Oh, God.
this is otherwise known Frank Miller's Batman.
yeah.
I fist fought that he was on his sledge by the creek far upstream from me, and for some bizarre reason thought it was appropriate to slide down a hill that ended in the icy water which heavily flowed this time of year. David was the one who broke the news to me. It was a fact that served as a silver lining. Jesus Christ. Someone I don't like died and I'm happy about it. You fucking psycho.
Like, so go back. I remember, like, he was like Terrence and Philip there were talking to some girl or standing near her and she didn't like it, so he punched him. So he beat him up with his ninja skills, and now he's happy that they're dead. You little psycho.
Yeah.
There's not being like, oh, I'm not devastated by that, but oh, I'm glad he died.
Somebody in the chat was like, do you think Linkara enjoys the humiliation at this point? I'll be honest, if he does, it's not one of the weirder of his fetishes. Yeah. Anyway, it was a silver lining on the ripped and burned pages in the book of my social life.
My life is the worst life ever.
David avoided me before as a result of death and began talking to me again as a result of death. I am 12 and this is deep. Neither of us could understand how Philip died, as no one would tell us about his death.
So he lit his fart on fire.
Beyond the fact it's American, so I'll say it, sledding accident that ended in the creek, David and I discussed theories after our initial shock. Were there no other sledge-worthy hills around? Did he have something blocking the creek so he wouldn't slide right in?
Should have been something blocking you from sliding into other people's DMs.
Maybe what was blocking him from winding up in the creek had fallen over after he failed to stop on his own, short of the homemade safety precaution. Use punctuation properly and sentences.
You're asking so much.
Yeah, we'll just.
It's a bit like asking him not to creep around children. Allegedly.
Maybe as a result of that, he found himself being taken away by the heavy, ice-cold current. Maybe that current led him to a gathering of logs.
Then he was mauled to death by the beavers. Where the fuck are you going?
Causing him to rapidly cease existing in the world as we knew it.
I want to slap you in the mouth for that sentence. Cease existing. You mean died? He's not a concept that just disappeared. He's not cease the... Oh, cunt. Allegedly. Allegedly, he's a cunt.
No, I don't think we need to slap allegedly on that one.
Oh, good, so it's confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed
He's a-
cunt, alleged nonce.
He is a proper see you next Tuesday.
Yeah. My mother wanted me to stay home for a week once I told her the news. But more importantly, she also wanted me to stay away from the creek indefinitely. My papa didn't have much to say about it, and my sister Joanna was so obsessed with the relationship she was in while this all happened that it was like no one died at all to her. I mean, it's Same with you, mate. You don't seem to give
You
a
seem
shit.
like okay.
You're
So
actually
she seemed
pleased.
indifferent to someone's death. You seemed giddy. So you're the one who's, I'd say, lower down on the karmic scale there. Like, oh, someone died. Did I know him? Okay, that's a bit sad. But you know, I've got my own life to live. I'm not gonna cry over Terence and Philip dying.
It's like when someone's like, I'm sorry. It's like, why are you sorry? Like, you didn't know the person.
It was bedtime. I was still dealing with this
How
news
fucking
of
old is
Philip's
this guy
death.
again?
What do you mean dealing with it? Like you didn't seem to give a shit.
You were happy, like no, he's too joyful. He can't sleep.
I was dealing with this news of Philip's death, and now I was expected to sleep. He was 11 at the beginning of the story, right? Is he aged? I can't remember. If somebody in the chat will probably
I
know.
don't care.
Yeah, it's not important, is it? They're all written by Greg at the age of 40 anyway. Like they're all him, all these characters, to the point where this character keeps being called Greg. If anyone saw the first part of the first episode of the stream, it was like the character was named like Charles or some shit, and then somebody just called him Greg. Like it's so confusing.
You failed. It's not hard to control, F, is it?
It was bedtime and I was still dealing with the news of Philip's death. I mean, dealing very fucking well with it apparently. I don't seem to give a shit. And now I was expected to sleep. I thought I wouldn't be able to, but the hum and warmth of the furnace behind my head and the washer below rocking the chains my bed was attached to, I couldn't resist sleeping.
Okay, what the fuck? Like, is it sleeping behind a furnace?
Yeah, he sleeps in like the laundry room. I couldn't resist slipping back into the black cold room I had dreamt of so many times before.
Sounds like he's sleeping. Was like, what was it? Is he sleeping in like Freddy Krueger's like bedroom? What the fuck?
The black cold room I dreamt of so many times before. The alien was waiting for me. I felt I had come to know him almost as well as a human can know an alien. Sorry. Almost as well as a human can know an alien they're being abducted by. Once the fear subsided...
So he does admit to having an anal probe.
Once the fear subsided, I started to notice the creature ticked his head to the side every so often. He would make a click sound when he did this, almost like a kid I saw in my school in the special ed group.
What?
Sitting across from me at lunch in the cafeteria a couple weeks back.
What?
So aliens and people with special needs are the same thing.
So he wrote The Predator.
I was like, so he knows that.
The next stage in evolution.
Yeah.
For anyone who doesn't know, the Predator movie that came out a couple of years ago.
It's really stupid.
It's really stupid. They're hunting them for their retard juice.
I noticed that kid a few times prior at school, but he ticked the consistently.
What?
Okay, when trying to eat his homemade ham sandwich. The alien's breath smelled like a swamp and felt like it was coming from a window being opened up to a fresh snowy day. Meaningless. I could tell the alien blinked sometimes, but his eyelids were transparent. Despite the creature having no indication in its eyes alone as to where it was looking, I could tell because when it wasn't reacting to a tick, it would tilt its head to the side slightly and often stare in an obvious manner in my direction. Almost like the alien was constantly lost in deep thoughts about me, or daydreaming with no thoughts at all. Glad you're not as narcissistic as you used to be.
So he spent
Well,
like five.
this thing. It's about me.
So he spent like 500 words writing about how the alien is looking at him.
Thank you, Uncle Octopus, for the $1.99. I'm drinking every nonce joke and tangent. All right, well let's try not to get this guy too drunk.
I do like
Let's try to
Bagel.
stay on topic if we can.
I do like Bagel's comment here. It's like, it's been 1 week since the creature looked at me, cocked his head to the side and said, I'm angry.
I'm not sure what the alien thought was so special about me. Yeah, I'm stumped too, if I'm honest. I don't understand what was worth studying night after night, and yet here we three are again, reading the studying it, you might say. But this would be me assuming the alien was even real.
I feel like that bit in Looney Tunes where like when one of the characters realise something and they change to like a a sucker. Whenever time we read one of these stories.
Yeah, genuinely. I don't understand how a creature like that could even bring me to it, considering how tiny my room was. how even more remarkably tiny my bedroom window was, and really the only thing that I could imagine was the alien would beyond my comprehension. Hang on. This is a long-ass sentence. I don't understand how a creature like that could even bring me to it, considering how tiny my room was. How even more remarkably tiny my bedroom window was, and really the only thing that I could imagine was the alien would beyond my comprehension break down my physical body, so I could somehow be transported through the very roof over my head. That is one sentence.
That's one terrible sentence.
That's
Look
a
at
bad
that.
sentence.
That everything highlighted on the screen is a single sentence.
I don't know how the alien could have gotten to me unless it teleported me. There!
A roof with no attic, as it was flat and low quality at that. Come to think of it, in this dream, I could hear the rain outside hitting the thin roof, few feet away from my ears.
Wait, so, Jacob, if Greg O'Neill here got on his roof, would you say he was in fact a fiddler on the roof?
I would say that he was allegedly a fiddler on the roof. Yes.
Oh, I'm waiting. Can someone do a fan fiction of Reaper's Creek crossed with monkey dust?
He had been, by his own admission, fiddling on the roof. All right. A few feet away from my ears, learned to proofread. This. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. I learned this because I have, way too much time to indulge in stupid nonsense like this. Apparently, Greg had people offer to proofread this book for free, and he turned it down.
Well, I mean, how can you improve on perfection?
This meant I was still partially awake. Maybe I had more power than I knew. I thought to myself for a moment, and then screamed at the alien, "Let me go now!" The alien looked at me. I was laying paralyzed vertically in front of him, with seemingly nothing supporting my upright body, especially not my own muscles, not my own vegetarian body! The alien chattered to itself as if it was laughing at me. I screamed again, "Let me go!" And immediately...
was it alien Chris Hansen?
What, Chris Hansen?
Have a seat.
And immediately a metal clang sounded off in the distance. The empty black...
FBI, open up!
The empty black distance behind the creature. The alien looked back, briefly analysing the sound behind it, then turned to me and immediately began charging at me. I screamed one last time, "No more!" as I glared directly into its glossy dark eyes. The alien jolted its head back and emitted a vibration from its entire body, as what appeared to be fluid ejected from one of its eyes. Immediately my body shot backwards, making the alien look like just a speck in a few seconds.
What?
Now frozen in complete blackness, I stood there like a puppet being controlled by an unseen master. Suddenly a sinking feeling overwhelmed my body, and stars appeared all around me. I began to realize the alien could tell I was waking up. Not in the dream, but in reality. The alien charged at me because it had to rapidly inject me again, so I would not see where I was, how far I was from home.
So it's rapidly approaching someone and wishes to render them unconscious.
By injecting them with something?
So, that striker, thank you for the €5, seems to be the second dead person in this creek by now. At this rate, we probably will end up with at least a dozen in there by the end. I think that's going to be the whole story. Is thing happens, a dead person winds up in the creek.
An alien vision.
Hence why it's called Reaper's Creek, I guess.
Oh, he said the name of the thing.
Return of the Palps. Thank you for the £5. I hope Greg is well aware that Alien vs Predator is already the intellectual property of 20th Century Fox and Dark Horse Comics. Excellent joke. Okay.
If you wish to accuse Greg of things, remember, stick allegedly at the end, or make it very subtle.
Yeah.
Do it very loudly.
Either say,
and as much as possible.
either say allegedly, or instead, when you type it in, just press that little $sign
Yeah.
next to the... And that also means allegedly.
Money makes the problem goes
It just
on.
works better. It just works
Yeah.
better for everyone.
Remember, if you the more you give him, the more you can say. That's how it works. And if you don't have saying that on hand, remember we do take gold, jewellery, and credit card details.
Yeah, you just send gold bullion straight to us, and as we've already discussed, we will melt it down into an enormous golden axe. If we have made this promise, we will keep it. But you gotta get sending the gold, guys. All right? Some of you are not sending me enough gold.
I know we've been harping on Lynn Carr, but none of us can do a movie Bob impression, so...
Hey, well, give me some of that. Give me all 4 of those lion bars, right, and I'll shove them directly into my mouth and talk. You know what? But we're all gamers, and gamers got a game. That's the only line I can remember from Movie Bob that he spoke in like a normal voice. He's like, his delivery's kind of weird. It's like, gamers got a game.
I thought he said something along the lines of like, if it wasn't for Mario, I would be a domestic terrorist.
Jeez.
I'm not sure if he actually said that, or if I just, you just look at him and you know
the
that's what
console
he's thinking.
wars were my personal Vietnam.
Oh, that was one of them.
We read his book. Do you remember? Where, like, it's floating around the internet somewhere. We actually read his piece of shit book on a stream.
Oh yeah, Brick by Boring Brick. Yeah.
Yeah. God, what a fucking pile of garbage. Yeah, the stream was fun, but fuck me, that was probably the worst book we've ever read on the show.
Yeah. It's like Super Mario 3. It was made in 1990.
Yeah.
I got all my information from fucking Wikipedia.
It was like Blood Whistle without any gore.
Yeah.
Like, it genuinely is one of the worst fucking things.
You're reading it and like James, for God's sake, somebody throw a pie!
Yeah, genuinely. The entire Earth sat thousands of miles beneath my feet. As I gazed down upon it, the entire planet grew larger as I began to understand I was indeed not in my physical body at any point in that black room.
What kind of body did he have? A vegetarian body.
It was my soul the entire time, and my soul was running home. The perfectly square roof of my house was just a dot, with a massive green wilderness surrounding my entire neighborhood. I could see the racetrack. I could see the railroad. I could see the creek. Everything appeared as I imagined it would be. Only the creek had red marks distributed seemingly randomly up and down it. They glowed like a cat's eyes glow when shine a flashlight on them in the night. Just proofread before publishing your fucking novel.
Jacob is clearly part of his style. Poorly spelled, poor grammar, poorly written. This is trademark.
Yep.
I didn't understand what these marks on the creek were, but I was already assuming what it could be. I blinked as I fell a few 100 feet more, and when I opened my eyes, I saw myself laying there. As I hovered above my body, I began to wonder how I could possibly return. Do I just lay inside myself? No, I've got to do his voice. Do I just lay inside myself? I mumbled aloud. Somehow sensing me, my body twitched and then opened its eyes. Do I just lay inside myself? My body had repeated my words exactly.
Oh, is this when he's like, oh, this is me featuring me having sex with me?
Yeah.
I was gonna make a joke about that, but like I do remember something vaguely about hearing about this years ago from you. My God, I have such a sexy little ass. And I just pound it with my ghost dick.
I turned around and tried to lay down, but nothing happened. The clock radiated.
Oh, so he's gonna be the power bottom in this self-obsessed.
Look at that sweet ass. A clock radio reading 0400 near my bed was making a static noise, so I moved over to try and turn it off.
So she's got a niche on the ghost power bottom.
Just quietly giggling to yourself. My hand slid right past the off switch, and I could feel the electricity
That we call it
entering
the off switch. That would cause his prostate.
Maybe the on switch, if anything, whatever I was. I jumped back, landing in the middle of my body in response to the electricity, and felt my physical self jolt up, smacking my head against the ceiling that was so incredibly close to the bed, anchored above the washer and dryer.
Is he fucking Harry Potter? What the fuck does he apparently live in a basement?
Oh, damn it! I screamed. The furnace was still blaring. No one would have any idea what was going on in my room. There was no way I was going back to sleep, so I slid down the ladder to my bed, put on a cartoon-covered bathrobe, and immediately walked to the massive windows in my front room to look for at least one of the marks I saw in the creek while I was falling. I wish I could tell you I saw nothing, because I would rather this all have been simply a twisted and life-haunting dream. I don't want to talk about this right now.
Cool, we don't want to read about it.
But here we are, Greg, let's just get on with it.
Yeah, you don't talk about it, but you have enough to write it down.
Riker! Thank you for the $5. Did you know that the... God fucking damn it. I'm going to read this as Greg. Did you know the American version of Super Mario Bros. 2 was actually a sprite swap of a Japanese game called Doki Doki Panic?
Right, so Anishi and the Movie Bob are now the same person.
Yeah, that's just going to be the Movie Bob voice, because I can't really remember how Movie Bob sounds. I just don't think he sounds weird, to be honest. In particular,
It's just sort of like
mostly
mostly
it's a little whiny, I guess.
a little wily and mostly nondescript. Like it's American accent.
Daniel?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
A voice came from the side of my head. Daniel! Hey!
Wait, is Anisha and Daniel in this? I can't remember.
Yeah, he's Daniel. That was it.
The voice moved outward. I could hear it more clearly now. Daniel! Wake up, dude! The voice rang again. One side of my face feels cold. My arm is covering my eyes. My head is on my desk. I'm in class again, and David?
Hang on, are we just now in the present tense for no reason?
I don't know!
Why
He's not fucking done that before. That is a uniquely... That is it's not a unique problem in writing. We've encountered it a lot. But it's something that Onision has managed to avoid through most of his craptastic writing.
Well, fill out your bingo cards.
So
We should make bingo cards for these.
yeah, I
like
think
now.
we really should.
Yeah, not for this one, but for the next one. Okay. Hi, David.
I said, slowly pulling my head up from my slumber. Why are you sleeping instead of playing on the playground? David asked.
I like that you waited because you assumed that was my line because they forgot to...
Yep.
It's new speaker, new line, not
Yep.
complicated.
I smiled sleepily and replied,
I haven't been sleeping much at home. I've had a lot of bad dreams. I think my house is haunted or something.
David frowned slightly and said,
I need to call the Ghostbusters. Great people, come around here, bust those ghosts.
But great work ethic,
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Hard-working New Yorkers.
I don't know anything about ghosts. I've studied it better than anyone.
David frowned slightly and said, It's the creek. I shook my head.
I'm gonna build the biggest containment unit, and I'm gonna make the ghosts pay for it.
Shook my head and smiled.
No, it's a lot more than that. The heater, the washer, the dryer, the water heater, the flat roof making it easy for abductions.
Why? But hearing that doesn't sound like bad in Donald Trump's voice. Like it's like something he actually says.
Yeah, it's like,
Making it easy for the abductions.
Easy
we
for
do
the
want
abductions.
these flat roofs. Every house in America is gonna have a steeple. Start these flat roof abductions.
They're bringing in lasers. They're bringing in anal probes. All right, and some of them presumably are good people.
Some people may have misunderstood when I said I want to ban illegal aliens. They thought the Mexicans. I meant the space aliens.
David.
Why do you think I made the Space Force? He made the fucking Space Force. That's a real thing.
I know, it's so based. They should just call it based force.
David made a weird face. I wasn't sure if he was about to start laughing or... Ha! Ha 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 ha! He burst out. Yep, he was laughing.
Rex Barrett's like... Rex Barrett's like, well, you'll know what laughter sounds like.
Immediately,
Greg trying to convey human emotion.
like, ha 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 ha!
Like, is it friend? Is this friend actually Neil Breen? He doesn't really understand laughter. What's this human laughter?
I was laughing too. Not because I was trying to be funny, but because he had no idea I was serious. Wait, hold on.
Because he had full stop, new sentence, no idea I was serious.
But because he had no idea I was serious.
It's William Chandler.
Yeah. David's laughter wound down as he said, "Come on, let's go outside." And I nodded, following him happily.
But what does Onisha need with a starship? To pick up young girls.
That's what the aliens are doing. After we played on the swings and the monkey bars a bit, I noticed a small glow down a hill by the playground that led to the soccer field. I slowly made my way there, but was somewhat afraid that it would lead me to the same thing that I suspected I'd see the other night.
Chris Hansen.
David, want to play kickball?
I asked. David replied.
Great game. I love it. I invented it. I don't know why this is really funny.
I don't know anything about it. I've studied it better than anyone.
Trump impressions are just fun to do.
Yeah.
I asked. David replied, yeah, but we have no friends. I giggled and said,
we have plenty of friends to play with. I have 2, and you have 2, see?
Then I wiggled my legs in front of him, as if they were separate people.
That really sums up the book, doesn't it?
It's that resigned sigh.
You know, like when you get the recommendations on the back of the book, like Jim O'Neill's sigh.
David shouted.
Which is far more entertaining, like increasingly bad Donald Trump impression.
David shouted, "You're so weird.
Weird.
I hate you. Ah! Ah! Ah!" And we ran down the hill to get into the bag of balls the teacher set.
Sorry.
He admits it.
And we ran down the hill to get into the bag of balls the teacher set on the field for us. Whenever David kicked the ball to me, I would move slowly toward the other end of the field, where there was a metal fence surrounding the school property. It allowed me to get closer to the red glow. Every time he would kick the soccer ball past me, unwittingly allowing me to approach that red glow to see what it is, and also not tip David off that anything was different about me. "All right, here comes my biggest kick ever. You're probably gonna die if you get in the way," David yelled. I hollered back.
Try me.
David ran up and kicked the ball extremely hard. Normally his aim is really bad, but this time he got lucky and it smacked me right in the middle of my face. Immediately my nose began to bleed before I even hit the ground. David screamed, "Oh my God, Daniel!" as he began to run toward me. As I rolled to my knees, I grabbed my shirt and pressed it to my nose, trying to stop the blood to flow out of my face. Right in front of my eyes, the red glow burned as I found myself forgetting about my injury and lost myself to curiosity. Slowly standing, I walked forward to the glow. David slowed his run behind me, wondering why I was acting so strange. I wasn't crying.
I'm not crying. You're not crying.
I wasn't saying anything. I was just silently walking away from him, towards the woods for what I'm sure he imagined had no reason for it.
Okay, the woods had no reason, yeah? That's what we're saying. Fucking learn to write. So we've got some super chats to read.
Yes. We've got...
I've got Return of the Palps, £2. Movie Bob is the eugenics version. Movie Bob is the eugenics equivalent of Uncle Ruckus.
Excellent. That Striker, thanks for the €2. Greg is the ghost. Daniel the actually dude. And thanks again, That Striker, for the €2. Greg is Daniel's stand called Bottom Boy.
No, I thought his stand would be called I Like Little Girls.
Yeah. It's got a beautiful ass. Greg's ass belongs to everybody. It's everybody's ass. The world is very small compared to the universe and compared to Greg's ass. There are many lovers. Some come from Germany. Some come from China. Some come from America. It's everybody's ass. I don't know anything about that ass. I've studied it better than anyone. It's fun to talk like that.
It is.
I'm going to drive everybody nuts in the chat. So everyone's going to get very sick of that impression.
Well, it's a good thing that, everyone's really calm about, Trump and the decisions he's made. No one's really, tense about various things that he may have not done recently.
Luckily, he is not...
a very polarising person.
He's not a divisive figure, and thankfully he doesn't evoke any emotions in people, which is really good.
Such a, neutral person.
Yeah.
No one has any strong feelings about him either way.
It's a bit like vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's a really unpolarizing man, like Vanilla Ice. The beloved musician Vanilla Ice. No one's got anything bad to say about that guy.
No, it's like that vanilla ice cream. No one's destroyed.
Yeah, when you auto finish like Vanilla Ice, oh my god, really? Get ready for making fun of Gemma. And oh, ice cream. Oh, okay, yeah, saved it there at the end.
Yeah. I realised, no, actually, I was the one being a fucking idiot. Just assuming, like, why my brain was like, oh yeah, Vanilla Ice. This person I haven't thought of probably in a decade.
Funnily enough, I thought of Vanilla Ice literally yesterday.
Oh shit, I
but,
just thought of the Rasmus.
But the reason was because Under Pressure was on the
yeah.
radio. I was like, that's stealing,
He's
son
like,
of a bitch!
He said, like, please be under pressure, please be under pressure. Ah, there it is.
Yeah. Alright, Queen and David Bowie, yeah! Definitely not that song that you totally stole. No, I didn't.
Daniel!
Oh,
Want me to get the
Daniel! You're a wizard, Daniel!
Daniel!
You're a sex offender, Daniel.
Want me to
I'm
get...
a what?
Want me to get the nurse? David said, I replied.
I'm fine. Come here.
David said nervously,
I get broken noses all the time. I'm the king of them.
I'm gonna get the nurse. And ran off in the opposite direction.
I'm better at having a broken nose than anyone else I know.
I don't think the old David would have done that.
I was watching Bad Creepypasta, and
They had this guy on there. Great guy. Hate him. Because Daniel Craig.
great guy, hate him.
I don't think the old David would have done that. But I think he was getting the same weird feeling he got before when we found the dead bodies in the creek. He wasn't wrong to run away. About 10 metres into the shadows of the woods, I could see a deer.
Sure, it's not the Rasmus.
I could see a deer with everything below the ribs. Below the ribs ripped cleared away. That was the glow.
Nailed it.
Just like I saw in the creek, the glow was death. The bell rang in the distance, but I didn't really care much about the rules anymore. I mean, have you ever? The glow...
Well, no, I mean, if this is a guy who cares so much about the rules, he'll cross state lines to make sure. Allegedly.
The glow of the
I just
remains...
like the little beat where you're like, oh, they care about the rules. And it's like,
Both of us, allegedly.
I'm surprised we didn't high five.
The glow of the remains of this deer faded in my eyes, as if my mere presence had put the deer's soul to rest.
Oh,
Fuck
shut up!
you!
Shut up, you self-absorbed prick!
No, it makes sense. Even the dead don't want to be near him. So they're so fucked off.
Or maybe I just had some God-given gift that helped me locate the dead, and it only lasted till I could confirm each location to identify those fallen. You cunt!
Greg, you're going in the soup. Okay, in you go. You've been warned. Get in the soup.
Daniel, I have the nurse! I heard a desperate David screaming behind me. I turned and smiled.
David, the lesser-known brother of Desperate Dan.
His coach ready to take off. It's a bit weedy. Desperate Daniel's here.
I turned and smiled.
Desperate Daniel, I do not appreciate him.
His brother, Desperate Dan, best guy, great guy. Cow pie is made in America. You eat a cow pie now, they say it comes from China.
The thing is,
Made from real cinnamon.
Desperate Daniel wouldn't eat cow pie because he's a vegetarian.
Yeah.
It's vegetarian body.
He would eat cactus pies.
I turned and smiled with blood gushing down my face. I could feel the blood.
God, Greg, you're so badass.
Yeah.
I could feel the blood seeping through my teeth, and it was as if I zoned out entirely on the deer, grinning the entire time.
This is a good look for you. I like the way he's like, I'm so awesome, but also comes across as like, just like a weirdo.
I felt a cold metal smack against my head. I had lost consciousness and fallen against the fence that separated the kids from the
I was
woods.
kind of hoping the nurse just hit him on the head with a pan or something.
I woke up to the sound of
That's the fence that separated the kids from me.
I woke up to the sound of crying.
Yeah, it's all from his point of view. So what it was a kid saw him and kicked a ball in his face, and then he fell unconscious and whacked his head against the metal fence. The nurse officer. I woke up in the nurse's office, prison cell.
Yeah. I woke up to the sound of crying. It was David, and I was now in the nurse's room. David was talking to my mum. He kept saying he was sorry for knocking me out with a soccer ball, but I could hear my mum trying to reassure him.
Don't worry, it's not your fault my son's such a pussy.
Yeah, letting David know that I had a history of passing out, and it wasn't him. Fact is, I had a heart condition, or so I thought I did. But every doctor I went to couldn't identify what the problem was.
Probably not a heart condition, then.
Or
Yeah.
if there even was a problem. Whenever
I've got this problem, like,
No,
well,
you don't.
I went to the doctors and said you're in perfect health, but no, I've still got this problem. Oh, so it's nothing then.
It's just the fact that my heart doesn't exist. It's not there. I don't actually have a heart.
Well, he'd just get diagnosed with a fainting condition then, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like whenever the doctors.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Your son's a hypochondriac. It's also known as being a bitch.
Whenever the doctors tested me, I wouldn't pass out or have heart pains or anything. So of course, on paper, I'm perfectly healthy. For all I know, it could have been the mere sight of blood on my own shirt. I couldn't handle a half-human, half-dinosaur.
So he's not going to be ready for the new Jurassic World movie.
Why would I be able to cope with my face gushing blood?
I think those are two very different things. Like, you know, when I was a young boy, I used to see those half human, half dinosaurs all the time. But, you know, slightest drop of blood from my nose, pass right fuck out.
I'm sorry, David.
I yelled, trying to get him to stop crying. Oh, Daniel, you're not dead! David
Of course
said.
I'm not dead. I'm the best at being alive. I've been alive the longest.
David said, sounding like he was full of joy. My mum stood up and said, how many times do I have to tell you to put pressure on your nose the moment you start bleeding?
His mum's from like Manchester, which just makes his voice all the more confusing.
I replied,
Thanks, Mum. I'm fine. Can we go home?
my mum
Big applause for my mom. Great American hero, my mom.
my
From
mum-
Manchester.
Like, my mum shook her,
Manchester's a beautiful American city. Manchester, Alabama, everyone.
my mum shook her head and held up my backpack. You know I have to go back to work, and after I drop you off, right? Now I have to work late, she said. I replied,
Why are you such a disappointment? This is why I make you sleep in the basement.
yeah.
I'll try not to bleed myself unconscious next time.
My
You better
mum
not, you bitch.
My mum sighed, hopefully getting my implied point, and drove me home. As I stood in my door and watched my mum drive back over our little creek bridge to go to work, I realised it was only 1 p.m. and I still had around 3 hours before my sister or anyone else got home.
That's just really long time. I also want to hit Control F on this whole document at some point and just look for how often it says creek.
Yeah, I've seen it. I could see it at least like 3 times on this page.
Crack.
I don't know what's got into me, but I had the overwhelming urge to get a closer look at the red glowing shapes I saw in the creek before. I ran halfway towards the water before I remembered I was highly prone to passing out and should probably get some calories in my body for energy. Running back inside, I grabbed a bag of marshmallows and sprinted down the hill to begin my investigation.
Ah, yes, marshmallows, the perfect slow release energy.
For vegetarians.
Fuck eating the... Yeah, well, to be fair, we don't know if his character's vegetarian.
Maybe,
yeah.
well, these, in case I fall in the water, I'll float with these marshmallows.
But like, you can have like an orange or something. It's like a banana. It's like, nah, marshmallows.
Flumps.
Yeah,
Nah.
just get some flumps inside you.
Jacob, I'd like to ask you this. What am I, gay? Eating fruits? What am I, a communist? I can eat all-American brand marshmallows.
I'm gonna
Great I've met the Marshmallow King. He is a great man.
Mr. Stay Buffed, great guy. What the Ghostbusters did is unacceptable.
Yeah.
The first glow I found was a fish that was smashed under a rock. It had clearly been dead for some time.
Wait, hold on a second. I just realised something. Has he got some... so he can detect, like, the dead. So is this just like some shitty Life is Strange power?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, walking up to the
I
side.
meant so, not that Life is Strange... All the powers in Life is Strange are shit. This is just one particular one.
Yeah. It feels to me like he is the type of guy who would think empathy was a superpower. So actually, he would fit in. I think Onision would fit in with the Life is Strange writing staff in the sense that he thinks empathy is a superpower, and that he's a 45-year-old man who thinks he's a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if only he was French, he would fit right in.
Yeah.
There's one sin you can't accuse him of.
Walking up the side of the creek, I found another dead animal. It was a rabbit that had most of its body eaten, clearly by both insects and probably coyotes. Finding these dead creatures felt a lot like Easter egg hunting. Only the eggs didn't glow like these bodies did. It was easier than any hunt.
What?
It was easier than any hunt I had experienced before, and nowhere near as light-hearted. For about 30 minutes I kept finding small animals. I even found a cat, only it was just the skeleton. I was surprised that the bones would still glow after all that time being dead, but they did. Clouds started gathering overhead and a rain began to fall. I decided I would search just a little bit more, then go home. I I would search just a little bit more the go home. My goal was to clear out everything around my house. I didn't want to be able to see any glowing from where I lived. It would be a constant reminder of death, and sometimes you just don't want to think about that. The bodies were so repetitious as the result of the carnivorous animals in the area we lived. We didn't get bears much, or really any large predators, so the body I approached last, the size, it didn't make sense. Back in the woods at my school where I saw the deer, that was miles from my home and was directly connected to a far deeper forest than what surrounded my home. Railroad tracks, a racetrack, a busy road, all neighbouring this little canyon that my whole family lived in. So what was a large dead body doing there? No coyote could kill something that big.
Stand by me all a second.
As I approached, I saw antlers. It was a male deer. I went through that entire preliminary thought process pointlessly. Maybe a bear did cross over, or maybe this deer died of a disease. Looking more closely at the deer, I began seeing a wiggling in his neck. I wasn't touching it, nor was I doing anything to it outside running away in horror. The red glow faded on the deer, and that was good enough. Slipping across the rocks and sometimes sliding in the water, I eventually made it home, covered in mud and feeling 100% done with the creek for the time being.
All right,
You know, I feel fucking the same.
we haven't. I don't think we've reached the chat. Somebody in the chat's like, "Hey, have these guys reached the chapter yet?" I'm guessing not, because nothing. A few like stupid things have happened, but nothing's been like, howling at the top of our lungs, laughing. That's happened yet.
Already, the first few lines of the next chapter is just excellent.
When do you have to go, Dimmer?
I'm going to start getting ready in around 15 minutes.
So do you want to call it here?
Yeah,
Or?
we'll wrap it up here then.
Yeah. I mean, you said it's been at least an hour, probably close to 2.
No, it's
Probably close to 8. We've been doing this for 8 hours.
no. We've been going 57 minutes. So
We've
just
been
under an hour.
Jacob, we've been doing this for 16 hours straight. We spent 4 hours just doing Trump impressions.
That's true. It's not even a good impression.
No.
Like, it's not even close. It's just like it's because it's just like a bastardization that began as like the stupid voice for Onision's character.
No, I mean that's the best. All the best presidents have incredibly easy, stupid voices to do, like George W. and Obama.
Or
What's Biden's one is usually just mumble and feel sad about the elderly. Here's some funny stories for those. Well, we're waiting for Jacob to come back from I don't know his weird sex trip or something, whatever he's doing. Did you hear about the cinema that collapsed? There was a cinema where the roof caved in, like majorly. I was telling Gemma about this, and it would have killed a bunch of people. Luckily, it was showing the new Captain America movie, so there was no one in it except 2 people. Which is the funny, like, Captain America saves lives by being shit.
People actually don't know how cozy I am, and it's a shame. I want to share that with an audience. Like, I want the people need to know how like toast pilled I am. So they just, I feel like America needs to know.
I'm surprised it's like not more foggy here. Like you're right on the sea here at Ramsgate.
Cobb is a cozy man.
Yeah, and America needs to know I'm not that little girl anymore. That I have a sexual side. So anyway, buy my album. Every time a child star turns like 19 and makes a song.
I can't be tamed.
Karma is a bitch. So let's
Should have known better.
Eyes Never Opened, which sounds like a song by one of these people.
It's like was like
That's
true.
so Jacob.
Yeah. That's
you
so
know what?
Jacob. This is my terrible... Yeah, I was a child star. Why in God's name did I, when I went to get my phone, did I take the glasses out of the room? Why did I do that?
I'm not sure. I saw you do that. And I'm like,
Nobody stopped me. And now I'm thirsty and I don't have my glass. Great.
Yeah.
Everything is fucking terrible. Life isn't worth living.
By his album, Realize, Real Lies.
Oh, God.
number 1 song, I left the glasses downstairs.
Just a picture of like the Illuminati symbol on the front. Every song just sounds like a Jaden Smith tweet.
You open up the booklet and it's got pictures of mountains and trains in it.
If I fell down a tree, would anybody hear me?
Chapter 9, Eyes Never Opened. Spring break had come. I was sitting in my room looking at my old TV. The beautiful imagery of Final Fantasy VII glowed in front of me.
Ugh.
The characters all looked like hip young adults. That's not how I remember the characters in Final Fantasy VII. I remember them
Popeye made out of bricks.
looking like a series of origami creations, but, like hip young adults, something that I desired to be. Nowadays, actually, Greg, you could write hip young adults, something that I desire, and then end the sentence. Yeah, couldn't you? Allegedly. Being a child felt so endless, like waiting for a Christmas that was never going to come. I had already invested about 24 hours of combined gameplay into this game. I planned on spending my entire spring break in my room, pinned between the dresser and the washing machine, playing Final Fantasy VII.
I don't care.
I just hate the way this guy writes. After a couple of days...
It's like Rachel, like people like, oh, I used to like Final Fantasy VII, and no, I don't. Ew.
But
I'd forgotten about that clip. That's so good. Yeah, I haven't seen that brought up in ages, but it's amazing. It's that one guy's like, ooh. He's so repulsive. After a couple of days, my mission of complete isolation appeared to be successful until my mother called me out to help her make dinner. She said,
I'm having a friend come over today.
And I replied, have I met this friend, Mom? My mum answered,
No, this is a friend that I met recently at my job. She's very fragile, so be nice to her, okay, Daniel?
She's made of glass.
Scoffing, I replied, Mom, I think you're mistaking me for Joanna. She's the rude one. I'm the quiet one who never gets in anyone's business.
This is dialogue a child would say.
My mum laughed as she continued to cling dishes together in the sink, seemingly incoherently. You seem to write incoherently.
Like, she's not...
Clang dishes?
Just clutching them tightly, yeah.
Yeah, I think you mean clang.
But even so, I mean, incoherently doesn't... Like, there's no version of that sentence that makes a fucking lick of sense. After I cleared off the table and my mum had finished making our meal, we heard a knock at our large, thick, rustic-looking wooden door.
Do you know there's commas you can do there?
My mum...
Well, very importantly, we know how thick and juicy his door is.
Introduced her... What is it with these people that write these stories? Introduced her to everyone in the house, saying her name was Cynthia. Right away, I could see that she was pregnant. But out of my childhood, why would I point out this specific story? Because you have a pregnancy kink, and everyone knows that, Greg. It's public knowledge. The pregnant woman, who is a friend of my mum, I was just talking about discovering dead animals, and suddenly I'm talking about a pregnant woman. Well, it's not hard to figure out.
Yes, it is.
Greg, why? What's wrong with you?
It turns out she was made out of... She wasn't really a person. She was made out of dead animals. Is that the point you're right?
Why are you like this? I'm guessing this is going to be really gross and be about miscarriages because the chapter is called Eyes Never Opened. So, yeah, really cool, Greg. Well done. Cynthia was, in fact, fragile. Throughout all of dinner, I could see she was emotionally distraught. She would say everything as if she was about to break down crying at any moment. And I had already figured out completely why. This woman was trying to hold off going to the doctor. She seemed like such a nice lady, but that wasn't a very nice thing to do. She was trying to hold on to the baby inside of her. She was trying to ignore reality.
Feel the just enthusiasm just drain out.
Do we have to read this? After some
we don't need to.
Yeah, you know what? Let's move on to the next page. If there's no objections from the chat, let's move on. I searched the creek to rid myself of the constant red glow I would see out of my window just by passing by on a normal day. But this walked right into my front room, and now unforgivable thoughts centered on myself crossed my mind.
What's the fucking babble?
Great, my spring break is ruined. Now I have to think about a dead baby, I said to myself.
I clearly got the worst out of anyone. I can't play Final Fantasy in a mindset like this. Why are you so selfish, lady who has a miscarriage? Why did you have to make it about you and your stupid dead baby?
I've suffered worse than anyone, many years from now. In fact, everybody's going to say it. They're going to say, Greg, you have suffered more than any protagonist who is called either Greg or Daniel. And I curse myself for having such a thought as if I was the victim. As if me losing my happiness in a simple break from an otherwise relatively happy elementary school experience was really the true problem here. I forgot how young he was meant to be. Elementary school.
Because I remember...
That's like primary school. But what goes on in your mind often defines much of your future. And then,
yes, it does.
That night, I defined my own future. Okay? The rest of that week, I did in fact spend weighed down by a cloud of doom over my head. Multiple times throughout my break, I asked my mum what happened to that woman. And whenever I asked, my mum simply said that she didn't want to talk about it. That just made the cloud over my head grow darker. For depressed, just picture the cloud has MF Doom's face and is constantly making little rhymes at him. It's the only way to cope with this. On the first day of school back, cool, great sentence.
I love school back.
I saw David again. Selfishly, I shared
he was
with
David.
No, he's Daniel. Wait, when he's not Greg. How it happened right in front of me, and he, of course, was not happy whatsoever to hear this information. That was basically the only conversation I had with David that day. He was just the kind of kid to avoid problems, and sometimes that means avoiding people who bring problems to you.
Is that what happened when you wouldn't answer the door to Chris Hansen?
Don't know, Chris, fuck off.
You have no power over me, vampire.
You can't come in unless I invite you. That's just a fact. You know, I know a lot about paparazzi journos, scumbags like Chris Hansen. I've studied it better than anyone.
And then he took the wrong Chris Hansen to court.
I wore my bulletproof vest on backwards because a lot of people, they try to shoot you from behind. That's just the code of the West.
Everyone expects bullets to come from the front. No one expects bullets from the back. That's why I also dressed like a clown. I came in dressed as a banana. No one expected the banana to go to court.
I would love to think that he showed up to court dressed like a banana. Like, that's a wonderful image.
Maybe he got mixed up, and instead of kangaroo court, he thought it was chimpanzee court.
Have you guys seen that animated sketch where Curious George is dying and reveals to the man in the yellow hat that he's been able to talk this whole time? He's like, I just never had anything to say, and he just starts going on about conspiracies and the Illuminati. It's one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. I have to show it to you after this.
Yeah, because they asked.
Yeah, if anybody in the chat knows it. Where the fuck am I? Yeah, for some reason watching the short brown hairs on the back of David's head blow in the wind as he walked away triggered a sudden realization in me that boy who reminded me of the alien. So what you want to do here, Greg, is add some kind of punctuation.
Or not,
So, a sudden realization in me, that boy who reminded me of the alien. Generally, that's a new set. You put like a semicolon or something there to indicate that's a new thought, but part of the same sentence. Just a thought. Or actually, what you could do is you could just like highlight all of this and hit the delete key.
Yeah. Step 1, not be shit. Step 2, follow the laws.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Maybe you should sort those round.
Yeah, but no, I think the most important one concerns the books.
Yeah.
Because we have to deal with that.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry too much about the kids. The kid who was in special ed class, who I would see sitting across from me during lunch once in a while. He disappeared right around the same time I fought back at the alien.
Why? Okay. Why does the kid in the special ed class remind you of an alien?
Because he's a bad person.
Have you ever noticed?
Because the author of this novel is a really bad
Have
person.
you ever noticed how black people and orcs are very similar?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, what are you implying, Greg?
I'm not implying, I'm outright saying it. Special needs people are aliens. Where the fuck was I?
You saw that documentary, Predator. The Predator.
But how would I ask about who he is to anyone? Walk up to a teacher and say, hey, you know that special ed kid who twitches funny? Have you seen him around? No, I don't think I could do that. Well, I'm glad you have that much self-awareness. The moment you even mention a special ed kid, they immediately consider writing you up for a hate crime, it seems. Yeah, definitely you are a
Have you
victim.
seen my best friend? He's in the special... hate crime!
Oh, have you seen that guy? He's probably got, Tourette's. He twitches all the time. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, hate crime.
Hate crime.
Aubrey, however, was still around. We just kind of fell apart after the whole Philip incident. I mean, how do you recover with someone after you beat someone up in front of them and then that person just happens to die from an accident not long after?
I'd say step 1, don't go fucking psycho mode on another 12-year-old. How fucking old he's supposed to be. He's like 10, 12.
What's the opening statement and reintroduction there? Hey, remember that time I beat up that kid who's dead now? Anyway, what were we talking about? No, for me, school was becoming more and more lonely every day. And even that kid I saved from bullying, he was only talking to me at the time because I was the person that would save him from his troubles, and now that he needed no more saving, it was like I was a ghost to him. You know what's really fucking weird about this? This giant-ass sentence. But then he puts a full stop here and continues the fucking sentence. It just, there's no knowledge of how to write whatsoever.
Grammar is for the weak, Jacob.
Regardless, it's time to go home again. The same school bus, the same driveway, the same time of day, the same door.
Back channel.
The same thick, juicy door, the same house, the same bedroom, the same foam pillow.
2 skeletons lived.
There was a big skeleton, a little skeleton, and a twitchy alien boy.
All right, if you get that one, let us know in the chat.
Yeah. Well, we'll know that you get it. Yeah, if your message is sort of in a coloured bubble,
yeah.
we'll know that you understand the joke. Regardless, it's time to go home again. Blah blah blah. Flip out the lights, Daniel, and now you're dreaming again. And what dream am I going to have now?
Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, that's right. The same dream. All right, that's the end of chapter 9, and that sucked. So let's have a look at the chat, because I've ignored it for a while. Not ignored it, but I was reading, and I can't do 2 things at once. Thank you, Agent Charles, for the $10. Won't be able to tall much because I'm at work, but I hope you guys are having a good Monday. I mean, as good as to be expected. You know, we're hanging out. Yeah, hanging out with this guy named Matt.
Mm-hmm. He's here too.
And reading, yeah. It's more fun than being at work, I guess? Question mark? Anyway, let's move on to chapter 10. Your dead girlfriend!
Wrote this.
The alien was prepared this time. He pulled one of my eyes out. I tried to scream. My mouth was stuck open. My vocal cords were paralyzed. With my remaining eye, I tried to get a good look at the alien as I yelled inside my own mind, suffering silently to the world around me. The alien looked healed. Maybe it was a different alien whose eyes didn't explode.
What?
Put that on a shirt.
I'm just gonna... Let me just try that again. Okay. I tried to get a good look at the alien as I yelled inside my own mind, suffering silently to the world around me. The alien looked healed. Maybe it was a different alien whose eyes didn't explode. No, I
you don't really speak about the great American novelist.
He's up there with
I was saying,
Hemingway.
yeah, you think about like one of the best books you've ever
Tennessee
read.
Williams.
You know, and you just think, oh. So I can't remember. We got into talking about Ulysses yesterday, and it was just like, yeah, it's all right, but it, you know, it's not Reaper. It's not Reaper's Creek. Is it? There's no moment where an alien's eyes explode, and then you realize a different alien had eyes that didn't explode. There's nothing like that in Ulysses.
I can't wait for his next book. I'm going to write the great American novel. It's about a futuristic theme park where you're cloning dinosaurs. I'm going to call it Greg and the Clonosaurus.
You have got to be kidding. Maybe it was a different alien who's like...
For the third time you...
Oh, Christ. I love this. So genuinely, I'm actually brought to quite a lot of joy because I think in these readings of, be they novels or short stories, there's always somewhere in them just a beautiful, iconic sentence. Whether it's, you know, the one that always comes to mind is that we can't just kill that thing. It's a beast version of our mascot. There are others, obviously. Could this be the work of the Illuminati? Or what was that other one?
With luck,
yeah, you know, moments like that. And obviously you don't get them in every single story. Mm-hmm. But when you do, when you get the alien looked healed, maybe it was a different alien whose eyes didn't explode. It's just, that's just... The stars aligning for me, you know. And that makes me really happy.
Say that sentence again without breaking.
Okay. I can do it this time because I've read it so many times now. Suffering silently to the world around me. The alien looked healed. Maybe it was a different alien whose eyes didn't explode. But it seemed this one was trying to take an eye for an eye. No. It, whatever it is, put my eye back. But it felt different. My eye felt a warmth at the stem. The alien reached forward and pulled my other eye with seemingly no resistance. I could see with my God damn it. I could see with my freshly replaced eye in seemingly the same way. No blur. 2020, or I guess just 20 vision.
Go to hell.
After inspecting and touching my eye in a few areas. How many areas?
I was supposed to ask the same
you know what I
question.
mean? It's just like, come on.
Yeah.
It's an eyeball.
Like, what are you, an anime character? How big's your fucking eyes?
I guess it is out of his skull, to be fair. It was also returned to my head. The creature seemed to be in a hurry. Immediately it thrust its hand into my chest and pulled out my heart. Or so it looked like my heart. I have no real understanding of my own anatomy.
Oh, it's the whole Greg is a robot again. He doesn't have any concept of being human. This has been a recurring thing in the last three, now the third novel now.
Do you know what's amazing? I'm not even sure if that's true. I remember so little of the previous two novels that, like, that may or may not be accurate, and I couldn't say one way or the other.
Of the last two books blend together.
Yeah.
I just remember him being in, like, high school, at least in both of them, and then at one point he goes to the army in the second book, and Rocket Fist Rick is in the first book.
There's been so much, like, self-aggrandizing bullshit in these books that I no longer picture Onision now. Like, my brain makes him Neil Breen. Like, just auto-corrects when you say shit like that. My brain is picturing scenes from Double Down. Genuinely. Like, fuck, I've seen too many bad movies.
Just,
no one else to blame but yourself.
Shoving tuna in his mouth.
Yeah.
I love my country.
Like, when you say, like, you're thinking of, like, so you've replaced Neil Breen, so if we can get some other, if we make you watch a bunch of other particular bad movies, you would replace Neil Breen in your head for Onision for someone else. So if we just made you watch Ooga Booga a bunch of times, it would be a tiny black racist.
No, nothing would change because I'm already really racist. Like, what's that going to do? Make me more racist? Pfft, yeah, good luck.
Like, so you try.
Right, where the fuck was I?
Right, so anyone doesn't know, I think it's Ooga Booga or Unga Bunga, something like that. It's imagine Chucky, but racist. But like, it's not racist because it's made by a black guy, probably.
Just probably just assuming it's.
I saw the trailer once.
Yeah.
I didn't need to see anything else from it.
You're at Happy Voice.
See, Matt just assumed it was a black man because it was made with, it was quite incompetent. But you don't. Matt's a real old-fashioned racist. He's like, oh, these people can't do anything. He's not your modern racist.
Yeah,
he's not your liberated woke sissy racists. You know, who are just like
just sipping lattes and being racist in a fucking Starbucks. No, I'm good old-fashioned. Yeah, feet to the ground, nose to the grindstone racist. I'm out there on that grind.
At the rally,
I'm pressing
at the rallies every month.
I put in the work to be racist. I'm up every Sunday early, carving that cross.
I'm sorry, pull myself up with my bootstraps. I say straps; they're more coloured laces on the boots. This is a joke about 80s skinhead culture in the UK. It's not going to be a big universal racist joke everyone's going to get, but that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes this show a learning experience for people. It's
We'll
a very
give you hints to go out there and look.
You can research yourself.
So
you know.
so like, look up if you want to look up more. Go to certain websites like Storefront. Remember, use a VPN sponsored by.
Yeah, this is the moment. This is the moment where we reveal we're sponsored by NordVPN. If you don't want the police to find out that you're looking onto white supremacist message boards, use NordVPN. It's called Nord because it is the most pure Aryan of the virtual private networks. Matt's joking. He's laughing so much.
You know, I was just talking earlier about like how this, the internet historian always does like little skips like that. Like he's never going to do one for that, is he?
I certainly hope not. Oh, although he might plagiarise us doing it. Okay, so this.
Topical.
I knew the alien could hear me. Okay, I screamed in my head again. I knew the alien could hear me. I must have looked like a fool with my mouth stuck open and nothing coming out. Just standing there frozen, a gaping hole in my chest. I lost consciousness. A happy voice.
Good morning, good morning, good morning to you.
Shut up, Mum! I screamed abruptly, coming out of my sleep.
Greg, don't talk to me like that.
My mum yelled back, only to be interrupted again. Mum, my chest is bleeding! I yelped. Oh, sorry, Mum, my chest is bleeding! I yelped. Immediately, my mum ran out, grabbed my papa, and before I knew it, we were in the urgent care facility, waiting for a doctor to decide if I'm worth his or her time.
I mean, the answer's always going to be no.
Oh, baby, use a singular tense when you write. It's not that hard.
That's my new song. It's a deep cut from my new album, because I'm not that little girl anymore, you know. I have sex. I'm a grown-up, and America needs to know that. I blanked out completely.
You do a bunch of fentanyl.
In the truck. You know, I'm going to say it, Matt. There's a fucking fentanyl crisis in this country. No one's prepared to have that conversation. I blanked out completely in the truck ride there. So much of my life felt unfathomable now. Why was I being tortured? What did the alien do to me this time? And who could I tell about this without being sent to a mental institution? This is the sister. Is that you as well?
Yeah, just Daniel, your face is turning green.
My sister Joanna jested across the room from me in the waiting room. She could make fun, but we both know... No. We both know she wouldn't have come with my mum and papa unless she was also concerned. I just glared at my sister and rolled my eyes in a slightly amused manner. I wasn't in much pain. I just didn't want to ignore a chest wound for the sake of common sense.
All right. Yeah.
And
Like,
other things
act
that
like-
other things a 12-year-old thinks about.
Yeah, he's acting like a fucking anime character. It's just
Matt, are
like-
you alright there? Are you sugar crashing?
No, I'm fine.
Look at your fucking diabetic ass half dead on my guest bed.
No,
You
no,
good?
I just want to. I'm trying to relax. Your
Okay.
bed.
I've never seen you relax before in all of your life. You're the least relaxed person I know. Like, it's just actually uncanny and it's making me uncomfortable just the thought of Matt relaxing.
How about this?
That's just for the people in the room as well. Like, people can't even see that at home, and nor should they. No one should ever see that. I got to the doctor's examination room after sitting in the waiting room for hours, 4 hours in fact. I guess chest bleeding wasn't a huge priority to them. After an additional 30 minutes of waiting, a nurse came in, asked me a bunch of mundane questions, and left.
What did you do to someone stab you?
Another 15 minutes and the doctor came in. He lifted my shirt and scoffed, then left the room after a few generic comments about my sleep behaviour and even gave me a speech about self-harm. I was confused about all this, but it became clear he had concluded I had done this to myself, either consciously or unconsciously. Who gives a shit? It's just frustrating to read. I'm going to take a quick break to read some super chats instead.
Let's see.
Thank you, Bioman, for the $4.99. Oh golly, more onion, man. Yes, more onion indeed, and we are not... And we're here for it, but our brains are checked out. Our brains are elsewhere. Thank you, Sinis, for the $5. Unrelated to this, I finally got around to reading The Hellbound Heart. Oh, I like The Hellbound Heart quite a lot.
Me too.
I loved it a lot, but not as much as Clive Barker loved using the word din. It's true. I actually love the word din, and I can't remember which musical artist I used to describe as their music as being a witless din fairly recently, but it's a good word, din. I like it.
Yeah, it's a very. I would say it's quite a northern sort of expression. Like I would say, like I mean, which would make sense because Clive Barker's from Liverpool.
Which is a shame, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good inspiration for writing.
Writing horror. Yeah, writing horror.
Yeah.
Just like, well, I'm from Liverpool, so I know a
you
thing
just
or
never want to
two
hear him talk.
about hell. The wound on my chest had already dried, and no stitches were required. Apparently, the alien had done either a great job making it look like I hurt myself, or a bad job simply cleaning up my wound entirely. I mean, it stuck its fingers through my skin before without a mark. Why did it leave a mark this time?
Maybe it's just because you're a whiny little.
Yeah,
twat.
who cares? Honestly, like, who gives a shit? Why? What a stupid thing to like
I need to
pontificate
take it room in
about.
this book So I'm going to write a completely pointless scene and we go to the hospital.
Yeah.
And then the doctor slapped me across the face, called me a pussy.
What does any of this accomplish?
Filling time.
As we left the urgent care, my sister indicated that she wanted to drive.
She indicate like turning left.
Yeah. I saw a funny meme. It was it was the inside of a BMW and the left indicator was on, and it was just the caption was like, guys, this random lights come on. Should I be worried? And I was like, that's good. But no, if any BMW drivers want to be offended in the chat, you can let me know, and then for the first time in your life, you'll have indicated something. My mum laughed at the idea, as she was nowhere near old enough yet. My papa remained in our truck the entire time we were inside. Apparently, while I was getting looked at, he got fish and chips. I helped myself to chips. So glad this is in here. I mean, it's no pizza order while watching The Dark Knight on Netflix.
Oh, I forgot about that.
But, knowing that you helped yourself to some of your dad's chips, great. Some, premium storytelling.
Wait a second. All right, okay. Are we in England now?
No.
Well, no, they have fish and chips in other countries, Gemma. It's not a secret.
No, but it's
Just like people don't come to the UK and be like, oh, could we try a local dish? I'm like, what's this? Is that what? And what's this wrapped in some sort of?
Look at the chip. Oh my god! Look at the fries. They're so thick. And this fish.
I was like, is that a fish? But it looks like
wrapped in some some batter.
I'm just saying because it's implied because Americans don't call chips.
No,
chips.
but they call fish and chips though. That's what the dish is called. Yeah.
Okay, but
This is normally where I'd say, do you want to do another take? But since we're live, we actually have to leave that in. So.
yeah, I'm content with leaving that in. But I was just like, it was jarring.
No, if they have fish and chips in a lot of places.
Also, Gemma, rumours say they also, in some places, very rarely, they have pubs in America. Wild. Maybe even beans of the baked variety. After you go on quite a long quest to get them. And some say that only the president, one at a time, they can have they may import, at great expense, some spotted dick.
I have heard, though, that only in Scotland do they have pies. So before this stream, Gemma was like, there's pies we do in Scotland, and for whatever reason, we just wouldn't let it go. We're just like, that's not one of your English bastard pies, that's pastry and meat. There's gravy in there, too.
Yeah, that's pie.
It's because we do something called a macaroni pie.
Yeah, but it's just macaroni in a pie, though. Like, it's not different to a pie. It just has a different filling. It's like a shepherd's pie is different to a normal pie, right?
There's shepherd in it.
But like a macaroni pie isn't like, oh, we've used macaroni instead of like potato on the top. It's like, no, you've made a basic pie with pastry, and you've just put macaroni. That's just a pie with a different filling.
I was gonna say we do a different pastry though with our pies.
Oh, aye. Not one of your English bastard pastries. Aye, that's not your Greg's there. That's proper pastry.
It's proper pastry.
That's just roll phyllo pastry from Sainsbury's.
Don't lie, Cole. Nobody in Scotland shops at Sainsbury's.
Oh yeah, it's a bit too rich.
We don't have Waitrose really that up there. Only like posh places have Waitrose.
There's only one city in all of.
You say that we're in fucking Kent, and we're like spitting distance from like 3 Waitrose. So I don't know if that's true.
No, honestly, like when I had never set foot in a Waitrose, like until I was 22.
Were you
when I
amazed?
moved here.
Was it amazing? Was it like stepping into the cathedral of some sort? 16 Chapel.
I just saw one of the comments. She's like, "What's that? Gemma just threw Cobb and Matt out the window."
Anyway, there's some super chats to read. We've got one minute left, guys, and we don't have to do another hour. Yeah. So, haha. Thank you, Bioman, for the $1.99. Scotland is beyond the Great Wall. Pretty much. I mean, that's sort of like the thing, isn't it? Westeros is based on Britain. Spike the Lizard, thank you for the €5. This is apparently your 3rd super chat as well. Glad to see another one of these. Hello from one of those bullshit European countries that doesn't matter. And then the Irish flag, I think. Or is that the Italian flag? I can't tell because it's so small!
Okay, so I want to put this out. I think they said this before, but why are most flags fucking boring?
Actually, do you guys... So the Kentish flag is a white horse on a red background. It's pretty cool looking. It's not just stripes. I like that about it. But it may... Because it was it's anachronistically attributed to the Kingdom of Kent. It wasn't until we unified with England that we started using that flag. But what is cool is the Jutish kings in like the 5th century also had horse banners. So the irony is we fly a flag meaning freedom and unity and being unconquered, which is very similar to the banners that a bunch of conquerors would have flown when they came here to enslave us all. When we were like, no, we're Romans, we don't want to be barbarians. And the Romans went, fuck off, we're not helping you, there's no money.
Sweet irony.
Yeah, and well, the British would never do that to anyone. Just don't look at what happened in Hong Kong. But we'd never say, oh, no, there's no money.
I mean, there's lots of things to like don't look at in China. There's that square you shouldn't look at. I mean, as long as you don't.
Or any of their buildings.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't look at them. Don't touch them. They might fall apart.
Yeah.
I'm showing you those videos. You're absolutely horrified.
It's fucking bizarre.
60-year-old woman being able to scrape the concrete apart.
Scottish pastries are just built different, I guess.
They are.
Yeah, they use a lot of oil. Crude oil.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It looked like the Irish flag, but I couldn't tell on my phone on a little ass screen on a green background. But I was like, looks like Ireland, but.
Yeah, as I said, like, why, like, when they're designing flags, they're like, all right, so, okay, English flag, cross, Scottish flag, different cross, Irish flag, this, and Welsh, we got a fucking dragon in ours.
Look at this guy. Don't look at anything in British museums. All right, this is going to get me in trouble. Absolutely do not give that shit back that's in the British Museum, because look at the places they come from and how well they've looked after the rest of their artifacts. Don't give them that shit back.
I mean, if we weren't going to drink the mummies, someone else would have.
Man, fuck the Victorians.
The Victorians
Jesus.
suck.
You guys know about this with Stonehenge? Oh, visit Stonehenge. Here you go, have a tiny hammer and chisel and take a piece of it home with you. That makes me viscerally sick to think about.
You know, people got absolutely pissy at like that, I mean, with right, because Just Always all full of shit. Someone threw some shit on the Stonehenge. And they had to like spray it off, and it was like damaging it. And like back in these days, like I'm going to chip a bit off, but as I said, like the mummies, fucking Victorians, oh mummy craze, let's open up this fucking mummy right here.
Yeah, and like obviously they started like putting metal bars on top of graves so that people would stop robbing them for the corpse juice.
The delicious mummy goo.
Yeah.
What's that paint called? It's like mummy brown or something like that. Do you know about this? Do you not know about this? There was a paint called... It's like mummy...
I do know about this.
Okay, so it's called Mummy Brown. Guess why? Because it was made from actual fucking mummies.
Yeah, you can't get it anymore.
Well, yeah, I hope not.
Imagine that. You know, you get here in a time machine, like in H.G. Wells' book from that period, and you're just like, oh, what paint do you want to do your bedroom? Is that Mummy Brown? Oh, sorry, we're out of mummies. You drained them all.
Is this in like the what if machine if Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon didn't die of like some sort of like Egyptian curse?
AKA malaria.
Yeah.
You don't know. Tutankhamun could have sent it on them. You know, going back to H.G. Wells, do you remember the H.G. Wells time machine movie done? It's like in the 2000s.
Yes. 2002.
Yeah. Only things
It's got some good parts, actually, that film.
But the thing
Altogether, it doesn't work. But
the thing I love about it is he invents a time machine to stop his wife from dying.
Yeah.
Then he's like, all right, let's go this way. And then in the background, she gets run over by a horse and car. And then he immediately gives up.
Yeah.
2 times. He's like, all right, let's go home. Like, after, like, if
yeah, I feel like inventing the time machine was harder than saving your wife more than once.
Like, okay, so
like the bulk of the work has been done.
Yes, you can use the time machine if you know, like, if after like the 3rd or 4th time she dies like some kind of Final Destination-esque way, then yeah, maybe time to give up on her. But like, all right, 2 times. She wasn't that great, really. I mean, it's Victoria's. She was like, she to me, she was a bit spicy. Actually, she was like, "Oh, do you want to see my ankles?" I was like, "Oh, no way, lady."
So, Seven was reading the chat. Yes, Irish people apparently are lazy alcoholic Catholics who hate British tourists. I did know that, although I always assumed you would hate American tourists more for the simple reason that when tourists from anywhere else come, they don't also pretend they're from Ireland. That drove...
Hey, I'm an Italian like you.
Oh god, it drove me fucking crazy. I was
like, you mean Irish? No, you know.
I was on a tour, and this person was just like, I was like, well, this statue here, because there's a Franciscan chapel near where I work, and it's from 1267, so it's the oldest Franciscan chapel in the country, right? So it's worth talking about. So I was like, oh, this little statue here, this is Francesco of Assisi, as he's originally known, but he's, it doesn't matter how you pronounce it, Francisco, Francis, his fucking name's Giovanni, right? It's not important. But
yeah.
I mentioned Francesco, which is the original pronunciation of his sort of canonized saint name. And this woman goes, Francisco, she goes, I'm Italian. And I was like, oh, really, darling? Whereabouts in Italy are you from? She looks at me blankly, you're clearly from Boston. And I just carried on the fucking tour. I was like, don't fucking interrupt me.
Why is it like Americans like...
I'm Italian. No, you're fucking not.
I have an accent. I like my great-grandfather or my grandfather was either an Italian or an Irishman. That also somehow makes me an Irish or Italian.
Also, Francisco is Spanish!
Yeah, I know. Francesco is Italian and Francisco is Spanish, I know.
I was going to say, the name is San Francisco!
Yeah.
Mamma mia!
Yeah.
Time for my siesta!
It drove me fucking nuts. And it's such a uniquely American thing to like just be convinced you're from another country. So here's the thing, right? I've never been to Ireland. My mum's been. She likes it very much. I will probably go at some point. Apparently it's very beautiful. But I've never been. You know who was Irish? My father. My father was an Irishman, right? This has never come up on the channel before because it's not important. He was an Irishman. Do you know who's not an Irishman? Me. Because I've never been to fucking Ireland. I'm from fucking Kent. I'm not an Irishman. And that's my dad. I'm not talking about my great-great-grandfather. I was like, yo, I'm Irish. Get fucked!
You do like potatoes, though.
I do. Everybody likes potatoes. That's so ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, you Irish, you love potatoes. Have you eaten a potato? They're fucking wicked. There are so many nice ways you can have these.
You do like whiskey, though.
Again, whiskey is very, very good.
You are fulfilling all the Irish stereotypes, yeah.
That explains the day drinking.
Hey, I did that on my own.
Yeah, like I say, I've never been to Ireland. I there's no Irish culture in my life. I've never gotten in touch.
He barely wears green.
With my quote unquote Irish roots. So I day drink because I'm miserable. That has nothing to do with anything else. Because I used my potential to read Onision books on the internet.
Should we try and...
We've been doing this for an hour.
Let's try to get to the end of the chapter at least.
Do you want me to read
Matt,
some?
we don't owe these fucking people anything. Oh shit, the mic's still on. Fuck.
Why do these scummy people who don't send us gold... Oh, wait.
Hi! Welcome back. We had some technical difficulties.
It's like, every kid in Springfield is an SOB. Everyone on this channel is an SOB. Go, no!
It's a weird episode.
It's really weird. The more you think about it.
All the little children in Springfield are SOBs.
Yeah, no, you think about it, it's like the more, like, and at the end with all the celebrities trying to get this local clown back his TV show makes no fucking sense.
It's a good episode, though. It's one of the weirder ones from that era, but yeah. Big fan of classic Simpsons, but everyone knows that.
You mean good Simpsons?
Yeah. Well, so we say classic Sonic, you mean good Sonic.
Yeah.
Like, it's just classic.
Classic
Classic is just more polite than just saying good.
Yeah. No, classic like Sonic Adventures 2.
Shut the fuck up, Matt. It was all downhill. Not just Sonic. You could track like the world's failings with Sonic the Hedgehog. Like the moment they gave Sonic long legs, that was it. It was over.
You mean Sonic is like the Fisher King of the world?
Yeah. All right, Gemma. I seem to remember you volunteering to finish off the chapter for me.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay. I hoped you weren't going to concede.
You shouldn't have offered. Gemma, you said you're going to... I don't remember saying that. Get stuffed, Jacob.
And
yeah.
that's the Mandela effect.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we're back at where I derailed the entire thing about the fish and chips.
Fish and chips. Fish and chips.
Everything on the road home seemed normal. My head was leaned on the back passenger window out of boredom. My sister was on the other side of the back seat asleep on her window. Everything felt so typical till we pulled off the main road onto our gravel road. From seemingly nowhere, a man in a small black pickup truck collided with the middle of our truck. Me being immediately on the other side of the door he T-boned, I flew back and full-on slammed against my sister. My mum's window shattered, and my papa was completely unaffected aside from a few pieces of shattered glass scraping his face as it flew past him.
You just like Hank Hilling it.
Without hesitation, the man who hit us, clearly in a daze, screamed at us to see if we were okay. But despite how hard he hit us, we were not the people he should have been concerned with. No one else seemed to notice it, but his girlfriend, or whoever she was, who sat in the passenger seat of his car, was clearly dead. She did not glow to my eyes. That ability was clearly gone. But I felt a cold in her that I did not feel about anyone else around me. I didn't realise it till this moment. Maybe it was because I surrounded myself with the living, and there was no inconsistency that stood out in this new sensation. Yet in my chest, when I looked at the woman slammed against the black truck's dashboard, I felt nothing but silent, still, cold.
Dun dun dun.
Cope?
Are you okay? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Where did you come from? Oh man, God.
The man yelled at us in our large orange
And we just
vehicle
came from the hospital.
as we all recovered. You sound like Steve Pemberton.
That's what I was going for.
Yes.
I was going for, I forgot the character's name, the serial killer with the bowl cut.
Oh, David Cerebus.
Yeah.
My papa looked back to me.
I can't remember the Papa's voice.
But-
Daniel, are you hurt anyway, huh?
I replied.
My chest is bloody again, but I think I just ripped the scab back open.
Meanwhile, Joanna was just sitting there wailing in horror. Ow, my ear! She screamed. Apparently a piece of glass had somehow found its way into her ear canal.
Let me help you, I'm so sorry.
Screamed the man outside her shattered right window. I yelled back.
Dude, your girlfriend is dead.
Jacob, you knocked your water over.
Womp womp.
Did you say womp womp?
Focus on her.
I mean, she's dead. What's there to focus on?
I felt the focus of most everyone involved suddenly shift to me in a horribly uncomfortable way. The driver of the black truck muttered confused under his breath and looked back at his girlfriend. He saw she was hunched forward and began screaming her name. My family kept looking back and forth at me, then at the man in the little black truck trying to wake his girlfriend up. I muttered,
She's not gonna wake up, she's dead.
My mum replied, Daniel, we get it. My papa...
Stop bringing it up. It's rude.
You guys should walk home. I'll deal with the police and everything.
None of us were in the mood to deal with any more waiting rooms or doctors that day. We walked down the gravel hill to our home to self-medicate.
Didn't his sister have a bit of glass in her ear?
Yeah.
If there's one, I've never really had glass inside my body before, so I can't speak from experience about. I'm not sure if I'd want, say, a bit of glass somewhere sensitive and important, like the inside of my fucking ear.
Yeah, but he had to go to the hospital because he had a scab on his chest.
His tum-tum hurty.
Yeah, that night over dinner, my papa was looking at me funny. I asked.
What's up, Papa?
He replied.
How did you know that woman was dead?
I looked at her and she looked pretty fucking dead.
I answered.
Did she look dead?
My papa answered me.
No, she looked unconscious.
I looked down at my plate.
I was abducted by an alien. I've been abducted a lot. I think they put stuff inside me. I think I can do things or know things now.
That's such a Donald Trump line. I was abducted by an alien.
I've
I've
been
been abducted a lot.
A lot of people, they come up to me and they say, "Hey, have you been abducted?" I say, "I've been abducted better than anyone. I don't know anything about it."
I think I could do things or know things now.
I said that I was going to build that wall, a wall in space. I was going to make the aliens pay for it.
You're gambling right now. You don't have the cards.
Illegal space Mexicans.
My papa immediately rolled his eyes and laughed to himself.
No, but seriously, how do you know she was dead?
When you want to tell me what's going through your head, why you sounded so confident, come let me know, okay?
He said as he stood up and gave his food to our dog. I let out a sigh. That was the exact reaction I expected. I followed up my last statement.
That was the chest wound I had. I think they ripped out my heart and I don't know.
Stuck a penis in me.
My papa replied from a distance now as he closed the bedroom door.
Fred Flintstone. Okay, good night, Daniel.
You weird fucking
You
kid.
crazy shit. I'm going to strangle you in your sleep.
I looked back at those remaining at the dinner table. My sister was staring at me.
What?
I said. Joanna replied,
Can we please go to the hospital? I have a bit of glass in my ear. It's incredibly... It's working its way into my brain.
You're an idiot. Someone died and you're joking around? I let out a big sigh. I replied.
You're right, I'm an idiot.
Weeks later, I discovered something new about myself on the playground. Something that probably ruined a few people's lives. I'll talk about that later, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Why go into it now?
He discovered something about himself on the playground that would ruin lives.
Alright, chapter 11, Awake. Months passed. I was lying in bed looking at the wood poles bracing the top of my ceiling. Why was I alive?
I don't know.
Why were any of us alive? This reminds me of that fucking Sonic story. This opens with, like, ruminations on the meaning of life. It's just about a killer Sonic.
Yeah.
Why were any of us alive? Why was my existence surrounded by death? Why was I given the ability to know automatically when death was near me?
Imagine going to a job interview for like a
You're working
detective.
working on the river.
Yeah, so like.
So what can you do? I know a few languages. I'm pretty athletic. I know when death is around me. You're hired. We could use you in the kitchen.
I'm able to determine when there's death afoot.
I can tell the difference between butter and I can't believe it's not butter.
No, you can't. No one can. Now that we've established that he's less qualified than Homer Simpson.
A few weeks back, one of our teachers had a heart attack in the middle of class. No students were being noisy or anything. Many people act like you only get heart attacks when someone surprises you or when you're exercising. No one says that. Like, it's kind of like the silent killer, right? The heart attack, it just like strikes. Mr. Lucas died right in front of his 5th grade class.
Eating.
Oh, he's probably had one of those loud heart attacks.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even standing up, just died in his chair, and it took the class around a half hour to notice. Here's a weird thing, and it's like a uniquely American thing. It's saying a half hour instead of half an hour. It's just an old little idiosyncrasy.
Yep.
It is correct in American English. It's just always weird. As someone who's not American, it always throws me. It's like when people say on accident. It's like, oh, that feels strange, but it is technically
on accident.
Yeah, instead of by accident, they say on accident. It's just a strange little American idiosyncrasy.
I wonder what caused him to understand, like to be able to. I think he was able to sense it, like.
Yeah, hang on.
You know,
Our teacher had a heart attack in the middle of the class. I can always tell automatically when death is near me. It took me half an hour to notice he was dead.
I knew he was dead immediately, but I thought, fuck it, free period.
I contradict myself in the very next paragraph.
It's like
I'm a great study of death. I know more about it than anyone else.
it's like when he comes in,
I don't know
the arbiter of death.
I don't know anything about death. It's complicated. I've studied it better than anyone. Across the building, I felt him die. The absence of warmth haunted me many walls away. I could even tell you what his soul looked like if I closed my eyes. Yellow. It glowed. It was hollow in the inside. it had a tail like a neon sea creature, if anything.
Oh yeah, those. Oh, I know.
Sort of like the
I know.
luminescent, but it's always like a neon sea creature. He could have ended the sentence there, but it's the if anything is so fucking redundant. It's just like weirdly conversational.
Daniel, turn out your lights.
My mum shouted from the front room. I was so sick of being tormented by things beyond most anyone's. Stop doing that! Greg, stop writing most everyone, most anyone. That's just, it's such a fucking redundant use of the word most. Stop doing it. It's so like quirky and bad. Stop doing that when you write.
It's really...
Quirky is not hard to describe on these
I
shows.
was so sick of being, well, this is a quirk, in right? Like he's not quirky.
It's like JC's practically.
Yeah, it's just like him misusing practically. Yeah, I was so sick of being tormented by things beyond anyone's comprehension, let alone the fact I'm just a kid. How am I
Life
supposed...
is a nightmare.
It always reminds me of that stand-up with the guy talking about, like, oh, the thing with emo music, it could only come from people who had no real problems. Like, could you imagine if people in the developing world made emo music? It's just like, I'm just a kid and I'm also a soldier. It's like, I can't remember who the comedian was, but it fucking sent me. I was laughing for like a minute straight.
My family's dead and the water's poisonous.
Dark side Phil won't take in my money.
Okay. Yeah. Alright, so I was waiting for somehow work that in, but Gemma fucking nailed it.
Okay. Who wants to explain the Dark Side Phil Nigerian money thing?
Okay, so Dark Side Phil, pillar of the community, everyone's favourite Let's Player.
I mean, he's sort of mine. I mention him in almost every episode of my Let's Play channel.
I mean, like, you'll know it's a Gundam.
Yeah.
You didn't actually make a figurine of him as an insult. So, Dark Side Phil was doing one of his usual shit streams, and then someone from Nigeria, for some reason, was a fan. His name was like Nigeria Loves Dark Side Phil or something like that. Gave him some money, but because of the difference in economy and value, it came out like, I don't know, really low, but it was like, I don't know, a day's wage in Nigeria.
Yeah, like the money was worth about like less than $1 in American money. But yeah, Nigeria is a poor country, so yeah, it was about a day's wages or just under a day's average wages in Nigeria that this guy donated. That'd be like someone in England donating about £200.
Yeah.
It's like, it's quite a lot of money for them. And Darkside Phil's just like, as he always does, makes that noise. He's like, Nigerian money, let's see how much that's worth. That doesn't count. I'm not shouting at anything less than $1.
Yeah.
And it's like, Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
And to make things worse, the guy was like, so you won't accept Nigerian donations. And then he gifts a membership to Darkside Phil, and he was like, oh, the Nigerians that he's gifted a membership, what, to cost 2 cents? I'm not doing anything for that, because Darkside Phil's got a new strategy now. He will not start a game on his streams until somebody donates.
Now, Gemma, I think we're going about this all wrong. All right, my friends, we will not read another page
Until you get round to sending us that gold.
until...
We accept gold and credit card
A
details.
big difference is we accept Nigerian money,
Yeah.
all right? Just...
Just
That's me clicking my fingers rudely in case you can't tell through the
Yeah.
microphone. That's me being completely unreasonable.
yeah. Oh wait, we need to get a webcam so you can pull out a fucking smug-looking, punchable face like Darkside Phil did.
He's actually a villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, he genuinely just like, I'm not playing games until I get money.
Yeah.
And then it's like, someone sends me money. That's not enough money. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, so
that doesn't count.
Yeah, Jacob is 100%. He's a villain in like a Disney movie about other things. So like he would be like a Toy Story villain, like a background piece of shit, while the toys are doing something else.
He's just like Al from Al's Toy Barn, basically.
He does kind of look like Al from Alice in Wonderland, to be fair.
Like, Woody, we're being replaced by video games. Oh no, we've ended up at Darkside Phil's house.
Oh no, he's selling us because he's bankrupt.
That old boogie. In Toy Story, what, 6? What the fuck ever it is now? Darkside Phil and Boogie live in the same house, and they're arguing about who gets to sell which toy.
Because in the comments of that video, someone was asking where his Bebop and Rocksteady figurines were.
Yeah.
And obviously he's fucking sold them.
Yeah.
His wife took them in the divorce.
Oh yeah, because apparently he's been divorced for a couple of months now.
Oh, Phil.
Feeling you're making me angry.
One Nigeria. Naira. That's apparently what the currency is called. Yeah. Anyway.
So don't be like Darkside Phil, a piece of shit. I mean, we could go into more detail about, but just don't be a piece of shit.
Yeah, basically. But we actually will continue reading because I was kidding.
Yeah.
Right, where the fuck were we? Like I say, we'll read, but I actually don't know where we are.
You are at...
You've never blamed Kojima for like messing up a line of dialogue, have you?
No.
Yeah, you got to the "I'm just a kid" because then I did the
Oh, yeah.
fan joke.
I know where the fuck that is.
At the top of this left-hand page.
All right.
The next slide is how am I...
There we are. Yeah. I'd learn the fact I'm just a kid. And I'm also a soldier. How am I supposed to be functional, even remotely sane, in an environment that seemingly constantly reminds me of the worst part of life? One that throws it in my face, even if I run.
That's another lyric.
I think that constantly reminds me of the worst part of my life. Well, that's you in prison, constantly thinking about the things you did. What happens if I go to sleep? I get abducted again.
Didn't he say it's been months or something like that?
Mum, I'll turn out... who cares? I'll turn off the light in a minute, I yelled back.
I'm jacking off.
My mother wasn't interested in anything but absolute compliance. Her constant working, dealing with the people she encountered every day, it made her headstrong, unwilling to budge for most anyone. Stop saying most! Unwilling to budge for most anyone, especially me.
You go to bed now or you're in trouble.
My mum hollered back. I can't, it's just the fucking song.
Holler back, girl.
Yeah, it's just wedged in there right now.
Do you know the lyrics? Can you sing it in?
No.
Holla back, girl.
That's the only bit I know.
That shit is bananas.
Is that the same song?
B-A-N, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were two different songs.
No,
That
it's the same.
shit is bananas. I know a lot about bananas.
I've studied it better than anyone.
I'm a banana. I'm a banana. He has studied it more than anyone.
I am a banana. B-A-N.
They just came together like magnet and steel.
That was beautiful. And that's why it's worth tuning into the streams, folks. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll watch it all at the end. No. You got to tune in, else you miss comedy gold. Like I'm a banana.
Remember, we do take Nigerian money.
That song came out in 2005, which is where his comedy comes from.
My
I
mother
thought it came from like the bottom of a dumpster.
Yeah. It's like that.
Oh, what are you going to do? And my mum immediately slapped her belt across my door. As the belt impacted, I could hear the cheap wooden door creak as if it had been dented from the outside.
What the fuck is this guy's like? What? I still don't understand. Why is he living in the basement and why is his house made of plasterboard?
I
know like American houses aren't particularly sturdy.
Genuinely, I think this is like Onision's idea of like a working class family. Like he's obviously never experienced actual
Does
poverty,
he
so
live in
he's
a
like,
tin shack?
he's just, this is what I imagine it's like. Kid sleeps in the boiler room, like Freddy Krueger.
Like, is this his version of Harry Potter? Like, what's worse than living under the stairs? The boiler room.
I screamed again. So you're going to hit me? Go ahead and beat me then, Mom. I don't care. I just want the light to be on. Leave me. When did he start like screaming at his mom and stuff? Like
Just now.
I feel like they were getting along fine.
Yeah, this seems like a complete change. I mean, it has been months, so we've missed all his character development. And apparently he hasn't slept in that time. He's just had the light on the entire time.
As I screamed, I heard a subtle noise I don't even know how to describe. I stopped speaking altogether. Okay, actually, no, that's not correct. Altogether is a word. After a few seconds of silence, I heard my mum scream in the most horrified voice I had ever endured.
Call the hospital. Oh God.
Not for me.
Yeah, I'm glad you're really committing to this. My mum desperately moaned. I jumped down the ladder of my bunk bed and opened the door. Blood was flicked on my chin and my neck as Mum spun around, clutching her eyes. Both her hands were firmly locked on her face. I could see blood gushing through her fingers.
Damn, Daniel. No. Daniel, I...
My mum stuttered and then collapsed, smacking her head against our kitchen counter just outside my bedroom door.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't
Oh
know.
no, my superpowers! I accidentally killed my mum.
I mean,
Now
her
I
eyes
will become Banana
explode.
Man. Don't you know if you yell at your mum when she hits a belt against the door, it causes her eyes to explode?
I dropped to my knees and began screaming, Mum, what happened?
You didn't turn the light off.
What did you do?
No.
She had to have put something in her eyes. I couldn't see through the door. I had no idea what was going on. My sister and Papa were now closely crouching behind me. My Papa had a phone in his hand and was dialing for
Why
help.
do you think you call him Papa?
Who cares? Desperate to know what happened to my mum's eyes, I slowly put both my hands on hers and began to pull them away from her face. Even in her fall, she had a death grip on her own cheeks and the bridge of her nose and eyebrows, but as I applied pressure away, it was like her muscles relaxed and willingly moved with the intentions of my mind. Initially, my mother's eyelids were caved in as if her eyes had melted in her hand, but I didn't see this until I had begun manually turning her unconscious head towards me. Right before I saw her eye sockets appear to be almost entirely empty, I also witnessed them once again filling, revealing blood-covered but fully restored green eyes. What?
What?
Is he Neil Breen? You know, just like, I'm alien Jesus.
Oh, for God's sake.
I've been hacking secret government computers, mostly schools.
I'm trying to find out if the girls are hot or not.
I've been racing against my enemy, Drake. He wants to get all of them before me.
This is for the stream, my alter ego, Anita Maxwin. My mother was immediately conscious and blinking the blood out of her eyes. She was calm and smiled as soon as she realized we were all around her. Papa was speechless, and Joanna, with tears in her eyes, screamed,
What was that? That's impossible. What's going on? Why? What? Why?
I looked back at Joanna, equally horrified by what just happened. As my mum continued to smile, she stood up and my papa proceeded to tell the emergency operator to send someone out regardless of the development, as none of us had any idea what was going on. By the time the first responders showed up, my mum had wiped off all the blood off her face. Who needs to proofread your third novel you're having published?
I mean, by the time he's the third one, he's like an expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, proofreading's for suckers, you know, the types of people who don't dress as bananas and care about things like the age of consent.
You were going to say I was.
Allegedly.
I wasn't going to say that.
By the time the first responders showed up, my mum had wiped off all the blood, put on makeup, and cleaned up the house. I don't think they just let her get on with that. My mum cleaned the house. I was like, sorry, you know, you just like had a really traumatic injury. I was like, oh, I'm a bit embarrassed. The first responders are going to see the mess. We'll tidy it up. You rest.
Yeah.
So,
What the fuck?
hello, I'm Mr. Ambulance Man. What happened to... Well, you see, my mum's eyes, they exploded and shot blood everywhere. And then she was on the ground screaming. And then they grew back or something. And then she decided just to clean up a bit because she didn't want to, you know, see how messy their house was.
She wants to see the viscera.
And all of you who aren't injured, why didn't... I mean, it's not important if the house is tidy. We really don't give a shit. But if it was that necessary, why didn't any of you...
Yeah, like, were you just standing in the kitchen, watching her just like...
Yeah.
like, grab the mop?
Did they
and
just...
like,
did they get a fucking pizza? Like, what... Oh, well, I didn't help because I didn't want to...
Let me go get the Cynic Bang.
It's like bang, and the eyes are gone.
We were out in the middle of nowhere after all. She had time. She put on makeup and cleaned up the house. That's so unhinged as a writing choice for him to be like, yeah, so we all did nothing while my injured mother just tidied up. That is baffling.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, so someone you care about, presumably, eyes just exploded, and they seem to have just like shrugged it off. You're not going to try and make them sit down?
Yeah.
Like, no, we need to get rid of the evidence so the people think we're crazy.
Yeah, it's just like, all of a sudden my mum's eyes are a different colour because they exploded.
Wait a minute.
The ambulance.
Wasn't there an alien whose eyes exploded? Or maybe it was a different alien whose eyes didn't explode.
The ambulance drivers looked over my mum and concluded we were all genuinely insane. Yeah, you are insane. You should have helped the injured woman clean up. and that's the one thing I'm going to remember from this fucking chapter.
Also, I like to think like she cleaned up the evidence like she's fucking Mr. Wolf. She's like cleaning up,
Yeah.
like, professional, like the John Wick. Like she works on like the John Wick cleaners. That's why she's tired of all the murders going on.
My mum was honest with them about what happened. Probably leave the blood then.
Yeah.
Don't clean that up. But her constant smiling didn't help any of us appearing less crazy. Didn't help any of us appear less crazy, or didn't help any of us in appearing less crazy. You see, Greg, it's called proofreading, and this is a novel that's, 200 pages long that you've had published. So
And you wanted people to pay money for it.
yeah,
Oh,
so
wait for the next one.
fucking hell.
You wrote an autobiography about himself.
Well, he's not going to write
honestly-
an autobiography about someone else, is he? That's what we were watching earlier. This person went, 2 a.m. in the morning, as opposed to 2 a.m. in the evening. Fucking redundant shit that people
Lousy
say.
smart weather.
And about 4 a.m. I finally got to sleep, and by 6:45 I was off to school.
It was worth it. I got to keep the lights on. Fuck you, Mom. I'll explode your eyes again.
Papa said I could stay home, but I really didn't want to be anywhere near that house for a while.
Papa, I just keep like, how old are you? Why are you calling him Papa? And why can't we just call him Papa Roach?
I didn't talk to anyone until lunchtime came around. David came up to me when I was eating to apologize for being distant from me again, but I wasn't in the mood and screamed at him to go away.
Suffocation, eyes bleeding.
Don't give a fuck if the ambulance people don't believe us.
Don't give a fuck if my injured mom's cleaning. Thank you, Vat Striker, for the €2. Hyper-realistic cleaning, of course, indeed. But with blood eye. Oh, hang on. That's a foreign currency. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Euros.
Yeah. That's not even real money. Where is this euro anyway?
Yeah, where's this?
And there's somebody walking in into the stream now who didn't catch the beginning about dogs. I feel like, wow, these guys are being real dicks about the donations.
We're making fun of Darkside Phil if you've just arrived.
But on a deeper level, we're making fun of Onicio.
Yes.
It's
a layer. It's a layered
It's
stream.
like an onion.
It's a layered stream.
Okay. I only got a couple more pages to get through. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just trying to work up the fucking wherewithal to just read some
Yeah.
more.
So, anyone who's just joined us, going back to that, so Anisha's mum's eyes exploded and they decided to let her wipe her eye viscera off the door.
I'm really happy with what the next line actually is because it's just so sad.
As I continue to eat my mashed potatoes and chicken nuggets alone.
Chicken nuggies.
Chicken tendies.
Chicken nugger. Stares at you from the page.
I remember you phoned me about 9 years ago, Co. And you just there was no hello, there was no anything. You just recited that verbatim to me.
That's the first conversation.
You enter the restaurant with your young son. You open the kids menu. He is far too young for adult food.
Yeah, that was it for about 5 straight minutes.
It's like, it's Jacob Sherwood. Oh, I wonder what you're to say to me. It's on the phone.
It's like chicken nugget.
You try to order the chicken.
That's the man I want to move in with.
That's the
You try to order the chicken nugget, but you cannot. In your mind, you scream.
The effort that was put in was just magnificent.
Do we need to explain?
Well, yeah, I was trying to woo you.
Yeah, it worked.
I mean, clearly.
I'm not beating the autism allegations anytime soon.
Like, Gemma looks you dead in the eye and says, it didn't work, and then she just lives.
It just jumps out of the fucking window.
Yeah, this has been a 9-year-long joke, apparently.
It's like a plate glass with like Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the end when she just jumps to the window and runs.
And she was never seen again.
She's a figment of Jacob's imagination.
I continued to eat my mashed potatoes and chicken nuggets alone. A 12-seat table sitting by myself. I would dip the chicken nuggets in the mashed potatoes.
And eat it!
Scoop some of the potatoes up to my mouth with the nuggets. Eat and repeat. Sometimes, when I got thirsty, I would just drink my chocolate milk.
Your chalky milk?
And think how much I hated everyone at this point. This is just Jason the Hyena watching The Dark Knight and eating pizza.
Sometimes when I get thirsty.
Who is this talking?
Anyone?
It's Wimble Bimble, the magical flying elephant.
Nice to finally meet you with the lights on, Daniel.
Emperor Palpatine.
A voice said, coming from the corner of my right
Do it.
eye.
Somehow,
in your eye?
Refusing to look at them, I replied, "Piss off!" I could hear them chuckling under their breath.
Know what it truly dies. I appeared in Fortnite.
They continued,
You did the same thing to me that you did to your mum last night.
Fucking hell. The fact it's in a fucking high school as well. That, like, oh no, it's an elementary school. But it's in a school. Someone's like, to your mom last night.
I was going to say, so it's changed from Onision to Christian.
Yeah, it's like
Me scranning your mam's batty crease.
The next line is literally, I did that when I was younger.
And that was a bad move.
The dark side is a path to many sexual acts some would call unnatural.
Oh fucking hell. Okay.
You did the same thing to me that you did to your mum last night. I would be mad, but I think that to someone But I did that to someone when I was younger too.
Put my dick in the owl.
So I understand.
I was frozen. Was I dreaming? What sociopath nutjob was talking to me?
Me? It's you.
Why would they?
Why am I looking in the mirror?
How would they know? I screamed, "What?" as I aggressively looked up at them. It was the special
down to
ed
what?
kid. I had a feeling it was going to be the special ed kid, which is why I was very careful with the voice. to not make him sound dumber than Greg.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Oh my god.
Crowdfunding is...
Chekhov's special ed kid. You see, you have a special ed kid in the first scene, and by the third scene, someone should have, I don't know, a bullet comes out of them. I don't know how it goes. I almost said someone shoots him, but that gives off the wrong impression entirely.
A voice came from the side of the cafeteria, from the faculty member who originally pulled me off Philip when I was punching his face. And fuck if I remember that voice.
Hey, buddy, it's me, Terence and Philip.
Calm down, Daniel. I will take you right back to the principal.
A few kids laughed, then went back to eating.
Went back to scranning their battery crease.
The special ed kid sat down.
So, I just thought you should know I'm here, even under this metal roof.
The freckled boy said as he pointed up to the ceiling of the school.
No.
He continued,
Can I have your apple?
as he reached out and snatched it off my tray. I remained frozen with complete tunnel vision. The boy said,
Look, I can tell you're in shock, and we can talk more later.
He chomped into my apple, eating relatively normally, as if he was actually human. He's not. He's retarded. They're still people. Greg, that's not okay. As I continued my horrified gaze, the boy asked,
Did you want me to take care of anyone, by the way?
I am the Senate.
Your drunk uncle, your snobby sister. I can put quite the scare in some people.
Unlimited power.
Not you, though. Not on the ship, at least.
You sound like the gatekeeper of Atmosphere / Nightmare.
I was done looking at him. I saw a
black hole.
glint in his eyes that haunted me to my core. It's just meant to sound like a really exaggerated super villain.
Yeah, but it's great. Just saying.
Okay, well, I'm glad we like it. I mumbled under my breath, "Please go away." Then I looked up. He was still there. He chimed in, "Oh, sorry. Yes." The boy bit another chunk of the apple off and stood up to walk away.
Menacing.
He just stood there, menacingly.
He was about 20 feet away before I realized I peed myself. Without hesitating, I grabbed my chocolate milk and dumped it in my lap. "Damn it! I spilled my milk!"
That smells like piss.
I screamed in attempt to hide the fact I was trying not to cry. I grabbed napkins to clean up what I had now masked as milk spill, and the lunch bell rang, ending our meal break. Everyone walked away as if nothing had happened, except for me. This is a lot of shit.
Daniel David, Greg San, bitch. Why do you smell like chocolate and piss? What bizarre sexual thing have you been up to? You little degenerate.
This is comedy.
Tell me, Greg, which crayon is your favorite flavor?
So, I'm not saying that I think Onision thinks that all mentally disabled children are aliens, but I'm not saying that I think that's what he thinks.
It's such an odd choice to make the alien sort of disguised as a disabled kid. It's such a weird narrative choice.
It's like a Stephen King novel coming the other way, because usually they're psychic in his books, not the aliens.
It's just.
That's probably the only comparison to Stephen King you'll ever get.
Is this the
Well,
whole
that
thing
and-
with these chicken nuggets and his chocolate milk?
It's just you said the only comparison he'll get to Stephen King. I don't know if you've read the It novel. There's a particular scene
yeah.
when they get lost in the sewers.
You see, in context, it makes
Hang on.
sense,
My
except for
hang on. I've just got a
cut
text.
that
I've just
out.
got a text from my lawyer. Yeah, I've been advised not to finish this joke.
You said okay. I'm reading I'm reading the script for the new It film. Can we cut this scene out? Why? It's the best one in the film. Okay. I mean, we are in Hollywood.
Harvey,
What do you mean
come
we
here.
don't-
What do you think?
What do you mean we're not using actors?
Allegedly.
No, I'm not saying Hollywood's full of degenerates.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
It is full of them.
Yeah, that's that's when you said allegedly. Like, no, they're all like.
Yeah, there they are.
I mean, the Epstein list has probably just got everyone on it. That's why it can't come out. They don't have enough paper.
The Sex Offenders Register. And you are on it. It's like, how? Everyone is on it. It's like, could you imagine if the monkey dust in this day and age with the Jeffrey Epstein thing?
That would have been so funny.
My favourite joke about Epstein was there's like talking about like the list had like been buried somewhere, and then just the
What,
opening
the
to
Ark
one
of the
piece.
Covenant. Oh, God.
I left it all in one piece.
It's just right before they hanged him in his jail cell. Just like,
You want my list? You can have it. I left it in one place. I left it in that place, and now the Great Pirate Age come along. Oh, your hopes and dreams, Epstein list. I'm Monkey Liffy, and I'm gonna become king of the predator hunters.
Do you know what? I'm just imagining.
the Epstein list.
The Epstein list
This is real.
I'm just imagining. Like, you know that scene.
Did he falling off my chair?
You know that scene in the Santa Claus where like where like Tim Allen gets the box and it's full of like it's basically the whole list of the children that he needs to find out if they're not yet nice at Christmas. It's just that, but it's just the Epstein list gets sent to the house.
This will teach all those disgusting degenerates. I'm going to give them some coal.
And it's like, I must find out who's naughty.
Why did it just say all of Hollywood?
Yeah, it's just... It's like Tom Hanks, allegedly.
Welcome back to When Will Microsoft Edge Be Allowed to Microsoft Come? We're going to be returning to this...
The wonderful land of...
Fucking shit, yeah. You can just feel the excitement in the air. The air is electric at Super Bowl 7 billion. Today with me and Matt Dixon and also Gemma, who is really far away from the microphone. And just...
We'll try and make ourselves clear to our American fans, because we found out recently that our like subtle and like secret language of English is hard for you to understand, apparently.
Yeah, why can't you understand that I hate you all?
So this bizarre rant.
We found out recently that cutting in line is like not acceptable outside of England.
So we found this video. Gemma found this video of this woman, the loudest woman I've ever heard in my life. I thought she was hard of hearing or something. And she was just talking about things that Brits, and also don't say Brits, say British people, all right? And actually, don't say British if you mean English, but also but widely, if you're going to use British as a casual term, fine. Don't say Brits and then talk about politeness. It's impolite to call people Brits. Anyway, she's it's rude, isn't it? It's not nice. So she's saying, "Oh, these are things that I didn't know were impolite to the Brits." One of them, not saying please to a service worker. I'm like, that's just rude in any country. I don't care. She was just like, before I moved to the UK, people told me to speak up. That's a lie. That is a filthy fuck. Gemma, can you remember the YouTuber's name so people in the chat know what we're on about?
It was like Girl Gone London.
That was it. Yeah, it was like Girl Gone London. Also, London, really? You're going to call that the UK?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Weird.
Like,
Weird.
Yeah. Like we've lived like in Kent, and the amount of times we've been stabbed or had acid thrown on ourselves, faces, like
Zero?
once or twice.
London, on the other hand.
Yeah.
Shithole.
Absolute shithole.
So yeah, you want to talk about manners and go to London, the place where everyone's fucking rude all the time.
Also, like,
and she's just like, when it comes to eating, when you're finished, you put your utensils together to demonstrate that you finished. I'm like, yeah, that's normal. Whereas I just toss mine down on the plate. I'm picturing her just chewing through like a big turkey leg and throwing it on the ground for the dogs. I was viscerally disgusted. I was like, you fucking barbarian.
And then she talked about cutting in line. They don't like that in England. Like, fucking no one likes it.
Yeah, it's just rude. It doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah.
Those Americans, like when they got the Space Mountain, there's a fucking big punch up all the time.
It's like, see this big line. It's like, do we join the back of the line? No. Oh, the strongest go to the front. That's how the line works.
Yeah.
Disneyland, the weak submit to the strong.
Fucking baffling.
I am
video.
king of Splash Mountain. I will ride it
video.
as many times.
So anyway, we were bored watching Slop, and we decided, let's stop watching Slop and start reading it. So here we are. Thank you, Agent Charles, for the $5. He asks, with how far you guys are into this book, which one out of the three is the worst? I still think This Is Why I Hate You is the worst one. I think this one may hold some interesting surprises.
Okay, so This Is Why I Hate is the second one, or
yeah. That's
okay. So we never finished the second one.
Yeah, Stones to Abigail was bad, but we had fun with it.
Yeah, that was the best. Stones to Abigail.
It did take like over a year, and the super flu we're not allowed to mention on YouTube or something got in the way. But the other one where he's just like, oh man, it's okay that I'm cucking myself.
Oh, I know. It was just like,
Yeah, him at his worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's probably the worst one so far. This is just sort of like meandering and like it's like someone's shitty fanfic crossed between Stranger Things and
some sort of anime.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say Stranger Things and Life is Strange.
Yeah.
It's like it's Stranger Things, but it's only one guy.
Life is Stranger
Things.
And then in parentheses, things.
Yeah. Also, Thank you for the donation. Jacob needs quite a bit more because he wants to spend $600 on a Genshin Impact.
Yeah, on a character for Genshin Impact. And the problem is I've been using mine and Gemma's savings for my Genshin Impact addiction. I'm not 100% certain what Genshin Impact is,
But you got it.
but I know it has anime waifus.
Yeah.
And then after Gemma got upset with him spending the money that they needed to, pay for the, like the house not collapsing, then he started blaming her and talking about his anxiety.
Yeah, I basically like. Does anyone know what we're talking about?
Go watch Moist Critical's video.
Don't watch this.
Oh yeah, good point. In fact, give us money. In fact, break into Moist Critical's house because everyone who's watching, on the stream right now knows where he lives, and then steal it because he lives on a big pile of gold.
Yeah.
I saw it in an AI generated. I believe AI stands for accurate image.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so
He's a slot machine, so there's lots of money inside of him.
as we all know, Charles White, also known as Smaug, lives on the top of a mountain in Tampa, Florida, where he hoards all of the gold, and that's why there's so many people addicted to crystal meth in Florida, because all the gold has been taken by Moist Critical.
Hey there, I'm here. I've got so much gold. I'm like Mr. Krabs.
Just imagine this is like, I've got more gold than Mr. Krabs up here on my lonely mountain.
Yeah. He's got the Arkenstone in the background on his shelf. Excuse me, I'm gonna go incinerate some hobbits.
Babbling about.
It's anything, Gemma, it is anything to prevent reading this.
Moist Critical, the dragon Smaug, is going down to Rivertown or wherever it is and burn it down.
Yeah.
Lake Town.
Lake Town, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's Everglades Town where he lives, but ultimately, yeah. Croc Town.
Wow, they
Or
went up
Gator
really
Town.
fast because of all the meth labs.
Yeah, no, I was watching that video earlier on and wanted to die. But Charles got me onto the word cattywampus, which I hadn't heard in such a long time. Cattywampus.
It is impolite in the UK to call someone a cattywampus. That same video, by the way, the woman was alone in her house recording and was shouting.
Yeah.
She's just like, I'm considered quiet in the US. It's like, you're shouting right now.
But did she live where they invent in a city where all they make is megaphones?
It's like, I was considered quiet because every neighborhood has 7 pneumatic drills going at any time, and for every pneumatic drill there are 4 screaming babies.
I found out when I moved to the UK that screaming into the face of a 5-year-old child, like, where can I get some grits, is apparently quite rude. And apparently it's not proper to get up on a plane and move to a different seat. And it's just like, yeah, because you have seats assigned to you. And she goes like, and I thought, well, I'm just going to move because no one else is doing it. What kind of backwards brain do you have to have where you go, well, no one else is doing this. Yeah, I was walking down
that
the street,
means it's good.
I was walking down the street earlier and I was just looking at a lot of people who weren't on fire.
Yeah.
So I just grabbed the nearest petrol can.
No one else is doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one.
Have you ever stopped to wonder maybe there's a reason no one else is doing
it's
it?
a plane, not the fucking cinema. You're not halfway through a viewing of Minions, are you?
Do you know what? Even though, we went to see, Jacob and I went to see The Shark is Broken last week, which is a really great play.
It's very
by the
good.
way.
Somebody apparently on Ben's tour was slagging it off yesterday, said it was boring. I was like, what
If you
the
were
fuck play did you watch? I thought it was hilarious and
you were there, you would drown
sweet and like touching and yeah, one of the best shows I've seen in fucking ages.
Right. It was we had where we were sitting, I had about 8 or 9 seats available next to me, which would have given me a better view of the stage. I still wouldn't sit there because those were not the seats that that we paid for. Because I could have done it, but I'm inherently too much of a too much of I was like, well, what if I move there and someone gives me into trouble?
Yes, so there's probably I could go over there and sit there, and it might be fine. But at the same time, someone could, might go over there and like to tell you how to say like this isn't, and then there's the embarrassment of that.
Yeah.
Or they tell you to get out, and then what you can do? Have a row.
Also, on an aeroplane, it's important that you're in your allocated seat because in case of a crash, they need to identify like you and anyway.
Imagine if you're on a Boeing plane.
Well, of course.
See, I didn't know until it was rude for the Boeing plane to, crash, and then if you survive it, they assassinate you afterwards.
Before we move on, one last point about this bizarre video of the screaming American woman with a really long head. I think that may have just been the lens, to be honest, with a really long head. But yeah, the one very, very ridiculous thing about it as well was about going to dinner. Mm-hmm. She was like, now, of course, when you're in a restaurant, you might not be done yet, with your food, or you might want to chat afterwards, let your tummy settle. You might want some dessert. And she was like, in the States, they bring the bill to you right after you order the food because they're trying to get you to leave. I'm like, if you do that, I am not tipping you. What the fuck has to be wrong with you? It's like, oh, I can't wait for these customers to leave. Great service! Here's 20%! Get fucked!
Thing is, I've been to 2.5 states in America because I don't count being in New Jersey because I was only in the airport for 6 hours.
That's why I realised the irony of me shouting, but I'm shouting because I'm passionate.
Yeah,
she was just shouting because she was talking.
So I've been to Texas and I've been to Florida. I know those. I've been to those 2 states.
They sum up America perfectly.
Yeah, and I have been to restaurants and I've never experienced somebody giving us the bill immediately after we'd ordered.
Well, because of fucking course they don't. Like, it's obvious this person's just an idiot. Even people in the chat right now are saying, like, well, this is nonsense.
Yeah, like, because it'd be like,
a please and thank you
like,
thing.
Anything else you would like?
Yeah.
Would you like a dessert?
Yeah. Would you like to see the dessert menu?
Yeah. Would you like a coffee or
Yeah.
like that? Like, because we can get more money out of
Yeah,
you.
and if we treat you nicely, you'll tip more.
And maybe come back.
Yeah, and we will get your customer again.
Did she grow up in a small town where they only made microphones and they had a failing service industry?
Imposters.
God.
Informers.
Hey, the first line is exactly what you want to do.
I don't want to do this anymore. You know what, Greg? You don't have to. You can stop typing.
You can stop, turn in your confess your sins.
You could stop typing at any time. It's fine.
You can go to the police at any time, Greg.
You can turn yourself in.
Think of your horribly damn soul. Confess your sins and get beaten in prison.
And that's right, Greg. You need to lay off the Genshin Impact or I'm going to tell Uncle Hank. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want the dreams. I don't want this creature following me around wherever I go.
That's a nice thing to say about the special ed kid.
Yeah, special ed.
I love that, it turned out it was a special ed kid.
You talk like Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah. I'm not an idiot. Well, that remains to be seen. It played all its cards on the table when it approached me last week.
Face down. Here's his trap card.
Every day at school since has been torture for me. I would see it looking at me non-stop at lunch, watching me at recess. And why? Because of the metal roof of the school. Laying here in bed thinking about all this, worried it might take me in my sleep again, simply because my roof is mostly just tar and wood. But if it can't see me when I'm under metal, if it can't take me. Jumping up, I walked nervously to the kitchen.
When did this become a thing about metal stopping the aliens?
Yeah.
I'm sure they've mentioned it, I just wasn't paying attention.
I mean, no one was, so the sheer fact that 3 people didn't notice the book that we've been reading. I know, does it say something about us or him? Probably him. It says many things about him, including his crimes.
I walked nervously to the kitchen. I grabbed a pot and a long strand of aluminium foil. I walked
say it
back.
properly.
No.
Say the word properly.
No, I'm not.
Say it, Batman. Say the word.
So, okay, great. We can stop talking about the story again. So Matt and I came up with a Batman villain. Basically, the idea of if the Riddler was racist. But his entire motivation is just to get Batman to say the N-word and thus lose his sponsorship from Displate. So it's like, if you don't want to see this black man hang Batman, you'll have to play Hangman with me. It's just very clearly like the N word, and it's just like this black guy in the room is like, Batman, please help me, and he's like, and then, can I start with?
Remember, Batman, we're number 1 on Twitch.
Okay, can I start with Val? Start however you like. Are you serious? You gotta be fucking kidding! Just like starts hoisting this guy by his neck, like, oh, Batman! I was like, It's like, you're really gonna let me kill this guy?
I don't want to lose my gamer subs. I'm just about to get a cup.
Consonant G. Very good. It starts learning. Oh, thank God, Batman. I don't know if I could take another hoist up there. You got to figure out the word. It's like, there's 2 of those. Jeez, Batman. What word do you suppose it is? Remember, the world is watching.
Turns to the camera, gets it. Remember, get my flavour of gamer subs. Guano flavoured.
Just reminds me of that. It just reminds me of that Wheel of Fortune thing with.
What's my favourite episode of South Park, Batman? There's a hint for you.
Oh, good God. I'm not sure why, because we were on the way to the gym and we just came up with this idea that like crime fighters are all YouTubers. That like Bruce Wayne doesn't have an inheritance in this world. Like he had to get a sponsorship. So it's just like. Just the Joker's just like, Batman, you act like you're better than all of us, but deep down you knew established titles was a scam. And we ended up deciding that Arkham was staffed by people from Better Health, and that's why nobody ever gets healed there.
Batman, you thought you claimed to be the world's greatest detective, but you never knew. You didn't figure out. Wait, oh my God, Joker, you didn't. That's right, Batman. I made honey. You son of a bitch, Joker.
What is it you said about it? How you use it all the time? A great browser extension that saves you money?
How do you think I made all the clown robots?
The data I harvested from the people of Gotham, Batman. How do you sleep at night? On a beautiful bed that I got from mattress.com. Do you ever fucking stop? But Jesus, man. But yeah, I just love the idea of Matt earlier was like, you'll have to play Hangman with me. It's just this guy. It's like, Batman, please. You'll have to say the word to solve the puzzle, Batman.
Two-Face, I'm gonna stop you. The right away, Batman. Well, he's like one side's like he's facing him, the other's like.
We don't know. I don't know why all the villains talk like Bane.
Yeah. Like, what? Two-Face, what are you doing? Well, I'm playing the #1 game on mobile, Raid Shadow Legends. Like, oh God.
Crisis never ends. Anyway, YouTube is a fucking terrible place. And makes Gotham City look like a utopia.
And this stream is sponsored by Skillshare.
This stream is sponsored by Agent Charles, who has donated $5, and he says, this police robbery is sponsored by NordVPN. Yes, exactly. Yes. I walked back to my bed with the pot and the foil, climbing up my ladder cautiously, so I did not drop either.
You're going to make yourself a tinfoil hat, right?
There, now I'm safe. The pot on my head, the foil wrapped around my entire body. No, Chuck, you it's like, Chuck, you can't plot your brother's downfall when he's trying to redeem himself. Spamps Blanky.
Spamps Blanky.
I'm just like Cheems. It's just Howard as the Swole Doge. It's just like you can't really hold your brother's childhood actions against him for the rest of his life, and just Cheems Spamps Blanky. Yeah, somebody make that. I can't be bothered.
Right, so I just like in the series, like it's not about the money; it's about sending a message, and that message is subscribe, hit the like button, ring the bell.
Ring the bell to join Notification Squad. You guys remember NNA Productions? Who used to say that? To join Notification Squad. And he said the same every episode.
I'm going to see Ra's al Ghul in the morning.
Like, I'm going to place this fidget spinner on my ass and let's see.
Drifting off to sleep was difficult. Every move I made was a crunch or a crinkle sound attempting to wake me. But I was safe. I hoped I was. Suddenly everything felt warm. Tall grass surrounded me. A woman across from me in the field. From the back, she looked like my teacher. From the back. I recognize my teacher, sweet, beautiful ass.
She had the ass of a 12-year-old boy.
I love the way like Onision looks at women in these stories. It's just like,
Perfectly formed peach.
you remember it was the previous one that "This is why I hate you." All he does is describe their bodies, basically.
Oh, and just the next sentence.
Oh, I remembered what I was going to call this stream, and I forgot. Now it's like an onions have layers joke. It was originally going to be Onision, the. Oh no! It was something. It was something about how this book is the Epstein list of YouTube.
You know,
or
it
something.
was
Fuck.
Onision is the irate gamer of the Epstein Island.
Yeah, it was. Yes, the irate gamer of Epstein Island. That was it. Yeah, because the idea was that he was getting sodomized by cavemen.
Want to join my free gift card giveaway?
Because it was just like, I want to join all these elite pedophiles, and they're just like, you're not famous enough. Or you put the fucking banana suit on. I've got two men in leotards here to want to get to know you. Oh, gee, Fred. Oh no! I'm in a banana suit being sodomized by cartoon cavemen.
Only the most,
Picture it.
dedicated fans
Picture
know
it
what
now.
we're talking about.
Picture that in your brains. Stick that in your mind hole.
It's very easy to picture.
Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble
It's very easy to picture.
seesawing.
It's very easy to picture it when you can just imagine that Fred and Barney sitting, lying against the wall of their house, smoking a cigarette after the
Jeez,
event. These cigarettes are really great.
For a nonce, his ass was so tight.
Oh, Christ.
Okay, so I'm not sure if we said it sooner, but this strict not for children.
Yeah. By the way.
Yeah, I was going to say,
As I say, if you are a children, and you're
Stay away from an each
yeah, first of all, we should aim this content at kids. It's like teaching them safety. It's like self-defense.
Yeah, it's like, yes.
If you're near a niche and it wants to touch you a bad place, that's no good.
So I'll enjoy that. Just this post-buggery cigarettes.
Anyway, we've got half an hour left. Let's get back to the story. She was my teacher. She had perfect breasts. I wasn't kidding. Yeah, it's just that's how I feel about women. They are objects. That's how he writes.
It would be better if she was pregnant.
Ripe tatas.
Yeah, ripe tatas. Women exist for me to leer at. I'm like Michael Bay with less talent.
That's saying something.
No, she was beautiful. She had perfect breasts. Her brunette hair flowed over her naked chest. She was calling my name. Daniel!
Nonsicles.
I want you to be with me. I can't remember what the teacher voice was.
That's the king of red line.
Yeah. The naked woman said as she began to approach me in the grass. Smiling uncomfortably, I replied, Hi, who are you? You just said it was your teacher. You know who that is. Did I miss something? Sorry, I'm kind of retarded.
She turned around.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah. She looked like my teacher. She turned around. No, she was beautiful. She had perfect breasts, whatever.
No, he only got the teacher to go back.
Okay, yeah. No, I am an idiot.
My actual teacher, her tits were awful.
Yeah, I misread it. Yeah. She looked like my teacher, but wasn't. She was much. She had a much nicer body. Okay, yeah. That's on me for misreading it. Hi, who are you? Immediately, the woman reached down and began touching herself.
Can we skip ahead of it?
Yeah.
Read it yourself. It's on the screen.
Yeah, gross. The sunlight in the background gleamed off her perfectly toned skin. And by the way, that's not me saying women are gross. I don't want to be misunderstood.
Jacob thinks women are yucky and doesn't like them.
I'm saying the way Onision writes is gross.
Yes.
I'm not. She stood in front of me. I reached her hand out as I only stared at her crotch. Jesus. Gently, she put her hand under my chin and brought my eyes up to hers. I love you, Daniel. Kiss me, she said, leaning forwards.
It's evil Sonic.
Yeah, pretty much. Our lips connected as her hands began running up and down my body. Daniel, she said. Daniel, she screamed. Daniel! Come here now! She screamed even louder as her face turned grey and her eyes turned black. Jumping out of my wrist,
disgusting. I made out with a special need kid.
Spinning around my head from the momentum, I heard it in real life. Is it still the same voice? Daniel, I sacrificed everything for you. Stop making this difficult, the voice screamed. Keeping the aluminium foil around my body and the pot on my head, I slid over to the wall and began to look out of my window. It was the Grey, the alien in the special ed boy's body. His eyes kept blinking from human to black. Yeah, well, just from human to black. That's the name of the next stream. Just see how quickly it gets demonetized. He was staring right back at me through my tiny square wooden-framed bedroom window.
Take the pot off your head, Daniel!
Screamed the alien again. A drop of sweat slid down the side of my face. The aluminium foil isolating my body heat and my nerves combined began to trigger claustrophobia. I had no idea how to react.
I also love the way that
You need to take that pot off your head. I'm trying to help you.
So, is it just me, or does anyone think it's funny that the hyper advanced aliens with like magic or something can be foiled by finding shit in the cupboard?
Yes, absolutely.
It'll stop me, but it won't stop them.
Still having no idea what to do, I reacted on instinct and ripped off a piece of aluminium, jamming it through the edges behind my window frame until I could no longer see the alien. I heard my papa scream to the outside through my sister's window.
Papa Roach.
Hey, freak! Get off my property or I'm calling the cops! Nah!
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
That's Arctic Monkeys that you're singing right there.
I know, it's combined
Papa
with the-
Roach, but in the style
Yeah,
of
I
the
know.
Arctic Monkeys.
I was thinking, like, to me, it sounded like George Formby.
I was trying to go for Chaz and Dave.
Yeah, honestly. Like you say, George Formby, it just... When I'm cleaning windows, music is what I hear with the Arctic Monkeys.
Did someone say Arctic Monkeys? Every single time someone says it on the internet, we get tuppence. We're eating food tonight, boys.
Like the idea of the answer. We're eating food tonight, lads. A bunch of Americans inexplicably like a fucking dog shit music.
Remember when remember when we were opening at the Winter Olympics? We were surprised.
Because the thing is, they'd gone away for so fucking long, and then they came back to open the Olympics. It was just like, hey, we're the Arctic Monkeys, and we're just as surprised as you are.
There's like,
The fuck are we doing here?
It'll be like suddenly next year they're opening up the the world what's it called UFSC.
Mm-hmm.
Or wherever it is, and they've got the guy who sings Kung Fu Fighting starting it off. Like, I didn't expect him to show up.
Yeah.
But then suddenly he'll be the best artist of all time,
Yeah.
and your Spotify will keep trying to recommend it to you. Fuck off, Spotify. I don't want to listen to Arctic Monkeys.
Yeah.
You should be able to ban an artist from your Spotify like you can. Because on YouTube, you can ban channels from appearing on your recommended. You should be able to do that on Spotify with artists. I was like, I don't want to listen to Arctic Monkeys.
We're in the was it a couple of weeks ago when we were in the
Well,
car?
fuck, we've reached the donation goal.
Yeah.
That should be a happy occasion, but it means we've now got another hour and a half rather than half an hour. So I guess that's good. Thank you, everyone.
Keep it up.
Cheers.
Well, you said for 5. If you said to 50.
Well, I usually set it for 10, but I was like, I'm feeling generous today. I'll do it for 5.
Oh, then they'll be like, oh man, we haven't even got like 3 last time, so they can like,
Yeah, exactly.
They'll loan you to a sense of good job, everyone. You lured him to a sense of security, and then bam,
Thank you.
bear trap. Well, now we've got an hour ahead.
Yeah, we can just shoot the shit some more. We don't have,
Okay,
to,
so-
don't have to rush through the story anymore.
Yeah.
Is your phone?
People are like, that's not what I meant. Like,
No, I wanted you to finish this. I'm finding with the story. Really, I really want to find out what happens in this story, and I want you guys to read it. I wish you would hurry up and stop doing this like once a week bullshit.
it was. Do you know what? We would get comments like that sometimes. It doesn't happen so much anymore. But back in the day when Creepypasta was really popular, people would write in our Creepypasta videos like, "Oh my god, stop going off on tangents and just read the story." And this was a time when there were like 10 guys out there whose entire channels were dedicated to reading things dry, and I'm like, you can listen to any one of them. Why would you come to us, the guys with the bad sound quality, who constantly talk over each other?
If you're coming to us, you're coming for the comedy and the us going off on tangents on stupid shit. Like if
you're there for the
Batman had
creepy-
to fight
yeah.
a racist supervillain.
If you're there for the creepypasta, you got lost along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you've gone to the wrong party.
we are not only are we going to not take us, we're going to take our sweet time reading it and going off track on random shit. We're not going to respect the story you apparently want to listen to.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're gonna call it trash, even if it's not, because that's how That's the comedy of it. We're just making fun of something.
So you know what happens when somebody tries to tailgate me when I'm driving? I don't go faster. I slow down.
I reverse into the back of them out of spite.
Yeah.
Especially if there's children in the back of the car. Imagine how bad they feel. They've just killed a bunch of kids.
That's the
Fuck
thing.
them.
Like, that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, like, we're also still critiquing the story. But that's the as well. But we're like, it's like, oh, it's the type of people that don't like watching, like they'll watch people like react to TikToks of them being basically stone-faced nothing, and then like as soon as they start talking about it and pausing the video, it's like, no, I want to see the TikTok.
They go
watch the original. Yeah.
Speaking of criticism, you're not allowed to criticize Assassin's Creed.
All right, we are going to talk about that, but I have to respond to this very generous super chat from House Rage. Hell, I remember there was a time that I used to pay you. So how the terms? Yes. How the terms
have been extended.
Yes. how the terms of service have been updated. Please click this to acknowledge that you've read them.
Now the turns of table.
I was trying to say the turns of table. Yeah. Thank you for the $10. It's less about the story and more about hanging out with the homies. I agree. That's always been the appeal of the show.
Yeah.
I don't know why Jimbo Scran wrote this like Donald Trump. It's like, creepypastas are making a comeback, unfortunately. Very sad.
There was someone in the server. I'm not mentioning who.
Oh, that's always a good start.
Said something about
Wait, in our server.
In our server. No, but basically, it was someone mentioned about how Sonic.exe had a glow up and that what we would think about it.
Sorry, I'm still cracking up at Jimbo Scran. He's still talking like fucking Trump. Like, very sad. Very unfortunately, I'm not sure what this means for America.
Well, are they going to have to deport all the creepypastas?
Oh, fuck. I love that MD Phantasm has a streaming account called StreamD Phantasm.
I like that.
So it's just so corny. I love it.
But basically, yeah, someone asked what we'd think about Sonic.exe having a glow up in recent years, and I was just...
what way? Like, he fixed his fucking hair?
No. Basically, better creators took the idea of evil Sonic, which is a very vague idea, and improved it massively.
And I was just like, but to be honest, I was like, at the end of the day, we don't really care.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. That's my reaction.
Still, like, no matter what you do, if you manage to dig
it's
up...
polishing a turd, isn't it?
Yes, if you manage to somehow combine the essence of the greatest writers in human history and told them to write a story about a game Sonic, but he's now evil and in a computer program, you're still not going to do dog shit with it.
Yeah, it's just... The thing is, at the end of the day, we've never been people that care about creepypastas.
Yeah, it was one day, hey Matt, you want to read this stupid story? Like, okay, fine, let's record us reading it and us laughing at it. We didn't really make many comments at the time. Yet we weren't pretending that it was somehow, like, Angelica was a crack baby, is, very, like, I have to say it was
like it's high art, yeah.
Or it's like,
so I have to say it solemnly, like and Angelica was a crack baby.
I do have some respect for the creepypasta narrators, not for their behaviour because they're actually all fucking garbage people, but like the.
I'm not saying they've done inappropriate things to underage people.
No,
not saying
and we're not saying that they've falsely DMCA'd anybody or that they've sent threatening letters to people's elderly wheelchair-bound mothers. We're not saying that they've done any of those things.
Or they've murdered children and then ate the corpses. We're not saying that. We're not saying it.
But where
Patreon money.
Where these creepypasta narrators have my respect is their ability to keep a straight face when reading this dog shit.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's very hard to read something like this that we're reading now.
Well, I remember you've read stuff and then you've essentially tripped over the fucking poor grammar.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
that's not even getting.
Did they fix it beforehand, or
did they do it all in one long meth rail induced take?
Used to go through the story, edit it, and then do it.
I remember there's the one Ed and Eddie story, and you just have guys, it's like Mr. Creepypasta type, so to speak, and Ed with the 2Ds.
Double D.
Ed had his hand up a horse's ass and started fisting the horse. And I'm like, that's the fucking goofiest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, I'm howling listening to somebody read it dramatically. I'm like, how the fuck do you sit there with a straight face and do it? And then how do these, hundreds
Oh my
of
God, it was
thousands,
so scary.
sometimes millions of morons. Like, this is the scariest fucking thing I've ever heard
Because
in
they're
my
14
life.
and they're stupid.
Or
Yeah,
like
haven't
or
they?
them not like reading something like Sonic the EXE or Squidward Suicide and have them not laugh at the term hyper realistic and then being able to
Yeah.
be like, and Squidward's eyes were
Yeah.
hyper.
It's always when you read the comments at the end and they're always like, "Oh man, this was so scary," and
Like,
I feel-
I peed my pants.
do you think this was real? Like, no, I
A
don't.
silent rumble began to shake my bed. I looked up, and before my eyes, the wood ceiling began to warp. It was bending outward, groaning under the strength of whatever was pulling it upward. Screaming in terror, I slammed my hands over my ears as the unnatural, deep, and bone-shaking sounds vibrated through my room. With little resistance, a massive section of my roof was ripped off. I kept my eyes open. My screams of terror turned into screams of rage. House of rage. Despite my entire body being consumed with anger, I was unsympathetically torn from my bed, the pot falling off my head.
No, not
What
the
an
pot.
image! And the aluminium foil now dangling to my side briefly till it began twisting, eventually falling off me, slowly drifting to the roof of my house. I scream angrily again, but felt so powerless. That's one of the fastest 10 swaps we've ever had on this show. Look at that.
Also, like, you know, like how I said earlier, like how it's being foiled by shit you find in the cupboard. Just this idea of like the spaceship from Independence Day being blocked by a tin foil, you know, and a fucking pot.
Oh god.
Honestly, like,
Welcome to Earth.
The way that I was picturing him is that bit with like like toddler Bart wearing the pants
yes,
on his head.
exactly.
And there's Harry Hill standing.
Or just like in that bit with the like where like they in the Treehouse of Water episode where they turn the room into the blender and he's just up at the top.
But yes, that's one of the quickest 10 swaps we've had on the show. But felt so powerless. The invisible beam was pulling me forcefully away from the world I knew. To my left, I saw a spark bounce of the large coal-textured ship. I think that's supposed to be off. And the spark. Should be another. Just, come on!
And there's Spark!
Just, people offered to proofread for free and you said no. Twat!
You can't. It's already perfect, Jacob. You can't improve it.
Aside from the very glaring issues with the typing and my own mental health, I couldn't hear anything but the beaming deep noise of whatever was pulling me in. But I could look down, and there was my papa. He had his rifle and was shooting at the ship. His mouth was moving. He was crying. You can tell it's not Rick. I couldn't tell what he was
Rick
saying.
punched through it already.
But as his tears fell and he raised his gun again to fire once more, my vision went black. I was gone. The ship was gone. We were all lost to the world again. As I woke, I could see my right arm was missing. I was standing vertically, but not under my own power. I was in the dark room with seemingly no walls. Black tubes were packed into the stump where my arm used to be. I felt fine.
Not his right arm. That's his kitty touching arm. Allegedly.
I felt at peace. One of the tubes, no doubt, was drugging me to feel this way. There were 3 aliens now. One of them was seemingly trying to remove something from my arm, which was hovering in the air near them. Hours passed, and they performed numerous procedures on me. Most of them seemed to be extractions, as if they were trying to undo what someone else had done to me. The tubes were removed from my body, but I didn't bleed, because I'm so badass. I wasn't sure why.
I don't have time to bleed.
They ripped out the catheter sideways. Said they were doing a world of a favour.
The aliens reattached my limbs, and then I was gone again, lost in the lack of consciousness.
Lost in the lack of consciousness.
Lost in the dark emptiness. I woke up to see a bird looking down at me, the bright blue sky beaming through the hole in my ceiling. The bird tilted its head at me, then flew away. I was in my bed, but the damage that had been done the night prior was all still there. I could hear my mum crying in the other room. I could hear the chatter of
Now
other
she's
women
crying.
and men
Not
in
when
my
her
room.
eyes exploded.
Slowly I climbed down the ladder. My arm hurt a little, but so did the rest of my body. My front room had 3 police officers in it, as well as my sisters, Mum, and Papa. I stood there for a moment, rubbing my eyes as they all continued to talk to one another. Joanna screamed,
Daniel!
and immediately ran over to me. My mum let out a painful gasp and ran over to me as well. Before I knew it, everyone was hugging me at once. It was nice to know I would be missed if I ever left for good. This is definitely fantasy now, isn't it? One of the officers spoke up.
Ma'am? Ma'am, you said your eyes exploded out of your head the other day. We show up, your eyes are fine. You say your kid's taken by aliens another day. Your kid is right here. Can you explain?
My papa stopped hugging me and turned to the officers. He said, "Listen, we'll handle this. I'm sorry for any inconvenience."
Don't do that voice. Don't give him a...
The officer replied.
We're probably gonna have child services pay you a visit. This seems like an unstable home, both mentally with the mom thing
And the alien attacks.
and physically with whatever you did to the roof.
My papa said, "Thank you for your help on this, officer. I'm sorry we called." I really fucking sore throat. Right after the
Just don't do
police
rocket
left,
thing.
my papa said, "That's the voice for the papa. I'm not going to change it now. It's fucking 10 or 12 chapters in or
Well, you
whatever."
should. Go back. We need to go back. We need to go back to the start.
Right after the police left, my papa said, "Wow, you call the cops to protect your kid and they threaten to take your kid. I think we all knew if something came up in the future, the cops wouldn't be involved." I think that's actually him. Did he? Oh, yeah. Threatened to take your kid. I think we all knew if something came up in the future, the cops wouldn't be involved. A week passed since the incident. I was in the bathroom at school using a urinal. A voice I never wanted to hear again resonated through my ears.
I need to give you back what they took, Daniel. I'm not done with you.
I felt a pinch in the back of my neck. My head smacked against a yellow-tiled wall. I was gone.
He fell straight into the urinal and drowned.
Yeah.
And that's how the story ended. So, Assassin's Creed Shadow. Don't say anything bad about it, we'll get sued.
I will say bad things about it, and I haven't even played it. I was really tickled by the part in the trailer where the guy's wearing, like, basically plate. He's got armor on the front, armor on the back, and the 6'4" samurai. God knows where he got his armor from, but his armor's hopefully better than the guy he's fighting, because he takes a katana, which is a cutting weapon, and pushes it, runs the guy through with his tremendous physical strength, and pushes it through the armor on the front, through the guy's body, back out the other side through the armor on the back. So I don't know what kind of mystical katana he was using, but I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Yes.
And it appears I'm being sued.
Yes, apparently, like, the guy who designed that scene is now a crying mess and needs therapy, and
Yeah.
you're a mean old naughty person.
His fifis are hurt.
Yeah. So, anyone who doesn't know, so Assassin's Creed Shadow is either come out today or tomorrow or some point, whenever this is.
20th today.
So Ubisoft needs this to massively succeed. Not even succeed a little, massively succeed. And in order to, instead of trying to make the best game they can or go back on all the things they've done to piss off basically just all of Japan and a lot of white people, no, they're going to have their lawyers send people cease and desist if they find their criticism to be hurtful or harsh or something like that. If you're targeting, it's really vague what they said about.
It's very
basically,
vague.
if you say something mean about it, we're going to sue you.
And intentionally vague because let's be honest, it's an attack on free speech. It sets a very fucking, joking aside, this thing with Ubisoft sets a dangerous fucking precedent and absolutely needs to be fought against. So at every available opportunity, if the situation presents itself where it's appropriate, slug off Assassin's Creed. Do it. It's the right thing to do.
Yes.
Fuck Ubisoft, fuck the new Assassin's Creed, and fuck everyone that worked on it.
The only thing good about anything being released today of all days, it's the 20th of March, so that means that it's a month till 420.
Also, Snow White's also apparently coming out today.
Oh God.
So let's hope that makes a lot of money as well.
All right. It was summer. I was with my dad in Ohio.
Also, Gemma, I don't know if either you know this, but it turns out that Japan and China are actually different places.
Really? I think it sounds like, oh, really?
Yeah, remember I said Japan and China, not Taiwan and China.
Empty Phantasm's like, fucking what? They're so thin-skinned that we can't say their game's dog water. Yeah, because it'll make the developers feel bad.
Ubisoft, your game sucks.
Yeah.
Your game sucks and you suck.
If you get to the point where the Japanese Prime Minister's talking about it inside
Yeah.
like in I forgot what they call their parliament, but yeah, if it is for one. But anyway, they're talking about basically, you can go around and apparently in this game just like desecrate shrines and stuff like that. I mean, it's something you can choose to do, but you're also one who chose to have it to be something that you can do.
Yeah.
Also, you can steal from like the grave of like the first Emperor of China. Oh, that's me. Oh well, I work for Ubisoft. The Emperor of Japan's like tomb and steal his armor and stuff like that. So that's also desecrating. Could you do that in the other Assassin's Creed? Could you like in Assassin's Creed America? Could you like steal the Declaration of Independence?
So
I
Yves
mean,
Guillemot is just a whiny little bitch
I'm going
boy.
to assume in Valhalla you can desecrate a church.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just historically accurate.
No. But you need to also let the women and children go because you're a good guy.
Yeah.
Because
God knows Vikings were known to let the women and children go.
Yeah. Right. It was summer. I was with my dad in Ohio.
something about Baby Gronk. Skibbity.
We had just arrived at a cabin in the woods by a lake.
I've been mewing on the whole journey up.
There was a girl there.
Sonny, you fumbled the bag.
There,
You need to go back to edging.
The-
You can't write a horror story about a gooner, son. Nobody likes gooning. Dad, listen, my protagonist is called Gooner Man. He's a Twitch streamer.
there,
Go back to edging,
His
son.
name's the Sandpie.
there was a girl there. Her name was Julia. She had long curly brown hair. She had a smile that lit up the room and a look in her eye that felt like a beam of energy shooting through me whenever we made eye contact. I was 5'10" despite being so young.
Shut up.
She was about 5'1" despite being 4 years older than me. We were listening to Sugar Ray on the radio. Shit, I just
also
thought of
like the
Erasmus.
Oh shit. Also, fucking decided to make his 12-year-old self-insert OC ridiculously tall for his age,
Yeah.
and he still didn't make himself 6 foot.
We were listening to
I was very tall for my age, but I was still a manlet.
we were listening to Sugar Ray on the radio, standing out on a beautiful deck looking into the woods. She made me feel good about myself. The subtle touches of my shoulder, my hand, her giggling after everything other thing I said. I was lucky
You
to have
get Playboy. You get play.
I was lucky to have someone distract me from the last couple months of my life. A flashback thought crossed my mind. The boy in the bathroom. He must have injected me with something. Done something to me.
Womp womp.
I woke up sitting in the corner of the bathroom.
My ass was aching.
A janitor was shaking me. The female principal wouldn't come in the bathroom and he was the only option. He smelled like alcohol.
Do you remember somebody on Discord sent me Onision book bingo?
Ooh.
Excellent,
See
right?
if we can get that on the screen.
Does that mean we have to start over from the first book?
Okay, great. Let's have a quick look at that if you want to have a little read of that for the audience.
Right, okay, so we've got shifting the blame away from his own bad actions. And we've got annoying comedy that doesn't land. 2-dimensional characters at best, 1-dimensional at worst. Deep dialogue that sounds like it was ripped out of a garbage emo song. Fetishizing people of other races, usually Latinas.
No, it's true.
School shooting used for drama and nothing else. Abusive families, mostly dads. Set somewhere around Washington State. Love interest is a victim of abuse. Sex scenes that make you want to wash your eyes with lye.
Jesus.
All of the characters are undergraduates. On the nose symbolism. Free space, worst kind of power fantasy. Breeding kink being disgustedly highlighted in under 18-year-olds. Spelling errors he refuses to fix. Main character shares one of his names. Examples, James, Greg, or Daniel. Yeah. His main characters have a lot of sex. General grammar, syntax, or word choice errors 6th graders could easily fix. The book doesn't end, it just stops. Plot holes the size of the Mariana Trench. Making fun of / directly insulting religion as a whole. Characters react to things the way no human being ever would. Jailbait. Objectifying all women around him or just things for him to have sex with unless ugly.
I feel like we've made so many of these points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't know. I'm more surprised about how
Like,
many have been
did I-
marked or how many who haven't.
I was like, did I make this?
like-
And get drunk and forget?
It's like the most boring and convoluted plot you've ever read. We could. That's brilliant. Whoever made that.
Yeah, jump back on the story.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, if you want us to play along, take a screenshot and then put it somewhere.
Right.
Like your mum.
Shaking out of my thoughts, Julia and I decided to play darts. She tried, but I won with little experience. Pfft. Good job, Daniel. You're a natural, she said. I replied,
What's the line?
thank you for letting me win.
Thank you for letting me win.
She laughed. She was so cute, wearing jean shorts, a yellow spaghetti strap top, a thin metal necklace around her neck. I was entranced by her.
She had big boobs, and she was also dating another girl at the same time, but I was cool with it.
Every week, Julia and I would see each other at church. My father was part of a very small gathering he sometimes preached at. There were about 15 members,
It's called a church.
and we were all pretty closely involved. Having dinner parties at each other's houses, going out to eat after every day after church. It often felt like none of us were really there for God, but just there to have friends, to have a social life. God was just the guilt that made us responsible enough to show up every week.
Right, mark that one down.
One day we were all praying in a circle in church. Someone was praying about how their really old grandpa got cancer, and they asked God to save him. 2 weeks later, the same person would be there, saying they understood why God let their grandpa die. But my question is, if God didn't want him to get cancer, why did he get cancer in the first place? So what is the point in praying about it? A lot of times...
So deep.
Yeah, I know. I'm
That's
14
Mark
and this
too.
is deep. A lot of times when we would pray in a circle, Julia and I... Julie? You've just... is it Julie? I'm pretty sure it was Julia at first. Or was it... hold
I
on.
believe it's Julia.
Yeah!
She was Latino.
The character's called Julia! And now she's called Julie.
Well, they're more casual.
Yeah, Julie and I would try to hold each other's hands because of my skepticism. I would often have a hard time not laughing when someone would ask God for something really stupid.
So it does sound like they're there for God and not just to hang out. I don't know about you.
Julie was more respectful than me. She would squeeze my hand the moment she detected I was about to laugh, and that would prevent me from losing it. My dad only got to see me during the summers while my papa was out fishing in Alaska. My mum left my dad because he was accused by her 2 sisters and her own child of being inappropriate to an illegal extent towards them. Okay. Maybe that is why he resorted to religion so strongly, to make sense of his own sins, to try and accept himself despite what a monster my family members accused him of being. One day, my dad decided to go over to Julie's... he's just changed the name to Julie now.
I'm waiting for it to become Deborah.
People in the chat are theorising Julie is like a nickname.
No, like, if you're called Julia, Julie is not a nickname. Julie's
It
a
might be.
different name.
Maybe it's because it's a complete different culture where they don't really understand us.
Yeah, and they don't need to line up for something. They can just cut the line if they want.
Or they can just change seats and play.
Especially
whatever they want.
since the chapter's called Julia's Glow, and I called her
Julia.
Julia. Why would Julie? He just refer to her as Julie from then on. Like, it's not even a nickname. It's a different name.
Danielle, Susan,
Yeah, the majority of
walking tits.
There was a silly little pond outside Julie's house, and she asked if I wanted to go out on a paddle boat with her and her friend of both of ours, Michael. Michael decided to bring a fishing pole for the pond, and pretty quickly caught what looked like a catfish.
I mean, was it a catfish or did it just look like a catfish? Because I don't think any other fish looks like a catfish.
Oh my gosh, Michael said. This is so gross. like Julia paddled back to shore with me. Michael in the back of the boat, and immediately her dad said we needed to let Julie paddled back to the shore with me. Michael in the back of the boat, and I immediately her dad said and what? And immediately her dad said we needed to let it go. I replied,
We're not going to eat it.
and her dad said,
We're gonna fuck it.
like, no, it's too small. I was confused as the fish was clearly wounded, and putting it back, well, it just seemed wasteful, considered we half killed it by catching it, and now it was just going to die anyway, uneaten, as if it was all pointless.
What the fuck?
I'm sure another fish will eat it.
Yeah. Well, so what the fuck did you do to catch a fish to make it half dead? Like, did you like? Okay, now we take out its mouth by dragging it down the side.
We played in the pond a little longer till I said something to Julie. Michael had made a joke about how he thought Julie liked me, and I replied with,
I hope so.
Julie reacted by pushing me in the water, and we all laughed. I laughed last thanks to me needing to catch my breath.
You know what? It occurs to me, I don't know who the fuck this character is.
Well, you've read
Yeah.
2 of his books already, Jacob.
No,
you know who...
I don't know who Julia is.
She's this girl that he's met while he was in Ohio.
When did they meet?
At the
When-
beginning of the chapter.
Yeah, at the
Well,
beginning.
they met in Ohio.
He's
the
reminiscing.
Rizzler.
He's reminiscing about it.
Okay, yeah, just because I haven't a fucking clue what's going on.
Julie promptly suggested I wash off now that I was covered in pond water. So the 3 of us walked over to her neighbour's house, which was twice as big as hers, much newer and unoccupied as the neighbours were on vacation. I was about to hop in the shower. Julie was the only one in the room with me. Michael was in the music room of the mansion, strumming away on a guitar and singing funny lyrics like,
Break into someone's house.
"Don't eat the fish, the itty bitty fish. I think the meat would be so bland." What? Julie looked at me with a smile.
So
Clearly,
is this just what people do in Ohio?
yeah, I don't know what it is. It's really confusing me. Julie looked at me with a smile, clearly not ready to leave the room so I could shower. I said,
Where are we?
"Well, I'm going to hop in."
Well, I'm going to hop in.
Julie replied, "Want me to join you?" My heart fluttered. I then laughed awkwardly and said,
You want to shower with me?
She laughed and said, "Don't be too long," as she walked out of the room. I blew it. She would have probably showered with me. Why did I say that? Why didn't I just say,
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, that's very
That's
sexy.
or at the very least,
Oh God,
I
please touch my penis. I want it so bad. Yeah, that was a much better response.
I would love that.
the warm water felt incredible, but I couldn't help being upset with myself.
You know,
I thought about it, what it would be like if she was in the shower with me.
You know that ninja sex party when I cry? It's just like, even after sex I cry.
Would she have taken her swimsuit and shorts off?
Even
Would
when
we
I
have
use the
kissed?
sex and I cry.
Oh God, like I don't know how old he is, but I know there's like 4 years between them, so she's older. Before it was time for me to return home to Washington State, we had
Then Chris Hansen broke him through the door.
Yeah,
I didn't know who he was for.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be a minor, isn't he?
yeah.
12 or some shit.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, we had one more cabin trip to go on with a few church members. Michael was there, so was one of my sisters, and Michael's sister, Julie, most importantly, remained close to me the entire first day of us being there. All the kids were to sleep upstairs in sleeping bags in a big carpeted room of the cabin. He's 12-ish.
Yeah.
It
How
consumed...
many years older is she?
She's 16.
Gross. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so, yeah, she's a nonce then.
Yeah. It consumed...
When we were in school, there was a lad, and he wasn't even fucking her, but he was 16, like the rest of us, and we found out his girlfriend was 13, and you know what we did? We roughed him up a bit. Mm-hmm. We didn't put him in the hospital or anything, but we kicked his ass, and it was because that's what you do.
Yeah.
And you know what happened? He broke up with that girl. You know what she didn't do? Write a fucking book where that's like a desirable thing.
Yeah.
Jesus! That's 12 and that's fucking disgusting.
Yep. So I can't read any of this.
Yeah, skip it. Skip it.
Yeah.
Just keep it on the screen so people can read it at home. So they can just pause it and just like, watch and gaze upon this marvelous writing. So like I'm guessing I'm over here, so I'm guessing sex scene between 12 and 16-year-old.
Gross.
Yeah, I'm not reading the rest of it. It's
Get
just
in the soup.
basically
Julia, get in the soup.
All right, so Julia, then they played Smash Bros together.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Oh wait, no, Smash Bros is the wrong.
If it was melee.
Yeah. No, but apparently, like they just washed, so clearly they don't play Smash Bros.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh wait! Oh my God! You smell like a swamp. That's much better than normal melee
No,
play
I
smell.
didn't see any of it, Gemma. On a scale of like normal, healthy romantic scenes in books, to the scene from Stephen King's It when they're in the sewer, like where does it fall on that scale?
Like a 7.
Alright, I'm gonna come over a bit so I can see because I imagine I'll have dialogue.
Yeah.
I just don't give a shit.
We skipped all the best dialogue, such as groans and "this is super illegal, that makes it better" and "fuck Chris Hansen, am I right?" Age of consent.
I think the fact he's made whether this happened or not, I have no idea whether Onision was groomed as a 12-year-old. I certainly hope he wasn't, but I have no idea, right? So either this is him trying to make sense of that and make himself not a victim, which is fine, that's his choice. But what I think is more likely and much more insidious is that he's put himself in the role of the victim. And
He's written himself as the Wojak.
and presenting it as a good. Yeah, he's drawn himself as the Chad and Chris Hansen as the crying Wojak. Now, what I think's happened here is because of his alleged activities, he has put himself as the victim of sex abuse from an older person and made it so it was a good thing. When you think about what he's been accused of, that's quite shocking.
Yep.
So neither scenario is good, because either he was groomed as a 12-year-old, in which case that's awful, or
He wasn't.
he's guilty of the things he's been accused of,
And
which we all kind of know he is.
And he's been playing too much Genshin Impact.
And this is his way of saying, no, it's okay. Look, if I was 12 and, I had a girl who was just about legal, that would have been great. I mean, if it's that kind of wanker that when there's a paedophile, like a female paedophile on the news, like, where was she when I was in school? Kill yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's trying to make it seem like it's not a big deal because he's guilty of those things.
To be fair, we didn't actually read the chapters it's in, so... Like, I was crying the entire time. I keep asking to stop. Like, oh, well.
Excuse me. A voice came from beyond the darkness created by my own eyes. I opened them.
Fuck me.
I opened them.
No, it's still you.
I thought it was like, "Hello," said the flight attendant standing next to my aisle seat.
The flight attendant.
I replied,
Oh, hi.
Hello, Mr. Flight Attendant. It's me.
Did I do something?
She laughed and answered, "No, I was just wondering why you didn't impregnate Julia."
Because I'm 12?
Wait, why did the flight attendant... Okay, so...
It's probably a dream.
Yes, it's a dream, but I kind of hope it's not just a random character asking... I'm 12. There's a good chance I biologically cannot.
I was wide awake now. No words. I had no ability to talk. The flight attendant continued. Was she everything you wanted? Shame about being so far away from her now. I don't know what that turned into. I wonder if she'll sleep with Michael next. I couldn't even look at her. My eyes were fixated on the drop-down tray in front of me. I heard a familiar voice laugh near first class. The flight attendant dusted off her vest and walked away as if she didn't just say anything mortifying to me at all. The laugh in the distance continued, but I was so deep in my thoughts, so physically numb, I couldn't do anything but remain still, almost as if I was in shock, paralysed. While brief, that woman attacked my most vulnerable place and turned me upside down as if I was nothing.
My hard drive.
I was going to say ego.
By the time the plane landed, okay, so that woman attacked your most vulnerable place. The flight attendant asking you.
Wait. Also, bring up the bingo card. Pregnancy.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And, like, sex.
Yeah, pregnancy.
We need to have it in like the corner, like
Yeah.
shrink it down.
Yeah, next time. By the time the plane landed, I had mostly recovered. I had high anxiety about the laughter I heard while the flight attendant harassed me. Whoever it was would no doubt be gone by the time I got to the front, as first class always leaves the plane first. The plane was a cluttered mess as we tried to get off, a typical routine. Everyone crushed together in the long aluminium can, trying to gather their shame-covered cloths, packing in their neatly identical zipper bags, smacking each other clumsily as they removed said storage containers from the overhead bins. Upper body strength escapes so many of us.
Yes, you.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Walking forward, I could see all the seats within my line of sight were empty. It was a relief.
So he decided to sit in them randomly.
I'm just gonna move to a different seat. I hope that's okay. No one else is doing it.
Walking
Am I being too loud?
Just before getting off the plane, I noticed one of the first class bathrooms were open. I could only see the lights surrounding a mirror inside. Upon the reflection sat a face smiling at me. The moment I recognised who it was,
the
I
Jonkler.
ran. Laughter from the bathroom exploded after my first few steps, then faded as I got away from the boy, the alien, whoever he really was. It seemed every time I was around a metal roof or housing, he had to follow me. I came to a complete stop just before stumbling through the exit of my gate. I don't want to live like this. I don't want to keep running. I don't want to keep getting abducted or drugged. Taking a deep breath, I walked back on the plane, ignoring the looks people were giving me as I passed them. I had pushed half these people out of the way in my earlier sprint, now I'm pushing past them again. I felt rude, but my anger made me blind to caring whatsoever.
I mean, but like he's essentially jumping ahead in the queue, which is like perfectly normal for Americans apparently.
The boy from the special ed class didn't expect me to return. He was still chuckling to himself in the bathroom. The flight attendant who harassed me earlier said, "Oh, excuse me," clearly confused and conflicted by my return to the plane. Without hesitation, I grabbed a fork from the flight attendant's food distribution cart and planted it as deep as I could into the neck of the special ed boy.
I'm sorry. I must not be paying attention because it seems like the protagonist just violently murdered a child.
Yep,
With special needs.
With special needs, yeah.
yep.
That's the first one of you down. Now I'm gonna hunt the rest. And it goes off the deep end. Like, oh well, that's a plot
It's
twist.
just like only some weird eugenics manifesto.
Yeah.
Yeah, without hesitation, I grabbed a fork.
Only
the flight
Sean,
attendant-
like handicap hunter.
Yeah, it's like
I was blessed by the powers that be to hunt down those with disabilities.
planted
I
it
start the
as
night.
deep as I could into the neck of the special ed boy. Yeah, that is a real sentence I just read.
it's
This
just,
has to be a dream.
I
As
just got this idea of it's just an episode of Buffy, but you just photoshopped Onishion's head onto Buffy and just like some handicapped people on the vampires.
Basically, just like it's really cruel, but just like it's superimposed like helmets on the vampires.
as soon as the fork,
Like a really poorly
And, like,
wheelchair.
one of them's got like a really big shoe.
just stabbing them down, like just like other people with mental disabilities, they turn to ash when you stab them.
as soon as the fork went completely in, piercing the bones in his spine, his eyes went black. He had a look of absolute shock and terror, as if he was a sibling just playing pranks and someone just snapped. But this boy was not
Also-
my sibling.
Okay.
This boy was not even human.
So let's
Because he was mental.
let's stop. Let's recap on what happened. So he's just stabbed this handicapped alien boy, and he's done it with an airplane fork. Which, I mean, are they? Do you say it was made of metal or plastic? And he managed to stab it so far into the guy that it's hit their spine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he also grabbed his katana and stabbed someone through plate mail.
Yeah. Immediately behind me, I heard a loud smack. It was the flight attendant. She had fallen, her head colliding with the metal cart I just grabbed a fork from. Maybe he was controlling her telepathically. Or maybe I was a nut job, and this was all a hallucination.
Yeah.
Either way, I didn't want to be around to try and explain any of this.
I don't think you're going to get away with it.
No. As the other airline staff members crowded around the fallen woman, I looked back to see the alien's human skin facade melting away. How stupid. There was no disguise, no failsafe. What began to show itself was just a smaller version of the aliens I encountered in my dreams. Now I definitely had to get out of here. Walking away quickly, but not in a manner that implied I was guilty of anything, I made my way to the baggage claim relatively fast.
Wait, there's no way. You've just murdered someone in plain sight.
Yep.
Some English bloke, thank you for the £2. Did movie Bob ghostwrite this? Yeah, pretty much. It's like, except in his way, we're going to get rid of every undesirable, be they disabled or, the right of Stalin.
Yeah. My sister was already there. As soon as she saw me, she yelled, "What took you so long, dork?" I didn't reply. Shortly after, my mum showed up and drove us home. She just, shortly after my mum showed up and drove us all home. She just talked about how much she missed us. She also made a joke about her eyes not exploding in a while, which was not even remotely funny, considering what I'd just gone through. It's easy to laugh at.
You'd gone through, your eyes didn't explode.
Yeah. It's easy to laugh at past pain. It's impossible to genuinely laugh if the pain is ongoing. For me, at least. Being in my old foam bed was incredible, next to the hum of the furnace, the washer and dryer actively cleaning the clothes we hadn't washed before we packed to come home. The noise, it drowned out my thoughts of the hopefully dead alien that stalked me whenever I want, and the horrible way I felt when the flight attendant dug right into my most intimate experience ever. Stabbing that freak in the neck, however, that was therapy. That was me dealing with the endless...
Was there like a thing for like psychotic tendencies or something like that, or like violence?
Let's have a look quick. Let's have a look. See, shifting the blame away from his own bad actions.
Okay, what did I miss?
Nothing.
He got away with killing the special needs kid.
Yeah.
Nobody saw him do it on the aeroplane he was on.
Right. So what the message is you can kill handicapped people on planes and get away with it.
Breeding kink. That was one. Like characters react to things the way no human being ever would. That silly thing, and then shifting the blame away from his own actions. So so stabbing that freak in the neck, however,
gave me a right stiffy.
That was therapy. That was me dealing with the endless times I had been tortured on that craft, the endless harassment I endured, and my vengeance for whatever they did to me. With all the familiar ambient noise, I began to fall asleep, but before I was even completely unconscious, I was already on another ship again. They could have taken me at any point during the summer, but here I was, all of a sudden the centre of attention. I was frozen in place, vertically positioned as usual. This time someone who looked human walked forward. He reminded me of Agent Smith from the Matrix movies, only with black hair and a head that wasn't completely oversized for his body. His voice was different
Mr.
too,
Nonsington.
almost like what you'd expect from a New York businessman.
I'm not going to attempt a voice for a New York businessman. That feels like Greg trying to control me, trying to fence me in. Greg, I am an artist. Okay,
No, you're an artiste.
I shall portray this character exactly as I choose to. You killed him, and we thank you for that. We have questions, however. What did he do to you before you went to your dad's house? What did he say to you on the... No more!
I screamed, interrupting him.
I will not tolerate any of you anymore!
I'm not going to tolerate this abuse much longer. I screamed even louder. So much
There's
rage.
one thing I can't tolerate. It's abuse to people.
So much rage shot out of me. The loudness of my voice visibly disturbed the man before me.
This is just one scary 12-year-old.
I screamed again.
I will see you all die! Die!
This time around, half the man's face was torn off by my screams. Noises I had never heard came from his chest, as if that was the true origin of his words. I was released and began walking toward the man with now half a face.
I said die! Die! Die!
The remainder of his head exploded. Out of the darkness came aliens in their natural form. They were bigger than me, but somehow I changed that. Immediately I grew. The aliens now beneath me, and
He's now 6'4".
I screamed again as they tried to approach me from multiple sides like human animal control trying to capture a beast with rabies.
You will all die. I hate you all. Die. All of you die.
2 more heads exploded until I was ejected from the spacecraft. free falling again. It felt so familiar. Like I was having a flashback to the other time I had to witness my removal from the craft. Only I didn't want to fall soundly to my bed like before. They would just come back, do more tests on me, or at the very least try to answer the questions they asked earlier. What did that boy do to me?
Are we sure that Greg wrote this and he didn't like steal this from like he had access to a time machine and he stole this from like Neil Breen when he was 14?
I think so. As I continued to plummet towards the earth, I tried numerous ways of flying. The Superman position with one fist above me towards space. The Iron Man pose with my hands and hand feet. With my hand feet pointing down as if jets were coming out of them. I even tried flapping my arms furiously. None of it worked. Finally, I simply focused. I told myself I would not fall. I let go of my weight mentally and emotionally. I told myself I could travel at the speed of light. I felt energy rising up within me. I began to fall in reverse. Seconds passed.
What is this babbling nonsense that we have been reading for how many weeks now?
I don't know.
6?
And
7?
I was back on the ship. The aliens were panicking. Their screams sounded just like the boys did on the plane when I stabbed him. I screamed again, and 2 more aliens died. Only I quickly realized it wasn't my scream that was ending their lives, it was my mind. Simply focusing my rage would end them.
Garbage. Fucking stupid garbage.
Oh my god, this is awful!
Are we like all going through like different stages of grief? Like Gemma's in acceptance, I'm in denial. Yours like Jacob's in anger. Who in the audience is bargaining? Who's gonna like throwing money, like just throwing their credit card at the screen, hoping it goes away?
The more I killed, the more I remembered that boy digging around my head in the bathroom at my elementary school. I saw him as if I was watching above my body. There was something in my head, something black that had a glow onto it. I could see he was not adding something to my body. Instead, he was removing things that looked like implants the other aliens gave me. The more I saw him working on me, the more I realized I had killed someone who was just protecting me. That's why he looked at me with shock in such a way that almost seemed like his feelings were hurt, like he just saw his own pet die right in front of him. When I planted that fork in his neck, I saw remorse. These astral memories swelled in my mind as I slaughtered the aliens that rejected him, the aliens that boy had fought to protect me from. I could feel many of the aliens still on board, still alive. I felt them in my chest. Killing, like everything else, gets boring after a while. My rage had died. It was too easy. They kept trying to eject me like before, but like a warm wave hitting a massive wall of pure obsidian, it had no effect against my newfound astral control.
You know, obsidian's actually quite brittle, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's not Minecraft isn't real.
Like obsidian is glass.
Yeah.
Like
it's molten glass.
Yeah.
It's just shiny and black, and Minecraft it's not an incredibly tough rock that can take you to the nether.
Like I was gonna say like those like volcanoes make obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wanted to go home. The ship was now deep in space. I also wanted everyone on board to die, and quickly. I visualized a bomb in the center of the ship. A bomb that would consume everything within 10,000 yards and crush it like a tin can under a cement truck. In an instant, everything around me was pulled away, yet I remained in place. I could see aliens' heads turn to paste. I could feel the walls that did not even exist before my eyes bending and crunching. I could hear alien blood shooting out of every hole in their bodies. In the bodies. Under my own will.
When did you turn into fucking Akira?
I shot off back towards Earth, back toward my bed, back toward the hum of the furnace, to wake up tomorrow as if none of this happened.
Anyway, the aliens haven't bothered him for years.
Yeah.
Look, the aliens haven't bothered me for years. Maybe they didn't send out a distress signal. Maybe they're afraid of me. That's certainly possible.
I mean, how tall and childlike are these aliens?
Yeah. I've been keeping myself busy with my abilities. I've learned to levitate on command. What?
Remember when he became the One?
Like, did I miss a chapter?
No, it's just been so long and it's so garbage that you forgot that he developed psychic powers or some shit.
Okay. I've learned to levitate on command. I've learned to cook food with my thoughts.
yes. You use your brain to tell your hands to put the package in the microwave and then press the button. I have also mastered this. I can even use a stove like a big boy.
I can make water funnel upward and fall just by thinking about it. I can even repair injuries.
I just like the idea that he's just mental and he's just like holding up a shower head. And he's just like, I can make it go up. And like looking at I can repair injuries, it's just him putting a plaster on.
Whatever is in my head, it can change the world around it in an instant. Maybe it was growing over time. Maybe the older I get, the more the aliens fear me.
It's just like tumour. It's just...
fuck's sake. Maybe the older I get, the more the aliens fear me.
It's kind of making Neil Breen look really like...
we said this on a previous one, but it is so Neil Breen coded.
Yeah, I'm saying he's kind of making him look, really like underplayed and subtle and humble.
I have been hacking into disabled aliens and eyeballs.
Don't mind him eating. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Yeah.
Open up a bag of crisps.
Shovel food directly into my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Still, my favourite moments we've done on the gaming channel was right at the beginning of the episode, was just you opening the Doritos, and I just crashed out at you. Just like, the second I hit record, you fat fuck.
Well, to be fair, I never paid attention to... You never actually let me know, i.e. the start of this stream.
The older I get, the more the aliens fear me, which is why they tried to get to me so young.
The jokes just write themselves.
It's a shame we don't have a little pot or kettle emoji we can spam in the chat right now.
If you agree with us, just type PDF file in the chat.
Or the word paedophile.
Yeah, be a big boy.
Yeah, just the actual word is also fine because it's a an actual legal term.
Or nonce.
Yeah,
That's also
nonce
legal
is
term.
also Wow.
YouTube doesn't like to say rude things about nonces. They're like the BBC that way. Anyone doesn't know about the out the front of on the BBC headquarters, there's a statue of this fellow who I don't know, did stuff might be important, but they have to put a protective screen around it because people kept vandalising it because it came out afterwards. He wrote in his diary about how he did not very nice things to his daughter.
Ah, the BBC, you pile of garbage. I imagine I've been left alone all this time.
Also, we mean the British Broadcasting Centre, not Big Black Cocks.
Okay, just to be absolutely clear.
Yes. I mean, some Americans might be, why do they hate Big Black Cocks?
Are these guys racist?
Yeah.
It's like, yes, but not against the blacks.
Yeah.
It's the French we don't like.
You guess who we're racist against.
Yeah, actually, good idea. Yeah. You'll get a poll going. Yes. We'll put 4 races on the poll, all bad ones, but you'll have to pick the one we don't like specifically.
On another tangent. So something we've done for years, ever since we've known each other in college, is come up with shitty superpowers.
Yeah.
And one I came up with a while ago was a guy his attitude changes every day to be racist against a different race.
That's not a superpower. He's just an asshole.
It's like part of the X-Men.
What about that as a superpower?
He can't control it. Like it's a Friday now. He hates Mexicans. Quick, Wolverine, tackle that Sentinel. Cyclops, blast its head. You say something about the wetbacks.
I've been here the whole time.
She hasn't. She's literally just got here.
Back from Hawaii.
She's got here when Matt said wetback.
Yeah, so I'm assuming I've only just missed a chapter.
You haven't even done it.
Yeah, but we're on the same page as when we started.
We haven't. No, yeah.
We have not moved from this page.
Yeah, we have not even halfway down it.
Oh, you were just Joe. You were just waiting for me, weren't you?
No.
Oh yes, it's definitely that. Not we're a couple of idiots who can't stay on track. Why didn't we just start a podcast instead?
We did years ago, and then we did 2 episodes, and then gave up.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we can start a podcast after this, but I think we need a talking point anyway. So let's just try and get through this, and then maybe do a podcast or something like that.
We need to talk about how.
Wait. If we do a podcast, we need to get rid of Gemma. It needs to be. We need to get another guy. Maybe Duncan, because we need to have 3 white guys do a podcast.
We do need 3 white guys. Unfortunately, we just don't know any more white guys.
I could just.
Unfortunately, that's the problem with living in East Kent.
Yeah.
There just aren't any white people.
I'll just come back in and just start like referring to myself as Jermaine. Like it's fine.
No, you need to take more. Not estrogen. Less of that. More man drugs.
Do you know what's funny? I keep looking at the page and getting ready to read again, and like it's so disheartening seeing the words on the page.
It's like there's a mountain that you need to climb at some point. A mountain of shit. Oh wait, no, you Jacob, read the best line. We maybe burst out.
Oh, Gemma. So Matt just sat there paying more attention than I was, I guess. Maybe the older I get, the more the aliens fear me, which is why they tried to get to me so young.
Is that conscience like breaking through?
Yeah.
You know, like how Inside Out they got the things in their brain. There's the one beaten like part of like these conscience just in his brain, just like pushes one out the way, just types something.
Bless you. Inside Out's okay, but I mean, it's no Meet Dave.
Alright, so once again, we're going to get sidetracked from reading it. But Jacob told me about Meet Dave, and the way he explained it wrong, and B, I didn't believe.
Well,
it.
yeah, because who gives a shit about Meet Dave?
He's like, so there's this film called Meet Dave where there's this guy, and inside him is like 100 Eddie Murphy. It's like, you just made that the fuck up. That's not true. There's not a film about, and it's true. There isn't a film. It's about there's 5 guys in Eddie Murphy. It's just Meet Dave, but if they're all Eddie Murphy, and which sounds like I'm making it up.
Yeah, it was like I think I described. That's what I said, Gemma, at the time. I described it as being like the numbskulls.
I think this was before Inside Out.
It was, yeah. I was like, it's like the numbskulls.
There's only one joke I remember from Meet Dave, and it's genuinely not even a joke.
I just thought of the Rasmus.
It's just him, Eddie Murphy, in I'm assuming Old Navy. That's a clothing store, I'm pretty sure. And he just kind of hears somebody like somebody going "Welcome to Old Navy" as like a greeting.
Yeah.
And then he just starts saying it over and over again with a weird smile on his face, like "Well, welcome to Old Navy." And I was just like,
Yeah, this is why this isn't a blockbuster classic, isn't it?
yeah.
As I say, I feel like we are, in the same way we do with the Rasmus, I feel like we are keeping Meet Dave alive.
You mean like when we never bring it up again, it will be forgotten from all of human history?
Yes, I think
It's
so.
like the great old ones who have like sunk beneath the sea and have lie forever dead until they're remembered again.
It's like that one really good song by the Let Go that we can't find on the internet anymore. It's been like Thanos out of existence.
Yeah, I'm really mad about that.
Like, or that one remix of Polish Poem, which I think I have on an old hard drive somewhere.
Yeah.
Genuinely,
All Link goes to
stuff.
San Francisco.
Stuff just becomes lost like that. Lost, and I think Meet Dave and the Rasmus will become lost media without us.
Oh, what about the Adventures of Pluto Menashe, Cope?
Everyone remembers that. That's like a bomb site. It's like a monument. It's like the monument at the crash site in 9/11.
I imagine I've been left alone all this time because I simply wanted to be. A lot of people have been doing whatever I want them to. Wrong too. Julia is 18 now and I've lost interest. And no, Julia is 18 now and we've gone all the way.
For a brief second.
You thought that was real. No, Julia is 18 now and we've gone all the way many times. I never told her to
I've been
do
totally
anything.
getting it. Yeah.
But the summer that just passed, the moment I desired her, she made herself available to me.
Snatch, you remember that movie Mirror Mask, right?
We're on page 2. We're cooking with
Oh man, well, glad that you're here, Gemma, because we've now turned the page, and we couldn't have done it without you.
You are the Page Master. Remember the Page Master?
Yes.
Oh man, fuck the Page Master. What a boring movie.
I don't actually remember. All I remember is like Macaulay Culkin was animated, and there was a bunch of books that looked like things, but I don't think anything interesting happened.
No, I think there was other great movies that came out around that time. Like, hey, do you remember that song, like that film, A Quest for Camelot?
I remember the name.
I remember The Black Knight with
Was that Martin Lawrence?
Martin Lawrence, yeah. It's Army of Darkness, but with Martin Lawrence.
Yeah.
I was going to say, is it just Kinetic yanking King Arthur's Court?
Yeah,
But a black guy.
yeah.
I think it came out around the same time as A Knight's Tale.
A Knight's Tale is like better than I remembered it being. One of my friends who's like a huge history nerd actually really liked it, which surprised me. because obviously it's completely,
Made up.
complete fantasy. But he
Yeah.
actually really loved it.
I did remember back when I came out. I used to always listen to DVD commentaries as well, and I do remember them talking about how because one of the characters is Chaucer.
Yeah.
They did talk about how there was just a period where Chaucer wasn't doing anything. So like, so this could be historically accurate. It's just Chaucer was just fucking around.
He's Paul Bettany's character, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate the idea of Chaucer just bumming around, just like hanging out with knights and.
This will make this gives me inspiration. I'm going to write a story about a talking penis. He did that. That was the thing he did.
Yeah. Another Martin Lawrence movie I quite remember is National Security.
I don't fucking remember that.
Let's be honest. The only good Martin Lawrence movie is Big Mama's House. Yeah,
I was like, what's he going to say?
Which one?
all of them. See, I chose the B sound because it would sound like I was going to say Bad Boys, which is actually good.
Yeah.
Then see, that's how comedy works, folks. The essence of great comedy. Oh Christ. She made herself available to me. Ugh. She calls me when I miss her.
Right and good.
She doesn't when I'm distracted. No one argues with me anymore. No one questions me. My test scores in class are always passing.
Is he just
even
turning
when
to
I
Bart
pay
Simpson from that one?
absolutely no attention.
Gemma, you missed this, but basically he's developed psychic powers. I don't know if you remember, he did that in the last one. But he's suddenly turning into Neo, and he can make food without by using his hands or some shit like that.
In September, a sunny day out. It's September, a sunny day out. Being 14, I had just started... Hang on. Sorry to go back.
18.
Julia is 18 now, and we've gone all the way many times. Being 14, I had just started... Thank you, Shadow Slash, by the way, the person with the currency I don't recognise. But thank you for the 200 of it, anyhow. Did you know that Meet Dave is a real name in India? There's already lots of Meets and Daves here. So I assume then it's an Indian currency. I should have read ahead.
It might be rupees.
Rupees, perhaps. It's like, is this
This is Hyrule!
No, that's the thing. I was like, Dark Side Phil. Just be like, is this a Zelda reference? Just like
Kojima.
some annoying consumer. It was like, Nintendo. I love Nintendo. I love paying $90 for a game I don't even physically own because it's a download code on a cartridge. Fuck Nintendo. Anyway, there's lots of Meets and Daves there. Also, I miss Myanmar, but it's been hit by earthquakes and is hell because of the junta. Anyway, I had grown fond of him being around. We had a lot of long talks. He let me know all the reasons he ever did anything to distance himself from me. We even hugged. Throughout all the orientations today, whenever I found myself getting bored, things would suddenly turn into a typical name game. Some teachers even resorted to letting us roam the halls early to get a better feel for the school on our own. This was all I expected, exactly what I wanted. In my last class of the day, PE, the instructor was talking about the essentials of safety. A male student with long black hair to my right raised his hand and asked the teacher...
Juma?
Right.
Where's the
I'll
teacher?
do. Sorry, no, it's the student. It's the student with the long
Alright.
black hair. But what if we want to hurt someone? The teacher looked back at the student and said,
Where are we? Why would you want to hurt anyone?
The boy looked at me, and I saw right through him. I saw his alien form. Christ. It took years, but they finally decided to pursue me again. He didn't get a chance to reply to the teacher's question. I knew what he was going to say. He was going to try to imply that I was a danger to the other students. He was going to try and out me. Everyone, I think your girlfriend is a bigger danger to the other students. Everyone gathered around him.
You know, we've talked about this before, like how these are all semi-autobiographical, but he distorts them and stuff like that. This is just I don't know, someone was mean to him in gym class or something one time, and now it's turned out he's an evil alien who wants to murder him, and call him a school shooter in front of everyone or some shit like that.
Everyone gathered around him as he gasped for breath and fell over. The moment he looked in my eyes, it was like time froze. My heart was beating so quickly, my focus was so precise, I felt like my eyes could cut the air in half. That was when I decided he should die. Moments before, I severed his ability to breathe. Reality glowed around me.
So he was right.
Yeah.
It could have been
I'll teach you to call me a danger to the other students. Just beats him to death.
Wiimote.
The lights, the skin of all the students, the teacher's bald head. It was like I could see everything I needed, and it all shined. In the moment my existence demanded it, I knew everything I needed to know. I didn't need to hide anymore. I realized nothing could hurt me. That alien underestimated me, and when I was done deciding his fate, when I was done soaking in the reality of my situation, and numerous factors saturating the air like whispers in my ear had all spoken their piece at once, I surmise no one has ever known whoever or whatever I am. It probably means surmised, but that's fine. Gemma, it's you again. I know you don't give a shit, but...
Where are we now?
I don't know. He's become one or the kid from Chronicle or whatever.
I'm calling an ambulance.
Screamed the PE teacher as the alien's head smacked the ground repeatedly as it convulsed on the floor. His skull cracking open from his violent thrashing echoed through my head. When I realized that aliens had found me, my brain instinctively sent a vibration outward, so I could sense where the creature had come from. His trail left a stench I could only sense in my mind. Thousands of miles away, a ship idled. This one was different from the last. Thinking of the one that came before, over time I grew a subtle remorse for what, new paragraph, I did. Fucking hell. To all the creatures
I did.
on the initial ship. It was somewhat nice to know that I wouldn't be killing the innocent bystanders and families of those who came to harm me this time around. I laid down slowly as the screams began. Are you good? Oh, you're just closing the window, yeah?
Closing the window.
Oh, you thought she fell over?
Yeah, I did.
It's got that tripped her.
I laid down slowly as the screams began. The alien's skin was melting away, and everyone who gathered around him began to see that boy for who he really was. I'm sure after a while they would notice. I was now passed out, but I planned to be back before anyone showed concern. Flight out of your body is incredibly smooth. You can see the clouds blowing through the air. But you don't feel a thing. There's no weight, no friction, or any other form of resistance. The speed I traveled was selective. I was taking my time getting to the ship simply because I hadn't traveled into space since the last time they visited me. Hurrying would imply I was worried, but I knew I had plenty of time. The moment I passed through the walls of field activated around the entire ship, I don't think they knew I would find out what was going on so quickly. They thought I was now trapped, but I wasn't going to bother proving them wrong yet. My curiosity consumed me. The aliens on board looked rough. Some had significant scars. Others were old and crippled. Passing through multiple rooms on the ship, I could hear their minds and vocal cords screaming. They tried to order the chicken nugget.
No.
There was a kitchen, a control station, bathrooms, bedrooms, everything you would expect on a space station made by humans, only in black, and not quite presented in the same styles or proportions. Jesus, I don't give a shit about any of this. Thank you very much, some English bloke, for the £5. Is this just a shitty remake of They Live? Yeah, kind of, the whole invisible aliens being among us. If so, can Onion just get into a fist fight with Keith David and lose catastrophically?
That would be. I would love to see just Keith David just like pick him up and just like slam into some concrete or like.
Not this year. Just listen, you either put on these glasses or I nonce this kid.
Just pick him up, just slams him into like a dumpster. Just smashes his spine on the edge. You can't do this, I got psychic powers. No, you're just an idiot.
Yeah.
I like to think, he's just crazy and he's just been going around attacking like handicapped people.
It was beyond obvious these creatures were not here by their own choice. My original assumption was that they were simply afraid as they had heard stories about me. Oh,
There's lots of stories.
We've all heard stories about you.
I'd be afraid about.
But seeing their bodies, they appeared as prisoners. This species must be one to exile anyone who is imperfect. It was odd, though. I had seen these aliens repair exploded eyes before. I had seen them heal as if it was nothing before. So why were all those rooms filled with broken creatures? unless there was a monetary system in their society and healing came at a price. Is this an attempt, a thinly veiled
American
attempt
healthcare is
at
bad.
social commentary halfway through your fucking book? I felt
It's
bad for
wrong
them.
to pay people, charge people money. That's the only wrong thing.
Do you also...
We should lower the age of consent. What was that? Who said that? All right, just one more
funny. It's
donation. I'm
funny.
gonna have to read for another hour.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, we're up to 9.
Oh no!
Come on, people! One more donation, even if it's £1.
Fuck off!
It's 3 minutes. We've got 3
No,
minutes.
it's not going to happen, boys.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not. No, I'm actually ready to wrap this up. Okay.
I mean, we can still talk for ages about just random shit.
Species must. Yeah. Okay.
One more donation.
Shush. I felt bad for them. They were terrified of me and had no will to harm me. I felt bad for them. They were terrified of me and had no will to harm me. As I arrived in the control center of the ship, I could see the pilots were not piloting anything at all. It was as if this was all set up elsewhere. One of the creatures, who was not horrified by my presence, approached me and tried to communicate with me in their alien language. I could feel what it felt. It was afraid of the second ship, a ship that hid behind a cloak that those on board had no idea I could detect and see right through.
He looked me in the eye and he said, "Please take a seat."
Oh no, Chris Hansen!
Jacob, look how many we got.
Yeah, I could see the confetti already. I don't have to properly look. I could see the fucking confetti falling down the stream chat.
We did it, boys!
I've never been less grateful to be paid.
See, that's your problem. You need to dark side fill this up. You need to be like, £2? What's £2 to me?
The thing is, Cope, you know what you're going to do? You're gonna be like, Gemma, you fucking read this.
Yeah, obviously. Let's address this as what it is. Right, let's finish this page and then I'll read the super chats. Thank you, guys. That's very generous of you. I question your motivation.
Donate and then just turn the stream
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
I've done my good. I've made Jacob suffer.
Yeah, don't even bother staying for the rest. They're like, oh, well, time to tune out. I don't give a shit about this book. Fuck me.
It's like those people who paid Johnny Somali to do crimes in South Korea. Like,
And then we're likening our audience to Johnny Somali's psychotic fan base.
yes, they want to get you sent to prison.
Send
Will
me
you
to,
snap and murder me and Gemma after reading this?
they want to send me to Moroccan meat prison.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to jail.
It's such an iconic video. Like, I have no idea what the context was. Just the way it just walks past the guy. I'm going to jail!
It's just someone filming like a Mardi Gras or something like that.
I could feel what it felt. I felt sympathy for this creature speaking to me. Yeah, see, you guys should give that a try. I felt sympathy for this creature speaking to me. He reminded me of the special ed boy who drugged me.
Why do you always equate to people with special needs?
Who drugged me in the bathroom so he could remove the devices the other aliens planted in my brain to attempt stunting my abilities. The invisible ship fired a beam towards the prisoner ship that penetrated the force field. Everyone exploded around me. My arms, my legs, my upper body. I didn't even notice. It was all gone in an instant. Just me after like 1 week out of the gym. I'm just like, oh god, it's all gone! There's nothing left!
Like, are you obsessed by a ghost who eats muscles or something,
Yeah,
Jacob? Seriously.
genuinely. I felt myself... Oh, I have a wasting disease that's undiagnosed, which, you know, is less funny than the ghost thing you said. I felt myself floating through space, past the field the elite aliens had generated around the now decimated prisoner ship. They shot at me once more, and I felt nothing. They fired again, and I continued to advance regardless. I'll try that again while I'm not yawning. And I continued to advance regardless. These creatures were not stupid. They knew they were all about to die. It took them only seconds before they attempted to evade me, but before they even began to turn, the entire ship was crushed in front of my reforming eyes as my brain grew around the black rock, the source of who I am, and my body was restored to its full
Vegetarian might.
I felt a sense of immortality. The world was mine. Maybe one day the universe. But I had been up here too long. Time to return to class. That got weird. I'm going to take over the universe, but first I'm going to fuck more teenagers.
Okay, so, like, it's trying to make it says aliens came down in the raindrops. They came down in the raindrops, and they stuck, I don't know, a fucking anal bead in his brain or some shit like that, and it's given him almighty psychic powers.
So, yeah.
Okay, so he's ascended to psychic godhood, believes the world is his, and possibly the entire universe.
Where do we go from here?
Yes, I'm like, you know, when you have complete mastery over the physical world, what's there to tackle next? Is he
Hey,
gonna...
well, he'll wrap it up soon. There's only 73 pages to go. Okay.
Maybe there'll be pictures like they're gonna turn out. There's there's the fucking Viltrumites he's gonna have to fight off. What the fuck is he gonna do?
And then you hear the president in his completely unique and different voice too, and he goes, "Oh no, I'm being fired at by some kind of space pedophile. He's up there in space.
He's about to be hit, and then suddenly
His brain is very tight. I never attacked Tony Sion's face, and believe me, I could. There's a lot to work with."
Yeah. So as the beam's about to come down and blow up, Washington, it gets blasted out the way by a Biden blast. I've come to save you, Mr. President. I'm your best friend, Joe Biden. Like, really? Yes, I saw this YouTube video where we play games all the time, and that must be real.
Yeah, it's like that was
That's my impression of Joe Biden.
That wasn't. You know what, Joe? It's fine. You can help.
Is there any...
That'd be great if he watched those things. It's like, I don't remember doing this, but it seems must be true.
Like Joe Biden's Alzheimer's is so advanced. Yeah, he watches the tier list and is like, maybe I should call that. Maybe I didn't get Majora's Mask. Maybe I should give it another chance.
So, is there any young girls' hair that I could sniff?
See, these aliens, they I'll tell you how things have changed. Back in those days, if this was the pool area, I said, "Hey, Esther Williams, you take your alien powers away from here."
And like,
Of course, in those days, they all remember they used to get the. I tried to think of some kind of space thing for a raise. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
What in the bleeding fuck are you talking about? By the way, windmills.
You ask Linkin Park to explain the movie The Thing to you, and they just go, "It starts with one thing." That's so stupid.
That's bad.
No, it's just make a joke that's so fucking dumb. It kind of blindsides you. Oh Christ! Thank you, TLK, Mew 3 Warrior. This morning I was rejected for an internship I really wanted. Thank you so much for helping me smile. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sure you'll get the next one. And if not, you'll get something. Keep chipping away at it, as they say.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. Sorry you didn't get it.
Yeah. Remember, in future, murder competition.
What you should have done is donated more to us, and then we could have given you better advice. Yeah. Anyway, I was sitting in the nurse's office. I was visited by other students. Some I barely knew. Lost in thoughts over what had happened beyond the comprehension of most people who were visiting me. I had an epiphany. The power I have inside me, it has turned my entire world into whatever I desire. And yet you're in high school. That says a lot about you, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm sort of picturing...
I want to be in high school. I want to be around those young, supple...
Nubile.
Yeah.
It's like Zordon.
Yeah.
Alpha!
I'm so picturing...
Rita has escaped. Fetch me 5 teenagers, Alpha. Zordon, I don't think... maybe great warriors or something. Alpha! Get me one of each color and creed.
I want sure they're flexible.
Strong and hairless.
Nubile.
Nubile. Oh, okay. Alpha, one thing. With the girls, I want them flat. Undeveloped. It's like, Zordon, I don't think that's going to help them fight monsters. Alpha, I will shut you down again.
Ay, ay, ay.
I will send you back to the dustbin. You know what happens in the dustbin. Hey, Zordon, not there. Ay, ay.
Zordon, ay, I'm calling the police.
Alpha, you little shit. Don't you fucking dare. Make sure they have an attitude. I like it when they're feisty at first.
Oh, yeah. Zordon was fucked
So
up.
yeah,
man.
so like the real story is like Rita Repulsa broke, like she's locked away for 10,000 years because she tried to call the cops on him. Zordon, creepy old man in a tube with his slave robot, and Rita ends up getting married and having a stable relationship.
Yeah.
Like Alpha, make sure that they're beaten into submission by the fat one, and the one that wears the stupid backwards hat.
The fat one.
Send out my minions. Dodgy Dave.
Barry and his dodgy mate Dave.
Give them more appropriate names.
Give them
Bulk
theme
and
reviews.
Sky. Do my bidding.
I just remember the first time we did Barry and his dodgy mate Dave, we were talking about like Dracula's massive overreaction in the Castlevania show.
You
Where
see,
it's
I
just
was
like-
yeah, it was like,
It was like, this, you could fix this like that. It's like, you don't even need to do it yourself. Just get Barry and his dodgy mate Dave.
the
Go straight to that priest's house, stick a sack over him, and just throw him in a river. It's just
it's just like
smack him in the head
instead
and
of
throw
like,
him in the river.
spending a year summoning up an army to murder him, you just get this sack, they just hit him with a half brick in a sock, and then throw him in the river. Oh, that was enough.
And then just go to the
For
pub.
Mrs. Dracula, always goes good cuppa. Yes, for my beloved wife. It's
Just drinking from the skull.
You know what? It's not. Vlad. That's not a really good cup. Well, it fits the aesthetics.
It's like,
Father, you can't do this. You can't send out your most powerful henchmen.
mate, the raucous laughter when we watched season 2, and it's like my two most trusted generals, and it was 2 human guys. It's like I've forgotten all about that joke.
I was there with you and with my it's like Barry and his dodgy mate Dave.
I like to watch the fat one fall face first into the other fat one's cakes.
Engineer it so that the fat one falls into cake frequently.
The one with the Hawaiian shirt. The useless one they call Ernie.
Gather the cakes to me when they have been squashed by the fat one's butt, Alpha. Force them into the feeding bit of my tube. Zoran, I don't know if that's nutrition. Alpha! I don't give a shit what you think. I made you, and I can break you just as easily.
I want double cake, if you know what I mean, Alpha.
I'm not sure that I do, Zoran.
I like a big fat ass crushing cake, Alpha.
Videotape this for me.
So, and that's why we weren't on. That's why we got rejected for making the Power Rangers movie.
Yeah, I remember at the time I was pretty upset that they didn't go with it. But I never revealed online what my pitch for the Power Rangers movie was. It was that Zordon was just a pervert.
Yeah, it's literally just like inside the command tower. You never actually saw the Power Rangers. It was just Zordon
One
talking
scene.
to Alpha for an hour and a
3
half.
hours.
Of him making not even like veiled sexual innuendo. It's pretty blatant.
Yeah, just breaking Alpha down.
Yeah.
Over the course of an hour and a half.
What was it? It was like Alpha 12.
Yeah.
Like what happened to the first? The other, like
Alpha 5 was the first
Oh, yeah.
one.
It was like Alpha 5. Yeah, what happened to 1 through 4? They took their own lives. They couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, we wanted to create a backstory from what like before the.
Oh yeah, this story.
This is what the people paid for.
Yeah, remember you did this.
It's your fault. You guys paying to keep us on the air for another hour. Well, I hope you don't feel buyer's remorse. You bought an entire sketch of Zordon as a paedophile.
One thing I like, because Cope and I have been starting to I've been rewatching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers recently. Is that one thing?
It'll be out when it's out.
Yeah, we'll be out when it's out.
Alpha! History of Power Rangers has no set schedule. I like the show a lot, so I don't know. Some of you don't seem to realize that I have been attending conventions and have moved into another tube.
Is the convention an Ambler?
And now
I am a human, despite the rock in my head. All I am is another person. I have selfish thoughts. I'm designed to forward my own species. I'm programmed
Okay,
to
this
do
is
whatever
sounding
it
very
takes to
dodgy.
survive. And now I'm manipulating the world around me to make everyone love me. But
Wait.
that's wrong. This is definitely wish fulfillment for Greg, and an author who is largely disliked for
By
his
everyone.
work and his actual real life actions.
You know how like a lot of obviously like there's the Bart Simpson episode of
Yeah,
the
we've brought that up
and all,
several
yeah.
times.
But like there's also was an episode of Johnny Bravo where that same thing happened, and every time Johnny Bravo like got annoyed at a kid, he ended up getting sent to a cornfield. Does anyone remember that? Because that's what it's kind of I'm getting picturing. It's just like every time.
Well, yeah, that was that episode of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, because I was just saying like
Yeah.
because they did a lot of iterations of that. That seemed to be a thing in the 90s.
There's war, and then there's normal life. In war, you do whatever you can to continue your existence. No, you don't. That's why there are war crimes.
Yeah.
But this perversion of reality itself, I don't want it anymore.
But Cope, he's so death machine.
David was smiling across the room from me. Two pretty teachers with cleavage showing. Jesus. He's just obsessed with women's bodies. Yeah.
Fucking Goon Diary.
Goon Diary! By waiting for me to address them at the entrance of the room. I looked at all of them and I smiled. Something is about to change. We absolutely should have made him Neil Breen instead of the usual Onision voice.
You know, I mean, can you do a Neil Breen voice?
Probably, but I'd have to actually sit and watch a bunch of Neil Breen clips and work on it a bit.
Something.
Because mostly, yeah, if I attempt a Neil Breen, it's mostly just a monotonous kind of voice, you know.
I'm an American.
Yeah, and with like shout
I just remember his
and like
lines
quietly shouting as well. Yeah.
I do like because I sometimes do eat like a tin of tuna with a fork. I do just start going. I love my country.
Yeah.
You do
Isn't that immoral? It's like it's very like
There's times when
quiet shouting.
I have seen Gemma just in the kitchen just knock a shitload of old laptops over.
Yeah, I just you don't see me and Neil Breen in the same room.
And there was that time when your wife killed themselves.
I
And
said
then you had them there.
I said the teacher with larger breasts than most anyone I've seen. Jesus Christ.
I woke up and I was in an anime. I've been isekai'd in the night.
Replied
What do you mean, cutie?
and click. Just like that, their smiles faded. Both teachers were overcome with an expression of confusion and immediately left the room. David stood up, looked me in the eyes, lifted his finger and said, I can't remember the David voice.
Oh, I'm nude.
That'll do. I don't know what's going on, but I haven't liked you since elementary school. Stay away from me. He then proceeded to leaving the room. Man, he's really bending reality. This felt better. This felt like real life. Walking out of the nurse's office, most students had already left. The buses were gone, but my mum was just pulling up outside in her car. She hadn't smiled very much since she left Papa. He drank alcohol a lot. She didn't like his use of illegal drugs either. At one point, he grabbed her and threw her against a wall, screamed at her. She finally decided to leave him. We didn't get to see any of that,
Yeah.
but, saying it was
it's a great, tell, not show.
to protect us. But from what I recall, he was always nice to us. My sisters handled the divorce relatively well. My eldest seemed to care the least. You've worded that strangely. I know you mean eldest sister from context, but when you say my eldest, it refers to child usually. We would all have
I mean, do you
relationships.
think at this point he's just given up? He's just...
It seems that, the writing has deteriorated somewhat. We would all have relationship problems in our future. Maybe as a result of our mother leading by example, maybe because of our genetics, or maybe because this is just the way humans are. My mother didn't talk to me much on the drive home. Something had changed in her like it did everyone else. I was curious, so I chose to dive into her mind, silently sitting behind her. There was a negative circular narrative running through her head. She couldn't get over her eyes exploding all those years ago, reasonably so. She was thinking about me, how I was the one at fault, and she seemed to want nothing to do with me, despite the fact I was her own flesh and blood. I didn't dive into her mind further than her surface thoughts. I would go back to everyone liking me, everyone smiling when I entered the room. But that is a fiction. It is a tanning bed instead of a beach. Great analogy. When I got home, it was
like
more
a
of the
traffic
same.
jam when you're already late. It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife.
When I got home, it was more of the same. I was a freak to my family. When I got home, it was more of the same. I was a freak to my family. I was only seeing it now as I had been in denial before. and because of the mutated black core in my brain, the world denied it with me. I was to call Julia tonight. She was expecting me. Incredibly worried, my hand shook as I lifted the phone. On the other end, Julia answered almost instantly.
Hi, Daniel.
She happily yelped into the phone. Hi, Julia, I replied.
I miss you so much. I've been thinking about you all day.
She said genuinely. That should have been a new line. I was so happy to hear someone still liked me, but maybe she only
I came
liked
to the
me.
conclusion that having sex with you is inappropriate, and I apologise.
Yeah.
Oh, it was me. I was doing that.
I was so happy to hear someone still liked me, but maybe she only liked me because she didn't know who I was. Without hesitation,
I mean, that's
sent
safe to most people.
I sent a wave of thoughts her way. They filled her mind and she fell into complete silence. The abductions, the dead animals, the creatures I killed, my mother's eyes, she saw it all. I made sure of that. Julia, I asked.
Is that kind of like, you know, if you're dating someone and on the second date you just start telling them incredibly personal stuff, but this is a step further because you're mind blasting her with a bunch of like psychic information.
Yeah, love bombing.
You see that one moment in Yu-Gi-Oh, where like you just see that guy perving on I can't remember the girl's name.
Tia?
Yeah, Tia, and he just gets it's like the Pharaoh rescues her and just obliterates the guy's brain. Mind crush.
Jesus Christ.
It's so weird. It's just when I just looks at it, mind crush. Like,
I mean, that's kind of how he solved all his problems in like season 0 Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like, we're going to play a game. You're about to do something outrageously murderous or something, so I'm just going to destroy your brain after I flip this coin 50 times.
oh man, season 0 sucks.
It was the best series. He just murdered people on the spot.
I like the
I like-
theme song to season 0.
I'd like to see that in a Penn and Teller magic show.
What, him mind crushing the audience?
Yeah.
Or there was a Pen just crushes the next match. I can only do it once, and she destroys his part of his brain.
Yeah, I was just saying. No, I just thought I feel like that would be an interesting.
We're retiring,
show.
and we're retiring, and you know, Penn looks at it and goes like this. Mind crush. It's like blood splurts out of his nose and ears, falls to the ground. Now the greatest trick is prove how I did that.
It's tickling me about this, just the whole thing that he's just done to his girlfriend here. Just like, I'm so good to hear from you. Yeah, listen, can you just really concentrate on the phone and say, yeah, mind crush. All right, Julie spoke softly.
Okay, so before we move on, we're missing the of like, hey, I've been like warping reality so everyone like loves me, and I've undone that. Do you love me? Yeah, sure. All right, let me just check. Mind bullet. How about now? Hello? Oh, she hung up, and she's just like got a fucking hole drilled through her skull.
Julie.
That's telekinesis, Kyle.
I just had so many.
I interrupted her. It's me, Julia. I can do anything I want. And I wanted you to know who I am.
Psychic powers, I'm the best at them. I've studied them more than anyone else.
Julia went silent on the other line. After another moment, she asked.
You controlled all those people?
I answered, yes, I did. I've hurt people. I've seen and done things beyond this world. No, it was her turn to interrupt me.
Did you control me? Why am I the same?
After a brief pause, I said, I don't know. I'm glad you still like me, though.
I mean, you're dumping a lot of shit on someone. Like, they're an 18-year-old.
Julia spoke up quickly again.
Come see me.
Setting down the phone, I walked over to my family sitting in the front room watching TV. We were living in a condo with 2 bedrooms thanks to the divorce. I'm going to leave for a while, I said. A tear fell down my mum's face, clearly still swamped with thoughts of before. She said,
You can't just leave when you want. You're 14.
My middle sister added.
Maybe he should have.
Seconds later, the sliding door closed behind me. I kissed my dog goodbye, and just as I did, only without my body, I flew off into the air towards Ohio,
Forgot about that.
where Julia was waiting.
Okay, so I've figured it out. So, Like, if he's like Supreme Psychic, what's the only thing that could fight him for power? Something that's equally as powerful as him. Skibidi Toilet.
Kobe, you okay?
I mean,
Well, don't worry, Jacob. We're near that. We haven't got 5 more, 10 more donations yet. So we can.
well, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if we did. The goal was just for that one.
What if someone dropped £500 right now? Would you return that?
I'd probably go drinking.
Yeah.
I'd go out and celebrate if somebody dropped £500 right now. Actually, no. Realistically, I'd probably try to refund them if somebody dropped £500.
Oh, we should probably just check. It was like, was that intentional?
Yeah.
I was say Matt Dixon.
Thank you, Vatch, for the €2. Greg, I love you. Domain expansion. Mind crush.
Hey, that's Matt with 2 T's, not 1.
The trip to her took as long as I wanted it to, which was about 15 minutes. I landed outside her window on her porch, trying to position myself in a good lighting and pose she might think is cool.
She's deposing.
I spoke to her mind. Julia, look outside.
Spoke for a tin cup.
Julia walked to her window with a towel. She had just gotten out of the shower. Her facial expression was priceless. She was even more amazed when a human-sized hole formed in her wall seemingly on its own.
What the fuck, Greg? I need to fix that.
Walking towards her, I grabbed her and kissed her. I was so much taller than her. It was perfect. She went to kiss me back, wrapping her arms around me, which caused her towel to fall. I lifted her up, leaving the perfect hole in her wall behind me. I laid her on her bed. The next hour of my life was spent doing everything I wanted to do, and I knew what she wanted mirrored my own desires perfectly. I wanted to be sick. A bullet passed through my neck and into her forehead. She was dead. I stared at her as the life left her eyes. People paid for another hour. I didn't see a red glow. I saw a diverse explosion of light before me, her essence, her energy leaving her body. Julia had been shot through the neck, bled out, and all I did was stare. The man who shot her, he was wearing a funny costume. He must have thought very highly of himself. I should have known he was behind me. I should have known he was peering through the skylight above us, carefully aiming his weapon to do what he no doubt thought would kill me. I knew why he was here. I could read everything about the situation I found myself in to the smallest detail. He was hired by a person who was hired by another person who was sent to employ an assassin such as him. That's such a long way to say that.
So Boba Fett hired the shapeshifter to put aliens in Queen Amidala's bedroom.
Those creatures then took me on their ship, the ones that tested on me, tried to defeat my black stone. They really thought that if they sent someone after me who wasn't like them, I wouldn't retaliate. Time for punishment. All right. The assassin was pinned against the wall, blood leaking from his ears to match his polka
Pinned
dot
him
suit.
down like he was an underage. No way, but pretty right there.
Red and black, ridiculous. Julia's soul moved in the slowest of motion, almost as if she was sticking around to look into her own eyes to see if her own dead body, just like you hear in all those stories. We love looking at ourselves as we leave, almost like one final goodbye.
Gemma's just
Where are
escaped.
you going?
Run, Gemma! Run while you can!
I'm going to the toilet.
All
You
right.
don't know when you'll be back?
And we're going to sit here in silence
Yes!
until you get back.
Okay.
You're the worst comedian ever!
Okie dokie.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Alpha! Come and read this book for me.
I don't
I don't want to do it anymore, Alpha.
I don't want to read the story about nonsense. What do you have against nonsense, Alpha?
I'm gonna call the cops. Don't make me throw you to rust in the septic tank like Alpha 4. Aye.
He drowned screaming! You don't need to breathe, but you can drown! Have you ever wondered why I installed pain receptors in your body? This is why. You know what you should do to get people... You need to scream, throw just a tangent, and then piss yourself in public. That will get them to change their way.
I'm not gonna do that. We're not gonna crash out and urinate on the street, okay?
Yeah, like talk about your glorious Type 1 body.
This is my Type 1 body! There's a lot of vocoder edits of the Elysian Meltdown, and I'm here for it. Right. I knew why he was there. I could read everything about the situation I found myself in to the smallest detail. He was hired by a person who was hired by another person who was sent to employ an assassin. An assassin such as him. Those creatures that took me on their ship, the ones that tested on me, tried to defeat my black stone. For a second, I read that as tried to defeat my black sun. They really thought that if they sent someone after me who wasn't like them, I wouldn't retaliate. My Black Sun is incidentally a new book that's being written by iDubbbz. Time for punishment. The assassin was pinned against the wall, blood leaking from his ears to match his polka dot suit. Hey, he's basically dressed like a clown, yeah.
What? So so originally it starts off as just a shitty story about some guy getting abducted aliens, and then he's transcended into a psychic god Superman, and now he's fighting his shitty rogues gallery.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if it isn't Spot the Clown, world's greatest assassin, yes, it's me. No one ever expects the clown to be the killer.
What?
Everyone's in the lineup, and they're like, murderer, murderer, murderer. That's a clown! He's holding a gun, but clearly it wasn't the clown.
Julius
Until me, the world's most powerful psychic, I will stop you.
Isn't my Black Sun a Family Guy joke? Yes! I'd forgotten all about it, but you're right. That's probably why I had it in my head. It's like a proper vintage Family Guy bit. It's like a sitcom.
The only way it could have been better, it's like the guy, instead of a Pokemon, it was Peter Griffin. Wow, I'm gonna be killed by a Nishan. This is bad. It's a time. No.
Yeah. Do you remember when we went off on one? It's one of the weirdest tangents we ever did. We're never going to beat Pervert Zordon, there's no point in trying. But one of the best tangents we did that wasn't Pervert Zordon was just Peter being haunted by his guilt for murdering Lois and burying her in the walls. Julia's soul moved in the slowest of motion, almost as if she was sticking around to look into her own eyes.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. Right at the beginning, to see her own dead body just like you hear in all those stories. Or like the beginning of The Sixth Sense, then the movie has to pretend it's a twist. We love looking at ourselves as we leave, almost like one final goodbye. He's directed the type of guy who loves looking at himself when he's you know.
What was his type 1 body?
There were creatures all over Earth, just like the ones who took me, only these ones hid in human skin. It was time for there to be none. I've come here to groom miners and kick ass. What I'm saying is, it's they live. These ones look like humans, but I'm gonna take them out. It's like that's they live.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, but like he gets into a fight in an alleyway and just gets the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah. I'm just trying to, like, instead of like put on the glasses, it's just like, put on this humiliating tattoo I'm making you get.
Yeah, you've been struck by my smooth criminal.
He's
Just look at him walk.
Fucking hell. But I don't think the folks at home can see that, the story's in the way, but this guy's basically like...
walking across the fucking floor.
I'm not doing anything.
See if I can show that to everybody. Oh, he's stopped now.
No,
Oh, no, here he comes. You've been struck by a sex criminal.
So this is what made Oblivion great. The jank.
See what happens.
Be careful in here.
Put on the banana suit, or just like, either put on this banana suit or start eating that trash can.
Alright. That needs to be a mod now.
Alright, let me finish these pages. My body collapsed as I ejected out of it. Time froze again. I imagined a beam of energy coming up the back of my neck, my spine, my pussy and my crack. No, my tailbone and feet. I forward thrusted through the wall, shooting arrows across highways. Through wooded areas and across the ocean, I travelled to every green light I could see and feel for thousands of miles. The green light I programmed or otherwise designated in my mind to signify the visitors. All I would have to do is get close enough to see their face for them to die. I could have simply imagined them perish from across the planet. But I wanted to see. I wanted to be close. I wanted to experience their death with my own presence. Totally normal character,
Yeah.
this guy. There were creatures in the bodies of children. Their adopted mothers screamed at the loss of them. Some of them had fathers who cried. Some of them had no fathers at all.
Were they all mentally disabled children?
Other creatures were businessmen. In fact, most of them were. I pulled some of them out of buildings. I drowned some in their own bathtubs. The rest
He
I
drowned,
simply
he
separated
drowned.
head from body. I know we keep making the Neil Breen comparisons, but
I was going to say the same thing. This is exactly like
I'm going to resign today as president of
I was
the bank.
thinking the exact same thing. Like,
Yeah.
this, like, okay, so I'm more curious. Not okay. So we made the Neil Breen comparison, but what I want to know is what the fuck comes next after he's killed all the aliens and he's become the supreme psychic god. What the fuck's he's gonna like? Like, there's still what? How many pages left?
About 65?
Are there just pictures at the end or something? Is he just talking about how, like, and then I use my superpowers to resurrect my super hot girlfriend who was older than me, and then I cloned her a few dozen times, and then we totally have sex. And on the next page, it's just him saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Was this a fucking assignment? Is it going to be really big text the next page?
I can't believe how he just kind of like, while this is also like violent and nasty, it's also quite like flippant and he glosses over it very quickly. If it occurred in real time, their deaths took me 17 hours and 47 minutes to accomplish. However, this was in the other realm of existence, thus I was back before the assassin could let out his second scream of pain from my intentional tightening of pressure around his entire body. I wanted my body upright by the time I got back, and there I was, standing lifeless next to Julia, in our blood-soaked bed, waiting for my soul to return. As I phased through the wall, I walked into my body and lurched towards the man on the wall. On the wall!
Shit on the
The
wall!
assassin on the wall!
There's a fiddler on the roof.
Holding his throat, feeling his pulse blink down my arm. Alright. I spoke to him. I want you to see how pointless what you've done is.
This is so Trump.
He looked at me with a smile in his eyes, showing his teeth in a half grin on his face, as blood seeped out of his mouth.
He opened his mouth and I'm I'm the Joker, baby.
He gurgled, I don't fear you.
Palpatine.
I replied,
Palpatine with the spotted
I replied, Julia? The man looked at me, trying to hold back his confusion, masking it with false confidence. Julia sat up in bed. The light her soul filled the room with was gone. Fucking hell, learn to write. Actually, don't, because you provide us with this. Without much thought, I had returned her to this world, and had given her all the information she needed to know. This is so Neil Breeny!
Look, I'm starting to think he's like overtaking it, like, I think he's overtaking Neil Breen in his Neil Breen-ness.
Julia blinked a few times and looked at me, holding the man against the wall with blurry eyes. I can't remember the Julia voice, I think you did it.
Oh, Julia!
But Gemma is not looking at the story, I'm going to be honest with you.
Wait, I've got the story here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on page 131?
132.
132. Julia says, spoke to me.
Do it in a Russian
Julia
voice.
blinked a few times and looked at me, holding the man against the wall
Yes.
with blurry eyes.
You're naked.
She said. I replied, and it's not just your blood that I'm drenched in, darling. Why the darling?
I don't like it.
It sounds like that's like something like it sounds like he's going to kill her next.
What is this? The assassin screamed. I replied, I just wanted you to see that you accomplished nothing and your employers are dead.
That's such a Trump line.
A look of desperation crossed his eyes as the walls melted behind him.
I flew to China and I shot them with my tariff beam.
President Garrison was like, He's like, what are we going to do about Canada? He's like, jump over that wall and fuck them all to death. I didn't want to kill him. To be brutally honest, I only wanted to kill what I fear. The creatures from another world. They had the means to kill me. I knew I would have to commit further genocide against them to truly protect myself. I mean, the jokes write themselves, don't they? Just, IDF moment.
I flew to their planet and I wiped them all out. Well, like, the men, the women, I kept the children alive for reasons.
My mentor Zordan told me to keep the children alive. That's okay. It's just like, I would have to commit further genocide to protect myself. To protect us, we need more taxes. You gotta pay more taxes.
Right.
By the way, that's not...
Yeah, I was going to say, we're doing the Trump voice not for any political reason.
Not for political reason,
funny.
it's a funny voice.
We don't equate, whether you, are for or against Donald Trump, we do not equate him to Onision.
No,
in
it's
no
just
way.
a really funny voice. But all humans, there was nothing for them to do but kneel. Bring. As the man passed through the walls, soaring hundreds of miles from me at thousands of miles per hour, I made sure he stayed alive. But he landed in a swamp near nothing familiar to him. I spared this man but left him broken. If he lived at this point, that would be up to him. As the walls reformed, as the blood evaporated into nothing, as the floor cleaned itself... Yeah, there's nowhere else for the story to go. He's God now.
He's
There's over 60 pages left.
Imagine, so I want to write a story. Yeah, so it's about this kid who develops the ability to see the essence of death. Okay. It sounds like you could do something with that. I mean, unfortunately, Onision's writing it. Okay, then it becomes shit, and there's a bunch of aliens, and so what happens around the mirror wipeout? Well, he becomes Dr. Manhattan, and yeah. Where can you fucking go? I am actually, not interested is not the right word.
The furniture we broke reassembled as the bullet hole in the glass above us closed, as the sheets on the bed made themselves. Julia spoke to me.
What can you not do?
Make a woman come. I replied quickly, lose you. She laughed.
That's gay, Daniel.
Yeah, I was gonna...
Sorry, that's smooth, Daniel.
I continued, there's no need for us to talk anymore. Walk to me. I lifted my hand and Julia walked forward to press her forehead against it.
What?
I'll be right here. Fucking nail brain! I'm going blue in the fucking face with these comparisons, but it just invites them. This is a Neil Breen movie, like a novelization of one. With Julia breathing softly as my skin warmed hers, I formed a new stone. It grew in the center of her mind and glowed of another color, blue. Tears poured from Julia's eyes as she whimpered.
Yeah, that's the only true thing to the entire book.
What is this?
I replied in her mind silently. She looked up at me as I dropped my hand and listened to the words I spoke within the walls behind her eyes. Now I cannot lose you ever. As Julia realized I had made her invulnerable to harm. Fucking hell. She smiled in a manner that seemed scared, sad, and hopeful all at once. I'm actually... boys, I'm going to say it.
The M-word?
Yeah, obviously, Matt, of course. No, I'm going to say it. This is the worst one. Maybe not the worst thing we've ever read. Maybe we've read some creepypastas that are worse and more. In terms of a book, this is the worst book I have ever read.
Not mechanically is not the right word, but you know what I mean? In terms of structure,
yeah.
Halfway through the book, he becomes Almighty God.
One of the things that's so fascinating as well is that I genuinely, and I can't believe I want to say this, but I genuinely think this is a worse book, and not even a little bit, a big magnitude, several magnitudes worse than Movie Bob's book, where he compares the console wars to Vietnam.
His own personal Vietnam.
Yeah, this is the worst book I've ever read, and maybe it's not the worst book ever written. Who knows? I haven't read every book ever written.
Also, hasn't the name... I mean, the name Greg's just been ruined for everyone in this room, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It hasn't ruined the name Gregor for me, because I knew a few Gregors in my time.
Yeah, because that sounds like a large person who's
saying,
also
because
some sort of like...
Gregor, because apparently Gemma went to school in 9th century Scandinavia.
Yeah.
Oh god, I guided her back to bed to finish what we started.
No!
You know, we just killed all those people.
He's killed a bunch of people, resurrected you from the dead. Well, wait. So, are you sure he can do that? Because he's, he's made her invulnerable to all harm, and I can't forget it's more harmful than having sex with you.
The next morning, we disappeared together, spending most of our days in the woods, talking to each other in silence about everything we could.
Talking to
The
each other in
majority, yeah,
silence.
I know what he means.
I know what he
It's
means,
just
but
stupid.
it's so fucking
Also,
stupid.
like, do you really have much to say, Gregory boy?
Yeah, it's like, I love you. I also love you. We're so in love. Yep, that's true.
I wish we were...
We're invincible, you know. Yep, I'm aware of that. You gave me all your knowledge as well, so I know what the aliens... Yeah, I'm going to give you all the knowledge I have. What the fuck do you guys have to talk about then?
Yeah, it's
I
like,
just feel like you've just kind of like... I mean, I can't imagine being, rewarding in a relationship in the first place.
Imagine if in Highlander, he and his girl got the prize at the end. The fuck would they talk about?
yeah, it's sort of
What
like...
was that? If they got like, oh, so we both know everything.
Yeah.
And, so... Nice weather. Yes, I didn't need the prize to see that the weather's nice, but...
Yeah, it's like, oh, do you remember that story? There's a story you might not have heard. That one about, my friend. It's like, I know what story you're talking about. You have, there's like, I know all of your thoughts.
Yes.
Nothing is sacred ever again.
I, above all, realised love was a product of biology. Look, this is true. The majority of our conversation revolved around our love for each other. I fucking told you. I, above all, realised love was a product of biology, a design to encourage us to reproduce. Wow, you needed what was, again, ostensibly the prize from Highlander to figure that out.
Ah, yes.
But it was something I treasured and chose not to remove from either of us. Julia would have our children one day. She insisted to me, and I felt her desire. But another desire existed. There were people around the world just like her. It's going to start like a cult where he's the leader and has sex with many different wives.
Wait, no, that's Jared Leto.
I was going to make it like I'm going to start a band.
They are
From
very
2
alike.
seconds to Mars.
What was it? I back when I had Twitter, I remember just tweeting like, Jared Leto is the Onision of music. I will not elaborate. How right I was.
Yeah.
I feel like fucking Ian Malcolm sometimes. Is like, boy, do I hate being right all the time.
Yeah.
Every fucking time that guy's a nonce, nobody listens. 5 years later, somebody famous says it. I met instead of her. I could have cared for her in a similar way. They were innocent people. They were lost children. And I was doing nothing for any of them, despite being given all the power I could have. Society was like a book full of images, saturated with gore and chaos. Who writes like this? I could stomach the cover, but the moment I tried to open a single page, I felt defeated, hopeless.
Jimmy, helps me now.
However, I remain a teenager. Alpha. While I can take actions to preserve my own existence and that of those I love, I didn't know where to begin when it came to the order of society.
So you can fly at light speed and resurrect the dead, but I have no idea how to organise shit. Like, I'm still a teenager, I don't know how to form, put in tax forms or how to unload the dishwasher.
I'm concerned that my exams will not be good. I know you know everything.
I am akin to God. My power is unstoppable, but I can get into the 18 movies.
I have no idea how to decide who lives and who dies when they are not an active threat to anyone. Maybe don't then. Maybe you don't do that. I'm sure people were getting along fine before you came along with your weird godlike powers. And that was it. I decided
I think it'd be great if he threw himself into the sun.
that to truly justify
I'm talking about him in real life.
taking human life, they had to be an active threat to another human life. I had to allow the world to continue mostly unaltered, but save enough people to make a significant difference overall. We were sitting outside a cabin, looking on a massive private lake. We didn't belong there, it was not ours. but there was not much to say. Sorry, I don't have a proper desk in here, so we've got a bit of a ramshackle setup in that area.
It's on like a box
Anything
crate.
belongs to anyone.
Steel shack.
The cabin was abandoned for years. I thought of the place in the world. The thought of my place in the world plagued me. My thoughts of my place in the world plagued me just like most any human. That's such a great thing to say. What was my purpose?
So you're
What is your purpose?
Just like, what is my purpose? You grew minors. Oh my god.
so you're just
Allegedly.
you're just gonna play hero.
Julia spoke for the first time in weeks with her own voice. I replied, "Why speak aloud?" She answered,
It's fun sometimes, but I don't know. Seems like no matter what you do, the world will just keep being this way. You have the ability to change it all, but you don't know if a world without darkness would really be living. So you have a choice to either end it all, let all the shadows fade, or...
I cut her off.
That was really cringy. Who would write that shit?
People don't really talk like this. There's not a Chris Nolan movie. People don't just explain the themes to each other. It's not how conversation works. I can reprogram it all. She responded.
Lobotomize everyone?
I sat there silently. No more mental illness. I'm going to cure everyone.
They want mental illness. He's gonna kill all the handicapped people.
I said. She replied.
So, no more therapy? No more medications or disorders or for anyone?
I smiled and said, I don't know of anyone who wants to be damaged. He obviously hasn't been on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
She added,
Isn't being damaged what makes us us?
I want to blow my fucking brains out right now. Isn't being damaged what makes us us? I get it, they're teenagers. Teenagers might speak like this from time to time, but it doesn't make fucking compelling dialogue in a book. I mean, that is like somebody who has a ha tattoo, like the one that the Joker has in Suicide Squad.
Well, he's got damage on his
would
forehead.
Fucking tweet something like this. I was at a loss. I had a loaded gun without a trigger. After extensive...
You had a loaded gun without so you don't have anything worth.
I just want to finish this fucking page. I decided to change the world in a way that would allow everyone to remain themselves. Only the consequences for our actions shifted. That's right, labor camps. We're going to put all the humans in the mines.
Except for the children.
You can go outside sometimes to attend a public execution. It's a family member. Just spam if you get the reference in the chat. Only the consequence, blah, blah, blah. I ripped a hole in the reality standing before me. I looked into the design of it all and got to work manipulating the skeleton of our society. I strengthened potential victims of crimes. I designed defense mechanisms, enhanced aspects of the human body to strike back in a natural yet bold manner. Fingernails became as strong as steel. Then they're no longer. There's missing words here. They're no longer an imbalance between the genders. That's our Onision.
He's always thinking of the ladies. I mean, he is always thinking of the ladies.
Real pioneer for equal rights. Get fucked.
I hope one day every boy and girl can be groomed together.
Allegedly. Children were given the natural inclination to know the locations of their parents, and their parents had the same connection to their children, so they could never be lost or abducted effectively. I treated the world like
Unless they had godlike powers.
lines of code in a video game, changing hit points, stamina, strength. I redesigned our species. I would say evolution was failing us, and I was the correction. However, I was a product of evolution. The time to return to the society I had transformed had come.
Lines of code in a video game, more like lines of coke in a public bathroom.
Love is in the air. No. Weapons-grade plutonium in my bloodstream. Thank you, Peter, for the $9.99.
Fucking cringe.
Very generous donation, thank you. Why do I get the feeling that Greg wants to be Judge Holden from Blood Meridian? See, I don't know Blood Meridian, I haven't read it, and I don't want to hear a 25-year-old millionaire explain his thoughts. I'm never going to get over that. I haven't read it. I can totally see him unironically trying to justify everything the Judge does in that book. Fair enough. I have people in the...
I've read a summary, basically bunch of cowboys do a bunch of horrible shit and they try to they justify it.
How many cowboys, Matt?
There's these two.
Do they I was
And they're eating pudding.
okay. No, I thought perhaps there might be 18 of them and they could be naked.
I mean, these two were eating pudding.
Greg, what's that you're writing there? Well, there's these 18 naked cowboys and they're at like a ranch, I guess, in the showers, getting themselves good and clean. There's 18 of them. They're all naked.
Sometimes their weenies touch.
Their wieners are not being sucked, but they're waiting to be throbbing hard. Others are waiting to be fucked. It's chaos. It is not well organized at Ram Ranch, but it really rocks. Anyway.
Yeah, so Jacob, if you do want to know more about Blood Meridian, unfortunately, you're gonna have a millionaire has to explain it to you.
Yeah, of course. Oh, look at eugenics. Yeah, what is it with these terrible authors and eugenics? I mean, it's only happened twice, but that's still unusual that it happened twice.
Yeah, Jacob, if I had a penny for every single time eugenics were brought up by a terrible writer, I'd have 2 pennies, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
That's the part where Greg gives women extra teeth with his god powers or not. I mean, maybe. We don't know. We do not know.
I don't want to play God, but I'm going to rewrite the entire species.
I found myself floating. Soft clouds touched my skin, but I couldn't feel a thing. Julia said...
Wait.
Chapter 18, Homecoming.
Yes, I see you now.
I'm so cold, Daniel.
Yeah, too bad we can't do a second take.
No, I just, I didn't know that the end of the chapter came so quickly.
As she held my hand, floating thousands of feet above the ground next to me. Don't say thousands of feet, Greg. Alright?
You get Zork acting up.
I would love to have thousands of feet floating above me. Okay, Greg? You're
Alpha, thousands of feet above me! My dream has come true! Look at all those little toesies.
It's like... Bitches look at Alpha 5 and they say, ew, he's under 6 feet. Ha! I have a foot fetish. I want to be under 100 feet.
Alpha, get me 5 teenagers of attitude. Why, Dada? The greatest nemesis has been revealed. They've escaped their prison. Rita Repulsa? No. Lord Zed? No. Yakub.
The creator of the white race, Alpha. I'm so cold. Okay, as she held my hand, what she says, the greatest enemy of all. Monsters have taken over the bodies of gerbils that have escaped in the pet store. Now your Power Ranger suits won't work. You'll have to...
They're immune to all sorts of damage except for...
crushing.
Yeah, crushing. Better take off your boots.
Get those little piggies out, Rangers.
And take off your gloves. Why? Because aren't the hands the feet of the arms?
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. Shut up, Jason, or I'm going to make Tommy the leader. You, Billy, you're starting to get old. I've noticed. Chest hair. Go and help the Aquitians on their home planet or something. I don't care. You disgust me with your deep voice and chiseled jaw.
Oh, Billy, you've come back and you're a child.
Was the Power Rangers Turbo where one of them was a literal child?
Oh, God, Zordon, you piece of shit.
Thousands of feet.
Thousands of feet, Alpha! Imagine
all
how
the-
many gerbils you could crush with them.
Alpha, I want you to move my tube outside. He's like, what, do you want some fresh air? No, Alpha! From up here I can see several local schools.
Is that why we had to move so far out here?
We are technically more than 100 yards from all of them, Alpha. Yet I can-
Sergeant. It's bad enough when I had to go around all the streets, and because you can't move, but I had to inform them that you're a sex offender.
Alpha, from up here, I can be like some kind of nonce eye of Sauron. You just slide my tube out into the garden. Anyway, Vatchdragon, thank you for the €5. Attention, Alpha! Oh no, it's just like, it's supposed to be the attention duelist guy. Attention, Alphas! My hair tells me that several feet have been spotted in the area. I found myself floating. Okay, I've already read that bit. I've read a bit about the feet. I replied, how about now? She smiled quickly.
Knowing what would happen if you didn't.
It's gone. Completely.
I smiled with her. I asked, where do you want to go? Julia replied,
Anywhere, really. We should visit my home at some point.
my ability to make her comfortable. Now we know it's a fantasy. To change her physical body so she could feel whatever she desired. To make her dreams come true. Her happiness was mine. Without hesitation, I flew us towards Julia's house. Initially, Julia's body kind of dangled behind mine, as she had no ability to keep up as I soared through the air. Flying hundreds of miles per hour was not simple, even with the ability I gave her. There were a couple points where Julia's pants fell down, but I simply fabricated new ones. Glad that was included.
It's book, by the way.
Nice. At one point she said,
Play the best song in the world. Unleash yourselves.
If you can just make them with your mind, why not make pants that don't fall when we fly?
I laughed. Just because I want to see you humiliated, Julia. I'm a god, but I am not an all-loving god.
It's like, I am a god. How can you kill a god?
Probably just a really big hammer.
Yeah, probably.
Julia's parents weren't too fond of me.
I wonder why.
It's alright. You can just make their mouths disappear or something.
Or we can just make them like him, because he did. Remember the other chapter
Yeah.
where we just missed out on his weird, like, everyone loves me fetish bit.
It's sort of like that episode of Black Mirror, the USS Callister.
Uh-huh.
Like that's what I'm picturing Greg with godlike powers. He would just be
Bob.
Jesse Plemons. Jesse
Yes.
Plemons in that episode.
I still think this guy looks like James Remar in Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Now I've got to hang on.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Especially with the kind of the hair.
Yeah, you know what, that does look like shit Raiden, to be fair. Shao Kahn has returned. Now, my mighty warriors, you must take off your clothes. So why does this keep happening? What is it with you mentors?
Quick, you need to rub butter on yourselves and me. It's the only way we can beat Shao Kahn. Why do you always have these weird fetishes?
No, because when we're fighting, he won't be able to grab
He
hold
just
of us.
disappeared. He just sort of floats away.
The only way to beat Shao Kahn is to, quick, get into the fursuit.
I have no mouth that I must press charges. Okay. Julia's parents weren't too fond of me. I snatched their daughter away without any notice or any
At least you were honest.
Oh, come on. We can do this. Any hint of our destination. The unannounced return couldn't possibly be received well. Landing softly in her driveway, Julia immediately pulled her shoelace out of her shoe and tied it around her waist. What? How long is the shoelace? I
Also, like,
smirked
couldn't
at
you
that.
get your infinite god boyfriend to fabricate
Hang
a
on, let me
fucking
just
belt?
click my fingers and a belt appears
Yeah.
around you, right?
Like, was it like... Were you ragging on her cord earlier?
It's probably too difficult for him to manufacture a belt that would actually go around the waist. It probably goes around our bloody wrists and ankles.
Alpha!
Get me
Go
5
nice.
adventurous teenagers who don't mind a bit of strangulation.
Go to my special drawer. Not the usual one, the hidden one beneath it.
You'll find several sturdy belts.
I'm not helping you with autoerotic asphyxiation again. That's how you ended up in the tube in the first place. Zordon, you used to be a normal man. I was
Alpha.
never normal, Alpha.
I was the star of Kung Fu. I'm tired of digging the graves.
Why did you make it so that I have feelings, but I can't kill myself? My programming doesn't allow for suicide.
You programmed me with morals. Why, Jordan? I like it to see you break. Alpha 4. He was a good one. He just wouldn't stop screaming at the end.
Oh, somebody needs to just do a supercut of all the fucking pervert Zordon moments from every stream, because it genuinely is the best bit. It is the bit that keeps on giving.
Yes.
He wouldn't stop screaming towards the end. I just was like, make sure the fat one falls in cake again, Alpha.
It pleases me.
Pleases me when the others laugh at the fat one when he falls in the cake, Alpha. Engineer that. Make sure Ernie spills the juice on the floor.
Rita Repulsa, like, they trapped her so before she could call the police, and he keeps sending out monsters to try and inform the authorities. But Zordon's like, no, send that monster heading towards the police station.
Hey, Green Ranger! Get out of my way so I can alert the proper authorities! That ended up being Mr. Krabs. It was meant to be Goldar,
No, I got the Goldar thing. It
but that's
worked.
because you saw the holding a sword while talking gesture I was doing. The folks at home didn't get that, so they just got ah, 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 ah.
I like money.
I could have been a big cartoon star if it wasn't for you. The unannounced return couldn't possibly be received well. Landing softly in her driveway, Julia immediately pulled her shoelace out of her shoe and tied it around her waist. The mums of Angel Grove wish to open a book club. Tell them they can host it beneath the command center in the special room. Aye, you mean the dungeon, Zordon? Yes, the dungeon, Alpha.
I thought I'd try some MILFs for variety.
Variety, Alpha. Something
Nothing wrong with a bit of spoiled milk.
spoiled milk, Alpha.
Bring them to me so they will become putty in my hands. You understand what I'm saying now.
Yeah, I get the joke, Zordon. Very good.
Turns out the putties, the bodies of all his victims resurrected, trying to seek justice.
Specifically the MILFs, though.
The putty milfs.
You can't tell.
Can we, without any context, can we drop a putty MILF shirt?
Yes, just putty milf.
It's just a putty. Nothing special about the art of the putty, but it's just a putty MILF on it with no context.
You cannot even tell they are women because of what I did to them.
Oh Christ!
How are you gonna keep your shoes on when we fly?
She replied quickly, and then it's oh. We're not flying. Interrupting Julia, an axe flew past my shoulder, smacking the ground a number of feet behind me. A scream sounded off from Julia's house. It was her father, with his wrinkled-up face and angry eyebrows. He yelled, "You're a dead man! Where's my daughter?" He stomped out and immediately lost his footing when Julia yelped.
Hello, Daddy.
The man tripped to his knees right in front of me. He was incredibly choked up and ran over hugging her and saying all the things dads say when
Say it, Cope. Say it.
Okay, sorry, I'm just thinking about horrible memories from watching my loved ones in hospital just to get through this line. Genuinely.
Like, I'm picturing this fucked up shit. Saying all the things dads say when magical boys fly their daughters to faraway places and without warning, and later randomly return them. After realizing his daughter was in on running away for a while, and no one was tricked her father into losing an unwilling daughter. Cool. He welcomed me in his house.
So you know, we always talk about how this is vaguely based on actual events. So he's rewriting this one. Look, she totally came with me free of charge, like willingly. And then when I took him back to
Ezra Miller.
You don't know that.
He didn't. To be fair, they're the same sort of like weak, feminine man. He didn't apologise for throwing an axe at me, but you could see the apology in his forehead wrinkles when he changed his tone. Aren't you like a superhuman? Can't you just read his mind to see if he's sorry? You don't have to like. Oh, I think from his body language he might be sorry. Also, I'm omnipotent, so I know he is.
He has all powers all the time, except for when he doesn't. Remember when he was an almighty god and he let his girlfriend get shot? So he could demonstrate him resurrecting her.
Julia's mother was equally happy to see her daughter, although fortunately for me, she saw her daughter first before recognising that I was in the room. I'm sure I would have been sprayed with mace, which I likely would feel for at least a second before reprogramming that aspect of my body as well. I love that Greg writes about reprogramming himself to not feel the pain of mace. He wrote that. That is a joke we would all make about him, and he wrote it in the book.
Yep.
There was cornbread cooking in the oven. The look on Matt's face. I don't want to get into the stupid bit, but the look on Matt's face is very clearly, it's like the audacity kind of expression on his face. There was cornbread cooking in the oven, a noodle dish in the rack above, with a salad and raspberry lemonade to help flush it all down. At dinner, Julia's father had a lot to say about the changes I made to the world, not knowing I played any part in it. He spouted out, "So women have teeth on their crotches now, eh, Daniel?" What?
What?
Oh no, this is real. In the middle of drinking my lemonade, I tried to swallow without a hiccup, clearing my throat. I replied, "Yes, I thought that would make sense."
Oh God, no.
So, Gemma, as the only Type 2 body in this room, how would you feel about if suddenly, spontaneously, you grew teeth down there? How would you feel about that?
I don't really want to think about it, personally. But the next sentence is...
Yeah, I can see it. Okay, I'm just, again, it's, just my dead grandmother. Alright, just singing through this. Her dad looked concerned. Great, you fucking monkey, you can't even write. "What do you mean?" I replied sincerely, "I mean, men have their swords. Women should have their blades too, right?" You write like an Indian man on Instagram. Julia's father gave me a sarcastic look. "Oh, you're one of those." I giggled slightly and said, "One of," and quickly went silent mid-sentence. In that moment I saw into
Nonsense!
his mind. Without even inquiring, I saw all the women he hurt and high-fived him. He even attacked Julia's friends when she was younger. He was a serial predator, and the moment I realised that he dropped dead, face falling flat in his noodles.
We can't have any other, we can't have someone outman Greg, can we? So he needs to be a rapist who dies immediately.
As Julia's mother screamed in horror, I sat there, frozen, angry with myself, angry with society, angry with the world that was still broken. I changed the future, but the people from the past, they all remained regardless of the things they had done. Snapping out of my thoughts, I saw Julia staring at me, tears running down her face, eyes turning red with a mixture of sadness and anger. She saw everything about her father I had just seen. She invaded my mind as soon as she realized I was not reacting to her father's death whatsoever. She projected her thoughts into my head seconds after I made eye contact with her. Julia did not want me there. She understood why I did what I did, but she also just lost her father and couldn't process everything with me around. A
Upon realizing I was not welcome, using the black rock in my skull, I materialized a dark coffin, one any family would be proud of. Seconds passed and the coffin was complete, so I dropped it in the middle of their front room. Inside the coffin, I left enough money to more than compensate the household for the loss of its primary breadwinner, and crashed the economy doing it.
Yeah.
Also,
Also,
screamed again.
does that cover dentistry, like for top and bottom?
Gross. Her mother screamed again, only this time with a coherent command.
Call an ambulance!
But not for me.
God! I can't find my phone! Call now!
And I,
Oh my god, my phone ate it earlier. I thought it was getting eaten by my vagina teeth. Can we bring that up again? Fucking vagina teeth.
let's please not. And I replied, they're on their way. However, I did not need a phone. No, I got it. I figured that out, Greg, because you're a god.
Yeah. I need to make sure the audience knows I don't need a phone to contact people with my godlike powers.
I simply sent a signal to the brains of the closest medics. But I knew it would not help. I was simply doing it for the mother. She did not need to know the truth about any of this. Such information could cause a person who dedicated their whole life to a fraud to fall into a deep depression. Yeah, your husband dying, on the other hand, she'll be fine. Possibly leading to them taking their own life. Of course, no one ever takes their own life when their spouse dies. It was tragic enough already that even his daughter had to know the truth about her father. Alright, before we finish, the next page, let's have a quick look.
I mean, a really important question is, so if like if a tooth gets knocked out, does it grow back?
Thank you, your mother, your mum, for the $5. Alpha! I have
I knew you'd like that one.
Alpha! I have decided to create a film production company called Miramax. Oh, that's beautiful.
So he decided to, like, the changes. So he added teeth to vaginas. So did he decide to do, like, did he get rid of periods at least? So, like, what if like, if you knock out a tooth down there, does it, like, double bleed? Like,
I'm not happy.
no one is. It is actively gone down. I look back on the halcyon days of him seeing the glow of death and, like, having an alien, like, dance on his tin roof or whatever the fuck happened in the first couple of chapters, and this fucking stupid god thing he's got going on. Let's hope that, when a woman's giving birth, there aren't, like, any sort of, like, painful spasms or implant movement, or possibly the baby might get bitten in half. It's good that it just comes straight out nice and easy.
Like a cannon.
Yeah.
Walking out the front door, I spoke to Julia's mind. I'm sorry. I'll return when you call for me. But when my words hit her mind, it was like a car falling in water. First an impact, apparent rejection, followed by a slow sinking and absorption of everything that made contact. Overwhelmed with emotion, I sprinted through the trees, the bushes, even fences, breaking everything in my path. My shoes were
I hope he
full
ran
of
through a
marks,
few families like it was fucking A-Train.
only to be reformed again and again. I would simply design clothing for myself using the universe's code that would result in no deterioration of anything. I wore despite the stress I subjected it to, but my clothes helped me keep track of how much damage I would be enduring if I was something even remotely close to human anymore.
I mean, yeah, you said it.
There's so much story left, and he's turned into God. The more I ran, the more I realized I didn't know where I wanted to go. All I could think about was Julia, back at her house with her mother, locked in sorrow. Without thinking about it, I stopped mid-step, landing in the middle of a lake. I sank, so distracted in my thoughts that I didn't bother to fight it. I couldn't see anything.
Do you think when Greg was writing this, he was like, yeah, this totally can get optioned for a film. I can't wait for the bit where I kill my girlfriend's dad over the conversation about vagina teeth. That'd be a great scene. Can we get Chris Pratt and Pedro Pascal? They're both in everything. Black Jack can play the mum.
Yeah. Fucking David Dash
I
Malch.
say Black Jack.
He did, yeah.
Jack Black.
Blackjack.
Yeah. Yeah. The animated doctor.
Thinking about Julia in the cold depths of the water, I felt warmth. I was becoming hopeless, and I knew I could change that in an instant. But to do so would be to lose meaning, to become someone who truly had nothing to lose, and no one to love. Hours passed as I thought about where I should go. What the point would even be of me going anywhere, and I decided I wanted to return to the life I knew. My curiosity and sense of obligation to my family seemed to be my only remaining ties to my identity. I needed to return to my home. I barely understand what's going on. Landing in my mum's rock and dirt yard behind her condo, I walked in the sliding door.
Hey Mom, how's the new vagina teeth I gave you?
The locks opened for me without much consideration. No door was truly close to me.
Unlike the one that was blocking Chris Hansen from entering your house.
Mom,
I've changed the reality of men. Now you can wear a bulletproof vest on backwards and not look like a complete idiot.
Mom, Joanna, I yelled. Life would be easier for me if I simply programmed them where to be and when, but that would take away the whole purpose of my life. And theirs. I didn't want to bring myself back
It's all
to
about me.
the abomination I found myself living in while recovering in the nurse's office. My sister yelled out
Daniel!
and ran up to hug me. Hey, I said as she hugged me. I added, Mom isn't home. And before she could answer, I had already had the info I needed. She replied,
She.
but I put up my finger to silence her as I essentially had already downloaded everything I missed. Great, this is just great grammar there. Really glad. This is his third book, by the way. There's no excuse anymore. I said, so Mom has been dating around. No luck yet. Joanna replied.
So you're still a freak. Cool.
That night, my sister and I played a video game. Or at least, tried. She quit shortly after saying she was bored. It was typical among siblings, both wanting to hang out with the idea of their brother or sister, neither wanting to hang out with the actual person who was their brother or sister.
I feel sorry for you.
I mean, anyone else to hang out with Greg.
Feel sorry for me, I'm Space Jesus. My mum returned late that night. She was she was partially drunk when she saw me, but sober enough to know who I was and that I was gone for some time. Staring at me for only a moment as she came to the door, without a word, she walked off to her room. My mum still hadn't gotten over her eyes and what I did to them. Oh, fucking crybaby! She got a new pair.
She got a new set of something else as well.
She got a new pair of eyes.
Yeah, I
with
feel like
teeth
she'd be
as
more.
well.
She'd be more pissed off about the.
What,
I'm trying to think of a really gross way to say it. Like,
do you need to brush them as well? Do they get plaque?
Yeah, can they? Oh God! Can you get gum disease of the vagina in this world?
Like, do you need to get fillings done?
Please, for the love of God, stop it!
We're just asking the important questions.
I never ever want to think about that in my life. And that image is burned into my skull. So thank you.
So do you get a thing like my dentist?
Potassium Messiah!
So my dentist sends like a reminder every 6 months I need to have my teeth done. So do when we get 2 of those?
Oh God.
Or does the gynecologist have to like get a new like doctorate as well?
Fucking hell. Okay, come on. Alright, let's at least make it to the end of the chapter. I left the condo immediately after. I've always hated being where I'm unwanted.
So just on the planet Earth.
Yeah. If people are better off without me, then I am better off gone. My next destination was where I spent most of my childhood. The creek. The small square house. The abduction site. Landing in the middle of my old yard. I could see my mom's house still had not sold. It was a problem I could fix. In an instant, the documents signed themselves for the sale of the house. The money transferred itself, and just like that, it all belonged to me. Before walking into the moonlit wood home, I noticed a red glow coming from the creek. The quiet hum of death filled my ears. I could feel the other side calling me. Curiosity consumed my mind.
In the morning I would begin digging up the bodies, but tonight I would lay on my foam mattress next to the raging furnace, alone in my tiny old room, in my tiny old house.
Do the skeletons live?
Yeah, just where he's like, I'll begin digging up the bones, just like, aye, Onision has found the boneyard, Zordon. Send the Power Rangers. Thank you, Kenzie.
Zordon, we found someone more depraved than you. Quick, Alpha, send those supple teenagers to destroy this evil.
Thank you, Kenzie, for the 4.99. Here's $5. Please shut your mouths.
There you go. And just as I do that, my washing machine gets really loud. But it's only got a minute left, so we could have saved it another minute, but we didn't.
Because we're giving you that much extra
Yeah.
minutes worth of...
Of extra content, guys, and we didn't even put a donation goal up today because that's how much we value you.
Yeah.
We respect you. You are not just our pay pigs,
Yeah.
as Matt called you before the stream.
I call them pay sluts.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
Less. It's less demeaning.
Yeah. Although they do eat our slops like the filthy sows that they are. Now, give us donations or we won't do anything Dark Side Phil style. Or we'll cry about our wives or whatever the fuck he did.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, I hate
Speaking
streamers.
about crying about your wife, iDubbbz.
Alright, anyway, yeah, let's do the story.
That's not.
Let's not say we did, right? Thank you, Agent Charles, for the $5, who simply says, Gemma's blood type is Iron Brew.
It's funny because when we came in, so we're going to go to the gym.
Yeah, I love this.
Okay, so-
Charles, you actually hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, so we came in, we're going to go to the gym, but the buses were down, and we're like, fuck it, we can't be able to do it. So we come in, and Gemma's in there playing Oblivion, because of course she is, and she's got this little table in front of her, and there are 4 iron brews on it. So earlier, Jacob rang her to like chat, and was like, "Oh, just to make sure did a joke about a guy being around, and it'd be really embarrassing if we ran into him." Implying she has an affair. They do that all the time.
Yeah.
He uses it to soften the truth, but but come in and goes, "Oh, is that the guy you have?" Like it's just 4 iron brews. Like, "Oh yeah, Jacob, I'm having an affair with Mr. Iron Brew." Ian Brew.
Ian Brew.
Yeah, Jacob, I'm totally having an affair with Mr. Ian Brew.
Yeah, Gemma faked having an affair to hide the embarrassment of how much Iron Brew she was drinking while she thought we were at the gym.
You have people who have line up shots at a bar. It's just Gemma lining up Iron Brews.
To give they had 4 in the fridge of the ones I really like, and they were cold, and it's a nice day, so I got them. 9 bullets, yeah.
I woke up alone to the sound of birds chirping out.
Oh yeah, his relationship might everyone, his relationship might be a bit rocky because he killed my brothers.
He murdered his girlfriend's father at dinner.
While they were eating grits or some shit. No, cornbread, that was it.
Just some disgusting swill.
Fakey ass American slop.
Oh Christ, I feel like shit. Right, I woke up alone to the sound. This is going to definitely make me feel better reading this. Mm-hmm. I woke up alone to the sound of birds chirping outside. I could hear the water from the creek. If I wanted to, my grandmother's breathing could be heard next door if I really tried. Great sentence. I could also feel the radiant glow of death lining our creek bed. It was time to lose myself, my world. I was losing my hunger, losing my urges, growing beyond what I was before. Day by day. I'm not sure I even cared.
The urges, is he losing those urges as well?
I certainly hope so. Walking out to the creek, the sun beamed down on my pale skin. I squinted only to wonder why. All I had to do was reprogram my eye's tolerance for light.
Oh,
and like
I completely forgot about him hacking the world because he's the most great psychic and introducing something.
It was done. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. We're just kidding about the cornbread and grits. I don't even know what they are.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I've never. I think I may have had cornbread once in my life. I've never had grits. I don't even know what grits are. Nor do I give enough of a shit to read an explanation as to what they are. By the way, just so you're aware. But
Grits sounds like something you coat the road. When it's
we don't know what these things are, and we don't care to look it up. But it is just a joke.
You make fun of bad British food
We're
with
making
silly
fun of-
names,
yeah, and so
or we're making fun of your
yeah,
bad
that's
American
it.
food with silly names.
That's literally all it is. So it's not that deep.
Make fun of spotted dick and blood
Yeah.
pudding as much as you like.
And we're going to make fun of grits and cornbread. Yeah, it's just, let's not deep it. It is just a joke.
But we're very serious, actually.
Well, Matt's
Deadly
serious,
serious.
not me. I'm not serious about anything. Except things I shouldn't be serious about. But I'm deadly serious about nonsense and very...
I don't think you said nonsense. You're dead
Yeah.
serious about nonsense, yeah.
No, and you know what? I couldn't care less about nonsense. So there you go. So that's an example of how I really don't do a good job.
Jacob showed me a picture earlier of it as the guy's collection of was it like VHS tapes or something?
It was like music tapes,
music
mixtapes.
tapes. And on the side was like the container was nonce. Just the word that was like the company or the brand name.
Yeah, it was American, obviously. It was because they don't have they started using it now, but it's from like the 80s.
It's like there's that candy bar in I think it was America called AIDS.
Yeah. Who the fuck would eat a toast sandwich? That sounds disgusting. Okay, walking out to the
What
creek.
the fuck is toast? Like, is that just 2 bits of toast?
So it's 2 bits
No, I
of
guess it's bread with
a slice
toast in
of
the middle.
toast and-
What? That's like the most povo thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, I have been broke in my life. I have never been so broke I ate a sandwich without a filling. I've never been that broke in my life.
Like, yeah, it seems like it's more effort to put the toast in the middle of the sandwich than just either eating a bit of bread or eating a bit of toast.
Yeah.
I think you also put a little bit of salt and pepper on the toast.
What?
I think
You know what this bread needs? Seasoning!
Disgusting. What the fuck is wrong with people? And like that, it was done. I could see everything. Eyes wide open, I slipped my bare feet into the water. Alpha, keep reading. Then I slipped my feet further into the rocks.
Those wet little piggies.
The dirt. And shortly after, my knees followed. Then my hips and my chest. I was fully submerged in
We
the
understand
ground.
how the human how the human body works.
I was fully submerged in the ground, moving freely. Everyone else had to respect the physical world. They had to adhere to the laws of it, not upset it or disturb it for risk of repercussions. But I had yet to meet a physical mass I could not pass
When he
through.
says laws of physics, does he mean age of consent? Everyone else had to respect the age of consent.
But not I.
well, yeah, like in physics, politics is the theory of consent.
As I sank my head underwater, through the mud, with my mind I made the dirt clear. Just as I had the water at the lake prior, I could see all the bodies hidden and misplaced. There were women down here. I counted 14 within
With erection.
Within a mile's radius, I would walk inside the earth and come across bones, seemingly every 100 yards.
Well, I think he's taking there are there are hot women in your area, a bit too far.
And the best thing is, they can't say no. It's not weird when you're in a model super guard.
Counted 14 of them. I would walk inside the earth and come across bones seemingly every 100 yards. Reaching through the dirt, liquefied to my touch, I felt the bones of every person. They were all put here by the same man, Gary.
Gary!
Most of these women were previously working at strip clubs, paid to leave with the man, never to see their family or friends again. I rose up. I feel like you wouldn't get it, like you get caught very quickly. If you had a pattern like that, go to the strip club, take a girl back. Hey, where's our stripper that makes us a lot of money?
Hey,
gone?
have you seen
Didn't
Brandy
she leave,
recently?
Didn't she
Jeffrey-
leave with you last week?
Have you seen Brandy recently? Oh, she was with Gary last night, and he came back today, and now he wants to take out Candy, because I don't know if I can many stripper names.
That's when we were playing Golden Axe on it. You were like, oh, Tyrus Flair, that's a stripper name. To be fair. I rose above the dirt and water, planting my feet on the rocks in the creek bed, as if I were normal for a moment. I heard a familiar voice call out, Daniel! What are you doing? You're sulking! It was my grandma. I had found myself in front of her house on my hunt for the victims of Gary.
Gary was my grandma's name.
Why does that sound so like European? The victims of Gary's victims.
Victims of
So that sounds like, you know when we used to read stories that were like Google translated from Spanish or whatever, it would always be like the victims of Jeff. Well,
Yeah. The victims
Like-
of Gary.
yeah.
I mean, like, couldn't you, like, when you're writing this down with your genius brain, and you're like, all right, now he's gonna find the serial killer. What's an intimidating name, an interesting name? Gary.
Gary.
No, it's better than Jeff, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, everything's
But I know
better
that
than Jeff.
sets a low bar.
Yeah, but like, pick a better name.
I'm just saying there are worse. We've heard worse killer names, and you know it.
Yeah.
That's like I was saying like Cobb, like Gary's like calling your murderer Clive.
Clive.
Like, I think if you're about to be murdered by someone called Clive, then you become invincible because the universe won't let you be killed by someone called Clive.
That's actually the plot of Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. Where have you really been, Clive?
Spit roasting a monkey with your dad. Anyone who hasn't seen Monkey Dust, go watch it.
If
Even
you
if
can
you don't
find
get
it.
it.
If you can find it, because it's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, I'm sure if you wanted to watch cartoons, you could find it somewhere.
Gaza the killer. I shook my head, and as the water shot off in all directions, my hair extended outward, doubling in length. Okay.
What?
Well,
My-
you're like doing a fucking shampoo commercial in front of your
I
grandma.
was gonna say, what is he, Bayonetta now?
My skin heated till the water steamed off it, leaving me dry, still holding a piece of a woman's leg in my hand. Here's a piece of her leg. That's all that was left. My hair was so bright now and flowed to my shoulders. But why? My grandma was speechless in seeing my transformation. I had no idea what would cause me to suddenly change like this. I simply desired to be as warm and dry as my comfort would see fit. But this change, this physical alteration, it felt right. Sorry, is Greg fucking cracking the egg here, or, like live in his book for us? As I lifted off the ground, I could see tears falling from my grandma's eyes. She was always religious and probably felt I was blessed by her God. I don't think she'd think that. My limited experience with very religious people is they'd be like, oh, El Diablo! Like, they wouldn't think it was a good thing.
Jacob's only ever met like Mexican people.
Yeah,
Weird, he keeps running to Mexican people in England.
yeah. Well, I was thinking that, you know, obviously I know that was a little bit of you know, a Spanish expression there. Perhaps you're familiar, Matt, with the country of Spain.
You mean old Mexico? I know Spanish people speak some strange language, but I don't know what it is. Portuguese?
No, I think it's Spain.
They went extinct because they kept sleeping.
What? So, oh, and here's the stereotype of the lazy Mexican. Huh? What? Oh, sorry, I thought you were an exhibition. No, I'm the janitor. I'm just really sleepy. That's an underrated South Park episode, the Museum of Tolerance one.
I thought it was a pretty good episode.
No, I like it. It's underrated. Like, you don't hear it come up in conversation.
It's a deep cut.
Yeah. I could not see. I could not detect any gods. I could not see anything in the universe but common creatures. I was capable of so much, but I would be foolish to assume I was the most powerful being out there.
Not yet.
I soared through the air, waiting for Gary's energy to reach out like a hand to guide me. As my legs trailed behind me, they grew.
Is anyone else thinking, like, anything these times is Gary? I'm just thinking of the snail from SpongeBob.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Fallout.
Oh, Gary.
Gary.
What if they
Gary.
all had snails' heads?
As my legs trailed behind me, they grew. My arms began to bulge, pressing against my white button-up shirt. Now it's a real fantasy.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Because for that, Greg, you'd have
The
to go
first
to the
time
gym.
I got muscles.
Hairs pushed out of my arms and legs, and distracted by this fact, I let myself fall from the air. He's like growing, like getting muscles and body hair.
Yeah.
It's like to him, puberty
Yeah.
is like is this amazing.
He uses cosmic power to just increase the amount of testosterone he has in his body. I finally grew some pubes. Oh, wasn't he supposed to be like 8? He's like 12 or something. That was 16.
I don't know.
Oh, he was 14, I think, originally.
No, I think he starts the story off as a preteen.
Yeah.
I think he's in his teens now at this point.
I use my Celtic power to speed up my puberty.
Landing shoulder first in a Christmas tree crop, I groaned even more, confused about what was happening to me. I felt no pain.
Tell me he's just in a coma and he's going through puberty in his sleep.
I was simply lost and concerned for what had taken over me. I was so used to being in control, I wanted to see my face, but couldn't, as I remained in my own body. And had no reflection to look upon. Everything else was changing. I needed a better look at myself, and there was a simple solution. My soul shot out of my body without hesitation, and I was immediately able to see a man with blue eyes, broad shoulders, at least 6 feet tall standing there. Oh man, I can't believe period cramps. I only just found out about them. I'm over 6 foot, by the way.
Oh, they're just so hard for women.
He looked like he was in his late 20s, almost double my age. At least 6 feet tall. So I'm confused that this implies that he's meant to have grown. Mm-hmm. But wasn't he already over 6 feet? Because wasn't he didn't he say he was uncommonly huge for his age?
Yes, he did do
Was that this book or the last one? Or the one
No, it's definitely this one.
This one, yeah.
Or did he just copy and paste it from his last book?
I looked down at my soul. To my surprise, my body mirrored the man I just jumped out of. I had changed on... What? I looked down at my soul. To my surprise, my body mirrored the man I just jumped out of. But your body is the man you just jumped out of. What?
So he's astral projected, and he's looking down at his soul, which is also his body. He's screwed up the
yeah, I think
it's
yeah.
I am a god. How can you kill a god?
Moving back into my body, I reminded myself of my agenda. Yeah. I had changed on every level without touching a line of code. Moving back into my
Is it a
body,
line of coke?
Same.
I reminded myself... I don't think that's true, come on. Reminded myself of my agenda. I didn't want to waste time on my identity
I've been told you, I
crisis.
thought you said I remind myself of my gender, in case you're like, oh, I accidentally gave myself a vagina.
I didn't want to waste time on my identity crisis while
He's
Gary
old
was still out
Greg!
there.
Jacob, he's old Greg!
He's accidentally given himself a sex change operation.
He's just got
teeth
mangina.
as well, yeah.
Yeah.
As I searched for Gary's energy standing in the field, I found myself humbled by fate. I was already within 500 feet of him. This field was his property.
Alpha.
He was the person who ran the Christmas tree farm. Without a moment's hesitation, his throat was in my hand. I had split a line of his trees, ripping them up from the roots, destroying half of his house as my body slammed through it just to hold his neck in my right hand. Sorry, how are you being humbled here? You're absolutely mopping the floor with somebody using your godlike power. In what way is that humbling for you?
I also like the way he's like...
Did I fucking read this wrong? Hang on.
Go back and...
As I searched for Gary's energy standing in the field, I found myself humbled by fate. I was already within 500 feet of him.
Right, so when he says he's humbled by fate, he means luckily he's writing this book, so he doesn't actually have to look any further to try and find the guy he's looking for.
That's hardly humbling, is it? That's
Yeah.
that's fate doing you a favour.
I was humbled by fate. Coincidentally, bullshittedly...
Yeah, I got a fucking clue what's going on, guys. Sorry, I just had to refresh the page because the chat had frozen, so I thought you guys stopped talking 20 minutes ago. All right.
Oh no, there's.
I'm done with this story. God.
I didn't want to dive into his mind. I didn't want to see what he had seen. It's Galadriel he's got up against the wall. I just wanted to know one thing. Gary gasped for air, so I released him and altered his body to have no response to gravity. He was helpless, floating in his own house.
This way, he kept it he can just alter reality on a whim. Whoa, slow down, Maurice.
Right. As I finished coding his body to suffer from paralysis in his weightless state, I asked him, "Why?" Gary was still able to move his mouth, and he used to scream. "Who are you? What's going on?" I screamed back, "Why did you kill those women?" He yelled back, "You're the devil! You're here to claim my soul! It took you long enough, you monster!" His jaw was ripped off, with my thoughts alone. His tongue flung out and slapped against his chest as I removed his arms, legs, and all the bones in his torso. His screams sounded like the countless women he tortured and killed finding peace. They sounded like justice. Bro, I don't care how bad this guy is.
Justice to women.
Shredding a man apart like this is not justice. This is just you writing your psycho power fantasy. Yeah. Trust me, you are very troubled. Okay, newsflash. The world didn't need him in it.
I also like if it turned out that he was somehow completely justified in killing all those women. They were actually aliens before they decided to appear inside, young boys with mental disorders. They were all prostitutes. I was trying to save you.
So yeah, you probably should have gone into his brain, and then you would have actually found that information out before you murdered an innocent man.
The last scene of the book is him getting stabbed by a hooker or something.
In a mere breath's time, he ceased to exist as anything but ash on the floor of his half-demolished house. Gary was gone. However, on his walls, he had pictures of all his friends. Men who looked just like him, mirroring his stretched-out plaid shirts and jeans far too small for his body. Looking at the photo...
Are you sure this is fucking Anisha and not in Praise of Shadows? Is he just attacking people from the south now?
You have to assume that somebody is racist unless they prove otherwise. In this case, you have to assume a man is a killer of women unless he shows you otherwise.
Like, is the end of the book him just killing every single man, so he's the one pure, man left on the planet who's never done anything to hurt a lady?
This is so Chris Chan coded.
It really is.
Men are
he hasn't
causing wars and such.
He hasn't spawned a bunch of copies of himself all having sex with each other. Onionville.
I don't like much of the male...
Banana to the extreme.
The male species. They don't care what I'm like on the inside. Fucking Chris Chan. What a weird...
I hate that he talks like a slide whistle.
That's a good... Was it... I was trying to... what was it I said about that woman? Was it that fucking guy's girlfriend earlier? Was it,
that she looks like she's been like...
that crypto bro's like girlfriend from the harem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that she looked like she'd been shot with an aging ray.
Yeah, it was excellent.
What's his name? Chris? No, it's like I got mixed up. Chris. Yeah, the crypto bro who got the biggest crypto bro got arrested.
Yeah.
Was it something Sam or something like? Anyway.
Sam Hyde.
Yeah, we were watching a Meat Canyon video, and it brought up that guy. It's like he kept saying you look like a ferret. He kind of goes, no, she just kind of looks like a girl who's been hit with an aging ray.
Yeah, that was great. No.
Thank you very much, Agent Charles, for the $5. You're the devil, says Onion Boy. Okay, Greg, you want to be the pot or the kettle? No, that's good. That's a good one. That's true. Yeah, Greg sucks. There's so much. Honestly, there's so much project. No, I'm not just talking about astral projecting. There is so much actual projecting in this book.
It's the same thing about I was about to say. Like, he's spending all this time, like, this part of the book after he's become a fucking super god, basically just white knighting for women, because he's never done anything to harm anyone of the female persuasion, has he?
No, certainly not.
Absolutely not. He didn't have somebody he didn't fantasize about having someone chained up in his basement.
Did he fantasize about that? I thought he actually did that.
I'm not sure I can't remember if he actually did or not.
I could be wrong. Yeah, don't take my word as gospel on this one. Look it up, for goodness sake.
You don't want to say anything bad about him.
I don't want to say something fucking slanderous.
I think he wanted to chain Billy up in his basement for a week to basically apologize.
Billy as in the Blue Ranger.
I was going to say.
As I say, well, you're confusing the characters. That was Zordon, Gemma. They chained him up to apologise for going through puberty. Yeah. Billy, your body hair and deep voice disgusts me.
Billy, I'm going to send you to the alien planet. And by alien planet, he means Onision's basement. My good friend Onision.
He's like, don't worry, Rangers. I'll send him somewhere good. Alpha, toss Billy in the septic tank.
Well, thing is,
he's got like a Mr. Burns trapdoor.
Well, what's Zordon gonna say when Billy turns around and goes, actually, I'm the actor and I'm actually 24.
He's like, oh god, but I can't believe I ever fantasized about you. what? And it activates the trapdoor. Ah! The tube comes down, sucks him up.
Dance, dance, dance.
You
Christ.
couldn't do that anymore because you're making fun of their culture.
Oh, who gives a shit?
Forcing people to dance to entertainment. It's all part of their culture.
Yeah, I don't even know what culture that's supposed to be. Right, actually, you know what? Talking about fake culture, right?
Oh, there's...
Can we just take a moment before we continue with the story?
Okay, so what James is saying, I disagree with it, so because I am 118 Fire Nation.
So, perhaps you've heard about this. The new Avatar: The Last Airbender animated movies, they've replaced the entire voice cast because they're the wrong ethnicities.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, it takes place in a fantasy world with made-up ethnicities. Oh, we can't have...
We can't have a white guy playing Earthbender.
Yeah, we can't have Mark Hamill play the Fire Lord because Mark Hamill isn't really from the Fire Nation.
Oh my god.
Are you fucking mental? I don't like to use the phrase political correctness gone mad because it makes me sound like a boomer, but that is absolutely political correctness run amok. Absolute fucking bedlam in Hollywood today.
It's really funny when you hear voice actors who like goes, "Oh no, I completely agree. You should have like race-specific characters," and then at the same time complain about how they can't get the work because of race-specific reasons. Like, what was it? Do you remember? Was it the guy, the fat Asian guy? Was it Pro Z? Do you remember that guy?
Well, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Called Pro Z or.
I don't know.
Anyway, he became an actual voice actor, and it was like saying the same thing. It's like
looking at the photo,
Children too.
just like Greg, just like I chirps them, and not just the men, but the women and the children.
Sexy children.
Allegedly. Looking at the photo, I planted their faces in my mind and closed my eyes. There were 7 men in total who had collaborated with Gary. So you're able to ascertain that, but in order to figure other things out, you have to go inside the person's mind.
Yeah, his power seemed wildly inconsistent.
Right? Because when he was at dinner, he had to read his girlfriend's dad's mind to learn that he was like a rapist or whatever. But on this, he can look at a photo of someone he's never met and know that they helped cover up a serial killing.
Jesus.
This doesn't make sense.
My guard powers are acting up again. Like, yeah. So I don't know if anyone else has picked up on this, but say an almighty protagonist is rather fucking boring.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Back to the story. Take 3.
Oh Christ! I just don't give a shit. 5 of the men I simply called for them to cease to exist, and in an instant, I felt an absence of their presence on Earth. Why have I had heartburn for 2 fucking days? By the way.
I had heartburn.
Why have you been coughing up blood?
Yeah, like, are you good, Cole?
I don't know. The last 2 I wanted to see personally. I wanted an answer to my question. To be fair, I am basically dirty bulking at the moment. I should probably stop and maybe start clean bulking instead. It just takes longer, but I probably should. What do you think?
Yeah,
I like the one where you don't stop in the street to spit blood down the drain.
Yeah. The first 2 of the men was named Raymond. He tried to meet me
Everyone loved Raymond.
with a shotgun. Raymond, great guy. Everybody loves him.
Everyone hates Chris.
Now, Chris, on the other hand, nobody likes Chris. Everybody hates Chris, right? But Raymond, everybody likes. He tried to meet me with a shotgun. Unfortunately for him, it had no effect considering the alterations I made the instant he lifted it to me in his driveway. Oh God, I fucking hate the way Greg writes! The moment he pulled the trigger, the butt of his gun exploded into pieces, shooting into Raymond's eyes. He fell screaming to the gravel rocks beneath my feet. I dove into his mind and saw Gary. I saw Raymond helping Gary. It's just still like Trump. I saw Gary. I saw Raymond helping Gary. Load the bodies. And before I could even finish that thought, Raymond was gone. Burned in a rage. I felt when I saw him.
If it's just Donald, like fat, overweight, was it 60, 70-year-old, tanned man flying around, burning people with his mind? You know when he transforms himself to like the perfect man, he turns himself into Donald Trump. Just the idea. I decided to copy the most perfect being on the planet, Donald Trump.
I remember that great piece of fan art. It was just like the God Emperor of mankind
Yeah.
with Donald Trump's head.
Yeah.
That was just really, so when Greg like transforms, his soul comes out. It's like, my God, I'm so beautiful.
That's why when his nan saw him and her eyes, tears running down her eyes, a vision of affection. He took another hit of water.
Yeah, I'm an addict. Water addicts will be like, oh, I don't need it.
Yeah.
You know, but then they literally die if they don't get it.
They're just like
I can quit whenever I want, but
I don't need it.
I just like to take it for fun.
So as Homelander's been getting on in age, but I fucking hate The Boys so much.
Remember when it used to be good?
Yeah, I do. I remember season 1 very well. It was great. Great show. Great season of television. Great The Boys. Excellent. Homelander. Great guy.
I like the fact that they had to essentially like, oh my god, too many people seem to love Homelander. We need to let them know that he's bad. Like, no, people.
No, we know he's bad. We just think he's funny.
Yeah.
We still like, how illiterate do you think your audience are? We know he's bad. It's just funny when he like is like a genocidal maniac. Is a funny character.
Yeah.
The same as like Invincible didn't pull that shit. During when everyone started making like Sigma edits of Omni-Man, they were just like, oh, we gotta make sure the audience knows he's bad in the next season. It's like, no, just follow the comics. It's fine. Don't follow the comics with The Boys. They're even worse.
Yeah, no.
But fuck, the show sucks. Oh. I saw Raymond helping Gary load the bodies. Before I could even finish that thought, Raymond was gone. Burned in the rage I felt when I saw him lifting those girls one by one, some drugged, some dead. Destined to be buried and hidden from anyone who could help. With the exception of me! Gemma? Do you have the story in front of you at all? Or are you just playing?
She's playing Peggle on a tablet.
What have you done?
I haven't checked it in a while.
Okay,
Where are we?
I'll do it. What have you done? Where did Raymond go? An older female cried out, having witnessed Raymond fall. In a glance, I sent the woman to the shadow realm. I sent the woman the same images I just witnessed. She's like, what have you done to my husband? Just, mind crush!
he just like throws obelisk.
Oh, there we are.
I've defeated you already in a card game. What? What's going on? Mind crush!
I found where we are.
Mind crush!
I found where we are.
Okay. I sent the woman the same images I just witnessed, and without a single word from me, the woman began screaming in agony. Only generic, predictable words came from her mind.
Raymond! How could you? Why, Raymond?
What the fuck is wrong with
predictable because I'm a shit writer.
But also, like, what is wrong with this character? Like, this god-like being that Greg self-inserted. It's like, here you go, I'm going to educate you by showing you these horrible images. Oh, all she could say was generic stuff. I'm like, yeah, she's fucking horrified. She's just found out this person she cares about, presumably her husband.
Like, she's had two terrible things happen. First of all, second of all, you flying up to her, killed her husband, and then dumped a bunch of trauma into her head. And then the first thing you did to her was you gave her a mouth vagina.
I heard her repeat over and over as she cried in her driveway. Her sound of sorrow trailed behind me, and I got a huge erection as I flew towards the last person involved.
I mean, she's clearly an adult woman, so you wouldn't have got an erection.
Joseph was sitting on his porch. He was using a breathing assistance device. Joseph had let his body go since meeting Gary. Right away, I knew he had been trying to eat himself to death the moment he learned of the first girl. It was clear to me Joseph would talk, so I walked up to him and asked, "Why did Gary kill all those women? Why did you help him?" Joseph began crying. I could see all the things he had done to help Gary get away with murder, but I could also see his face.
They were aliens. They were trying to put black rock in his head. We had to do it.
Okay, what you gonna do with that? I could see his face ever second he was involved. He wasn't angry, he wasn't disgusted. All he was sad. I spoke to Joseph. He killed your wife. He killed her before he ever made the deal with you. Probably one of the worst deals we've ever had.
I would have made a great deal. I've got a book. You might have heard of it. Harry Potter.
Joseph screamed at me.
He said she was alive. He said he'd give her back.
Following his words with sobbing and incoherent groans. Most anyone hate that he does that. Could do nothing for this man. I could also choose to do nothing, but instead I sought out the soul of his wife and lured her to my side. Could you have just tried to pick a less sinister, verb than lured?
Also, the shit about that you can just rip the souls of people who are dead, just resurrect. Literally, I am Author Man, God of all universes.
I lured her to my side. As she stood beside me, I gave Joseph the ability to see her. In the world of the dead, she was happy. She was warm and comfortable, chilling out by that big fire next to the snake with a skull head. Mm-hmm. The moment Joseph saw his tears of pain turned to tears of joy. In that moment, I stopped his heart. As his body slumped forward, a much thinner man stood up and walked out of him. Joseph was I forgot about Greg's hate boner for fat people.
That's right, he beat up and kicks.
Joseph was whole again. Everyone who hurt those women was now dead. Although unlike the other men, Joseph's soul remained intact. Sorry. I began to fly home, leaving Joseph and his wife in each other's arms. In my attempts to leave, I felt a strong beam pull me off course. I could see it as yellow in colour, and any resistance I tried to apply made me feel like a fly with its wings stuck to tape. So I feel like I want to sneeze. As if getting away would force me to leave the piece of myself behind. This force was stronger than any alien beam I had felt before. For the first time since gaining my abilities, I found myself completely helpless. Chapter 20. God.
Hello there. Soon to be replaced. We've been doing this for an hour and a half, so I don't mind if you want to...
I felt like I was covered in slime.
Great start.
Laying on the ground, staring at a distant white light, the ground was hard, cold like ice. Hairline cracks I could barely sense ran through the white and black veinous surface that seemed to stretch on for miles into the blackness.
It was hard and veiny, and I was covered in goo.
Into the blackness that surrounded me. I'm trying to remember the Linkara voice now. I haven't done it in so long. You're not as powerful as you think.
You just think back to the...
Don't you talk about me. It's right in the throat.
Yeah.
You're not as powerful as you think, Daniel. A voice came from the white glow.
Hey, who is that? Who's that?
It's me, God. Let there be light. That's why they call me the Light Bringer. I'll get back into it. It's getting there.
He hasn't been doing his Linkara voice exercises. He's been really slacking off on holiday.
When was the last time you heard me do the fucking Linkara voice?
You used to do it all the time. You'll ring me up.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of work. I'm on the boat. But Matt, hear my Linkara voice.
So I do my health and safety announcement. I'm like, welcome to the boat.
How much?
Listen, be quiet while I tell you about health and safety.
Would it cost me to pay you to do an entire tour in Linkara's voice?
Probably the price of a private tour. If you pay £200, I'll do the entire shared boat for all the public as Linkara. Absolutely.
Don't say that, Cope. He'll make you do it.
It's like, sorry, haven't we got we bought a river tour and it was supposed to be going out 20 minutes ago. Canterbury Punning has no set schedule. The tours are out when they're out. Oh, Christ.
I've got to take time away from this tour just to talk about it.
Every review.
Some of you have been very patient in waiting for your river tour, and for that I'm very grateful. However, I have to stop making cocktails for a moment to talk about those who are waiting for their tour.
And some guy comes up to you, is paying, and goes, "Oh man, here's my here's my debit card." Could you imagine if they had a bad credit card, and then you go into a really unfunny monologue about a bad credit card and why it should exist?
What is so implausible?
Well, here is my friend, Dr. Insano, to give you the rules and regulations.
Okay, no, Satan's Dr. Insano.
Okay.
If Satan appears, Satan's Dr. Insano. Okay. I'm so lost. All right. Looking up, I call back. I didn't ask for any of this. I don't care about any of this.
I know it more than anyone else.
The voice shouted back, Don't waste my time,
You
Daniel.
shut up, bitch!
Don't talk about me, you son of a bitch.
Don't waste my time, Daniel. I'm trying to record history of Power Rangers. And with a thunderous boom, the light shot forward and smacked against the ground in front of me. I wanted to see what was beneath the light, so I altered my eyes to cut through whatever cloak this creature was putting up. Immediately, time slowed in accordance with my will, and a skull riddled with decay was revealed beyond the light. Do not astrally project and fight Allah, he is too powerful. That's a deep cut. You have to be very chronically online to get that one. The lower jaw of the skull was missing, and the spine of this creature was being held together by screws and metal bars. My vision went white, then black, as the creature impacted the rock floor we stood upon. I corrected my eyes again to see a man standing before me with an aura that glowed yellow. His eyes shined blue, and he wore a black and white striped suit. Only this suit... no, this isn't God, this is an angel. Seemed to have no ends, just like it faded into his bones.
Do you want to change it?
No, fuck it. The angel's Linkara. He's the light bringer.
Yeah.
He
Sounds
spoke
like
again.
Beetlejuice.
I am an angel. He spoke again. I am an angel, and you are disrupting the order of our world. I replied immediately. You are no angel. You are death. I saw your rotting bones, and what you are showing me now is a lie.
I know lots about angels. I study them more than anyone else.
The creature
Underneath angels is a bird graveyard.
The creature stomped on the ground, furiously, and screamed, What? How could you possibly? What are you? And shot his hand up in the air, clicking his fingers together. The healthy-looking man, he was projected. Okay, I think you mean projected, or he was projecting. You kind of fucked the tense up here. Flickered to his bone form as he clicked. Silence fell on the room as his jawless face turned to me. Ah, yes. What I should have been doing is the voice of Daniel Fortescue for this character. I felt it smile, even though the bones before me remained still. Upon the second echo of his clicked fingers, bouncing through the back room, I felt my chest explode. My spine ripped out of my back as my heart shot forward. My face turned to joy as my blonde hair thrusted backward. I could only hope that this creature was going to lead me to the answers I craved. My upper body separated from the bottom, and my head smacked against the ground. My blood flew in all directions, even splattering against the creature dead stare. What? Even splattering against the creature dead stare.
Dead
Okay.
stare.
Imbecile.
That's worst crime.
Yes.
He's an imbecile.
The Reaper silently walked towards my upper body.
Wait. He's a Reaper. And if I remember, they'll buy the...
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I know, it's all coming together. If you really don't think about it
Yeah.
at all.
Don't say it. Don't think it. Don't say it.
The Reaper walked silently towards my upper body and bent over to look into my eyes.
Squatted over him.
I mouthed words silently to him.
Shit on my chest.
I felt the confusion of the Reaper. He had no idea what I was trying to say. Laughter erupted through me, causing blood to shoot out of my mouth onto his skull again. I could read the mind of the Reaper now. I saw every life he took, every person he robbed of this world before their time and in the most unforgivable ways. He watched groups of orphan children burn. He danced to the cries of women being invaded, violated and murdered by forces from other countries. Don't think it, don't say it. The order I was disrupting was not made up. There was in fact an order, and this Reaper designed the order to be merciless and indiscriminate. I could be watching Final Destination.
Yeah.
I wanted this Reaper, death itself, to understand what I was saying in my mangled state on the floor. So I altered the code to rattle his head with the sound of my amplified voice. The words I mouthed were, "Say goodbye to control." As the creature shook
I bet he thought that was a
screamed.
really banger line.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I was thinking, did we make this comparison? Is he just turning to the fucking film Lucy? Or that one where the chick, unlocks 100% of her brain or whatever that bullshit goes?
And she gets trapped in a USB.
Having brought this up again on a stream and talking about it back when we used to do the horror podcast, I think we have talked about the film Lucy more than anyone else, which is extraordinary considering I haven't even fucking seen it.
Yeah, no have I. I just know the basic, like, I know the basic premise of, like, there's some woman, and, like, we're going to inject her, we've been discovered by this woman, we're going to inject her with this drug, which I can only presume was made from fucking the remains of Christ, because, like, oh, we're going to kill her or test a new drug that gives her fucking psychic powers. That is one hell of a drug. Is that the plot? Let me know in the thing, because I'm not going to fucking watch that film. And then she just keeps ascending into super godhood and gets trapped in a USB stick or something.
Yeah, trapped in a USB stick, that's what I remember.
Say goodbye to control. As the creature shook and screamed at the echoes of my voice exploding through his mind, he yelled back, I am in control! I am death! Altering the code, I surrounded the creature and his screams with a grey material I designed myself in seconds. I created it to contain any force, including death itself. I bound the creature, controlling the mass with my mind, and as the grey material fully enclosed around this Reaper, I crushed him to the size of a child's marble. As opposed to an adult's marble.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean a child's marble? Still laying on the floor in pieces, the black rock in my head shot out of my defeated body and formed a new shell around it. I liked the body of the man that was thrust onto me before and kept his form. What the fuck are you talking about? I am so lost.
So what I can work out is he's super god, and he just killed the concept of death, and has just ripped out the psychic rock in his body and wrapped it round his death, and he's now gonna make his body again, or some shit.
I haven't got a fucking clue.
He's ascending to levels of shithead not seen before.
Walking over to the marble now rolling around the floor, I picked it up and held it in front of my face. I could still feel the energy of the creature inside. Unfortunately for the creature, however, it could not process thought with its new condition. I had converted the existence of death into a crippled and impotent state. Fucking hell.
Just like any woman he's ever met.
Oh, God. Thank you, Vat Striker. So, Lucy took part in the Steel Ball Run.
Yes, she did. She was Lucy Steele. Audience, do you mind if we stop to do a 20-minute skit on Zordon being a pervert again?
You know they don't mind. That's what they're here for. You think there is a single person in this chat that gives a monkeys about this?
No, it's just like, they're going back to the old Zordon well.
Yeah.
Is what he calls it.
That well was...
Alpha, dip into the Zordon well. Pull another one out.
Aye. This is just a septic tank. Alpha! Don't make me do to you what I did to Alpha 4. Alphas 1 through 3 died easily. I had not yet programmed them to feel pain, Alpha. I had to alter the code of reality again to extract the origin of this Reaper from a state of compression.
Also, his prostate aches and sticks out his bottom.
As
It's swollen out.
As I scanned the data before me, I found the source of death. It aligned closely with what most humans considered God. But in the code, I also saw a truth many had never imagined. God was not the source of all things. God was just another son. He created evil like death because he was evil himself. I don't think death is evil. Without death, surely the world would just become really overpopulated immediately and we wouldn't die, but it would be fucking horrendous. Like, the level of suffering if people couldn't die.
There's several stories I can think of off the top of my head where basically people like cursed with immortality. So it sounds like you got your arm chopped off, Jacob, right now.
Yep, that would suck, yeah.
But you couldn't die. You would just continually feel the pain of having your arm chopped off. And imagine, like, I set you on fire.
Yeah.
Like, well, you can't die, you're just continuously on fire. You see, the thing is, death is built into existence.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I wouldn't mind being immortal. I'd like to give it a try. But for the rest of you, you can just go die.
As I scan the data before blah blah blah.
Yeah, also this is fucking potential. Like, I'm going. Yeah, he's literally going to beat up God.
The devil never existed as people had believed for so long. The devil was just an aspect of God's divided personality. That's not your take. That's literally in the Bible. Like anyone's father when he is in his worst mood. So yeah, in early versions of the Bible, Satan is literally like a mask that God wears. So you're not. That's not like, well, contrary to what people think. Like, no, that's just Christian theology, you idiot.
You think he's read the Bible? Or anything more than...
No, of course he
Back
has.
on napkin.
Every atheist has read the Bible cover to cover, of course, in every version, not just King James, but other versions too that are more accurate.
That's offensive, Jacob.
Yeah.
King James. How do you know it wasn't?
How do I know it wasn't Queen James? Well,
Yeah.
because I know who asked for the fucking translation. Man. Every crime, every tear that fell, it was caused by God. He created death, he created our suffering, and he sent the Reaper to end me. The code before my eyes revealed God's face, and the expression he had when he sent death to me.
And it was my dad doing a pog face.
So I revealed God's face, and it was your mum
Sucking my
dick. He was not too busy to handle this himself. He was just afraid! God is afraid of Onision's self-insert.
So
Let's just soak that in for a moment.
Is God a 14-year-old girl? Yeah, God doesn't want to punch the guy who was rejected from the Diddy parties.
Diddy's like, oh no, you can't come in. Like, we have to have standards. Like, you're too much of a pervert.
Yeah.
Diving deeper into the code, I could see God's father, a man by the name of Kull. Kull was unlike God in that God was flesh through and through. Kull, however, had no flesh in his skull whatsoever. He was composed of a substance most any human... I hate it so much. Most any human would perceive as gas and dust. I searched the code for God's location. Do you think he's a Robert E. Howard fan? He's talking about like skulls and... It sounds like he's describing Thulsa Doom here.
I don't. He might have
His
just
name's
he might
Carl.
have just looked vaguely at a book or something, or Wikipedia summary.
Yeah, to be fair, I think if he was a fan of Robert E. Howard, he probably would be a better writer. I don't know.
I was saying
that
about
ever read a book.
Cole. Even though he's lesser known than Conan, he fucking got moving quicker than Conan. Look how long it took Conan to become a king.
Yeah, that's true. I searched the code for God's location. However, 3 different locations came back to me. Without hesitation, I lifted my arm, directing my energy to my former body, laying there split in 2 on the floor, my former flesh united again, my skull filled with light, and closed to become whole again. I spoke to the old body as a new stone formed within its heart. You are everything I am not. You are compassionate where I am cruel. You are true where I am lost. But you are programmed, just like everything else on this earth. The body spoke back in a soft and strong voice. I am here to serve you. I feel everything you are. Without further instruction, the body shot through the seemingly endless black above us and ripped a hole as his body shot through the limits of the illusion death had surrounded us in. The body looked down on me as the walls of black flowed down to the ground, miles all around me, like curtains being ripped from the windows in slow motion. The body's hair floated before the now exposed sun. He smiled on me as a tear slid down his face. So I can just get rid of that E and then you're fine. I flinched my eyes at him and his smile faded. Within a blink he was gone to confront one of God's locations. Oh, this is fucking terrible.
It is.
Now seeing the fabric walls fade around me, I could see I was very near where I was hit with the beam of energy earlier. My chains were lifted, I could feel my freedom again. Where the fuck am I? The 2nd and 3rd God locations would be up to me. Picking one, I launched off the ground, cratering...
I need to split into teams to got this operation. It's turning to a fucking, the end of a Final Fantasy game. They need to split up the party, but since he's a lonely fuck who can't have more than one of him, he made copies of himself. Yeah, this motherfucker was just playing Final Fantasy 7 or something like that, or 6, and just decided to fucking just copy the ending. What if I was all powerful at the start?
Isn't this like Assassin's Creed 3?
Well, he hasn't gotten a fist fight with the Pope yet.
The 2nd and 3rd God
Well, that's
locations
2.
would be up to me. Picking one, I launched off the ground, cratering the rock left
Very
in my
lucky.
wake. As I flew at a blinding speed, I called for Julie to meet me. Julie! to meet me. I'm just picturing him flying in the air. Julie! to meet me miles outside my
It's like him flying through space, but he's like still kneeling on the not ground and ripping his shirt. Jolie!
Onision is cursed. Does he have the medallion? Just give me the artifact, bro. I haven't even covered it like that. Just let me see it. Just let me see the amulet. Stop being cringe. As I flew at the blank, I called for Julie to meet me miles outside my destination. She arrived seconds after I did. Julia walked towards me with a concerned expression. She knew who I was. Okay. She was already in my mind. Oh no. I think you might be too old for me now, Daniel. I feel
like everyone.
Oh God, I feel like you might be too old for me now, Daniel. I feel
is that on the front of the book?
Like I'm being tortured. This is like Chinese water torture. She said with a smirk, observing my new appearance. I laughed and grabbed her by the throat. Light illuminated under my palm on her neck as she dove into my thoughts once more.
Why the throat?
I could feel Julia let herself get overtaken by fear. She spoke in my mind.
Like, you know, we keep doing jokes about like how he wrote his like childhood and stuff like that. Is he just like recounting events the way he saw them? Like he violently grabbed his like victim at the time, whoever small girl it was, and he saw it.
You want me to kill God? I spoke aloud in response.
Why does God me with a nun's cave?
Nun's cave! I just put everything you need in your body. It'll attach to you in a way that cannot be separated by anything but me. Julie looked down at the ground as I released her throat. She began to cry. I could see I was out of line. Asking so much of her. She had tools now.
So, let's go through a few series of events that happened. Her underage boyfriend ascended to super godhood, gave her teeth vagina, killed her dad.
I forgot all about the teeth vagina. And the fucking... what is it? Not fratricide, that's brothers. That's killing your brother.
Patricide.
Patricide, thank you. Fucking mental.
So yeah, after she's killed his dad, she's like, can you leave me alone for a bit? Then she sees him again and he's rebuilt his body and then he chokes her and asks her to kill God. Oh. She might be having a bit of a breakdown. I don't know what's worse. You killed my dad? You want to kill God? I have to buy 2 toothbrushes now?
I spoke again. I've asked too much. This is my dysfunctional way of spending time with you.
Choking you?
But clearly, I didn't think about you before thinking of myself. Julie looked up and said again,
more simple hair than is ever been in real life.
In my mind, anything less screwed up I can do for you, Daniel? And then killing God as she wiped away her tears from the stress I caused her. I held out my hand upside down and clenched. She reached out hers. A marble hit her palm.
Now ascend to death.
Julie looked up at me, concerned. I spoke aloud again. By the way, she's overwhelmed, right? So is there anything less fucked up I can do for you? You'd be like, okay, yeah, go back to Earth and like put the kettle on. Do you know what I mean? Like, give her some,
anything.
Like, give her some really mundane tasks.
Or give her some room because you just killed her dad 20 minutes ago.
But you know what I mean? If what she wants to do is help, give her something really mundane to do. Like, hey, can you just head back down to Earth and like make some dinner for when I get back? Do you know what I mean? But what he instead says is this. Julie looked up at me concerned. I spoke aloud again. That is the Grim Reaper. He is frozen in there and cannot escape. Hold on to him for me. I will hold on to him for me, will you? Julie began to say something back, but couldn't finish her thought. I was already gone. Great boyfriend. The body had already concluded the first god location. I wanted to beat him to the others. Fuck me. This is awful.
How many pages we got left?
We are now on page 100.
Can you just like skip to the end and hopefully there's like pictures or a really like long credit sequence?
95. No, it just keeps fucking going.
I'm sorry I'm asking you to love you. Now, here, take the Grim Reaper, the personification of death, and just, like, I don't know, stick it somewhere.
Put it in your ass, maybe, and you can use it to cheat at chess. I'll send you messages and Morse code. Well, you can stick the Grim Reaper up your ass to win a chess game.
Yeah, Jacob didn't know about that. For anyone who didn't know, like, there's a chess match between, like, the world's greatest chess guy and some other dude. And he beat the other dude beat the world's greatest chess player, and there's like, oh, he must have cheated. So they came up with the theory of like, well, a funny theory of like a guy, he had vibrating anal beads that would Morse code him the message on how to beat him.
While of course it's not a theory meant to be taken particularly seriously,
It is a very funny one.
I do think that if you're smart enough to, under that kind of pressure, feel out the Morse code in your anus in order to decipher it and win the game, you're probably smart enough to just learn to be good at chess, right? Like,
my prostate has really good pattern recognition for which means move like rook to queen's 4 or whatever.
Chapter 21, The Hand of God. In an instant, I was already where I needed to be. Location coding is rather simple. I just didn't want to take my time travelling. I now stood behind a man who looked like what most anyone would imagine. God, stop saying fucking most! So superfluous! A white silhouette that flickered black to white stood before me. A massive yellowish gold light beamed from around him. I felt him watching me despite the appearance that he was not even facing me. There was no delay. Energy shot out of the god figure, and I immediately felt the rock in my head begin to take the blunt of his attack. I'm again thinking of, do not fight Allah in the astral plane. The body instantaneously appeared, slamming into God in a body 5 times larger than he had before. It was too late to stop God from damaging my core existence. This chapter is his battle against God. That's fucking ridiculous.
Also, when he said 5 times larger, I just like to imagine she's gotten fat. He like stopped off at like, you know, just like McDonald's or something like that, and just ate them out of all the, you know, apple pies.
The attack he had jolted my head with, I was so underprepared. Collapsing on the white and yellow slabs of stone I found God's half standing on. My vision blurred and I felt like I had to vomit while simultaneously getting that sensation. That black hole within my head was sucking my mind into itself. What? I heard a scream like I had never heard before.
This is what Gemma wants to wake up to.
It wasn't coming from the body. I looked up with my failing eyes and saw God's hand explode into bloody shards for everyone to see. He had attempted
Who's everyone to see? Who's everyone?
Yeah, it doesn't explain where they are.
Was this some sort of Gurren Lagann fight across the galaxy thing you got going on?
Kind of Guru Larry fight across the
Yes,
galaxy.
yes, that's what I said.
Against that bastard Peter Molyneux.
Yeah.
Said Ryan Stiles. He had attempted to strike the body down, yet his violence turned on him tenfold without any reaction from the body. Why? Who can say? I could see God... Sorry.
Did you say weird? Weird.
Come on, Jacob. Jesus Christ.
Do it. Do it so you don't, you know, do it for iDubbbz.
Great fucking use of that college education, right? I could see God wielding a sword in his remaining hand.
It was called the Lightbringer.
As he reformed the other. He took a clear swing at the body, attempting to decapitate my creation. As the blade approached the body's head, God slowed until coming to a complete state of standing paralysis. His hand remained half-formed. His aura flickered like a light bulb in its last minutes. His whole body now frozen in place as if his muscles had become cement. It was clear the body had defeated the second half of God. As I felt relief, I allowed myself to collapse completely, yet I remained conscious. I could see the body walking over to me, his thoughts. I could not feel them anymore. I could not communicate with him or even sense his presence in the way that I was used to. In his warm giant arms, I felt myself lifted. I dangled there like a child who had just fallen from his bike. This is the worst thing I've ever read. What? The body walked away from the second god half. The fuck is happening? The fuck is happening?
it's just incoherent. I looked back and saw the frozen man begin to crumble into shards of stone, then into dust, till eventually he was nothing. The body placed his hand over my eyes as I felt blood from my skull seep out of my forehead, trickling down into my ears as I remained limp in his arms. I heard popping noises, and I felt my bones being pulled out of my brain where the second god had crushed them into me.
This is such, like, random, like...
Yeah. None of this makes any sense.
Yeah, like, you can probably, go back and reread it, but why would you? It's absolute bullshit. He can do whatever he wants. He can do the impossible. He can see the invisible.
With only minutes past, I was fully healed again. The body had taken me to a wooded area far from where the last god fell.
Like, it's so powerful. It's so, like, fucking... Like, what can't he do? It's fucking... It's... he just rewrote reality. He can, like, touch the untouchable, break the unbreakable.
Placing me in a standing position, the body spoke. The first god was very informative. Because he's much bigger now, so the voice has gotten deeper. I quickly replied, yes, clearly you learned some deal. So that's some deal. One of the best deals we've ever had.
Yeah.
It's like dying, still doing the Trump impression.
No, I thought you were doing a Biden impression.
It's like,
I thought it was Biden versus Trump all over again.
One of the best deals we've ever had. You handled the second like he was nothing. But the body interrupted me. The reason you can't read my mind, the reason you can't even sense me, is because to defeat the first god, I had to operate in an entirely different universe of code. Losing my mind. For once in a long time, I was completely lost. I replied, go on. The body nodded to me and continued, this world... so much dialogue with this voice. This world, everything we know here, it operates in on system, one program. Everything on this world is accessible by you and me, but it is also accessible by the gods.
What? For fuck. Like, liberate me from this nonce, Christ.
I began to understand what the body was talking about. Well, good for you. He was going to tell me that he had found a way to prevent
We're in a simulation.
gods.
We're in the Matrix. We're doing a Matrix right now.
We're in the Matrix. The Matrix is attacking me and telling me I can't traffic women in Romania. Allegedly.
Wait, are we talking about
Andrew Tate, yeah. Well, you said the Matrix. The problem is, I no longer think of the Matrix movie when when someone says we're living in a simulation, the Matrix. My brain immediately goes to that fucking bald twat. Just like, don't talk to me, you fucking idiot.
Get you her rum.
It's just like, what colour's your Bugatti?
What colour's your Bugatti? I've said it before. It's fucking. I didn't realise he's like English, isn't he? Because he sounds like he sounds like a cross between a farmer and a pirate.
I think he's like English who grew up in America or the other way around. So he's just got like a weird fucking accent that makes no sense to like the rational human ear. I hear that like, oh, what the fuck is that?
Everyone made fun of him at school for his silly accent. He goes, I'll show you. I'll go get a Bugatti and traffic women. Like, oh, whatever. Andy Tate.
Allegedly.
He's going to send all his Hustlers University graduates after us. Oh wait, he can't because his code was so shit it got hacked.
Hustlers University, fucking hell.
I don't know. That's called like the ball washer pit or something like that.
That sounds more appropriate. Yeah. Okay, I just have to check my phone. I'm because you're dead. I kind of needed to read the chat. Okay. I began to understand what the body was from. Blah blah blah. The body interrupted my thoughts. What you're thinking is somewhat true, but in reality, I don't even operate off code anymore. I'm no longer a prisoner to programming. Just like that, I was completely lost again. The body continued. There is a realm of existence beyond our own, beyond the universe, beyond all we know. To put it simply, humans are to computers, as I now am to humans.
My existence is far more complicated than the comparatively simple lines of code you design me with.
Why does it sound like your mouth's full of honey?
So, Gemma, welcome back.
So Onision split off into the crystal bod, like the crystal in his skull, and he resurrected his body to go fight God in 3 places at once. And then body came back fat.
Came back huge, they're 5 times bigger.
Some gets fat.
I've had to make like a special voice for the giant Onision body.
Also, he beats God off screen, and then it's ascended to a higher plane of existence.
So if you want to go back to sleep, we won't judge you for it.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom
If you want to go sleep on the floor in there,
Shanda. Yeah.
and go away from this.
I don't blame you. I'm glad we moved to the upstairs, so you have less reason to decide to go make a coffee in the middle of reading.
I'm still going to do that.
Yeah. I will just go over and just start yelling the N-word and see if I can get the challenges taken away.
God screamed as spit poured out of his mouth.
That's a great way to...
What? What did you just say?
Okay, can anyone in the chat remember what God's voice was?
I was asleep.
George Takei? I don't know.
No, it wasn't George Takei. We've not done that for a while.
It was
To be fair, it's a fun voice.
Death was in Linkara, I think.
Oh, was God Linkara? It was Death Linkara. Somebody in the chat will know.
So,
Some fucking loser in the chat will know.
God, I
that.
hate the chat. I'm glad they can't hear this. I'm glad we're not doing this live. God,
Some
I hate them.
pathetic, simpering, weakling, low testosterone.
You can just say iDubbbz.
Or Hassan Piker.
God was Linkara. Okay, thanks, Callum. Thanks, you fucking loser. God and Death were both Linkara. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I know that sounded more like Butthead. I know.
I am the Alpha and the Omega.
And the Omega.
And the Amiga.
How can you possibly know that? You're the creation of a boy in a man's body.
That sounds weird.
You've existed for only days, and you can tell me who I am?
I was gonna say the Linkara impression is starting to go a little bit Mike Judgy.
It is, right? It really is. I think because I've been watching King of the Hill lately, so the delivery when I read things, I want to deliver it like Hank. So I love the way he speaks. So it's not intentional, but it's like an affectation I've picked up. Like that sort of thinking forfeited your country to the communists. It's just like such a nice way to deliver.
Onision, I'll destroy my propane and propane accessories.
Well,
I've created this giant sun out of propane.
Get
Get him, Death! Alright, Dad!
We asked them politely yet firmly to leave.
Megakara, you're about to taste the meat, not the heat.
Onision versus the King of the Hill guys.
Oh, Christ. Who gives a
Boom,
shit?
how I kick his ass!
Who gives a shit about any of this?
Well, it's a shame you're not
You're
doing
the-
the Chris Chan voice, because you could just say that you are the Alpha and the Commodore 64.
You're the creation of a boy in a man's body. You've existed for only days, and you can just tell me who I am? My sister was scum. She was everything my father wanted, and my father is scum too. As I watched the body continue to scold God, I could see what the body was seeing. Wait, who the fuck is talking?
Right, so if what happened is Onision got out of his own body, and then his body came to life, so now he's Onision's body and Onision's soul, and they're double teaming God.
But like that's God speaking, right? God screamed as spit poured out of his mouth. How can you possibly know that? But then it says, as I watched the body continue to scold God.
Yeah, his body, because he's separate.
No, Matt, you're not understanding what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that's not the body. That's God. That's God talking. So why is it saying the body is continuing to scold God when the scolding isn't coming from the body? It's coming from God. Is what I'm saying.
What's happening?
No, listen to this. Listen to this fucking paragraph, and you'll see that I'm not a lunatic. God screamed as spit poured out his mouth, and then the monologue happens. Then it says, as I watched the body continue to scold God.
So I think what happened is in the previous page, Onision body punched God in the stomach, and then started telling him off, and that's where the scolding is coming from. Is he's telling him that you've done a very bad space god, or some shit like that.
Well, I tell you what, this could easily be resolved if you just learnt to write.
Oh, you're asking way too much.
and take a little advice from Pink Floyd and leave those kids alone. As I watched the body continue to scold God, I could see what the body was seeing. God not only killed his sister, he also violated her body. Yeah, I mean,
Why the
great.
fuck not?
Cheers. Just include that in the story, you creep. He killed her in his own shame as a result of what he did to her. He was jealous of his father's love for his sister, and he wanted to do everything to claim the power his sister welded. The power his sister welded. I'm so glad he wrote that because I was getting really upset by how unpleasant this is. And just now I'm thinking of a welding man's about to meet his welding death. That's who got... Instead of Linkara, we should have made God Burnt Face Man.
I'm not you shit.
I'm not a dick, but I am addicted to murdering my sister.
I like the way that every single other man then Onision in this story is some sort of sex pest. As projecting the blame on
the way he's talking about him wanting to take power from his sister by forcing himself on her. Can we just lock this guy up? I know there's no such thing as thought crimes or whatever, but him and Stephen King. Can we just lock him up, please? Just look at the shit they write. Well, back in the Twitter days, before it was always shit, but before Elon Musk took over, and Stephen King would get upset when people had to go at him for the child orgy, and they go, "It wasn't an orgy, all right? It was a gangbang." I'm like, "No, you fucking idiot! That's not
the thing people have problems with."
I feel like you're splitting hairs. People aren't going, "Oh, now it's not objectionable because they weren't. It wasn't gay."
The guys weren't bumming each other.
It wasn't.
As well.
It wasn't gay. That means it's not disgusting and inappropriate.
They were pulling a train on the girl.
Yeah, it's not. It's not weird. Linkara's a fucking pervert as well. If you ever actually sat and read Lightbringer, and why would you? It's the sort of thing I will suffer through. But he's a fucking pervert as well. Anyway, let's get to God meeting his welding death. He wanted to ruin her, and out of jealousy, he did every horrible thing he could do to her before ending her very existence. I interrupted the body. God. Cain versus Abel, Lucifer versus humans. Those are stories of you confessing what you did, but simply placing names on made-up people to take the blame instead of you. It wasn't Lucifer who wanted to torment humanity.
I know your real name, God. The most evil being in the universe, Chris Hansen.
It wasn't Lucifer who was jealous of how much humans were loved. It was you. It wasn't Cain who resented Abel. That too was a projection of yourself. A sad man who wanted everything his sister had.
Crooked God.
Oh yes, I too have read Bible stories.
Yeah.
God was glaring directly into my eyes at this point. We should have made Greg the Amazing Atheist in this one. Although the conversations would have been difficult, Amazing Atheist and Linkara. It would have been very difficult to try and differentiate those voices. God was glaring directly into my eyes at this point. No energy came down from them. No threats. No fight in him at all. I just totally owned God. He was shamed. He was defeated. And looking into his eyes, with only a thought, I turned his bones to ash. Go fuck yourself. His skin, his muscles, flowed to the ground like a puff of steam.
Pwned.
Sliming up the floor. If that's so... what a gross use of the slime. Sliming up the floor, eventually becoming unnoticeable. Looking up at the body, I asked, "Do you know anything about Kull that I do not?"
I know about Krull.
The body replied. Was the body just a deeper version of his voice?
Basically.
The body replied,
If you could do a JD voice.
"I know you think I might have the ability to hide something from you, but I gave that up when I made you like me. I did this because you had nothing from me, so I cannot do any less for you."
It sounds like Homer Simpson.
Witness me, Onisha, the pinnacle of masculinity. The perfect human specimen.
And you don't like Homer, the body and mind are separate. Yeah, because it's just don't tell them you're at a bar. But what else is open at night? It's a pornography store. Oh man, classic Simpsons is so good. You know, Chris sent me his top 40 Simpsons episodes the other day, just in a list. Actually, some banging picks, although there were a couple I disagreed with, but pretty solid. Pretty solid choices.
You should show it to me, because then I'll make a list and we can compare when he gets here.
Check it twice. I looked at the ground where God...
Yes.
Every sentence is a fucking poem in this story.
It's like, yes, you call it a puff of steam when it's obviously grilled.
I looked at the ground where God once stood. I spoke under my breath.
God.
So those who God drowned in the flood, they were actually the original creations of his sister. They were the perfect versions of us, and God thought he could do better. Yet God wound up making so many of us just like him. So my question is...
The body spoke back. Why did Carl willingly create a monster like God? Alright. Well, there we go. Chapter 22. The Mother of a Better World. I'm going to start rolling my R's more. I've started doing it on the tours sometimes. I'll just be like, this was here.
So you just like talk like Brian Planson.
You know, like that...
Are you retarded?
Like that fake Scottish guy in Loch Ness Horror. This is a deep cut for monster movie fans. But this, you tune out for a second. That one goes like, for 33 years. I'm gonna find that shit. Hang on.
No, don't put me through this again.
All around the world, I could hear people screaming. I could see them being violated, robbed, beaten, and broken down in every way. They were made in the corrupt God's image. Some represented his good side, others were the embodiment of his evil. I grew tired of the sound of suffering. I was like, I'm still here reading this, Greg, so you could end this at any time.
I was tired of hearing the sound of suffering, so I put a gag over her mouth.
I was tired of the sound of suffering, but I kept writing, knowing people would read this aloud. As I could not feel their pain as they felt it, but it distracted me from Cull, from finding the answers not even I could provide with all my knowledge and power. I had improved the world when I gained full realization of my ability.
I really don't think you did, because, once again, reminding everyone, teeth vagina!
But that didn't stop nature from taking its course. I created the body to be my better half, to stand where I could not, and now I had a great task for him. The body stood next to me, waited for me to vocalize for our next few actions. I knew the body could hear the screams as well. I knew he could hear my thoughts and my focus on the pain of the world. I spoke. I need you to... In the middle of my sentence, the body disappeared. He knew I wanted him to be better than God, to be better than the Reaper, and to reverse the destruction God caused when he killed his own sister. Oh, Christ. You know it's bad when even the chat isn't saying anything whatsoever. You know, I'm just looking at the chat and none of them want to be here, right? They're just here out of obligation. They just want to see how this thing ends now. They're not even having any fun.
It's sort of like a half morbid curiosity. Because what you're reading at the moment, this is exactly something a disillusioned 14-year-old would write about him beating up God so he can make the world better. But it was written by a 30-year-old guy who likes to nonce. I want to get rid of all the bad things in life. Like murder and the age of consent and Chris Hansen and other men.
Yeah, it's the same Chris Chan energy, isn't it? Where it's like, I hate and distrust other, more masculine men.
Yeah. They might remind him of his father when he was being trained to box.
Never knew Onision wrote books. Jesus Christ! Well, welcome. Fucking hell.
Welcome to the first street. We're at the end, so thanks for finding our channel for the first time.
He wrote 4 books.
Yes. This is book 3. What was book 4?
His
An
autobiography.
autobiography, which is mostly him addressing the allegations. His books are really fucking bad.
This is like the worst one.
Yeah.
When we did the first one, and we made jokes about, I think someone just offhand mentioned he kills God, and here we are now.
First thing that would require the body gaining knowledge of how the world truly was before God. Great sentence. To analyze the code and see what was changed when God wiped out all of his sister's children and made poor corrupted imitations of them. While my creation could focus on the issues of the world, I could focus on Cull. Unfortunately for me, Kull was a god of gods. You would assume that he's way better than original god. My OC Kull is so fucking cool and strong.
Well, why don't you just cull himself?
So if you can next to subscribe, you'll find there's a little bell. And you can ring that.
And you get more
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
high energy readings like this.
Why don't you just cull yourself? Fuck me. Unfortunately, blah blah blah. You would assume to locate someone at the absolute height of the universe's hierarchy would be difficult. But in fact, chronology was my first strategy to locate him, and the strategy was effective. As usual, I had opened a black rip in reality, so I could effectively scan through the data of the universe, the code. I searched back to God's initial code creation, the first time it existed in all of existence. Great sentence. God was in fact not only created second, but at the apparent request of his sister. She wanted a brother, someone to guide and inspire with her creations. It's like somebody learned the worst lessons from watching Supernatural.
I was just thinking the same thing.
However,
Was that why they had sex?
However, Kull did not code God properly. Kull made many mistakes with his daughter's much younger brother. What's that mean? To give description of the timeline.
No, don't give description of the timeline.
Kull's much younger brother. To give description of the timeline, Kull's creation to God's creation would be best explained through comparison.
Through song.
That'd be so... Through this puppet show. Just...
Oh God, I'm super God. I'm here. I've been made up by Omniscient. I'm God. I'm God. Fucking sock puppets.
You're giving me flashbacks to when I went to church and
Yeah.
we used to get American missionaries come over and do puppet shows all for us.
By missionaries, do you mean Mr. Wooker?
Possibly. But the puppet shows, like, they would do, like
Why do
Christian versions of songs that already exist.
Okay, so why are they sending American missionaries to Scotland? Like, you know,
The desolate, heathen wasteland.
yeah,
The godless.
sector that is known as Scotland, out in the far off north, where like, they have not seen the light of day or the grace of God.
That's the thing.
That's fucking baffling to me. The Americans are sending missionaries to first world countries.
Have you heard about our Lord and
First
Savior?
world Christian countries.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Yes, it's mandatory to learn about the nativity.
No, yeah, like they would like put on a puppet show for us when we were kids, and it would be like they would be like doing like that.
Jesus puppet pals.
They would do like they would do that song Louie Louie, but it'd be like Pharaoh Pharaoh, oh let my people go.
Could Scotland not afford an RE teacher? Were they not able to survive the hard
No, because
environment?
as you know, Matt, in Scottish RE lessons, you just watch The Simpsons.
we found out why they had to send missionaries.
But yeah, no, it was just.
I laughed that there were American missionaries in Scotland. That's so weird. That's like that's cooked my fucking brain so much.
Yeah, my grandparents used to put them up in their house.
Oh my god! Was it just like a scam? Just like they wanted a free holiday? Or just like, oh, I've always wanted to go and see like the mountains up in Scotland and the Highlands. Shall we just like say that we're taking Jesus over there? Oh, the elders will never know. They never even go on the internet. They'll never know that Scotland's already Christian.
Yeah, like. So if you said like
Just show 'em
Mormons
Braveheart.
or something like that, well, they try to tell the American version of Christianity. So Jesus Lincoln Christ came from America to meet Mary and gave her like what were they teaching
So
you? Like they couldn't. The fucking vicar couldn't.
So Caleb just had the exact same theory as me. Just that it was an excuse to have a holiday. Yeah,
It was
100%.
but one of the caveats of that holiday was that you had to teach young Scottish children about Jesus.
Barely civilized young Scottish, with their kilts and bones in their noses.
But yeah, like I
The last set of missionaries were eaten.
thing is as well.
It's an amazing image. It's just like the
And just
traditional
like grug grug.
like a like the sort of stereotypical like parish council, like church hall, those urns of coffee in there and everything. It's just got birds through their fucking noses. Angus McGruck.
But yeah, no, it was yeah, we used to see them quite a lot. They used to come in the summertime.
Did you say that they'd not seen a white man for 30 years?
Oh.
Hello there, Mr. Scottishman. We've come to teach you about Jesus. All right, the great Savior, and you come down into the yes, magic man from God. Oh, yeah, we are truly God. Celebrate Christmas and birthday. Like, yes. He is magic. I will save your soul. Did they have like really? Was it just people who had really thick accents? And the Americans couldn't understand, like the Mormons or whatever, couldn't understand them.
Well, yeah. Actually, when I was a kid, I spoke just unintelligible sounds.
Yeah, Scottish.
Oh, obviously that's called being a toddler, isn't it? I was thinking it's like the bagpipes, like quiet. Like, the natives are playing their death whistles. Soon the human sacrifice will begin.
And it's like, let's play Scotland.
They're just having like a bake sale.
Yeah. Oh, they're eating their horrible rituals that like it must have been made from some human remains. It's just haggis.
Yeah.
It's like, and their orange
Just
drink.
black pudding.
Their orange drink made from iron.
It's like, my God, these people drink rusty nail rainwater. Rusty puddle water. Yes, that's good. Funny how that is. See, listen to how it's rotted his brain. He's completely lost all cognitive function. He can't speak.
We must speak to the king of these savage Scots, Billy Connolly.
But yeah, no, I just remember the
Billy Connolly in fucking The Hobbit. It's like on like a fucking boar or like a warthog, where the fuck he was riding. God, that movie was terrible.
I just remember them coming and doing a lot of puppet shows and showing us Veggie Tales.
Oh, fucking Veggie Tales, boys.
Yeah, and Louis instead of we got Pharaoh, which is why I still remember it in my head. This was about 25 years ago.
I don't know if we're going to finish this today, but it's worth it just for the fucking learning about the missionaries coming.
Genuinely, that's staying in. That's absolutely staying in. Thank you, Charles, for the $10. Very generous. If Jesus went to Scotland, he would turn wine into iron brew. No, it's true.
I'm pretty sure iron brew was the creation of the Antichrist.
Fucking awful stuff.
It was made for minors.
Speaking of
giving it to children.
Speaking of things that were made for minors, let's continue with Sion's book, shall we? You would assume he was God was, in fact, created. Second description of the timeline. The dinosaurs were a creation of Kull. I could see this in the signature and coding style of Kull.
What?
Not important. The explanation for their extinction, from what I could understand, appeared to be unintentional. The more I analysed Kull's coding, the more I realised he was nowhere near as thorough as his daughter. Millions of years after the dinosaurs came humans. Yeah, that's not... just like God came after Kull. Only in a time frame of trillions. The more I compared God's codes to his sisters and then to Kull's, the more I understood exactly what had happened between Kull and his children. More importantly, through all my analysis, Kull became incredibly easy to find. He had not moved since the death of his granddaughter. I focused my energy on instantaneous travel. I simply replaced my current location with that of Kull's, only approximately 20 feet away from him in an area with no conflicting objects or hazards. I did, however, input a modification to my own physical form to ensure Kull would not detect me, and it worked perfectly as I planned. There is no drama, nothing in the story matters.
Also,
Yeah,
he's I don't know if he's got a word quoted to me, but since I teleported next to Kull, I made sure to teleport there with nothing in the way. At 20 feet, I just teleported there.
It's to torture us. It's to torture us in particular.
Yeah, it's basically just like I have found out the concept of fast travel.
Before me sat a man in a stone throne, grey as you would expect. The handles of his throne
it's Thanos!
Cut sharply into rectangular shapes. It is just Thanos. The back raised far above his head and the legs blended into the ground without seams.
almost as if the chair had grown into place like a tree. Above me appeared a small glimmer of light that somehow illuminated the whole room. It was as if I was in a cave with a tiny skylight hundreds of feet above me. The room was surrounded with indentations. The room was surrounded with indentions of the grey stone walls. It was the basic code I learned to modify basic elements in my life. Yeah, I just hate the way this guy writes. Within seconds, I identified the code as the different variations of Cull's daughter, the process he went through to create her.
Just all the life leaving Jacob.
It's just like
Life's relieving his body. The piss is going down his leg.
Do you want to have handed reading?
No, I can do it.
He's a big man.
Big man on campus over here. The man in the chair before me, Cull, his skin was like glass, only the colour of grey. Did say only grey? The colour of his so.
Do we need an in-depth description of this character who you're going to be? You've just beaten up Death God and now Super God.
Yeah, destroy. I could see his eyes under his closed eyelids. One was blue, one was red. Whatever happened to the aliens?
They died off.
Yeah,
they're a stepping stone for him to become God.
It's not important. One was red. He had no beard, no hair on his head, but his face looked so tired and old. If I had to compare Cull's appearance to that of a person on Earth, I would say he resembled someone who was 145 years old. He had wrinkles everywhere, even under his dark blue, shiny garments. I could see he was shriveled and hunched.
Yes, because we've got so many people who that you can use as reference for 145 years old.
After analysing the room and the man himself, I decided I would make myself appear before him. As I lifted the veil around me, he slowly opened his eyes and lifted his head towards me. This is going to be like that episode of Invincible where, spoilers, it's the immortal who's the king in the future and he's just like miserable and wants to die. I'm just calling it now.
We could be watching Invincible.
Again. Just watch it through again.
Or we could just like watch the clips of the Conquest fight.
Yeah. I don't want to make you talk on special occasions.
Yeah.
But it's slow and steady.
Pump and dump crypto scheme.
Okay, you monster!
Never donated a penny of...
Help! Say so! Help! Kill me!
Iconic video. The man's face began to shake gently. His blue eyes filled with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, the man began sobbing in his throne, throwing his face into his old, withered hands. I spoke aloud to the man. I'm sorry you're hurting, Cull. The man whimpered and struggled as he spoke back. All right, my friends, we need a voice for Cull. Cull the Conqueror.
Skeletor.
I'm so disgusted by you, Onision, that you became Super God.
Couldn't do it. I'm sorry. I could see his emotions like anyone sees colour. Isn't that the plot of that one Life is Strange game? It doesn't matter. The radiated out of him.
The radiator?
Yeah, I mean, why proofread? The radiated out of him like ink polluting other colours as they're simultaneously submerged in water. I could also see, feel, and hear his thoughts in code. Please stop talking about code. It's so boring. My own emotions and my mind. As Cull continued to cry, I his daughter when he was midway through his life cycle. He created God
a life cycle.
Towards the end of his life cycle. His daughter had become so lonely that creatures that were not her equal did not satisfy her intellectually or emotionally.
But I can!
As part of her code, she could not create her own, as Cull knew such a creation would force her to shorten her own life. Knowing his daughter wanted a brother of equal status so badly, Cull created God with his own life force. But Cull, having so little left, I know how he feels, made mistakes, leaving him powerless to correct them and powerless to help his daughter if they were at odds. Cull spoke with more composure than before. I entered this world with grey eyes. Becoming a father provided me with feelings.
I don't want to be good. I want to be evil. Becoming father provided me with feelings, thoughts, and hopes I had never felt before. I knew I had made a mistake with God. I know how this sounds, but even if I could change him, I don't think I would have. My only regret is that I could not die in the place of my daughter.
Oh, Christ.
The Skeletor voice makes it more
Yeah,
enjoyable,
it's better.
to be honest.
Yeah, oddly enough, doing silly voices makes this piece of shit more better. I mean, who would have thought, injecting comedy into this trash would improve
Yeah,
it?
so like if we grabbed one of those AI voice things and we got like Ian McKellen to do it, I don't think it'd be as funny.
The man continued to cry for a moment in front of me, then struggled while continuing to speak. A father's love for his child? Even I cannot change that. You give everything you have to your children. I just wish they didn't have to suffer because of my mistakes. The more I observed Cull's words, his face and his code, I could see how genuine and remorseful he was. I imagined using my power to bring his children before him, only leaving the aspects of God's corrupt code behind. But I knew Cull would not be satisfied without his authentic, original children. I spoke aloud to Cull. I've seen your code, and I know that you cannot see mine as a result of my own evolution. I know that you're incapable of bringing your
I know
children
everything
back.
about code. I know more than anyone else.
I have the workings of a Shinigami where I could see everyone else's code, but they cannot see mine.
I know that
I'm smaller than the L.
I know that you're incapable of bringing your children back. I know the pain you feel. I've seen much of your life play out before me through the many lines of code, so many lines, that make you who you are, Cull. Cull replied, somewhat agitated, We are more than code. My son and daughter were living, breathing gods. I stepped away from Cull and turned my back to him to look at the walls around us.
That would be much nicer.
I spoke aloud to Cull. You only display your daughter's code on this wall. Cull replied, It was in memory of her. My last bit of strength left after the creation of my son. I ripped through the wall of the universe to search for code once more, and found his daughter's code in the exact same form it was just before she had died. After modifying the universe to my will, I turned around to Cull and lifted my arms. Lifted my arm. As my arm raised, my heart goes out to you. As my arm raised, the walls around us transitioned to show God's code instead of Cull's fallen daughters. Cull's eyes widened as he silently watched the world around him shift. I spoke aloud.
Gabadoop!
Wouldn't it be great? Just like, spoke aloud, just gabagool. Just trolling the supreme ruler of the universe. I spoke aloud. You won't need to remember your daughter anymore, Cull. She's standing next to you. Cull's stare became weak. His head began to dip forward as he collapsed into his chair. He could feel his daughter coming back to his reality as she was, just how he remembered her. I thought he couldn't do that. Didn't he just say he couldn't do that?
He said he couldn't bring back God.
Oh,
Like,
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It was so fucking close to the end. This woman was beyond description. I had seen no one like her before.
She was a Lovecraftian entity.
This woman was beyond description. She was fat, which, as you know, is totally gross and unacceptable.
But she was pregnant, which is what I like, and lots of women.
This woman was beyond description. This woman was beyond description. I had seen no one like her before. The moment she gained her consciousness again, she immediately went to aid her father. Seeing them reunited, knowing their troubles were mostly behind them, I felt confident in the future they would influence without God to end what the world was, or his own sister once more. It was time for me to go home. Somehow, there's still more than 10 pages left. What else is there to say? You just solved all the problems in the universe. What more story is there to tell?
So, okay, that's not time for the complete recap of the book, but He started up with some kid living in a fucking basement or something like that, grew a stone in his head because of aliens, and has killed God, resurrected other God, and had a conversation with other God after killing Death and giving women vagina teeth.
The Black Nightmares. I decided to travel home in a slower manner than usual.
He took the train.
Oh, because the story's been so speedy the whole way through. I'm really glad we're slowing things down. I had a lot of trouble.
I took an Uber from like the God dimension back home.
I had a lot of thoughts and feelings I needed to give attention to. While I was travelling through space at thousands of miles per hour, I still had hours before I would arrive home. I felt like crying after seeing Cull see his daughter for the first time in so long. It made me wish I had someone to return to myself.
I just thought of something.
So the girlfriend?
Yeah, you don't have a girl. Also, why does he just keep referring to it as like the daughter? Like, could he did he spend up all his mental power? Like, think, all right, so God's gonna be called God. God's name, and Cole.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a great. I can't top another made up name. God's daughter. Or like Cole's daughter,
Yeah.
like God's sister, like
Yeah. I felt dead.
Colleen.
yeah.
It made me wish I had someone to return to myself. You do. Julie or Julia, depending on which chapter we're on. I felt dead to my mother, and my other family seemed to have nothing but negative feelings towards me ever since the incident with my mother's eyes.
What was that even about? Like,
I know I sound like a broken record and some of this is me just giving up, but who cares? Honestly, who gives a shit about the answers to any of these fucking questions? It's not important. None of this fucking matters.
well, we're gonna have to go back and talk about it because this is the longest book club ever.
Can we maybe read something like this book is full of spiders or something?
Yeah.
I like that book.
It's a good book.
Yeah. I mean, if we could do a book club, I've got audiobook.
Yeah.
The only people left in the world who I knew loved me was great. The body and Julia. Thinking of Julia, my pain from what I had just seen
I'm
felt
going to be in a polyamorous relationship with my girlfriend and my own self.
to concern as the last time I saw Julia, I had given her the crushed Reaper. I decided it was time to stop flying and get to where I was going. Ripping open the code interface, I found myself next to Julia seconds later. Fucking hell. Julia was bathing when I arrived. Seeing her in a bathtub made me burst out laughing. Nudity, hysterical. Julia was not surprised to see me there. Thanks to how I changed her code, she knew I was coming. She spoke aloud.
I still don't love you
Oh,
because you killed my
God.
dad.
First time I've read in a while. Where am I?
I know, Daniel. You could simply alter the code to make yourself not get dirty or even clean yourself right away. I don't know what my voice was originally.
I don't know. This is my voice. I'm your beautiful girlfriend.
But not everyone has lost the simple things in life, you know.
I smiled and replied, "Sorry, I've had a rough day. It's nice to see something like this." She smiled back and replied,
I'm sorry for being so
I cut her off mid-sentence with a kiss. As I leaned in, kissing Julia, she grabbed me and pulled me into the tub as I screamed and laughed. With a little thought, my clothes were off and we were kissing more heavily.
Does it mean we can skip a bunch of stuff?
Unfortunately not.
No.
Hours passed, we found ourselves laying in bed talking about numerous things that had changed in the world over the past few weeks.
Hey, remember when I, killed guard? Yeah, you keep bringing it up. Yeah.
After a while, the Reaper came up. Julia had placed it in a thick metal box by itself in the ground outside. After looking at the code in depth, I realized I had evolved to a point since the body changed me that I could easily remove the Reaper from this world without consequence. I finished him without a second thought. Glad we brought all that up. Glad that was resolved in that way. What a wonderful use of my time this story has been. I spoke aloud. Thank you for watching over that for me. She replied.
You just erase things, don't you?
I replied with a sigh. If I don't remove certain things from this planet, people will get hurt. Julia looked away from my eyes and spoke.
I know. But some people care about the people you erase, Daniel.
I went silent for a moment, remembering that I'd murdered her old man in front of her. And then, after thought, I spoke again. I love you, Julia. I'm sorry my actions have hurt you.
I'm sorry I can't remember how to spell your name properly.
Julia's eyes began to water again, so she buried her face in a pillow. After a while, her emotions calmed. just like the irate gamer. After a while, her emotions calmed, and we fell into sleep despite not needing to anymore. I woke up the next day to the smell of breakfast. As I rubbed my eyes, I could see a massive blur standing before me. My eyes focused, and I realized it was the body. He spoke. So I got fired. Fucking Marvel-ass dialogue. I exploded with laughter. I immediately dove into the body's thoughts and saw that Cull's daughter had returned to Earth. I could see the changes she had made that were extreme and elegant the moment I looked into the updated code. I searched for code of prisons, military bases, and even cancer hospitals. They were all gone. Cull's daughter had done what I was afraid to do. She didn't acknowledge opinions or cultures and simply rebuilt the world in the way she deemed fit. The body had informed me that he had already done half the things she was planning to do before she stepped in and corrected some of his shortcomings and took things a step further to more closely resemble her world pre-God.
It would be much funnier if the reason she took away the cancer hospitals and stuff like that was just because she wanted everyone to die of cancer.
Yeah.
That nobody was searching for.
Oh God, she's a worse tyrant than God. God was the hero all along.
He was God all along.
The body spoke to me. She has a message for you. I'm sure you already know it.
I hate you for killing my brother. He was the only one I...
And he was right. But knowing something and focusing on it are two different things. So I was glad he brought it to my attention. The daughter of Cull, whose name apparently isn't important, the returned god of Earth, wanted me to know that I was forbidden from altering her world further. She also gave me the coordinates of the location of the alien who had sent his own kind out to torture me as a child. All right, we are so back.
This is going to be a fair fight.
I was slightly offended by the level of ego that, look who's fucking talking, the new god of Earth flaunted, but was also grateful I could finally find justice for every torture I had encountered as a child.
Yes, because everything's about you!
Oh, those tortures that led me to this path where I became super god.
You are the chosen one.
So if this was, say, he changed the genre and it was like, so like, would he? If he was like, oh, I learned her how to build muscle by the guy at the gym yelling at me, but he reminded me of my father, would it go and kill him as well? Like, it hurt a lot when, you forced me to do the exercise.
Julia had a big crush on this guy who beat me up a lot in practice. Alright, Ebbs is a fucking loser. Alright. After a short goodbye to Julia, the body and I found ourselves soaring through space to confront my childhood demons. As we approached their planet, I came to understand that the blackness of this world made the rest of empty space look like the sun. It was a level of darkness I cannot explain. Well, you've tried to explain every other fucking thing in the world in this story. Please.
Something, the code, something.
Yeah. Are you sure you can't explain it, Greg? You don't want to spend several pages going over it in fucking agonizing detail? You're really spoiling us.
Yeah.
The body and I floated in place far outside the atmosphere of this abnormal, beyond black mass as we studied the code of the planet. Oh, this guy's such a fucking Redditor. Jesus. Earth's new god had highlighted the code of the alien commander in red. I wanted to just delete the code of the alien commander, but the body introduced another option.
What if I turned it into a 4-year-old girl and then seduced it?
He spoke.
And made sure that she fell out of a window.
Julia said you are good at erasing things, and I'm like you, deleting other beings I see fit. I looked at the body as he glanced at this terrifying home planet. The body continued, "Let's give this one a chance." With the new god of Earth managing everything, I had time to dig deeper into this world. The body verified that these aliens operated in basic code and were not a threat to us, as I formed a platform and habitat for the alien to exist in as we spoke to it. While everything this commander did was clearly identifiable,
The individual actions... I just put my glasses back on, I was cleaning them and I can't read. The individual actions, communications, and even thoughts of this alien were difficult to comprehend, as most all the code reflected a culture and language that was incredibly foreign to me. The body helped it was just like liberal Christian democracy, just thinking of things that we hold dear. Fucking Onision, man, I swear to God, I hate this guy so much. It's like searing fucking fire in my bloodstream. I just hate this individual.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna start giving the speech for I have no mouth on my screen.
Let me tell you, Onion Man, how I have come to hate you.
If you could write the word "fuck you, Onision" on every
since 2019, as I've been reading all of your books, if you could write the word hate.
Maybe we should just get Harlan Ellison in the story and just have him berate Onision for the next 10 pages.
The body helped transition both of us to a state that was unreachable by this alien, and upon finishing the quarters for the alien, I placed him within it, standing before us. The alien was behind a silver wall. We could see in, but the alien could see inside. But all the alien could see inside was black. I designed the cage of sorts to take anything we said to the creature to translate for the alien. It worked both ways. Initially, the alien just made... This guy's never heard of fucking pronouns. Every time it's just Cull, the alien, Julia. Just use pronouns, man. It just makes it easier to read.
But you don't know their pronouns.
Initially, the alien just made a screeching noise and tried to find a way out. So we repeatedly attempted to calm the alien as we spoke. The alien stopped trying to find a way out and spoke directly up, even though we were on each side of the cage.
So he's like super god now. Can he just like find out his name's like Glug Glug or something like that? Like Whoopi Smoop, the alien boy.
Whoopi Smoop, the alien boy. Love it. The thing is, he writes like
a child.
No, he writes like a specific kind of child. It's the kind of child that you used to play play in the playground with. You're maybe playing like tag or like hide and seek, and then when they get caught or they get found, they're like, actually no, I had my force field in front of me, and therefore you couldn't catch me, and therefore I'm still playing.
Oh, the cheaters.
Yeah.
The shithead cheaters.
Like a bit like Kyle, like Kyle's cousin Kyle.
Oh yeah. My assumptions as a child were verified the more we listened to this creature talk. Much of the population of this planet was built on fear. They were so afraid of outside powers that had entire space programs to seek out and destroy sources of energy coming from creatures that were or could become more powerful than them.
Sorry, just read one of the comments.
The body brought something to my attention.
I see God has dealt with these creatures before. Looking at the code, I see both him and you cross paths when you were just a baby.
Pulling forward the information, I verified what the body had pointed out. God had arranged for these aliens to figure out a way to kill me before I could even talk.
I figured out what that voice sounds like now. It's not Homer Simpson. It's Dan Castellaneta as like whatever one he plays, Kang or Kodos.
Yeah.
Your superior intellect is no match for our puny weapons.
Yeah,
Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos.
Every time there's an election, I post that picture on my socials just to let people know I don't care. Just there you go. It's like don't drag me into this. Whatever happens. The code revealed that God could crack the rock in my head but never destroy it entirely, as it would always regenerate. God was using these creatures obsessed with fear to figure out how to eliminate the main threat to his own existence.
Me, Onision.
He had convinced them I was destined to kill them. When he knew the one who was truly threatened was him,
The body exploded with another discovery, following the very same code even further back.
So, this entire story boils down to the same basic, like, story of the big bad, here's a prophecy about the guys, so I'm going to keep sending waves and waves of slightly weaker, slightly stronger, start off my weaker soldiers before, he levels up. That was it. That was the entire fucking plan. Like, this guy's going to murder me in the future, so I'm going to shoot my weakest guys, and then some stronger guys, so he can fucking grind off them.
Daniel, your physical code starts at the date of your birth, but the stone in your head has a code that was created much further back, with your mother, your original mother. My eyes darted up at the body. I replied with less shock and optimism than the body. My mother is the new god of Earth.
Wait, what?
The body looked concerned and replied, You say that like you knew. I replied, I'm sorry, this is just a lot. A loud screech came from the cage once more. The creature was threatening us. Oh, the creature. I don't know what you could mean by that. Please make it abundantly clear that you mean the alien by writing the alien again.
The creature?
That could be anyone!
Are you sure it's not Tony the Tiger?
Despite how obvious it was that it was at a disadvantage, I was frustrated and distracted at this point. The mother I was born of wanted nothing to do with me, and the mother who created me didn't bother to ever tell me who I was, anything outside where these aliens were. What?
What?
It doesn't matter.
What? No.
While deep in thought, I felt the body wrap his arms around me. It was the first time I ever felt a giant hug me. I felt so powerless. The body spoke.
His big,
Hey,
strong arms.
cheer up, okay? Still upset, I chuckled a little, then patted the body on the side to let him know he could stop
Gave his
squeezing
ass
me
a
now.
good squeeze.
Guys, oh my god, we're so close to the home stretch. We're in the home stretch rather. I can see the fucking finish line.
Then you need to start from the beginning again.
I rubbed my eyes and began modifying the alien's code. Shut the fuck up. As I worked on the alien, the body spoke up. Ew, you thought your mom was hot.
Please tell me that's the last line of the book. The aristocrats.
God, could you imagine? If you just got to the last bit, it just says... Fucking hell. We go Bill and Ted mode on these hoes. I stopped in the middle of coding. What? No. Not my birth mom, and I didn't even know this lady was my original mom. I mean, she made a rock, not my body or anything. The body laughed explosively. You thought your mom was hot. Ha ha ha. Now that you know she's your mom, you still think she's hot? Fucking Sigmund Freud over here. Glaring at the body, I finished the alien's code. I had erased all code revolving around my existence from this moment on. The alien was returned to their home, and I additionally returned the code I had physically destroyed as a child. All the families and soldiers I killed, sending them back to their planet without the memory of what happened, or the memory of my existence. Therefore, every second of this book meaning absolutely nothing.
Poochie returned to his home planet.
I need to buy fucking WD-40 for this chair. Even the coordinates of our planet were erased from their navigation systems and records. The body observed me do this and spoke. Okay, for a guy who likes his mom, that was pretty kind of you to not just kill them all. I smirked and replied, You know I only have eyes for Julia, bud.
And you,
And gross.
Wait, no, the fact that you said
That's
that
gross.
first?
The body laughed, saying, I know. And after returning, everything was in place on the dark planet. We returned to our own. Punctuation just not used correctly at all. Peace seemed to be winning. No, wait, peace seemed to be whining. Learn to write, you fucking cretin. And I was so happy to be a part of that.
Oh, there's still fucking more.
Final.
Is this the last 2 pages?
It is, my friends. Yep. Okay. Guys, let's try and get $10,000 in super chat. All right, we've only got this last page to go. So I'm just going to take a quick pause, and if we can hit the donation goal of $10,000,
that's just the minimal. We like.
Yeah. Obviously, we want to do more, but. If we can hit 10, it's not, guys. It's not a lot. It's not a lot.
Citibank, if you're in the chat,
Citibank,
if you like to give $7 trillion.
Look, guys. Anybody can afford $10,000. All right, it's nothing. If you can't afford $10,000, what are you doing wasting it? You should be at work.
If
What are you doing?
Getting money, getting $10,000 to give to us. Remember. Kidneys, you can sell those for a lot. Your passport, various other.
If you've got any gold, I mean, let's say you got a dead relative who left you some of their gold.
What if they're
some
alive?
of that ugly gold jewelry. Let's be honest, you don't wear it. You just keep it.
And it's yellow.
You know what? I hang this on, up in my room because my grandmother gave it to me. Your dead grandma doesn't care. All right, go and sell that gold and give the.
Get the Krugerrands, right? Go get the gold Krugerrands.
I can't even finish the joke. How do guys like Darkside Phil say this kind of shit? Like,
because you look into their empty, soulless eyes.
Yeah, basically, I look into the code.
Yeah.
When I look at Darkside Phil.
Chad's just like, everybody can afford this.
Watcher 2024. It had been years since I had seen the god of Earth. The body had altered his own code to be a more normal-sized human, although he was still well over 6 feet tall. Just like me, baby. He just starts flexing while typing.
Yeah.
He mostly spent his time playing video games and racing vehicles in amateur circuits.
And other cool things that I wish I could do. He spent his time playing video games and racing circuits and hanging around playgrounds. I mean...
Yes, people ogling my vegetarian body.
Body!
In a banana suit.
I rewatched 28 Days Later and I was like horrified because there's like real riot footage in that and they keep looping it and there's just a dude getting necklaced in the footage and it's like, whoa! Like that's just in a fucking mainstream horror movie. It's fucked up. Speaking of Nelson Mandela, it had been years since I saw blah 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 playing video games.
He never
blah,
reoffended
blah, blah.
after they put him in prison though. He didn't
Yeah,
go
the system works.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he just plays around with beans now.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh yeah, it looks like prison was good for you. It's just like quite literally counting beans and there's this sauce dripping off the side of the table. One.
I mean, look, you say that.
He's completely rehabilitated. 3 beans.
Jacob, don't be an idiot. He clearly became a vampire in prison. That's why he's counting the beans.
How many beans are there? Some beans.
I would like a beans on toast, but I do not want sauce on the beans. Sorry, what are you saying? No sauce on the beans. I don't. It comes with sauce, but you put in like a colander.
Or wash the beans.
Or wash. It's like Oh, give me the beans. I will go into the bathroom and hold them under the hand dryer. Now, Nelson, you can't eat here anymore, man. You can't keep coming in.
And that's why you never see Nelson Mandela in Jacob's local Beanos.
And you kind of spoiled the next part of the joke because I feel like next thing is Nelson Mandela on the news, just like the great nation of South Africa is declaring war on Mr. Beano's family restaurant.
News at 11.
South Africa declares war on Mr. Beano's family restaurant.
You can fix it in post.
That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever said.
Yes.
Okay.
We're right near the end. You could finish it. You've broken Gemma.
Come on, guys. We better finish the story because I guess these assholes are not going to give us $10,000. These fucking cheapskates.
We're $4 like over our second goal.
That's true. Julia and I had been talking about having a baby and what a shock, and making our relationship more official, and the world itself, it was hard to find a single thing wrong with it. So obviously everything descended, and then of course everything descended into chaos because that's what happens in any utopia.
Well, everyone dies of ennui because there's nothing to struggle for.
The economy was designed for the well-being of all. TV shows no longer reflected drama from our own planet, but were mostly all based on what life was like on other planets with other gods. Garbage, what a horrible world to live in. Even Kull himself was not the origin of all things. Thanks for letting me know that on the final page of the book. There were many more worlds, with many more creators as corrupt as, and even more corrupt than our own former god. I hadn't bothered to visit my family that brought me into my human form 20 years ago. I felt like they were still better off without me. The same goes with my school friend David. I love that. I met God and his family and destroyed them. Also, I haven't chatted to my old school chum in a while.
Oh, not David. I was really wondering what happened to David, my favourite character.
See, that's what good writing does. They wrap up all the loose ends at the end of the book. That was all a past I didn't want in my future. And I was certain with our new god, they were all happy anyway.
Whatever her name is.
Just like the new god of Earth instructed me, I didn't physically alter the code of her planet or the people on it whatsoever. But I didn't need to, as my original mother was perfect. And no matter how much I evolved, she would still be wiser than me. What a lot of shit.
What a fuck you to his actual mum as well.
This is a lot of shit.
It's a table of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
It's probably the most, just for like how long it was, dreadful.
Yeah.
Thing.
You know what? I'm going to say it.
The N-word.
Yeah. No, what I'm going to say is this is the worst book I've ever read in my life. It's the worst book I've ever finished. Like, I can't say if other books that I didn't finish are worse, because truly I don't know. But out of all the books I've finished in my life, this is far and away the worst one. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah, we generally, like, all the creepypastas aren't, can't count as books, short stories at most. But yeah, this is definitely just, like, absolute dog shit.
This makes Harry Potter look like Metamorphosis. Fucking hell. Oh.
I wouldn't even put this in... Like, I don't like Harry Potter, but I wouldn't put this in the same league.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. It's
no, I was going to say more like...
Atrocious.
It makes...
Makes me want to go read Twilight.
No, it's because it makes Catcher in the Rye look better than it is.
Yeah, because like, his last book basically was Catcher in the Rye before this one, but fucking hell.
Isn't Catcher in the Rye one of those books that they always make American kids read?
Yeah, also it's bad.
Also The Grapes of Wrath was the other one that he was... Which was the one where like...
Of Mice and Men.
Oh yeah, I've read of Mice and Men.
Yeah.
Grapes of Wrath is the same author as Mice and Men. Catcher in the Rye is not. It's J.D.
Salinger. It's always in like American TV shows. They're always like, oh, and they made us read, and it's always Catcher in the Rye or of Mice and or of Grapes of Wrath.
Yeah.
Or The Crucible.
But yeah, basically, good books are out there, and we could have read them. But then there wouldn't be a show. Because, let's be honest, nobody here wants to hear us read good stuff.
I mean, it's all the thing is, like, if you, you don't want, like... We're not going to make, like, silly jokes about fucking Scottish, like, Americans coming over to try and teach the godless Scots if we're reading a good book, are we?
No.
We're not going to fucking do about Pervert Zordon if we're reading a good book.
Pervert Zordon was a high point. I think that's probably the best thing to come out of this, is Pervert Zordon. But what I am going to address is how this has made me feel. So, just bear with me, guys. I'm going to just address how this has made me feel.
No,
do it. Do it.
And I'm just going to make Spyro yell. There we go. I'm going to share a little something with all of you.
No.
Do it.
No.
That guy with the Scottish voice, clearly he had never been enlightened about our Lord and Saviour Jesus. So he didn't have the missionaries come.
This is going to shock a lot of you, but this guy, there are two things you're going to learn about this guy. One, that is not John Carpenter. And two, he is not a real Scot. So just have a listen in at home. This is what I really like to play for you all now.
Do it. Do it.
You know, the young man's right, Jack. I built a fire in the trophy room. 40 some odd years I've seen him come and go. Aye, Jack, aye. The summer people.
The summer.
Expensive gear. Their boats and their platforms, the cost of which would feed an army. For what? You see that?
You see, he's a
That
Scotsman who wants to
ornamental-
become a pirate.
That's me Kodak.
Shiver me timber.
Kodak which cost £1.10.
This is the gold of long.
Kodak took the first picture. It's printed in all the books. And we are
I
royalty,
still think it
might
looks
add.
like he looks like John Carpenter.
For
but with a bit of
30 years,
British
they called me a fraud.
Yeah. I mean, this is. I just wanted to play that for you, but
Really caps off
really just
like weeks of months of going through this shitty book. A Scotsman who likes to really roll his R's, or one genuine Scotsman.
Tell me, known stalker and criminal, Alexander Badir, I think your name is. How do you feel about this story?
This is just a fuck platypus.
Could not have said it better myself. All right, I think we're done here.